Madman of the Sword chapter 2335 to chapter 2419. This group of people was naturally from the Taiyi dynasty. They had chased after Lin Xian all the way and had never given up on hunting him down. Finally, they arrived at Xianxia city. However, when they heard the news from Xianxia city, they frowned. They were too late. Moreover, what shocked them was that Lin Xian had done something big in Xianxia city. It was even possible that the death of the Jiuli 4 demons had something to do with him. That kid was too arrogant. How dare he offend anyone? An old man from the Taiyi dynasty frowned. A middle-aged man next to him said in a deep voice. Don't forget that he even dared to kill the Golden Lion King. What else did he not dare to do? Hearing that, everyone fell silent. Indeed, the Golden Lion King was a genius of the war tribe. If he was killed, the Jiuli 4 demons were nothing. When they heard that young master Qian-san was killed, they decided to go to the governor's mansion. They thought that the governor's mansion must be furious and would be very willing to cooperate with them. Sure enough, when these people arrived, the governor personally came out to welcome them. The governor was a middle-aged man who looked very dignified. However, at this moment, his face was extremely gloomy. That was because his son had been killed in his own city. This made him unusually angry. However, he could not find the other party now. Moreover, the other party had a terrifying strength behind him, which made him feel extremely aggrieved. But now, the people from the Taiyi dynasty had arrived. Moreover, he also learned that the other party was a wanted criminal of the Taiyi dynasty. The governor revealed a sinister smile. Immediately, he joined forces with the powerhouses of the Taiyi dynasty to capture the other party. The two parties discussed in the main hall. However, half a day later, another group of people arrived. They landed. The people from the governor's mansion were surprised and hurriedly went out. Those people who came were naturally from the Ting family. They were also very surprised. They did not expect that there would be other people besides them. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the other party was a powerhouse from the Taiyi dynasty. When the Ting family learned about what happened, they were shocked and immediately joined forces with the other three families. Moreover, the Ting family suggested that they join forces with more families. This was because Lin Xian had not only killed the people from the Ting family and the governor's mansion, but also many young masters from the big families. Therefore, they wanted to join forces with those families. Sure enough, those clans responded one after another. If they were asked to come out alone to take revenge, they wouldn't dare. But now, with the city lord's mansion, the Ting family, and the Tai dynasty taking the lead, they were filled with confidence. Therefore, they all joined the revenge team. When these people joined forces, they formed a super powerful force. Very quickly, they headed towards the place where the great devil was killed. The group of people finally arrived at the location of the battle. They looked at the scene around them and gasped. It was clear that the battle was very fierce. However, they were not here to enjoy the battle. Instead, they were here to track the other party. Soon, several figures landed on the Taiyi dynasty's side. Similarly, two figures descended from the city lord's mansion and the Ting family. After these people came down, their eyes shone brightly, and mysterious runes surrounded them. They grabbed at the air as if they were trying to catch something. There was even a young man who was pinching his fingers non-stop, as if he was trying to divine something. How is it? General Shening asked in a deep voice. At the side, the eyes of the elders of the city lord's mansion and the Ting family also flickered. Northwest. The young man looked into the distance and said in a clear voice. Whoosh, the group flew for about 100,000 li before stopping again. The young man divined again. 30,000 li to the left. They set off again. On the other side, in an uninhabited valley, Lin Xian and the others were resting. Beside them was a huge black ship. There was a terrifying hole on it. This black ship was the Black Demon ship. It had been directly hit by the Black Earth and was damaged. At this moment, it could no longer fly. However, if it could be repaired, it would still be a sub-heaven artifact. Moreover, the energy required to power the Black Demon ship was much less than the Black Earth. It was just right for Lin Xian to use now. Therefore, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were discussing how to repair the black demon ship. On the other side, Murong Qingqing, Zhao Zhirua, and the others sat together, chatting and resting. After all, the previous battle had indeed made them nervous. Now, it was time to relax. Junior brother Lin, I don't think there's anything else, so I'll go home first. After all, such a big thing has happened. I have to inform the family. Zhao Zhirua stood up. On the side, Xiaoquang also said, yes, brother Lin, we are also preparing to return to the Hong sect. Brother Lin, I can't bear to part with you. Ling Er pouted. Don't worry, when I'm free, I can go to the Hong sect to find you. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he looked at the others. Do you need me to send you back? No need, we should be safe if we go back now. Zhao Zhirua and Xiaoquang shook their heads. Junior sister Qingqing, what about you? Zhao Zhirua looked at Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing said, I want to stay with brother Xian for a while, and we also have some things to investigate. However, just as she finished speaking, the purple bell on her waist started to shake rapidly. Seeing this scene, Murong Qingqing frowned. On the side, Zhao Zhirua also said, this matter? The sacred ground was sending a message. Could it be that something had happened? It seemed that he had to go back first. Murong Qingqing sighed, brother Xian, something happened in the sacred ground, I'm afraid I have to go back first. Lin Xian rubbed Qingqing's hair, if you have something to do, go back, don't worry about me. There would be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Oh right, this is the information about that place, you can take it back to the sacred ground. Lin Xian took out a jade slip and gave it to Murong Qingqing. Inside was some information about the nest of 10,000 dragons. Okay. Murong Qingqing took it and said softly, brother Xian, be careful, the Teng family won't let this matter rest. Don't worry, with the Black Earth, I won't be in danger. Lin Xian smiled. On the side, Zhao Zhirua also said, junior sister, I'll go back with you. Weng, the two of them soared into the sky and quickly disappeared. On the other side, Xiaoquang also left. Only Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were left. Lin Xian took a deep breath, let's go. He prepared to explore the black demon ship above. The most important thing now was to increase his strength. Only then would he have the qualifications to propose to the Jade Lake sacred ground. With a flash, Lin Xian and the dark god dragon boarded the black demon ship. There were palaces and pavilions everywhere, and the deck was engraved with runes. Lin Xian and An Hong swept their gazes across it. Then, they nodded in satisfaction. The two of them quickly inquired, but not long after, the dark red dragon frowned, brat, there seems to be a fluctuation inside? I feel it too. Lin Xian stood up and frowned. Lin Xian stood up and frowned. His eyes shone with a golden light as he looked ahead. In front of him on the right, he could feel the fluctuations of life coming from a pavilion. Lin Xian was very surprised. He did not sense it before. Now that he was closer, he realized that there was someone inside. Who was it, he did not know. However, he secretly circulated his inner force and even drew his ancient sword. After all, the black ship belonged to the 4 demons of Jiuli. The person inside must be related to the 4 demons of Jiuli. Therefore, he had to be careful. The two of them carefully walked toward the pavilion in front of them. When they arrived, Lin Xian's frown deepened. That was because the entire pavilion was covered with runes that had been sealed. There must be some kind of secret to be so secretive, Lin Xian said. Ruffian dragon, hurry up and undo it. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and quickly unraveled the rune formation. These runes were very mysterious. Under normal circumstances, it would take a few days to unravel them. However, the black demon ship was now broken and could not continue to provide energy. Therefore, it was not difficult to unravel the runes of the formation. This was probably why Lin Xian hadn't sensed any life fluctuations before, but now he did. It was probably because the formation had weakened that the fluctuations of life could be felt. Boom. Boom, boom. The runes in front of them disappeared, revealing a red door. Lin Xian slapped it open. Let's go. Light bloomed from their bodies. Lin Xian even used the dragon sword domain to protect his body. Then, the two of them walked in. Woo! Woo! However, not long after they entered, the two of them were stunned. The dark red divine dragon's eyes were wide open. What the hell? What's going on? Lin Xian was also very surprised because the scene was completely different from what he had expected. The person in front of them was not a ferocious enemy, but a little girl. There was a huge black stone pillar in front of him. It was engraved with demonic runes. In front of the stone pillar was a little girl. She had delicate features and was very beautiful. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. The little girl was tied to the black stone pillar. Black 9 nether flowers were crawling all over her body, binding her tightly. When she saw Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon enter, the little girl in front of them began to cry. There was fear and pleading in her beautiful big eyes. What's going on? Why is a little girl tied here? Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were very puzzled. But it seemed like she was also tied by the 4 demons of Jiuli. But why did the 4 demons want to tie a little girl? Did this little girl offend the Ting family too? They didn't know, but the two of them walked up and prepared to rescue the little girl. Ruffian dragon. And Lin Xian. The dark red divine dragon nodded and started to walk around the black stone pillar. Then it said, damn, these Jiuli 4 devils are too perverted. He had actually set up 18 layers of defense to tie up a little girl. If it wasn't for the black demon ship breaking apart and the energy disappearing, we probably wouldn't have known that there were people inside. Was it easy to decipher? Lin Xian asked. Don't worry, leave it to me, I don't care about this kind of formation. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws and quickly broke the formation. The little girl, on the other hand, was blinking her black eyes. About half a day later, the 18 defensive arrays were broken. Only the 9 nether flowers were left on the ground. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his sword and cut the 9 nether flowers in half. All of the flowers were destroyed. The little girl was saved. Her large, black, jewel-like eyes were filled with shock. She couldn't believe that she had been saved. What's your name, little girl, are you scared out of your wits? The dark red divine dragon asked when it saw that the little girl still did not leave even though the formation was no longer around her. However, the little girl lowered her head and grabbed the corner of her clothes with her small hands. She was very afraid. She was not sure who the 2 people in front of her were. Forget it, come out with us. Lin Xian waved his hand and did not force her. He could tell that she was very afraid. She would probably be fine after spending some time with him. Lin Xian's soul probed and looked at her. He was relieved to find that she was not injured. Therefore, he looked around. Other than the little girl being held captive, the rest of the place was empty and there was nothing else. Lin Xian reincarnated and left the pavilion. Then, he went to other buildings. There were many resources, treasures, cultivation methods, and weapons, but there was no one else. This made Lin Xian very curious about the little girl's identity and why she was imprisoned by the 4 Jiuli demons. However, her identity must not be simple. Otherwise, demon kings like the 4 Jiuli demons would have set up so many formations. He looked around. Lin Xian had a general understanding of the black demon ship. Then, he jumped off the black demon ship and went to the side. The dark red divine dragon was sorting out the treasures and resources. The little girl also followed Lin Xian off the black demon ship. However, she did not dare to get too close and kept a distance of 4 to 5 meters from Lin Xian. What's your name? Why are you locked up here? Lin Xian sat down and looked at her, puzzled. However, that little girl didn't say anything. Her large black eyes were blinking non-stop. Lin Xian shook his head and did not force her. However, at this moment, he heard her stomach growling, and the corners of his mouth immediately curled up into a smile. With a wave of his hand, he built a fire. Then, Lin Xian smiled and said, Ruffian dragon, go and catch a few demon beasts. Oh right, catch a few with meat. Got it. I've become an errand boy. The dark red divine dragon reluctantly flew into the distance. The snow-white little monkey also came out of the black earth and flew into the distance. It seemed that it had gone to pick some. After about half an hour, the two of them flew back. Bang, the dark red divine dragon threw down a demon bull. The demon bull was green in color and had 2 heads. It looked very ferocious. Its body was very big, like a small mountain. Therefore, when it landed, the ground cracked. Apart from that, the dark red divine dragon also caught a few blue-eyed demon rabbits. These were not ordinary rabbits. Each of them was more than 2 meters tall. Although they were dead, their bodies were still emitting terrifying demonic chi. Wu-ji on the other side, the snow-white little monkey flew over with a small mountain of spirit fruits in its hand. These were all picked by it. These fruits were crystal clear and filled with spiritual energy. The snow-white little monkey picked a few and hid them well. It seemed that they were snacks for itself. It picked up the rest and ate happily. As it ate, it threw the fruits to Lin Xian and the little girl. When the snow-white little monkey came out, the little girl stared at it unblinkingly because she found the snow-white little monkey too cute. Wu-ji, the snow-white little monkey carried 2 spirit fruits and came in front of the little girl. A smile finally appeared on the little girl's face, and she even reached out to rub the little fox's head. Lin Xian smiled faintly when he saw this. Soon, piles of barbecued meat were placed on top of the bonfire. Lin Xian flicked his finger and hellfire gushed out, quickly roasting the meat. The hellfire burned away all the demonic energy in the meat, ensuring that there was no harm to the human body. Soon, the barbecued meat turned golden. Lin Xian tasted it and found it delicious. I can't wait any longer, the crimson dragon tore off a cow leg. It was as big as a house and enjoyed its meal. On the other side, the little white monkey also jumped over and snatched one. The little girl swallowed her saliva and blinked her big black eyes. Obviously, she also wanted to eat. Come over. Lin Xian beckoned. The little girl hesitated. She realized that the man and 2 beasts in front of her didn't seem like bad guys. Therefore, she walked over. Lin Xian gave it a piece of demon rabbit meat and ate a bit of it himself. He asked as he ate. What's your name, Xianxia? What a nice name. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he asked, how were you captured? Why did the 4 Jiuli demons capture you? I don't know. Xianxia shook her head. I snuck out of my house to play and was then captured by those bad guys. They've been trapping me for almost a month. At this point, Xianxia lowered her head with an aggrieved expression. Indeed, no one would be happy to be captured and trapped for a month for no reason. However, Lin Xian felt that things weren't that simple. This Xianxia's identity was very special. Otherwise, the 4 Jiuli demons wouldn't have captured an ordinary person. However, Lin Xian didn't sense any particularly powerful aura from Xianxia. It seemed that she had cultivated before, but her cultivation wasn't high. Therefore, Lin Xian asked, where's your house? I'll send you back. She was just a little girl, and her cultivation wasn't that high. If she were to walk back on her own, she would probably be in deep trouble. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry. He might as well send her back first. Yes, Peach Blossom Island. Xianxia thought for a moment and told him her home. Hearing this name, Lin Xian was stunned. Peach Blossom Island? He had never heard of him. At the side, the dark red divine dragon almost bit off its tongue. Where? Peach Blossom Island, what, you know? Lin Xian asked. Judging from the other party's expression, he should know. The dark red dragon nodded. Of course, it knew. However, Peach Blossom Island is located in the East Sea. That was a place even further east than the Eastern Wilderness. Why did you come to Zhongzhou State? Was this the Central State? Isn't it the Eastern Wilderness? Xingqian was also surprised. She scratched her head and took a bite of the rabbit meat. I don't know. I just came out to play for a few days. At this point, Xiao Xingqian's face twitched and tears were about to fall. Don't you cry. Lin Xian comforted. Although Peach Blossom Island is a bit far, you can rest assured that I will definitely send you back. However, this might take a long time. Lin Xian decided to help the little girl because he was the one who had saved her. Moreover, looking at her pitiful appearance, he couldn't bear to see her homeless. However, it was impossible for him to return to the eastern wilderness now. He still had things to do. Therefore, he decided to keep her by his side for a while. Although he was facing a lot of pursuers, he believed that it would be very safe to place the other party in the Black Earth. After that, Xianxia stayed by Lin Xian's side. "Xiao Bai, let me give you a bath, okay?" Xianxia hugged the little white monkey and kept rubbing its head. "Little dragon, take me to the sky." Not long after, Xianxia grabbed the dark red dragon's tail and shook it non-stop. The dark red dragon bared its fangs in displeasure. However, in the end, it bent down and pulled Xianxia up. Then, it flew in the valley. "Wow, this is great. We can fly." Xianxia was very happy. Lin Xian looked at this scene and was very surprised. One had to know that he had wanted to use the dark red dragon as a free mount more than once. However, the dark red divine dragon would never agree. In the end, Lin Xian gave up. However, he didn't expect the dark red dragon to carry someone. This was too surprising. "What kind of magic does this Xianxia have, Big Brother Lin? I'm hungry. I want to eat roasted rabbit." Xianxia flew for a while and came over to grab Lin Xian's arm. Lin Xian could only give her roasted rabbit. 2 days passed like this. Lin Xian put away the black demon ship. Then, the group entered the Black Earth. "Let's go." Lin Xian decided to go to the border of the Nine Serenities dynasty. He wanted to lie low for a while. At the same time, he wanted to find some blacksmiths to see if they could repair the black demon ship. If he took out the black demon ship in this area, it would definitely attract the attention of those people. After all, the black demon ship was too famous. However, if he went to the border, things would be different. The forces there were complicated. If it really didn't work, he could go to the opposite country. Not long after Lin Xian and the others left, a black cloud appeared in the sky and pressed down. If one looked carefully, they would realize that it wasn't a black cloud, but people. Countless figures densely packed together. They were like celestial soldiers and generals, floating in the void and emitting a terrifying aura. It directly shattered heaven and earth. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh, more than a dozen figures descended from the sky and arrived at the valley below. They looked around and then frowned. There were many bones of demonic beasts and traces of fire here. It was obvious that someone had lived here. An old man said in a deep voice. These people were the joint forces of the Taiyi dynasty, the Ting family, and the city lord's residents. At this moment, they had chased all the way here. Damn it, we were still one step too late. A general of the city lord's residence gritted his teeth with an unwilling expression. It seemed that the other party hadn't been gone for long. Mr. Park. Everyone looked at the young man in white. The young man narrowed his eyes and grabbed the aura around him. Then, he pinched his fingers and calculated. Soon, he revealed a cold smile. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. This time, I can clearly lock onto him. Thank you, Mr. Park. The few powerhouses were overjoyed. Then, the group flew into the distance. In the void, the Black Earth flew quickly. Lin Xian turned off all the functions and maintained the flying state. This was because he couldn't afford it. However, if it was just flying, it was fine. He could still bear it. Inside the Black Earth, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and silently cultivated. In front, Xianxia and the snow-white little monkey were playing, while the dark red divine dragon was studying a new formation. However, at this moment, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His eyelids were twitching violently, and there were even golden runes floating out of his eyes. What's going on? Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon at the side also turned its head. It didn't know why, but it felt uneasy. Lin Xian also frowned. This had never happened with the heavenly secret god eyes before. After all, these eyes were not his, but a gift from someone else. Although he felt that they had completely fused. He still did not know if they had truly fused. Now that something like this had happened, Lin Xian could not help but feel suspicious. In the distance, He Tu also floated over. He looked at the golden runes and said, I once heard that the heavenly secret divine eyes are very mysterious and seems to be able to warn you. Are you being targeted by someone? It's possible. The dark red divine dragon also said that the Ting family would not let this matter rest. After all, their family had invincible experts. Moreover, the Tai dynasty and the war tribe would probably chase after them. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed that it was really a warning. He did not expect the heavenly secret divine eyes to have such a function. Why didn't he notice it before? Indeed, he had been hunted down many times in the past and was almost killed by the assassins of hell. At that time, the heavenly secret divine eyes did not warn him in advance. What was going on? How could he not understand? He realized that this pair of eyes was too mysterious, as if there were endless mysteries waiting for him to discover. He-Tu changed direction. Lin Xian said. He-Tu controlled the spirit ship and changed direction, flying in another direction. Sure enough, after a period of time, the light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. That feeling of uneasiness also disappeared. This made Lin Xian breathe a sigh of relief. Behind them, in a place extremely far away, a group of people flew quickly. Among them, the young man sneered and changed direction. Could it be that the other party found out what's going on? Is that brat trying to escape? The surrounding experts were also worried. The young man in white sneered. Don't worry, he will definitely not be able to escape from my hands. As he spoke, he pinched his fingers and started to deduce. Mysterious Dao runes appeared around him, covering the void. It was very profound. It made people feel dizzy just by looking at it. Over here, not long after, the young man in white opened his eyes. Boom boom, the huge spirit ship under their feet was also flying quickly. In front. In the black earth, Lin Xian's heart beat wildly again, and that uneasy feeling appeared again. At the same time, mysterious runes flashed in his eyes. What's going on? Why is this feeling coming again? Lin Xian frowned. He felt like he was being watched. He told Crimson Shenong and He-Tu about this feeling again. The two of them were also very confused after hearing it. Oh no, looks like we've been targeted. Dark red Shenong angrily slapped his dragon claw. Being targeted? What did that mean? Aren't we being hunted down? No, it's different. He-Tu also explained. It seems that this time, someone used the great deduction technique to directly lock onto your position. This was different from a blind pursuit. This time, they're heading straight for you. Great deduction technique, lock onto the position. Lin Xian was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. No wonder he had such an uneasy feeling. No wonder his heavenly secret divine eyes would send out such an unusual warning. Damn it, who is it? Ting family? City Lord's mansion? Or the Tai dynasty? Lin Xian frowned. No matter who it was, it would probably be a fierce battle. So in the next moment, he changed his position again. And from then on, Lin Xian kept changing his position every once in a while. Every time he changed his position, his uneasy feeling would disappear. But not long after, the uneasy feeling would appear again. Obviously, the other party had locked onto him again and again. Damn it, seeing this scene, Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't expect the other party to be an expert who could lock onto his position so clearly. In the next moment, he asked in a low voice, can you erase our tracks, for example, hide our presence or set up an isolation array? It's useless. Dark red Shenong shrugged and said helplessly, this kind of deduction technique is very mysterious. Even if the presence is isolated, he can still find us. It seems to be related to the heavenly Tao of fate. In short, it's very mysterious. Indeed, He-Tu also said, this kind of diviner is very rare. Their honorable status is no less than that of a seeker spirit master. The more famous ones are the astrology pavilion and the divine fortune-telling sect. It was just that he didn't know which clan's expert had made a move this time. Astrology pavilion, divine fortune-telling sect? Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he didn't give up and sealed his presence. He even directly activated the Black Earth's array to isolate everything. However, the sense of danger did not disappear. Obviously, Dark Red Shenong and He-Tu were right. Speed up, Lin Xian had no choice but to grit his teeth and speed up the Black Earth. However, it was obvious that the people behind them were prepared and also sped up. Finally, the gap between the two sides was getting closer and closer. And Lin Xian's uneasy feeling was getting stronger and stronger. On the 11th day, Lin Xian finally sensed a gigantic spirit vessel behind him that was charging towards him at high speed. Humph, he snorted and stood up. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would fight. Cultivators like us don't fear a battle. He took out the ancient dragon abyss sword. Hee, this time I will take the first kill. Dark Red Shenong also stood up. Xingchen, stay here and play with Xiaobai. Don't go out. Oh. Xia Xingchen nodded. Big brother Lin, be careful. Then, Lin Xian and Dark Red Shenong left the black earth in a flash. He Tu also shrank into an earring and hung on Lin Xian's ear. When Lin Xian and Dark Red Shenong appeared, the huge spirit ship behind them also stopped and floated in the void. On the spirit ship, there were people densely packed. Not only that, this was the first spirit ship. Behind it, there were 3 other spirit ships. In addition, there were all kinds of birds and beasts around. It was very terrifying. On those beasts, there were people standing. Each of them was murderous and had piercingly cold gazes. They all looked forward and stared at Lin Xian. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the void in front of them shattered. It couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure at all. You're Lin Xian? Many elders shouted coldly. On the other side, the martial artists in black armor roared, kneel down and accept your death. On the spirit ship, General Xianing was wearing armor and looking forward. Kid, I've finally caught you. Do you have any last words? Hurry up and stay. Cold voices resounded one after another, piercing through the 9 heavens like swords of murder. Countless figures appeared in the surroundings. They were murderous and completely surrounded Lin Xian. At the same time, angry roars sounded, how dare you kill our young master? Today will be the day you die. You think you can kill me with just trash like you? Terrifying sound waves reverberated. In an instant, the beasts around Lin Xian exploded. That powerful force enveloped all the warriors on the demonic beast's back. In an instant, nearly 100 warriors turned into blood mist and scattered in the air. Damn it, seeing this scene, the remaining people felt their scalps go numb. Who the hell is he? With a roar, he killed more than 100 warriors. This was too terrifying. They were shocked. Humph, kid, don't be so arrogant. Today is the day you die. On the spiritual boat, the powerhouse of the Taiyi dynasty shouted coldly. On the other side, the people of the city lord's mansion emitted a terrifying murderous aura. The warriors of the Ting family sneered. With the 3 superpowers taking the lead, the remaining families also settled down. That's right. This time, there were thousands of soldiers and horses. Even a peerless supreme being would not be able to escape. It could be said that the other party would definitely die. If you want to kill me, you have to pay the price. Who wants to go first? Lin Xian stood in the void and looked around. He emitted a terrifying murderous aura that spread for thousands of miles. I'll kill you, a young man walked out. He was wearing a blue armor that shone like stars. He was a peerless genius from the city lord's mansion. He stood out with a long spear in his hand and snorted coldly. Kid, I know there's a mysterious powerhouse behind you. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to kill the 4 demons of Jiuli. Since the powerhouse behind you won't make a move, you won't be enough. Today, I'll kill you to avenge my brother. It turned out that he was the elder brother of young master Qian Shan. His name was Qian Yu. At this moment, he stood in the void, looking valiant. The blue armor on his body shone brightly like the stars in the sky. The blue star spear in his hand shone with a cold light. Not enough? Lin Xian glanced at him with a disdainful smile. How dare a top-tier supreme being fight with him? He's courting death. Moreover, from these people's words, he could tell that they did not think he killed the 4 demons of Jiuli with his own hands. They all thought that there was a terrifying and mysterious power behind him. Well, let these people be confused. He would teach these people a painful lesson. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing that he was being looked down upon, Qian Yu roared. He lifted his spear, and the terrifying spear transformed into a river of stars that rapidly surged through the air towards Lin Xian. Many people cried out in surprise because Xianyu's strength was too strong. At such a young age, he had already surpassed many of the older generation. It could be said that he was an incomparably terrifying genius. Humph. He was overestimating himself. Lin Xian sneered. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Then, he clenched his fist and punched out. Black flames burned. His fist was like a black sun. It surged out and illuminated the surroundings. Boom, with a loud bang, the Milky Way in the sky split open, turning into spiritual chi and dissipating in all directions. As for the black fist, it was not damaged in the slightest. It continued to rapidly charge forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Xianyu. Damn it, how could he be so strong? Xianyu's expression changed. He felt a strong sense of danger. Previously, he did not believe that the other party was powerful because everything was just a legend. No matter how strong the other party was, it was impossible to kill a peerless almighty. As long as the other party was not a peerless almighty, he had the confidence to kill the other party. But now, it seemed that it was not the case. The other party's strength far exceeded his. He could even shatter his attack with one punch. Damn it, I don't believe it, Xianyu shouted angrily. He did not dare to believe it. Endless light appeared on his body, preparing to use his strongest attack. Sky-splitting divine spear. A spear pierced out, shattering heaven and earth. The terrifying spear light pierced through the 9 heavens, causing the surrounding people to feel a chill down their spines. One could imagine how terrifying the spear was. However, it was a pity that this spear only pierced an afterimage. Lin Xian relied on his superb speed to dodge instantly. In an instant, he appeared behind the other party. Is this all you've got? Too weak, with your little strength, you still dare to come and kill me? Cultivate for another 1,000 years. A cold voice sounded behind Xianyu. Immediately, Xianyu's body stiffened, and a strong sense of horror appeared in his eyes. Damn it, how could the other party's speed be so fast? He did not react at all. At the next moment, he roared angrily and attacked with a backhand. Boom crack, however, he started to scream miserably. The reason for that was because his arm had been directly broken by his opponent. Ah, uncle, save me, Xianyu roared crazily, his eyes full of horror. At this moment, he no longer dared to act tough and only wanted to escape. Damn it, let my nephew go. In the distance, on a spirit boat, a middle-aged man roared. He raised his hand and struck out a red cloud of fire, which swept over here, wanting to save Xianyu. Save Xianyu? Stop dreaming, since you came to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Lin Xian's arm shook, and suddenly, Xianyu in front of him directly exploded and turned into a blood mist. He waved his sleeve, and the blood mist in the sky instantly drifted away. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. They could not believe that a peerless genius was killed in one move just like that. God, who can tell me? What the hell is going on? How could this kid's strength be so powerful? Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were about to go crazy. The middle-aged man from the city lord's mansion roared crazily. He did not expect that the genius on their side would be killed in an instant by the other party. How could he endure this? How was he going to explain it when he returned? So with a roar, he attacked crazily. The fiery clouds in the sky surged over overwhelmingly. Boom boom boom, the void shattered in an instant, and the terrifying flames with extremely high temperature made everyone feel hot. They even felt like they were being burned. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly and did not dodge at all. At the next moment, he raised his hand and struck out a blue palm, which instantly flew out and collided with the other party. There was an explosion of energy that blotted out the sky. The sky was frozen, and the terrifying fiery clouds were frozen in an instant. Not only that, the middle-aged man on the opposite side vomited a large mouthful of blood. Countless frost on his body instantly disappeared, and the chi and blood in his body were frozen. Damn it, how could he be so strong? The middle-aged man vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his face was full of shock. In just one move, he was seriously injured. He was so terrified that he did not dare to attack again. Seeing this scene, the others were terrified again. Who the hell was this person? He was too terrifying. However, on the spirit boat, General Xianxia snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and a cold voice sounded. Everyone, listen to my order, kill, attack together. He could not fight against everyone. Yes, the powerhouses on the Tai Empire side shouted angrily, and then rushed forward together. Kill him. Avenge our clan's powerhouse. The elders on the Ting family's side also shouted angrily, and the shadows of flying snakes appeared on their bodies, roaring in all directions. The sky was full of divine abilities, and they were attacking this side. The people from the city lord's mansion were also full of killing intent. One of their young geniuses had died in front of them, so how could they not go crazy? With the three major factions attacking, the surrounding family members no longer hesitated. They shouted angrily and attacked together. Boom, boom. Boom, up in the sky, on the ground, in all directions, there were terrifying energy waves that completely covered the entire sky. Ruffian dragon, do it, don't hold back. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Armor appeared on his body, and the ice goddess statue appeared to protect him. Above his head, the dragon sword realm floated up and down. Under his feet, the demon-slaying sword array quickly recovered, and he kept swinging the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Facing so many experts, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was also roaring. His body suddenly expanded and turned into a divine dragon that was 100 feet long. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws in the air. He opened his mouth and spat out balls of dragon flame. Not only that, but dark clouds gathered in the sky. Lightning, strong winds, and torrential rain poured down. Those who were touched by the flames vomited large mouthfuls of blood and were severely injured. The two of them attacked with all their might, and it was truly terrifying. For a moment, the energy waves that were rushing from all directions were shattered. Large groups of martial artists vomited blood and were sent flying. The weaker ones exploded or were split in half. In short, it was very miserable. The sky was instantly dyed red. The blood was absorbed by the demon-slaying sword array under his feet. Then, the blood turned into demonic beasts that roared ferociously in all directions. Damn it! He's too powerful. Many people were terrified. However, the attack did not dissipate. Because this time, the Tai dynasty had mobilized all their forces to capture that person. They had many experts on their side. Sure enough, in the crowd, an old man snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and a 5-colored rainbow fell from the sky. The rainbow was very dreamy. It turned into a light curtain and enveloped Lin Xian. It was the 5-colored divine red. Many people exclaimed. However, an old man shouted coldly. No, that's the tail of the 5-colored divine bird. I didn't expect it to be a cosmic artifact. It was absolutely terrifying. The 5-colored divine bird was a kind of exotic beast from ancient times. It was very terrifying. The 5-colored feathers on his body were excellent materials for refining artifacts. He did not expect that someone would really succeed. Needless to say, the one who attacked was definitely a terrifying expert from the Tai dynasty. Sure enough, the 5-colored rainbow was extremely terrifying. It was like a bottle of heavenly sabers descending, capable of destroying everything. Humph, let's see how you're going to block this, the old man sneered. This 5-colored rainbow was a treasure that he had refined for more than 800 years. Its power was extremely terrifying. Thinking about it, the other party would definitely not be able to escape. Whoosh, Lin Xian naturally felt the power of the 5-colored rainbow from the energy that filled the sky. In the next moment, his feet flashed, and his speed suddenly exploded, leaving the place in an instant. Crack, the original void was directly shattered, and Lin Xian appeared in another place. At the same time, he raised his hand and shot out the power of ice and fire, forming the Hell's Ice Lotus and flying to the left. Boom! Boom! The Hell's Ice Lotus blasted onto the 5-colored rainbow, creating a shocking explosion. The 5-colored rainbow was enveloped by the power of ice and fire and instantly shattered. As for that old man, he vomited blood and was sent flying. Disbelief filled his face. Damn it, I don't believe it, die for me. At this moment, another person also charged over. He was an elder of the Ting family. He held a soaring snake walking stick in his hand. At this moment, it suddenly enlarged to a few thousand meters long. It looked like a real demonic beast that pounced from the sky. Its hideous head emitted a fierce light, and its mouth spewed poisonous gas that filled the sky, completely sealing the surroundings. As soon as the poisonous gas appeared, the other people's faces changed. They retreated one after another, not daring to go forward. They were afraid of being affected by the poisonous gas. Lin Xian also frowned. The poisonous gas was very strong, and he must not let it get close. Therefore, in the next moment, 108,000 sword chi rushed out of his body, forming a terrifying sword screen in front of him. At the same time, he waved his hand. The terrifying hell's fire surged out and burned fiercely, wanting to burn all the poisonous gas in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The terrifying poisonous gas was instantly burned, and the surroundings were clear again. Damn it, how's that possible? How can he be so valiant? The elder of the Ting family was also shocked. He did not expect that even their soaring snake poisonous gas could not do anything to him. Whoosh! Nevertheless, Lin Xian's crisis was not resolved because there were too many people around him, and there were too many powerhouses. Sure enough, a cold light emerged from behind him. Like a shooting star, it quickly streaked across the void. It was a powerhouse from the governor's residence. At this moment, he seized the opportunity to launch a fatal attack. He quickly blasted toward the middle of Lin Xian's back. If Ouyang was hit, he would definitely be pierced through and might even be killed in one blow. Sensing the terrifying aura behind him, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the sword chi on his body became more dazzling. The terrifying sword light formed the shadow of a dragon, roaring in all directions as if a real dragon was reborn. Seeing this, the surrounding people were shocked. A real dragon? No, it's not. It's just a real shadow. An elder of the Taiyi dynasty said coldly. Even so, it was still terrifying. After Lin Xian was enveloped by the dragon's shadow, he suddenly turned around and grabbed out with his left hand like a dragon's claw. Buzz, in the next moment, amidst the endless light, he grabbed a blue spear. This spear naturally belonged to the powerhouse from the governor's residence. He originally wanted to launch a sneak attack. However, he did not expect to be discovered by Ouyang. Moreover, he was caught by Ouyang. Damn it! Let go! The powerhouse roared and shook his arms, trying to shatter Lin Xian's palm. However, in the next moment, he screamed in pain. Because Lin Xian held the blue spear in his left hand and waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his right hand, directly cutting the spear in half. Lin Xian held the spearhead and waved it hard, instantly piercing into the powerhouse's body. Poof! The powerhouse spat out blood crazily and flew backward like a shooting star. Who else? If you're not afraid of death, come at me. Lin Xian held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was also happily fighting with a group of martial artists. The sky was filled with energy and lightning, dancing wildly. I'll fight. Take my overlord divine fist. Bang bang bang, the fist shadows waved, and in an instant, more than 10 figures were sent flying. Clang clang clang, countless swords and sabers slashed on the dark red divine dragon's body, causing sparks to fly. The dark red divine dragon grimaced in pain and rolled in the air. However, the hard dragon scales blocked all the swords and sabers and did not shatter. However, the pain still made the dark red divine dragon curse loudly. Damn it, how dare you sneak attack me? I'll kick you to death. I'll kick. I'll kick. I'll kick kick kick. It kept waving it, and the heads of the surrounding 15 to 16 kings were instantly kicked to death. Damn it, this guy is too strong. Hurry up and come. We must subdue him. Many people charged towards the dark red divine dragon again. Lin Xian's side was also surrounded by countless powerhouses again. Are you competing in numbers? Are you trying to outnumber us? The dark red divine dragon was furious. It opened its mouth and spat out formations one after another. Buzz, terrifying sword chi surged into the sky. Endless fireballs, frost, and lightning danced in the air. In an instant, hundreds of martial artists were enveloped and screamed in pain. How could one not prepare a few more formations when traveling in the martial world? The dark red divine dragon carried a powerful killing array with it at all times in case of an emergency. Now was the time to use them. Elder, make your move. At this moment, many people on the Ting family spirit boat shouted angrily. At this moment, an old figure stood up. His face had turned into orange peel, and he looked very old. He looked like a skeleton. With every step he took, he would sway as if he would be blown away by the wind at any time. At this moment, everyone looked at him with respect. This was because he was an extremely ancient elder who was very terrifying. He had lived for about 3,000 years and was almost a living fossil. At that moment, he looked ahead and frowned. His sunken eyes shone with a sharp light, like two divine lamps. If we don't get rid of this kid, the Ting family won't be at ease. The elder said coldly. Following that, the aura on his body suddenly erupted as if a peerless demon king had awakened. Buzz, he waved his sleeve, and a snake skin flew out. It turned into a mountain and pressed forward. Seeing this, many people exclaimed again and retreated. They did not dare to fight Lin Xian in close combat anymore because the void around Lin Xian shattered again. The powerful pressure made their hearts tremble. It was the Ting Serpent King's skin. It was estimated to be at least 5,000 years old. This was a great weapon of mass destruction. It contained lethal poison. Even a peerless almighty being would not be able to withstand it. Hearing this, many people hurriedly emitted light and retreated. What a joke. They did not dare to touch such a terrifying poison. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the Vine King serpent that was rapidly descending from the sky. He did not dodge. Instead, he waited quietly. When it was only 100 meters away from him, he made his move. The ancient dragon abyss sword slashed forward. You're overestimating yourself. Go to hell. The elder from the Ting family shouted coldly. His eyes were full of mockery. He did not expect the other party to be so arrogant. Instead of dodging, he directly resisted the Vine King serpent. Wasn't this courting death? Could it be that the other party thought he could destroy the snakeskin? One had to know that this was left behind by a 5,000-year-old peerless great demon. Back then, the Ting Serpent King had almost stepped into the realm of an invincible demon king. Although it failed in the end, its skin was extremely tough. Perhaps even a peerless almighty would not be able to break it. His opponent was just a brat, yet he dared to be so arrogant as to resist his treasure head-on? He was simply courting death. Boom. Boom, in the sky, snakeskin mercilessly descended. On it, streaks of light flickered, and a purple demonic aura emanated from it. It was an extremely terrifying poison, and a single drop was enough to kill a powerful being. If one was wrapped in the soaring Serpent King's skin, anyone below the level of king would die without a doubt. However, what happened this time far exceeded everyone's expectations. The ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand emitted a biting cold sword light. The terrifying sword Qi soared into the sky. It made one's heart tremble. Then, the dragon source ancient sword slashed down on the snakeskin. Qi, Qi. The soaring Serpent King's demonic aura surrounded it as it tried to corrode the other party's treasure sword. However, the sword Qi on the ancient sword was extremely cold. In an instant, the purple poisonous aura was completely destroyed. What? How can the poisonous aura be destroyed? That treasure sword is fine, how is this possible? What kind of treasure sword is that? Even a top-grade treasure weapon can't resist the corrosion of this poison. These people were stunned. The Ting family's martial artists were even more terrified. The elder also frowned. There was something wrong with that treasure sword. In an instant, he saw the crux of the problem. Snatch his treasure sword. It's a supreme treasure sword. The Ting family's elder shouted angrily. Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. The Ting family's martial artists moved out together. Now that the Ting family's ancient sword was blocked by the soaring Serpent King, the other party's strength should be greatly reduced. As long as they killed the other party, the ancient sword would be theirs. At this moment, not only the Ting family, but the Tai dynasty, the governor's residence, and the surrounding families also moved out. Naturally, they could tell that the ancient sword was definitely powerful. It had probably surpassed an Earth-grade treasure sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, 3,000 experts came around Lin Xian. Terrifying light divine arts rained down on Lin Xian. They wanted to shatter Lin Xian. Go to hell, brat. These people sneered sinisterly. A bunch of ants, how dare you have designs on my treasure sword? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, the goddess of ice on his body quickly flapped its wings. A terrifying power of ice instantly surged out. Crack! Crack! 3,000 experts were frozen in an instant. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and threw out a punch, shattering those ice cubes quickly. 3,000 powerhouses were torn apart. Swoosh! Seeing this scene, the cultivators who wanted to charge forward stopped in their tracks. Their faces were filled with horror. Damn it, what's going on? He's still so powerful without the treasure sword. They realized that they were wrong. The other party's strength didn't just rely on the terrifying treasure sword. Retreat! Many people felt that something was wrong and frantically retreated. Lin Xian sneered. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? He flicked his finger, and a dragon-shaped sword wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Puff! Puff! The sword wave was too sharp. It carried the power of the great dragon sword soul and was incomparably sharp. The void shattered in an instant, and those martial artists were instantly affected. Puff! They were split in half and fell from the sky. In an instant, more than 8,000 martial artists were killed. Old man, it's your turn now. After dealing with those people around him, Lin Xian looked at the skinny old man in the distance again. He could be considered a living fossil. He was more than 3,000 years old. Whether it was his combat experience or combat awareness, he was very terrifying. How could such a person not be angry when he was looked down upon by a brat? Of course, the anger of a living fossil was different from the anger of an ordinary person. He wouldn't rush forward impulsively. He wanted to analyze the other party's weakness and take a targeted killing move. Humph! The living fossil of the Ting family snorted and waved the snake-headed walking stick in his hand. Instantly, the Rattan King snake in the sky bloomed with light and emitted a terrifying aura. The snakeskin seemed to have come alive and instantly enveloped the ancient dragon abyss sword, completely binding it. Buzz! 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 The ancient sword was bound in the sky and left Lin Xian's hand. Seeing this scene, everyone laughed crazily. Ha 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 ha! Great, brat! Let's see what else you can do without the treasure sword. Kneel and wait for your death. How dare you fight against the living fossil of the Ting family? You're courting death. How dare you fight against the Ting family's living fossil? You're courting death. The Ting family's martial artists sneered. General Shenying and the others also snorted when they saw this. The corners of their mouths curled up into a sneer. It seemed that joining forces with the Nine Li dynasty's experts and clans was the right choice. However, the other party was too arrogant. Not long after coming to the Nine Li dynasty, he offended countless big clans. This time, he was definitely dead. Looking at the bound ancient dragon abyss sword above, Lin Xian was not anxious or angry. This was because he knew that the ancient dragon abyss sword was a heaven-grade treasure sword. Its power was beyond their imagination. No matter how powerful the Ting King snake's skin was, it could not damage the ancient dragon source sword. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to retrieve the sword. He decided to play with these people. Don't these people think that I'm only relying on the treasure sword? Fine, I'll kill them with my bare hands. I'll let them know my true strength. Idiots. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon looked over while fighting and snorted in disdain. He knew about Lin Xian's strength. How dare these people look down on him? They must be courting death. Sure enough, in the next moment, those people screamed. This was because Lin Xian did not snatch the ancient dragon abyss sword. Instead, he charged forward. His target was the Ting family's spirit boat. Courting death. Seeing that the other party was charging directly at them, the martial artists on the spirit boat were all furious. The illusory Ting snake behind them quickly soared into the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it charged forward. TSK, TSK, bang bang, in an instant, the void in front of them exploded. However, it was useless. Lin Xian waved his hand, grabbed the illusory figures, and rubbed them with force. Boom, the terrifying illusory Ting snake was directly torn into two. This scene was too terrifying. It was too shocking. Those who were torn into pieces vomited blood crazily. Many of them directly split open. I'm dead meat? I'm only relying on the treasure sword? Lin Xian sneered. As he spoke, he opened and closed his fists, bombarding the surroundings. At this moment, he had already charged onto the spirit boat and was surrounded by the Ting family's martial artists. Everything that was hit by the fist was smashed apart and turned into a bloody mist. At the spur of the moment, hundreds of Ting family's martial artists were killed. Damn it, kill him, I must kill him. The eyes of the Ting clan's warriors turned red while the living fossil snorted coldly. Who would have thought that the other party would still be so domineering even without a sword? However, the other party was truly courting death by coming to their spirit vessel. In the next moment, the snake-headed walking stick in his hand swayed gently, and countless arrays formed on the spirit boat. Buzz buzz buzz, the chains danced in the air and instantly wrapped around Lin Xian. Lin Xian's arms, limbs, and head were all bound and dropped to the ground. This is great, the kings of the Ting family heaved a sigh of relief and cheered. Mighty ancestor, was this the living fossil of the Ting clan? It was indeed powerful. When the other king almighties saw this, they were also extremely shocked. Such a powerful genius had been subdued in an instant. Kill him, the Ting clan's martial artists surrounded them again. They stood below and looked up at Lin Xian, who was hanging in the air, and roared ferociously. Wouldn't killing him be letting him off too easily? Don't worry, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. The living fossil of the Ting clan snorted coldly. Let me try first. A young man stood out. He was also a genius of the Ting clan. His face was originally filled with fear, but when he saw that the other party was captured, a sinister smile appeared on his face. In the next moment, he raised his hand and shot out countless lightning bolts that struck Lin Xian's body. Instantly, energy exploded, and a sea of lightning engulfed the area in front of him. Would he be killed? Don't worry, with the living fossil of the Ting clan, that brat would definitely not die. However, he would inevitably be tortured for a while. It would probably be difficult for him to escape for the rest of his life. He asked for it. How dare he kill so many geniuses and offend so many clans? He'll definitely die. The people around them shouted coldly. The people from the governor's residence also flashed and prepared to join in the torture. On the other hand, the people from the Taiyi dynasty said, General, should we snatch him? General Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Don't panic, that brat won't die for the time being. Let these people vent their anger first. When they're half dead, we'll ask for him. Good idea, but I can't help but want to try. On the Taiyi dynasty's side, many people also rushed over. They also wanted to torture the other party. On the other battlefield, the dark red divine dragon was surrounded by countless figures and engaged in an intense battle. Humph, an old man sneered. Why are you still struggling? Your companions have already been captured. I advise you to surrender obediently and join the Ting clan. The Ting clan can let you be our guardian beast. Otherwise, you'll only end up dead. Yes, surrender to the governor's residence and we'll spare your life. Follow the Taiyi dynasty and you'll become an invincible demon king. However, if you dare to go against us, you'll end up like that brat. A fate worse than death. Cold shouts were heard. TSK, the dark red divine dragon, sneered in disdain at this threat. He did not believe that Lin Xian had really been captured. One had to know that Lin Xian had so many trump cards that it was definitely beyond everyone's expectations. Just you wait, these people will soon regret it. Therefore, in the next moment, the dark red divine dragon sneered. What, you still want to threaten me? I advise you to kneel down obediently and become my human pets. If you perform well, I'll reward you with 1 or 2 great abilities of dragons and let you soar. Otherwise, I'll turn you into barbecue now. You're courting death. Hearing this, the surrounding powerhouses and mighty figures all shouted angrily and intensified their attacks. However, the dark red divine dragon had many array formations, and the dark red divine dragon itself was extremely terrifying. Therefore, for a moment, no one could do anything. At this moment, on the other side, the sea of lightning slowly disappeared where Lin Xian was. Because Lin Xian was tied up in chains and hung in midair, the Ting clan, Tai dynasty, the governor's residence, and the surrounding big clans all rushed over. They attacked as if they had gone crazy. All kinds of fireballs, light, lightning, and torrential rain. Saber lights and sword shadows. In short, they used everything they could to attack the front. In an instant, the void where Lin Xian was directly shattered. Terrifying cracks spread in all directions. Seeing this scene, many people stopped attacking and revealed ferocious smiles. They wanted to see how half-dead Lin Xian was. Therefore, they waited patiently. The light in front finally dissipated and gradually revealed a figure. However, in the next moment, these people were all stunned as if they had been petrified. Even the living fossil elder from the Ting clan's pupils shrank. Even the living fossil elder from the Ting family narrowed his eyes. In the distance, General Xianying and the others frowned. This was because the scene in front of them was different from what they had imagined. The other party wasn't half dead at all. He wasn't even injured at all. That's right, he wasn't injured. They rubbed their eyes hard. When they looked again, many people's eyes were bursting with light as if they wanted to pierce through the void. However, they realized that the scene in front of them was really happening. Lin Xian was still bound by the chains, but he wasn't injured at all. Those terrifying attacks didn't cause any harm to him at all. Damn it, how is this possible? No, this can't be real. I must have been hit by an illusion. Many people slapped themselves crazily, trying to break free from the illusion. However, all their actions were in vain. No matter how hard they tried, they realized that Lin Xian wasn't injured at all. Damn it, I don't believe it, these people roared crazily and attacked again. Terrifying energy surged out, completely exploding the area in front of them. A black hole spread out in all directions as if it wanted to devour everything. Previously, they were still worried and didn't dare to use their full strength. However, seeing this scene, they were really crazy. They couldn't care less anymore and attacked crazily. Boom boom boom, the terrifying explosion lasted for a long time before it slowly dissipated. The light that filled the sky disappeared, and everyone looked again. Among them, many people comforted themselves. This time, the other party should be dead for sure, that's for sure. Not even a speck of dust will be left. Such a terrifying attack. With so many experts working together, I'm afraid even an almighty won't be able to block it. Who asked this kid to be so pretentious? Now, he won't even have a corpse left. Cold laughter rang out as they looked ahead. However, very quickly, they were all stunned by what they saw. The smile on their faces froze, and deep fear appeared in their eyes. This was because they realized that it was the same as the previous scene. Lin Xian wasn't injured at all. No, how is this possible? How can this be? These people were crazy. They kept screaming, grabbing their hair, and their faces were full of fear. Although they were powerful king almighties, they couldn't help but tremble at this moment. This scene was simply too bizarre. Even peerless almighties wouldn't be able to withstand their combined attacks. And now, the other party was bound. How did the other party block it? They could not understand. How could they know that Lin Xian had summoned the great dragon sword spirit in an instant? The terrifying sword chi destroyed all the attacks. Although these people were strong and their hands were terrifying, they were not a threat to him. Damn it, how could this be? On the other side, the almighty kings who were fighting with the dark red divine dragon were all horrified when they saw this scene. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. The dark red divine dragon sneered. What? Did you see that? Do you think that you can beat him? I advise all of you to obediently become my human pets and work like cattle or horses for this emperor. If I'm in a good mood, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, you're really dead. Damn it, don't be so arrogant. This time, we have brought countless experts. These people gritted their teeth and comforted themselves. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon sneered. Bringing along the killing array that filled the sky, it once again clashed with the other party. On the other side, there was complete silence. Countless cultivators were dumbfounded. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sneered as he watched the scene unfold before him. Why? Are you very surprised? Are you very shocked? Do you think you can kill me after capturing me? Do you think you can hurt me with trash like you? What a joke. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. His voice reached the ears of the surrounding people, causing their faces to turn even paler. Clang, crack. At this moment, another change occurred in front of them. Everyone's scalps went numb. Lin Xian waved his hands, and the chains that bound him directly collapsed. A series of sounds rang out, and all the chains shattered and scattered on the ground. Damn it, how could this be? This time even the living fossil of the Ting family could not remain calm. These chains could trap a peerless almighty. How did the other party escape? He could not understand. Moreover, with his experience and strength, he could see that although the other party did not have that terrifying treasure sword, the other party's sword chi was not weak. However, his opponent's sword aura did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even sharper. How could this be? Even if the other party was a swordsman, without a weapon, his attack power should be greatly reduced. But now, the other party's power was getting stronger and stronger. This was beyond his understanding. There must be other secrets on this kid's body. The living fossil of the Ting family instantly thought of this possibility. He guessed correctly. However, he did not know what secrets the other party had. He decided that he must capture the other party and carefully study him. The other party was too mysterious. If he could obtain the other party's secrets, his stagnant cultivation might be able to reach a higher level. Thinking of this, a shocking light appeared in his eyes. This kid is somewhat interesting. This old man has lived for thousands of years, and this is the first time I have met such an interesting young man. You are worthy of my full strength. Old man, don't act like you're some big shot. Your life and chi are about to disappear, and you still dare to fight with me? Lin Xian looked forward and snorted disdainfully. How dare you be so rude to the living fossil of the Ting family? A few reckless youths of the Ting family rushed forward and roared crazily. In their opinion, with the living fossil of the elder, they were very safe. However, in the next moment, they screamed and flew backward. Lin Xian slapped the three youths and sent them flying. The three youths' bones were broken, and their internal organs were also ruptured. The three martial artists were directly turned into 3 piles of meat paste and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, not daring to speak carelessly anymore. The living fossil of the elder's face was completely gloomy. He could not tolerate the fact that the other party was so unscrupulous and killed the Ting family's disciples. Moreover, the other party's contemptuous attitude made him even more crazy. He had not felt this for thousands of years. Therefore, he was really angry. Kid, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I will make you pay a painful price. The living fossil of the Ting family shouted coldly and then waved the snake-headed walking stick in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! 3 illusory images of flying snakes flew out from the walking stick. Each of them was 1,000 meters long. They coiled around each other and formed a powerful attack that charged forward. The 3 illusory images of flying snakes were too terrifying. They seemed real, and the scales on them were lifelike like godly armors. Wherever they passed, the void was shattered. On top of that, the 3 flying snakes kept roaring, shattering the 9 heavens and causing the chi and blood in one's body to surge. They're just flying snakes. They're not even comparable to horned dragons. How dare they be impudent in front of me? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. He reached out his hand and performed a lost technique. A terrifying giant hand that covered the sky rushed down from the sky. It was like a dark cloud of demonic light. It was terrifying. Humph, how foolish, elder living fossil sneered at the sight. This was no ordinary vine serpent phantom. Under the enhancement of his control, this soaring serpent phantom was extremely terrifying. As expected, when the 3 soaring serpent phantoms approached Lin Xian's green dragon palm, one of the soaring serpent phantoms suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a huge fireball into the sky. Boom, the terrifying heatwave shattered the void. All the martial artists who were watching the battle retreated frantically. They felt their bodies burning as though they were on fire. How terrifying! As expected, the combat power of a living fossil is beyond our imagination. Many of the martial artists were shocked at the sight. Not only that, but the second and third heads also spat out storms and lightning. Terrifying energy bombarded the void, trying to tear apart the terrifying dragon-catching hand. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. The great dragon sword's soul in his body circulated, causing the green dragon palm to become even more dazzling. It was as though a pair of God's palms were slamming down from the heavens. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. In the next moment, these energies collided with each other, creating a deafening sound. The energy swept out in all directions like raging waves crashing against the shore. Dazzling light exploded in the sky. The violent energy gushed out like a vast ocean. Soon, the crowd screamed. Elder Living Fossil's pupils shrank. He realized that the attack of the 3 soaring serpent phantoms had been shattered by the green dragon palm. Not only that, the terrifying palm continued to grab the 3 soaring serpents. If the 3 soaring serpents were caught, they would not be able to fight back. When the martial artists saw this, they screamed in horror. Damn it, how could this brat's strength be so strong? Could it be that he could fight against the living fossil elder? Everyone was going crazy. Elder Living Fossil snorted. In the next moment, the walking stick in his hand danced quickly, drawing a strange arc in the air. Mysterious runes flickered in the surroundings. Buzz, following this movement, the 3 soaring serpent phantoms changed again. Buzz, they moved their bodies quickly and whipped their huge tails forward as if they were going to wipe out an army. The void shattered in an instant, and Lin Xian felt an incomparably terrifying and heavy pressure. So valiant, he was worthy of being called a living fossil. Lin Xian was also surprised, but he wasn't too afraid. Wang, the azure dragon's large hand quickly waved and grabbed the 3 snake tails. Then, he swung them forcefully. Boom! Boom! 3 illusions of flying serpents, each of which was 1,000 feet long, were flung out, dancing in the air. Then, it smashed into the ground. Pung! An earth-shattering sound rang out, reverberating all around. The earth split open in an instant, and dust filled the air. The 3-headed soaring serpent was smashed into the ground. This scene caused everyone's scalp to go numb, especially the warriors of the Ting clan. Their faces were filled with terror. In the distance, General Xianning also frowned. He was a bit impatient. He wanted to send a great army over to kill them together. But very quickly, his lips curled into a smile. This was because he noticed that the 3-headed soaring serpents were still there. They were attacked, but they didn't disappear. He figured that the living fossil probably had other tricks up his sleeve. Alright, I'll let the Ting clan capture them. After that, we'll ask for them. This way, we can capture them and preserve our strength. Therefore, General Xianning didn't send any powerhouses out. When the others noticed this, they sighed a breath of relief. Sure enough, an attack from a living fossil couldn't be broken so easily. Young fella, this is just the beginning. I'll let you know how powerful I am. The living fossil elder said coldly. He waved the walking stick in his hand crazily, and terrifying runes danced in the sky. Terrifying energy was channeled into the flying serpents, and 3 of them charged out from the ground. Although their tails were still being grabbed by the giant hand, the 3-headed soaring serpents roared angrily. At this moment, the 3-headed soaring serpents seemed to have come back to life. Moreover, a single horn grew out of their foreheads. Claws and scales also appeared on their bodies, and they became more sturdy. What's this? What happened? They were shocked. An elder exclaimed, Heavens, are they transforming into dragons this time? Soaring serpents transforming into dragons. Just thinking about it was shocking. The living fossil elder's methods were indeed terrifying. In front of them, the 3 flying serpents became ferocious. A single horn grew out of their foreheads, and sharp claws grew out of their abdomens. Not only that, but purple wings also appeared on their backs. As they flapped, there was a strong demonic wind. Their power was much stronger than before. Young fella, although the Soaring Serpent clan is a half-demon clan, sacred blood flows in our bodies, our ancestors were related to dragons. Do you think you can contend against us? The living fossil elder shouted coldly, his eyes filled with pride. In the distance, Lin Xian was disdainful. Related to dragons? You're too shameless. The soaring serpents can't even be considered horned dragons, so how dare you claim to be related to dragons? What a joke. Let me show you what a real dragon is. Lin Xian's sonorous voice resounded through heaven and earth. Hearing Lin Xian's words, these people didn't believe him at first. He knows dragons very well, what a joke. The Soaring Serpent clan has the bloodline that's close to dragons. How dare a young fella say that he knows dragons better than us? What a joke. A look of disdain appeared in the living fossil elder's eyes, but in the next moment, he was stunned. In fact, his eyes were filled with shock. This was because a huge chi sword from Lin Xian's body. Then, it rolled in the air and turned into a green dragon, roaring in all directions. These green dragons were 300 meters long and looked very mighty. Lightning surrounded their dragon horns. The dragon scales were lifelike and flickered with incomparable light. Their huge bodies were filled with auspicious clouds. Their 5 claws waved gently, instantly tearing the void apart. Roar, a dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. The terrifying sound pierced through the 9 heavens, causing everyone's expression to change. In particular, the martial artists of the Ting clan were all lying on the ground with faces full of horror. They felt a terrifying pressure suppressing their bloodline. Dragon! It's really a dragon. The living fossil elder of the Ting clan was also shocked. He didn't expect the giant dragon's shadow to be so real. Even the dragon's might made him tremble unconsciously. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as Lin Xian's dragon shadow appeared, the 3-headed soaring serpents below also kept roaring, their faces full of uneasiness. Obviously, they felt a huge threat and a strong sense of suppression. The dragon and the 3 serpents fought, and terrifying energy surged in all directions. A shocking light surged, and the entire sky trembled. Heavy rain fell from the sky, strong wind swept, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. All kinds of terrifying scenes appeared as if the world was about to be destroyed. The martial artists on the surrounding spiritual boats and warships trembled when they saw this, and they kept retreating. General Xianxia and the others frowned. They did not expect the dragon that Lin Xian summoned to be so terrifying. It did not feel like an illusion at all. It was a real divine beast. Boom! 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 After a fierce battle, the 3 flying serpents wailed and split apart, turning into spiritual chi and dissipating. What? The flying serpents were killed. Everyone exclaimed. The Ting family's living fossil elder had a ghastly expression on his face. He was originally full of confidence and even looked down on the other party's divine ability. Now, he was the one who was at a disadvantage. He, a living fossil, was suppressed by a young fellow. Humph, old man, I told you, you can't compare divine abilities. Lin Xian stood on the divine dragon and looked down at the elder. He waved his hand, and the illusory true dragon under his feet charged forward again. This time, his target was the living fossil elder. Boom, the illusory dragon flew quickly in the sky, making rumbling sounds. With thunderclouds in the sky, it arrived above the spiritual boat in an instant. Roar! With a furious roar, the illusory giant dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out black flames that surged downward. This was hellfire, and it instantly surged downward. Soon, it arrived above the spiritual boat. If the flames fell, the entire spiritual boat and the thousands of martial artists on it would probably be killed. The Ting family's martial artists were frightened. They retreated frantically and left the spiritual boat. On the other hand, the living fossil elder's face was cold as he looked up at the sky. Subsequently, he stretched out his old palm and slapped in front of him. Although his palm was old, it emitted a terrifying aura. It was like an immemorial mountain that rampaged in the sky and shattered the void. Boom! The palm shattered the hellfire that filled the sky, forming a terrifying crack in the void. A huge black hole appeared in the sky, and all the hellfire was sucked in. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw that his opponent had broken through the hellfire so quickly. In the next moment, he continued to control the terrifying true dragon above him. Once again, it spat out sea god ice that filled the sky. Boundless power of frost spread out in all directions, freezing everything in the area. Boom! Boom! Ka ka ka! The huge palm was also frozen in the sky. Then, it shattered into pieces and exploded. The living fossil elder retracted his palm, his expression gloomy. Although he had broken his opponent's divine ability, his opponent's second divine ability had also broken his palm. He found it hard to believe. Humph. His eyes were cold and gloomy. As his palms moved, the ground beneath him cracked open. Countless rocks tumbled and quickly assembled in the sky, forming a huge rock sword that was thousands of meters long. He grabbed it with his withered hand and slashed it forward. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if the living rock had grabbed the entire earth. The stone sword was formed from the essence of the earth. It was extremely heavy. Although it was only 1,000 meters long, it was as if the entire earth was being rotated. The void instantly shattered, and the ice in the sky cracked open. However, although the sea god ice cracked, the power of ice and fire quickly emerged again. The two powers merged perfectly, forming an even more terrifying shock wave. The fire spark stone elder wielded the huge rock, carrying the endless power of earth, to fight. After 30 fierce collisions in the sky, countless cracks appeared and countless lightning bolts fell. Then, the two disappeared in the void at the same time. Damn it, this kid is too terrifying. He was actually able to fight evenly with an elder who was at the level of a cremation stone master. The surrounding people were extremely shocked. However, some people's expressions were even more unsightly. That's not right. The huge dragon in the sky is still there. If this continues, is this kid going to suppress the fire spark stone? Everyone swallowed their saliva. As for the living fossil elder, his expression was gloomy. Since when could he be suppressed by a kid in his 20s? More importantly, he didn't even use his full strength. This was what he was relying on. In the next moment, he said coldly, "Kid, I have to admit that you're very strong. Even I am surprised. Unfortunately, provoking the Ting family will be your biggest mistake. Your illusory giant dragon is very real and very powerful. However, it's only an illusory figure. In front of a real demon king, it won't be able to withstand a single blow." What did he mean? What did he mean? The surrounding king almighties looked at each other. Could it be that the Ting family brought a peerless demon king? Humph, old man, show me what you're capable of. Lin Xian was fearless. You'll see. The living fossil elder snorted coldly. His body suddenly released a terrifying aura, and his robe shook rapidly. A powerful force surged from his body. Subsequently, the living fossil elder bit his finger and quickly waved it in the sky. The blood danced with his hand and turned into mysterious runes one after another. Accompanied by endless energy, they formed a huge blood-colored pattern. If one looked at it from afar, they would see that the entire pattern was a snake's head. It was incomparably ferocious and lifelike. The blood-colored pattern was huge, but with the speed of a living fossil, it was completed in almost a second. In an instant, the terrifying blood-colored pattern transformed and emitted a demonic aura in the sky. What's going on? What kind of ability is this? Many people looked at this scene with fear on their faces. This was because they felt an uneasiness in their hearts. Psychic. Accompanied by the appearance of the blood-colored runes, the living fossil elder's cold voice was also heard. Following that, the huge blood-colored runes suddenly emitted an incomparably bright light that covered the entire sky. Following that, a huge creature quickly crawled out of the blood-colored runes. Boom. Boom, boom. The huge creature appeared, and a terrifying demonic aura spread in all directions. Accompanying it was a shocking roar. All of this was shocking. What's this? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Lin Xian also frowned because a terrifying huge snake crawled out of the blood-colored pattern in front of him. This huge snake was the same as the soaring serpent from before. It had a pair of wings on its back, a single horn on its head, and purple scales all over its body. As soon as it appeared, it carried a strong demonic wind. It's the soaring serpent. Everyone exclaimed. Could it be another illusory figure? No, that's not right. This aura is even more terrifying than the previous 3 illusory figures combined. Many people were shocked. However, General Xianning exclaimed. It's not an illusory figure. It's a demon king, a real demon king. What? It's a real demon king. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that the thing in front of them was a real demon king. Lin Xian also frowned. He could naturally feel the monstrous aura emanating from the other party. Unlike the cold illusion, this was definitely a real demon king with flesh and blood. Boom, as soon as the soaring serpent appeared, it spread its purple wings and charged over with powerful purple lightning. Soon, it tore the dragon illusion into pieces. Whoosh, seeing this scene, the Ting family warriors cheered. The living fossil also snorted. Kid, did you see that? This is my true strength. Although your illusions are powerful, in front of a real peerless demon king, they can't even withstand a single blow. Lin Xian frowned. Countless sword lights rose from his body and blocked the terrifying demonic wind. He had to admit that this living fossil was really terrifying. He could actually summon such a terrifying demon king. However, so what? Comparing demonic beasts? He was not afraid of the other party. Therefore, in the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. You are right. A real demon king is the most powerful, however, your soaring serpent is only a demonic snake. How can it be compared to real dragons? What does this kid mean? What is he talking about? Could it be that he also wants to summon real demonic beasts? Does he want to summon dragons? Heavens, these people were all stupefied. The living fossil old man also snorted coldly. Kid, don't try to be mysterious. Do you really think you can summon one? He did not believe it at all. However, Lin Xian sneered. Is there a need to summon one? There is one right now. As he spoke, he pointed into the distance. Everyone's gaze followed Lin Xian's finger. Then, they understood. Indeed, there was a dark red dragon fighting in front of them. It was fighting against hundreds of almighty kings alone and was having a great time. This was definitely a real demon king. Moreover, it seemed that the other party was more similar to dragons than the soaring serpent. In fact, they did not know that this was a part of the characteristics of dragons hidden by the dark red dragon. For example, he had hidden the dragon horn and one of the 5 claws. If he really revealed the appearance of a 5-clawed true dragon, those invincible kings would probably chase him all over the world. However, although he had hidden his dragon horn and 5th dragon claw, he had not hidden his strength and divine ability. Ruffian dragon, I'll leave this to you. Lin Xian said in a clear voice. On the other side, ruffian Arowana was fighting with hundreds of people. The array formation around him flickered. When he heard Lin Xian's voice, he turned around. In fact, when the soaring serpent appeared, he had already sensed it. It was impossible for him not to know about such a terrifying demonic bloodline. Therefore, when it heard Lin Xian's call, it swung its tail and sent dozens of people flying. Then, it quickly rushed over. Let's go. Seeing the dark red divine dragon leave, the surrounding king almighties also flew forward. They didn't attack again. Instead, they formed an encirclement and watched from afar. In front of Lin Xian, Tingxi looked down at Lin Xian with disdain after destroying the dragon's shadow. However, when the dark red divine dragon arrived, his gaze changed. Its huge eyes were filled with shock. It shifted its gaze from Lin Xian to the dark red divine dragon. Roar! Seeing that the other party dared to look at it, the dark red divine dragon let out a furious roar that shook the 9 heavens. Instantly, everyone fell to the ground. The purple-winged soaring serpent trembled and subconsciously took 2 steps back. It had no choice. It was a terrifying demon king with the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast. However, in front of a real divine dragon, it was nothing. If it wasn't for its strength, it would have been crushed to the ground long ago. Humph, little worm, do you think you can show off in front of me just because you have wings? Seeing that the other party was scared away, the dark red divine dragon snorted in disdain. The surrounding people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In particular, the Ting clan's martial artists were even more shocked. The Ting clan's living fossils' eyelids were twitching. Heavens, what's going on? That peerless demon king, the terrifying purple-winged soaring serpent, was scared away? They did not dare to imagine. What's so difficult about this long red dragon in front of us? Is it really a horned dragon? The Ting clan's living fossil's face darkened. The purple-winged soaring serpent even roared. It felt insulted. Therefore, in the next moment, it roared and quickly charged over. The purple-winged soaring serpent was terrifying. Just its demonic wind alone had sent many people flying. One could imagine that even an almighty being would not be able to withstand a head-on hit. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. The dark red divine dragon scoffed coldly. I'll eat your flesh and drink your blood. Who knows, my strength might even break through. The dark red divine dragon let out a strange cry, swung its tail, and charged over. As the two humongous creatures exchanged blows, terrifying cracks spread. Everyone frantically retreated. There was nothing they could do. The two demonic beasts were too terrifying. A casual attack from them was not something these people could contend against. Although they had retreated, their gazes were firmly fixed on the front. Many of them were even staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stopped the living fossil elder and said coldly, "Old man, it's time to get rid of you, kid, you're courting death." The living fossil elder was enraged. He had originally summoned the vine serpent to deal with the kid in front of him. However, he did not expect the other party to have an existence similar to a WYRM. As a result, his vine serpent could not kill the other party at all. It seemed that he had to do it himself. However, it did not matter. At most, he would just consume some energy. He wanted to kill the other party with his own hands, therefore, in the next moment, the living fossil elder snorted coldly. His voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens, causing the space in the sky to crack. It was horrifying. Buzz, Eldersure reached out a palm and grabbed in front of him. As soon as his palm reached out, it enlarged infinitely and covered the entire sky. In that palm, there was a sun and a moon revolving around it as if it was the entire universe. Everyone was shocked. What kind of divine ability is that? It's too terrifying. Sun Moon Divine Palm, that was a legendary palm technique that could evolve the sun and moon. It was extremely terrifying. They did not expect the living fossil elder to be so terrifying. Many people were terrified. Boom, in the sky, the Sun Moon Divine Palm slapped over and instantly enveloped Lin Xian. A terrifying aura descended and could crush the 9 heavens. Lin Xian naturally felt the danger. He snorted coldly and sword light surrounded his body like a sword god. The terrifying sword light split the 9 heavens and blocked the descending light. Then, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his palm. The ancient dragon abyss sword that was wrapped in the Ting Snake King's skin began to tremble rapidly and wanted to break out of the body. Oh no! The kid is going to use the sword. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people exclaimed while the living fossil elder snorted coldly. You don't have a chance. Crack! Crack, crack! The surrounding space was torn apart in an instant. Heaven and earth trembled as countless black holes appeared in the surroundings. Lin Xian was completely wrapped up by the palm. The sun and moon were in the sky. The terrifying power of the surrounding palm caused the void to explode. The bones in Lin Xian's body also made cracking sounds. If the palm was completely closed, no one would be able to withstand the pressure. Great, this kid is definitely dead, everyone cheered excitedly. It seemed that with the help of the living fossil elder, there was no need for them to fight anymore. Boom. Boom, boom. As expected, Lin Xian seemed to have been bound. Only the terrifying sword light surrounded his body. Around him, there were pitch-black cracks in the space. The terrifying Sun Moon Divine Palm quickly enveloped him and then completely merged. This is great. That kid will definitely die. Seeing this scene, everyone burst into laughter. The living fossil elder also sneered. Boom, 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 but soon, he frowned. The laughter of the surrounding people also stopped. That was because in front of them, there was a low sound coming from the huge palm. It was like thunder, causing their blood to boil. In front of them, there was an intense collision from the huge palm. The 5 fingers quickly scattered as if they were about to be blasted apart. Damn it! How could it be? Could it be that the kid is not dead? Oh heavens! He's attacking. Is he trying to blast the Sun Moon Divine Palm away? However, the Sun Moon Divine Palm was indeed terrifying. In the palm, there was a sun and a moon rotating, releasing a terrifying power that suppressed everything. Gradually, the palm closed again. Phew, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This time, that kid should not be able to cause any trouble. However, just as they finished speaking, the Sun Moon Divine Palm in front of them suddenly opened up. A huge force directly pushed the entire palm away. A figure floated in the palm, surrounded by sword light, like a sword god. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian had countless sword chi on his body. He slashed open the terrifying Sun Moon Divine Palm and escaped from it. Damn it, that kid can break the Sun Moon Divine Palm, how did he do it? Everyone was extremely shocked. The living fossil elder's face was also gloomy. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, and the Sun Moon Divine Palm suddenly slammed down, pinning Lin Xian underneath. Boom! Boom! The Divine Palm descended mercilessly, as if to suppress him. At this moment, the Sun Moon Divine Palm seemed to have transformed into a universe as it descended mercilessly. Lin Xian's sword aura instantly dimmed under the pressure, as if it would shatter at any moment. Lin Xian's body continued to descend. It looked like he was about to be suppressed. Get lost! With a furious roar, Lin Xian's sword chi erupted once again, blocking the terrifying Sun Moon Divine Palm. At the same time, he quickly communicated with the ancient dragon abyss sword above him. The dragon sword struggles grew more and more intense, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The living fossil elder angrily roared. Then, he stretched out a palm and invisible energy gushed out. Suddenly, the Vine Snake King's skin in the sky emitted purple runes as if to suppress everything. However, he still underestimated the ancient dragon abyss sword. A loud dragon roar and sword chime could be heard. Then, the ancient dragon abyss sword instantly broke through the Vine Snake King's skin and flew down quickly. What? It actually broke through. Isn't this sword a little too terrifying? The surrounding people were shocked. In the blink of an eye, the ancient dragon abyss sword had already arrived above the Sun Moon Divine Palm and slashed down fiercely. Poof! The Sun Moon Divine Palm shook violently. The lights in the sky trembled, and the sun, moon, and stars in the palm shattered. A scream could be heard. The living fossil elder retracted his palm. Blood flowed and dyed the void red. The living fossil elder was injured. The surrounding people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The martial artists of the Ting family were even more shocked. That was their living fossil elder, and he was extremely terrifying. He could suppress peerless powerhouses, however, at this moment, his arm was injured by a young man. How was that possible? They felt like they were in a dream. Whoosh! On the other side, the ancient dragon abyss sword flew back to Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stepped forward and pointed his sword forward. Old man, today is the day you die. Boom! He waved the ancient sword and performed the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword technique. The 4 ultimate moves flew forward. Demon Seal, Battle Song, Sky Shattering, Chaotic Upheaval, boom. Boom! The spirit boat under the living fossil elder was instantly split in half and fell from the sky. Many martial artists on it were split open and turned into a bloody mist. He killed thousands of powerhouses with a single sword strike. That technique was too terrifying. The living fossil floated in the void with a terrifying gaze. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and a terrifying vine snake flew out from his mouth. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged forward. Humph! Lin Xian stretched out his left hand. His palm was like a dragon's claw. Sword chi surrounded the sky and directly grabbed the vine snake. The surrounding 50,000 miles was filled with violent energy. No one dared to approach. Floating light, at this moment, Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. Immediately, the living fossil fell into the illusion. Then, he screamed in pain. Hearing this, the people who were tens of thousands of miles away exclaimed in shock. Damn it, what happened? On the spirit boat, General Xianying's face darkened. Damn it, let's attack together. He realized that the situation had changed. In an instant, all the experts lit up and quickly charged over. However, when they approached the center, their eyelids twitched wildly and their scalps went numb. Because in front of them, half of the living fossil elder's body was torn open. His internal organs and deep white bones could be seen. At this moment, he was hiding in the distance and panting nonstop. He looked like he was on his last breath. Damn it, what happened? How did the living fossil elder get seriously injured in such a short period of time? The powerhouses of Tingjia were even more in disbelief. They quickly flew over. Some of the other people clenched the sabers and swords in their hands as if they were facing a great enemy. They pushed the power in their bodies to the limit. As for the living fossil elder, he took out 2 purple pills and quickly swallowed them. At the same time, he said weakly, "Be careful, that kid knows how to use illusions." Illusions. Hearing that, everyone's expression changed. A few powerhouses hurriedly took out soul defense artifacts and carried them on their bodies. Soul attacks were impossible to guard against. Didn't they see that the living fossil elder was at a disadvantage? They did not dare to be careless. After these people took soul defense, they quickly charged over. Lin Xian also roared angrily. The great dragon sword soul was activated to the limit, and his combat strength increased crazily. Buzz, the dragon sword spirit realm flew out and transformed into a true dragon that kept swinging its tail. He also used the chaotic heaven destroyer sword and charged forward. In an instant, a terrifying battle broke out. The people who came this time were not ordinary people. They were all elites. Even a peerless king would not be able to resist them if they attacked together. But now, they were being killed until they screamed in pain. Lin Xian waved his ancient sword. Every time the sword fell, a martial artist would fall. Every time the green dragon formed by the dragon sword realm swung its tail, many martial artists would be sent flying. Some of the weaker ones were even turned into blood mist. Not only that, but the goddess of ice also appeared on Lin Xian's body. The terrifying ice wings flapped, and dozens of kings were frozen in the void. Hellfire spread out, and countless martial artists were wrapped in flames. They screamed in pain. In the end, they were turned into ashes. Not good, he was too strong. The warriors of those families screamed crazily, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The people from the Tai dynasty roared crazily. Attack, they must not let him escape. This time, they had come with a conviction to kill the other party. How could they allow the other party to escape? Although the other party was strong, they had many people this time. Even if they had to fight, they had to kill him. Boom. Boom, boom. The martial artists from the Tai dynasty quickly set up a formation. Not only that, the martial artists from the Ting family and the Castellan mansion also set up a terrifying killing formation. They had no choice but to join forces. Otherwise, they would not be able to do anything to the other party. In the sky, formations appeared one after another, emitting dazzling rays of light. They shrouded the entire heaven and earth, and a terrifying power pierced through the 9 heavens. The Castellan mansion set up the green lotus sword formation. 64 martial artists stood in 8 directions. Each of them held a green sword. Sword chi surrounded their bodies, forming a huge lotus flower that rotated in the sky. The Ting family set up the vine snake battle. 72 soaring snakes danced in the sky like divine rainbows, suppressing all directions. They kept moving, spitting out divine light that scattered in front of them. The martial artists from the Tai dynasty were even more impressive. Although they only sent 36 of them, they set up the famous 8 desolation blazing fire formation. 8 desolation blazing fire, burning everything. The 36 martial artists were all experts of the fire element. At this moment, they joined forces to set up a peerless formation. They swore to refine Lin Xian. The terrifying formation appeared in the sky, covering the 9 heavens. The powerful aura made the people in the distance tremble. The dark red divine dragon also frowned. He roared, waved his tail, and wanted to help. Roar, however, at that moment, the purple-winged soaring snake blocked their path. The purple wings were like heavenly blades, constantly bombarding the air. So that the dark red divine dragon was unable to help. Although the purple-winged soaring snake couldn't compare to the dark red divine dragon in terms of bloodline power, its strength was still very formidable. Therefore, when the two were combined, they were evenly matched. Haha, little brat, go to hell. The people of the Tai dynasty were the first to attack. The 36 fire element powerhouses attacked together, forming a terrifying sea of fire between heaven and earth, burning fiercely. The Raging Inferno 8 Desolation Array was a famous array in ancient times. At this moment, when it was used, its power was terrifying beyond compare. To Lin To a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. The bones in his body were almost broken, and the blood in his body was roiling. The 8 desolation blazing fire was too terrifying. On the other side, the soaring snake formation was also activated. Dozens of soaring snakes danced in the air, as if they were real primordial monsters, emitting terrifying power. They directly crashed into the space where Lin Xian was. Countless sword screens appeared on Lin Xian's body to resist. Even so, he was still blasted back 20,000 miles. Just as he stopped, the green lotus sword formation of the city lord's mansion was also activated. In the sky, countless sword chi surged, forming a huge green lotus that pressed down from the sky. The green lotus spun quickly, slashing out thousands of sword chi. Clang, 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 the terrifying sword chi pierced through the entire space. Lin Xian was sent flying again. His injuries were even more serious. However, his eyes were extremely bright. The longevity incantation in his body was activated, quickly healing his injuries. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul kept roaring. Lin Xian's combat strength soared again. A sword chi armor appeared on his body, and the dragon sword realm floated above his head. Kid, you're no match for us at all. Kneel down obediently, the powerhouses of the Taiyi dynasty snorted. The other martial artists of the city lord's mansion and the Ting family also sneered. They finally injured this kid. It was really not easy. However, when they thought about it, the other party would definitely not be able to resist their 3 killing formations. You want me to admit defeat? With just these 3 great killing formations, they were still far from enough, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the light in his eyes became even brighter. You're courting death. Since that's the case, don't blame us. Hearing the other party's words, the powerhouses of the Taiyi dynasty snorted and activated the 8 desolation blazing fire formation again. Boom! Boom! Terrifying flames raged out. The 36 fire element powerhouses were extremely powerful. In an instant, the sea of fire that filled the sky once again enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! Today, I'll let you know what the real 8 desolation blazing fire is, Lin Xian roared angrily, and the hellfire on his body burned fiercely. Then, it quickly condensed and rolled behind him. Then, it formed a black fire dragon. This black fire dragon was very ferocious, and what was even more strange was that it had 8 heads arranged in a row. It was very terrifying. 8 desolation blazing dragon, burn for me, boom. Boom, boom. The 8 heads of the black fire dragon roared together, then opened their bloody mouths and spat out black flames that filled the sky. In an instant, it collided with the other party's flames. The 2 forces collided in the air. Damn it, be destroyed for me. On the opposite side, the 36 fire element powerhouses of the west roared together. On Lin Xian's side, the great dragon sword soul roared crazily. Boom! Boom! In the end, the 2 flames exploded in the sky, forming a huge black hole that devoured the surroundings. The 36 fire element powerhouses kept retreating, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. On the other side, Lin Xian also retreated a few thousand meters, and his face was pale. What? He actually blocked the 8 desolation blazing fire formation. A single person was able to block such a terrifying array formation. In the distance, those who were watching the battle went crazy. They were all martial artists from the other families. At this moment, under the power of the 3 killing formations, they could only hide in the distance and watch the battle. However, when they saw this scene, they all went crazy. Not only them, but the people of the Ting family and the city lord's mansion were also stunned. They knew that they couldn't stay any longer and had to attack with all their might. Kid, go to hell. In the sky, 72 vine snakes danced, and the terrifying power shattered the void. On the other side, the terrifying green lotus sword chi slashed down, piercing through everything. The 2 killing formations once again enveloped Lin Xian. They were just vine snakes, how dare they compete with the giant dragons? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and the dragon sword domain above his head trembled rapidly. Then he drew out 81 giant dragons. These were 81 giant golden dragons, each of which was 1,000 meters long. Their huge bodies covered the sky, and the golden scales on their bodies shone. Each of the 81 golden dragons was 1,000 meters long. Their huge bodies covered the sky, and the golden scales on their bodies shone brightly. They carried with them a terrifying force. Roar, roar. They were formed by the great dragon sword soul, so they had the true might of a dragon. As soon as the 81 golden dragons appeared, they roared in the void. Buzz, they charged toward the 72 soaring serpents. Boom. Boom, boom. The 72 soaring serpents could not withstand it at all and exploded in the air, forming a mist that filled the sky. The 72 powerhouses of the Ting family also vomited blood and were sent flying. They smashed mountains and rivers and split open the void. The 2 killing formations were destroyed, and only the green lotus sword chi above their heads was left. You want to compete with me in sword technique? You're too inexperienced. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Ever since he started cultivating, he had been practicing the path of the sword. Moreover, he had the terrifying great dragon sword soul. How could these people surpass him in sword technique? In the next moment, 108,000 swords rushed out of his body and condensed in the sky, forming a terrifying giant sword that slashed down. Boom! Boom! The green lotus was instantly split open, and countless green sword chi flew out. The 36 sword experts also vomited blood at the same time. The long swords in their hands were broken in half. Horrifying. It was too horrifying, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. They could not believe that a young man could resist 3 killing formations, it was too unbelievable. Next, it's my turn to attack. Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly charged over. His speed was too fast and had reached an extreme. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Sword Kings in the governor's residence. He kept waving the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. No. Those people's pupils constricted as they screamed crazily. However, in the next moment, there was no sound. In the sky, 36 sword lights lit up, and then 36 heads flew into the sky. The terrifying corpses fell, and blood sprayed all over the ground. He killed 36 sword path powerhouses with a single sword strike. This scene caused everyone to be alarmed. Especially the martial artists of the Taiyi dynasty and the Ting family, they retreated crazily. In the distance, more powerhouses came to support them. However, Lin Xian's demigods and semi-devils was too fast. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the people from the Taiyi dynasty. Behind him, the huge head of the 8 Desolation fire dragon kept roaring and spewing out black hellfire. The fire elemental almighties teaming up, kill me, let me have a taste of being burned by fire. The 8 fire dragon heads spat out flames that filled the sky, completely engulfing the 36 fire elemental mighty figures. Cries of agony rang out one after another. The bodies of these fire elemental powerhouses were filled with brilliant light as they tried to fight back. However, it was impossible to do so. In the end, they were burned to ashes and scattered in the air. No. Damn it. How could he be so strong? Countless people exclaimed in disbelief. The reason for that was because his opponent's battle prowess was simply too terrifying. It made them all tremble. The members of the Ting family were even more terrified. They wanted to escape. The living fossils of the Ting clan also wanted to attack, but Lin Xian turned his head and stared at them. This time, he did not use his movement technique. Instead, he extended his palm. He stretched out his palm and covered the world. The terrifying palm was vast and boundless, covering the entire sky. Not only that, but the finger was like a divine pillar that reached the sky. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around it, emitting a mysterious aura. It was as if a real universe was pressing down from the sky. Sun Moon Divine Palm, God, how could he know the Ting clan's divine ability? The members of the Ting clan went crazy. They were all so scared that they almost peed their pants. The living fossil of the Ting clan was even more stunned. He could not understand at all why the other party knew his ultimate move. Moreover, the power seemed to be even more terrifying than his. Damn it, who is this brat, who is he? He roared crazily. In the next moment, the living fossil also used the Sun Moon Divine Palm to fight back. In the sky, the 2 Sun Moon Divine Palms collided, forming a terrifying force that could destroy the universe. It directly killed the 72 powerhouses of the Ting clan. Humph, seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly and withdrew his palm. The living fossil's expression was extremely ugly. He originally wanted to save people, but he did not expect that not a single one of them would succeed. 72 elite powerhouses were directly killed in front of him. "Ah, damn brat, I want you to die." The living fossil of the Ting clan roared at the sky. His white hair danced wildly, and he looked extremely demonic. "With just you? Your chi and blood have dried up, and you're about to die. You're no match for me." Lin Xian snorted coldly and looked down. Then, his gaze pierced through the layers of light and the endless void and stared at a figure on the spirit ship in the distance. "Xianying, get over here and die, Xianying, that's right, it's him." He started from the Tai dynasty and chased them all the way to the Jiuli dynasty. Throughout the entire process, the other party was leading the team. How could Lin Xian not be angry? Therefore, he decided that no matter what, he had to kill the other party. Seeing this scene, everyone was bewildered. However, General Xianying snorted coldly. "You want to fight with me with just you? You're overestimating yourself." There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. How could a brat be qualified to make him attack? On the other side, the living fossil of the Ting clan was so angry that he vomited blood. He was despised, he was actually despised by a brat. This was intolerable. In the next moment, he roared angrily and quickly charged over. He wanted to use the other party's blood to defend his dignity. A purple light flew out, lit up from the snake-headed walking stick, and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian flipped his hand, and a terrifying sword light directly shattered the sky. It drowned the purple light. Then, he slashed out dozens of sword chi again and charged towards the living fossil. The living fossil elder had already recovered from his injuries after using the secret medicinal pills. However, his strength was still much weaker than before. When the others saw this scene, they frowned. Especially General Xianying. His face was gloomy, and his gaze was cold. Damn it, this brat has been fighting for so long, why hasn't his strength weakened at all? Instead, he's getting stronger. How much spiritual power does he have in his body? The other powerhouses also noticed this. This was too shocking. Although the other party had the combat strength of a peerless mighty figure, his true cultivation base was not that of a peerless mighty figure. He was just an ordinary mighty figure. How could the other party's spiritual power storage be so much? Forget it, let's kill him together, a long night might cause trouble. General Xianying snorted and prepared to attack. On the other side, a woman in black also walked out of the governor's residence. She still had her elegance. At this moment, she was holding a black longsword, and her body was filled with killing intent. She was a powerhouse from the governor's residence. She was a peerless mighty figure, Hong Xinyang. At this moment, she also swayed her waist and walked out. Whoosh, whoosh, the two peerless powerhouses moved and charged forward. Boom, in front, Lin Xian and the living fossil were locked in a fierce battle. However, at this moment, Lin Xian suddenly frowned, and a strong sense of danger appeared in his eyes. Boom. Boom, in the next moment, the space where he was originally standing shattered. The terrifying power destroyed everything. The aftermath of this energy hit Lin Xian's body, causing him to continuously retreat. Damn it, Lin Xian frowned, his eyes cold. Because he discovered that there were two more figures in front of him. One was General Xianying, and the other was a woman in a black dress. The other party's aura was also very strong, reaching the level of a peerless almighty. 3 peerless almighties were actually attacking together. This made Lin Xian encounter the most dangerous moment in history. Let's work together. General Xianying held the halberd in his hand and stood in the void like a demon god. Hearing this, Hong Xinyang and the living fossil elder nodded. Among them, the living fossil snorted coldly, and a ferocious snake head mark appeared on his head. Then, scales appeared on his body. A terrifying power quickly recovered. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, heaven and earth shook, and thunder rumbled. Everyone looked over. Then, they were extremely shocked. Even Lin Xian frowned, because he discovered that the living fossil elder had undergone a shocking change. The other party's body was no longer short and withered. Instead, he straightened his back and became abnormally tall. His withered skin was also filled with luster. His old face became incomparably handsome. Not only that, his white hair also became incomparably black, like 3,000 waterfalls dancing wildly in the wind. An old man with one foot in the grave instantly turned into a young man with a heroic bearing. He looked extremely valiant. The muscles all over his body were filled with explosive power. The surrounding king almighties sucked in a breath of cold air. If they did not see it with their own eyes, it would be difficult for them to imagine that the handsome young man in front of them was actually an old man. Moreover, he was an old man who had lived for more than 3,000 years. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? Rejuvenation. Lin Xian also frowned. He knew that the other party should have used some kind of forbidden power. It caused his body to temporarily reach a peak state. It seemed that the other party was going to go all out. Lin Xian's expression was very ugly. He could still fight against a living fossil. He was confident in fighting one-on-one against General Xianxia. However, with 3 peerless experts attacking together, the pressure on him would increase exponentially. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He took out a large amount of spirit herbs from the black earth and quickly swallowed them. Then, he tossed 2 divine crystals into his domain and quickly absorbed them. The art of longevity circulated his cultivation to replenish the energy he had consumed. The 2 divine crystals instantly turned into energy and poured into his body, causing his aura to erupt once again, reaching its peak. This brat, what extravagant means, 2 divinity crystals and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures had raised him to the peak of his combat strength in an instant. Heavens, he was so rich. After killing him, he must have a lot of treasures on him. The crowd in the distance discussed animatedly. General Xianxia and the other 2 narrowed their eyes. The other party had actually recovered to his peak state in an instant. This was indeed beyond their expectations. But so what? With the 3 of them working together, even a dragon would have to crouch. They did not believe that the other party would be able to stir up any waves. Kid, do you have any last words? General Xianxia looked forward. Why? Do you think you can defeat me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Although the situation was critical now, it was not fatal. One had to know that he had many trump cards in his hands, so he was not afraid at all. Nonsense. Do you think you have a chance to turn the tables? On the other side, Xianxia also snorted in disdain. The living fossil elder sneered. Brat, I'll show you my true strength today. Buzz, as soon as he finished speaking, the living fossil elder of the Ting family took the initiative to attack. Purple light condensed, forming a terrifying light that surged forward. It was like a stormy sea. The power of this palm was even more terrifying than before. Obviously, after the living fossil elder turned into a young man's body, his strength and speed had increased greatly compared to before. It seemed that this was the other party's peak combat strength. Humph, seeing the other party's attack, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He clenched his left fist, turned it into a black sun, and blasted it forward. Boom, with a loud bang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge crack appeared in the terrifying space and spread in all directions. As for the almighty kings who were watching, they screamed and fell to the ground. Some of them even exploded into blood mist because they were too close. It could not be helped. This was a peerless attack, and it was very terrifying. Those almighty kings could not withstand it at all. When the 2 of them attacked, the 2 palms collided in the air, and it was difficult to determine the winner. At this moment, General Xianxia and Xianxia made their move. The 2 of them would not just watch the battle. Instead, they were going to attack and kill the other party. Boom, the halberd danced in the air, turned into a sharp light, and descended from the sky. It was like a thunder, trying to split Lin Xian apart. On the other side, Xianxia waved her black longsword, forming a powerful killing intent. The terrifying sword light directly pierced through the void, stabbing towards Lin Xian's vital point. Both of them were peerless powerhouses. At this moment, the power of their attacks was very terrifying. Even though Lin Xian was strong, he still felt a strong sense of danger. He did not want to continue fighting. His body swayed, and he dodged Xianxia's sword chi. However, the halberd above his head smashed down like a mountain. Buzz, Lin Xian waved his hand, and a blue shield flew out, blocking in front of him. Previously, he had killed countless powerful enemies and collected their storage rings. He had a lot of weapons in his hands. This blue shield was a top-grade Earth-rank artifact. Clang, the heavenly halberd collided with the blue shield, producing an earth-shattering sound. Countless spatial cracks spread, and Lin Xian was pushed back by the huge force. The blue shield in front of him was also sent flying. "Kid, you are not a match for us at all." General Xianying snorted, and then the three peerless powerhouses attacked again. Lin Xian fought against the three of them alone. The sky fell and the earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their light. The area within 100,000 miles was destroyed, and the sky was filled with light as if it was the end of the world. Boom! Boom! However, Lin Xian was at a disadvantage, and the situation was very dangerous. It could not be helped. Although he was a young genius, he was still too young, only in his 20s. Among the three of them, one was an old monster who had lived for more than 3,000 years, and the other two were peerless powerhouses who had lived for more than 1,000 years. When the three of them joined forces, it could be said that it was very terrifying. Lin Xian was already very strong to be able to hold on until now. However, he was still injured. The blue shield was directly shattered into pieces, and he was severely injured. A few of his ribs were broken, and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. Humph. Humph, how dare you attack the three of us? You're overestimating yourself. Hong Xinyang sneered. The powerhouses hundreds of thousands of miles away gasped when they saw the scene. It was too shocking. The three peerless powerhouses joining forces could suppress everything. That kid is definitely dead. That's right. Who asked him to be so arrogant? He's done for this time. Just you wait, we'll catch him. We'll let him taste a fate worse than death. Don't worry, he'll suffer a terrible fate. Cold laughter was heard one after another. Little Xian. On the other battlefield, the dark red dragon was also enraged when he saw this scene. He did not expect the three peerless powerhouses to attack together. He sensed danger. He had to help. So in the next moment, he wanted to leave this place. However, the purple vine snake blocked his way. There was a hint of mockery in its cold eyes. You want to leave? You'll have to get past me first. However, you won't be able to get past me. The purple vine snake also spoke human language. Damn you, do you really think I won't dare to kill you? The dark red dragon was also angry. I didn't start a massacre because you have some bloodline with the dragons. However, you're courting death. In that case, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Humph. You want to kill me? How naive. The purple-winged snake sneered and turned its huge head. I admit that your bloodline power is very strong. However, my strength far surpasses yours. It's not certain who will kill who. At the end of its sentence, its huge eyes emitted a cold light. With your blood, perhaps my bloodline can evolve again. So, die obediently. The purple-winged snake actually had designs on the dark red dragon. Because he realized that the other party's bloodline power was purer than his. It was closer to the dragon's. If he consumed this bloodline, he might be able to progress in the direction of the dragons. In the next moment, the purple wings flapped and formed two huge purple tornadoes that swept forward. Purple Demon Storm, die. The two purple tornadoes danced. Each of them was tens of thousands of feet tall and a few thousand meters in diameter. Wherever they passed, the mountains and rivers split open and the forests were destroyed. Endless cracks appeared on the ground. The two purple tornadoes instantly enveloped the dark red dragon. Ding ding dang dang, the sound of an intense collision rang out, and a hint of anger appeared in the dark red dragon's eyes. Courting death, see if this emperor doesn't tear you apart. As he spoke, he waved his dragon claws and tore the entire void apart. The purple storm that filled the sky was instantly torn apart. Back, with a roar, he charged over. This time, the dark red dragon was truly enraged. The battle between the two caused mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. That scene was in no way inferior to that of Lin Xian and the others. In fact, it was even more violent. Boom, in the ruins far away, the sky was filled with rubble as Lin Xian stood up. His clothes were torn apart, revealing the armor underneath. The blood at the corner of his mouth was exceptionally glaring. Clearly, the previous attack had injured him. But fortunately, it wasn't that serious. Moreover, with the art of longevity, which was a super recovery technique, Lin Xian's life was not in danger. However, the scene in front of him made him feel a sense of danger. The three powerhouses working together were very powerful. He had to break the balance. Lin Xian looked into the distance. The dark red dragon and the purple vine snake were fighting fiercely. It seemed that the dark red dragon would not be able to make a move for the time being. The little white monkey was very fast and had the teleportation skill, but it could only sneak up on him. There were 3 opponents, so it wasn't very effective. Therefore, Lin Xian did not intend to use it. Lin Xian decided to unlock the first seal on the ancient dragon abyss sword. Buzz, 9 mysterious runes. When the first rune was unlocked, the ancient dragon abyss sword became unusually sharp. Lin Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed. He was like a sword god as he charged over in large strides. There was something wrong with that longsword. Seeing this, the living fossil quickly reminded him. He had been injured by the other party's sword earlier, so he was extremely cautious when he saw this scene. This was because he wouldn't use the same move to injure him twice. Buzz, Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed out 3 sword auras. The terrifying sword lights slashed at the 3 people in front of him. He had indeed become stronger. General Xianxia looked at the incoming sword auras and did not dodge. Instead, he waved his Feng Tian halberd and quickly resisted them. With a boom, heaven and earth shook, and the sword auras in the sky were instantly cut in half. General Xianxia is so powerful. The martial artists in the distance exclaimed when they saw this scene. The living fossil of the Ting family also roared. He slapped out his purple palm like the hand of a demon king and shattered the terrifying sword auras. On the other hand, Xianxia's body swayed. She did not resist. However, she slashed out a sword light with a backhand and slashed forward. Whoosh, Lin Xian swayed and instantly dodged Xianxia's sword light. He charged forward. His target was still the living fossil of the Ting family. This was because he could see that although the living fossil of the Ting family was powerful, he had the most shortcomings. Firstly, the old man had been injured previously. Although he had recovered, he was still far from his peak. Secondly, the old man was too old. The qi and blood in his body had dried up. Although he had forcefully used a secret technique to increase his strength to his peak state, he estimated that he would not be able to hold on for long. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to get rid of the living fossil first. Buzz, his body flashed in the air like lightning and instantly arrived near the living fossil. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand danced wildly. A terrifying sword aura slashed forward. This sword aura was even more powerful than before. It was obvious that Lin Xian was only confusing the other party and did not use his true strength. Now, the power of the ancient dragon abyss sword erupted. What? The living fossil of the Ting family had a gloomy look on his face, then he was furious. His opponent is looking for me again. What does he mean? Does he think that I'm the weakest among the 3? He could not tolerate that. In the next moment, he roared and slapped out 18 purple palms in a row. They were like 18 mountains that surrounded the field in the air. They collided with the sword aura that filled the sky. An intense collision was heard, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in front. Attack, I must not let that brat succeed. General Xianxia shouted coldly and charged forward with his Feng Tian halberd. On the side, Xianxia's body swayed and disappeared like a ghost. They did not intend to give Lin Xian a chance to fight alone. In an instant, the 2 of them arrived in front of Lin Xian again. This time, Lin Xian did not pay attention to the 2 of them. 2 sword auras rushed out of his body and turned into 2 figures that looked exactly like him. Then, they cooperated with the dragon sword domain and fought against General Xianxia and Xianxia. This was the clone technique of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to simulate it, hoping that it would be able to resist for a while. He knew that although this divine ability was powerful, it could not completely resist the other party. After doing that, Lin Xian's eyes emitted a sharp light, and all kinds of divine abilities rushed towards the living fossil elder. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, 4 killer moves, Sea God's Ice, Hellfire, and Terrifying Thunder, in an instant, the place where the living fossil elder was completely annihilated. Boom! 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 The living fossil elder also fought back with all his might. However, the other party's methods were too fierce. For a moment, he was beaten back and vomited blood. Ah! The living fossil elder roared crazily. He was really going crazy. His heart was filled with killing intent for the other party to treat him like this. In the next moment, he waved his snake-headed walking stick. He also used the Ting family's great divine ability to fight back. On his body, the illusory image of 9 soaring snakes appeared, cooperating with him to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian sneered. His figure changed, and he instantly retreated far away. The 2 clones he sent out had been killed by General Xianxia and Hong Xinyang, so he would not continue to fight with them. Sure enough, after the 2 clones were killed, General Xianxia and Hong Xinyang stared at Lin Xian like lightning. The 3 of them joined forces again. Humph! Looking at the 3 of them, Lin Xian sneered. Above him, the dragon sword domain directly enveloped General Xianxia. Below him, the demon-slaying sword formation restrained Hong Xinyang. This time, the living fossil elder was once again alone. Buzz! Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed a few times. The terrifying sword qi was like a long river, slashing over. Courting death, the living fossil elder was already prepared. He waved his snake-headed walking stick and destroyed everything. However, in the next moment, he screamed in pain. That was because he felt that his soul was burning. The pain was 10 times, no, 100 times more painful than the previous injuries he suffered. Damn it, it was another soul attack. The living fossil elder was about to go crazy. He had seen the other party's illusion before, so there was a purple mark on his forehead for defense. However, he did not expect the other party to have an even stranger attack. It could actually burn his soul. This made his face full of horror. In an instant, he was injured. In fact, he did not even want to fight anymore. Because his soul was damaged, it was very troublesome to recover. He had swallowed a large number of pills, but it was only enough to stop his injuries from worsening. However, it was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. More importantly, he did not have much vitality left. Even if he maintained such a youthful and vigorous state, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Initially, he thought that the 3 of them would be able to take down the other party quickly. But now, it seemed that it was impossible. In the next moment, he retreated rapidly. Lin Xian did not give chase because General Xianxia and Hong Xinyang had charged out again. Although the whole process seemed to take a long time, it was actually only a matter of a few seconds. The dragon sword domain and the demon-slaying sword formation could only block General Xianxia and the others for about 5 seconds. Any longer and it would be impossible. Unless Lin Xian did it himself. However, 5 seconds was enough for a prodigy like Lin Xian to do a lot of things. Just like now, in just 3 seconds, he had injured the living fossil elder. In the distance, the Ting family's martial artists roared madly. That was because they realized that the living fossil elder was truly in a miserable state. His clothes were tattered, his expression was dispirited, and his face was abnormally pale. It would wither at any moment. It seemed that the impact was definitely very serious. Indeed, the living fossil elder's entire body was in pain, especially the burning of his soul, which made him still have lingering fear. When General Xianxia and Hong Xinyang saw this, their hearts also beat wildly. Among them, General Xianxia formed a seal with his palm, and a crescent moon appeared between his brows, protecting his soul. On the other side, Hong Xinyang took out a small black cauldron and floated above her head, casting down thousands of light screens. After doing all this, the 2 of them stared ahead again. Kill, the 3 of them roared. This time, they also used their trump cards, not giving Lin Xian any chance to turn the tables. The Great Destruction. General Xianxia was like a demon god as he slashed down with the halberd in his hand. A terrifying light was sent over. On the other side, Hong Xinyang also performed a spiritual water sword technique, which was extremely fierce. The living fossil elder gritted his teeth. This time, he took out a very strange treasure. It was a red box, about the size of a palm, covered with blood-red patterns, emitting a monstrous murderous aura. Everyone's face turned pale. What was that? Many people were frightened, but an elder from the Taiyi dynasty exclaimed. Could it be the legendary demon blood box? Demon blood box, what was that thing? Some people were puzzled. But soon, they knew. Because someone explained, the demon blood box is the blood left behind by a peerless demon beast, which is extremely terrifying. One drop was enough to kill a powerhouse. But they did not know what grade the demon blood in the other party's hand was. What? So powerful. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect the other party to take out such a terrifying killer move. Buzz, the living fossil elder's expression was cold as he slowly opened the demon blood box in his hand. The monstrous murderous aura turned into a sea of blood, rolling above the 9 heavens. In front, General Xianxia and Xianxia also felt the danger. The two of them pulled away from Lin Xian and stood on opposite sides to prevent the other party from escaping. Lin Xian frowned completely because he once again felt a strong sense of danger. The red blood in front of him had a great impact on him. But fortunately, the dragon sword soul in his body roared, and a terrifying pressure instantly disappeared. Kid, be careful, that's the demon blood of a peerless demon king. In the distance, Crimson Xianxia reminded him. At this moment, he was fighting with the purple vine snake. The purple vine snake was very miserable. There were many wounds on its body, and one of its purple wings was torn in half. It was completely suppressed by the Crimson Xianxia. However, it would not die for a while. Therefore, the Crimson Xianxia could not come over to help. However, it could still inquire about the battle situation from time to time. The blood of a peerless demon king, no wonder, judging from the aura it emitted, it had probably surpassed the 8-star demon king. Lin Xian and the others' combat power were all 8-star. But the other party had surpassed 8-star. Therefore, even General Xianxia and Xianxia were very cautious. They all quickly retreated, afraid that they would be stained with the blood. Kid, you should be proud that you made me use this treasure. Now, you can die in peace. The living fossil elder in front had a ferocious expression, and there was even a hint of madness in his eyes. That was because the demonic blood box was a powerful treasure that could be used to kill powerful enemies. He did not expect that it would be used to deal with a young man in his 20s. But now, he could not care so much. He had to kill the young man in front of him to vent the hatred in his heart. Go, the living fossil elder held the demon blood box with a solemn expression. There were a total of 2 drops of demonic blood in the box. One was the size of a grape, and the other was about half the size of a grape. The living fossil elder had used the smaller one. This was because he felt that this one was enough to kill the other party. After all, this was the demonic blood of an invincible demon king. Moreover, it contained a terrifying bloodline power. Coupled with the nurturing of the demonic blood box, the other party would definitely not be able to resist it. Kid, go to hell. The living fossil elder used a secret technique and waved his finger. Buzz, the crystal clear blood bead flew out. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding sea of blood surged, transforming into countless resentful spirits that roared. It was enough to make one's scalp go numb. Even the mysterious Yin River army and Xianxia kept retreating until they were tens of thousands of kilometers away. Only then did they stop. This demonic blood was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the void was quickly shattered. The place where Lin Xian was imprisoned. The surrounding sea of blood spread as if there were countless blood-colored resentful spirits roaring out. Vaguely, the illusory image of a blood-colored flying serpent rose from the sea of blood and spread its blood-colored wings. It covered the sky and the sun. This was only caused by the blood-colored aura. The blood-colored bead was still far away. One could imagine how terrifying it would be when it arrived. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon sword domain surged, and a terrifying sword light pierced through the surroundings. Instantly, all the blood-colored aura was destroyed. It even pierced through the blood-colored flying serpent. All the illusory figures wailed and fell into a pool of blood. They kept surging. Lin Xian's body swayed as he dodged at an extreme speed. He did not want to face such a dangerous thing head-on. Nevertheless, the blood was very spiritual. No matter where Lin Xian moved, it followed closely. Moreover, the distance was getting closer and closer. In the distance, the living fossil elder of the Ting family snorted coldly. Kid, don't run. You can't escape at all. This is the blood of an invincible demon king. It's full of spirituality. Once it recognizes you, it will kill you even if you escape to the ends of the earth. General Xianxia and Hong Xinyang retreated far away. When they saw this scene, a cold smile appeared on their faces. They knew that the other party was dead for sure. Even though they couldn't bring him back, killing him could be considered giving the war race an explanation. Furthermore, General Xianxing's eyes were filled with disillusionment. This was because other than the people he had brought with him, there was also a huge creature on his spirit boat. Presumably, the other party was also watching at this moment. Since the other party did not make a move, there was even less reason for him to make a move. Lin Xian didn't try to escape after learning that the demonic blood was very spiritual. What the other party said should be true, so what he needed to think about was how to resist. Defense was not his strong suit. Although his defense was comparable to an exceptional almighty, ordinary exceptional almighties were nothing against this demonic blood. In that case, he could only attack. Attack was the best defense. Lin Xian gripped the ancient dragon abyss sword with both hands as the great dragon sword soul within his body roared non-stop. Streams of dragon soul aura surged into the ancient sword. At the same time, the second seal was rapidly unraveling. A terrifying power immediately erupted, shattering a part of the sky. Destroy. Lin Xian held the sword with both hands and slashed out. This sword was too terrifying. The power of the ancient dragon abyss sword with two seals unraveled was twice as powerful as before. Not only that, the great dragon sword soul roared non-stop, providing an unparalleled power. In the sky, a sword shadow streaked across. It was extremely dazzling. The entire space was split into two, and terrifying cracks appeared. Everyone was stunned. They could only watch this scene with their eyes wide open. And they couldn't react. In front of them, a drop of demonic blood finally collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword. Boom, the sky was filled with explosions. The front was completely drowned by the blood-colored light and soaring sword chi. Boom boom boom, violent vibrations sounded, and terrifying waves swept in all directions. Everyone was so frightened that they retreated frantically. The living fossil elder also tapped his foot and retreated 100,000 miles. His eyes flickered as he looked forward. Everyone was paying attention. The dark red divine dragon also slapped the purple vine snake away and retreated far away. He looked very worried because the power of the demonic blood was terrifying. Damn brat, nothing must happen to you. In front of them, the blood-colored light gradually disappeared, and the sword chi that filled the sky also weakened. Finally, the scene inside was revealed. Everyone craned their necks and looked over. In the next moment, they were stunned. Because in front of them, a figure was floating in the sky. Although his clothes were tattered, the light of his armor was dim, and there were even cracks in some places. However, the other party was not dead. Damn it, that brat is still alive. How is that possible? Could it be that he destroyed that drop of demonic blood? Oh my god. No way. That's the demonic blood of an invincible monster king. It can kill a peerless mighty figure. How did he block it? That sword was too terrifying. Perhaps it directly cut through the demonic blood. Everyone discussed animatedly. The dark red divine dragon also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he shook his head. Forget it, that brat has the great dragon sword soul and the bone of a sage. He probably won't be killed so easily. Thinking of that, he stopped paying attention and turned to stare at the purple-winged snake. Two of the other party's wings were broken. It seemed that he was not far away from being killed. Buzz, the dark red divine dragon rushed forward. On the other side, everyone was stunned. Those powerhouses and mighty figures were all stunned. Even General Xianxia and Hong Xinyang were stunned. That was because they did not expect that to happen. Damn it, that's impossible. Finally, the living fossil elder screamed. How is that possible? That's a powerful trump card. It was so terrifying that he could not bear to use it. Originally, he thought that using one drop to kill a peerless mighty figure would be as easy as cutting grass. However, how did the other party block it? That was driving him crazy. Damn it, what the hell is that sword? The living fossil elder's eyes were cold. He decided that after killing the other party, he must seize the other party's treasured sword. He could tell that the treasured sword was very likely an ancient artifact that contained a mysterious power. Otherwise, it would not be so powerful, if he could get it. So what if he lost a drop of demonic blood? He did not even hesitate to use the second drop of demonic blood. That was because he had to kill the other party. Phew, in front of him, Xianxia was panting heavily. His face was a little pale. Obviously, using the two seals had consumed a lot of his energy. Moreover, the impact of the energy blasted his body, causing him to be injured again. His internal organs were damaged. Fortunately, it would not take his life for the time being. In addition, he was very rich. At that moment, he grabbed a large number of treasures and devoured them without any regard for his life. He had also completely refined the divine crystals. The longevity incantation circulated wildly and quickly healed his injuries. Old man, show me what you've got. I'll take it. Xianxia raised his sword and pointed it forward again. Xianxia's words shook the hearts of the surrounding people. However, Elder Sparkstone's face was indeed terrifyingly dark. The other party actually dared to openly provoke him, which made his lungs about to explode. Kid, what are you being arrogant for? The one just now was just a smaller one. I don't believe that you can contend against my second drop of demon blood. Elder Living Fossil was really angry. He decided to kill the other party at all costs. Sure enough, in the next moment, he waved his palm, and the second grape-sized drop of demon blood flew out. The power this time was more than twice as strong as the previous one. It was definitely enough to kill the other party. Let's see how you dodge this time. He did not believe that the other party could contend against it. Sure enough, once this drop of demon blood appeared, the world changed drastically. In fact, the sky even started to rain blood. Everyone retreated frantically again. Xianxia's face also became incomparably solemn. Although his words were arrogant, he did not dare to be careless at all. It seemed that he could only use this move. He took a deep breath, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. Buzz, the three seals on the ancient dragon Abyss sword were released. Boom boom boom, the terrifying sword light pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The sword chi crisscrossed the sky, like a light pillar that reached the sky, constantly destroying the surroundings. Damn it! How did his sword chi become stronger again? So terrifying, everyone went crazy. General Shenying, Hong Xinyong, and the others' faces also changed drastically. The living fossil was even more terrified, because the other party's sword chi had actually doubled in power. How was this possible? After releasing the 3 seals, Xianxia's body shone brightly. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword with both hands and slashed forward. The power of the great dragon sword spirit also erupted together. Boom, the sword slashed down, and a radius of 100,000 miles was directly cut open. The drop of demon blood was also cut in half. Then, it was shattered by the endless sword chi. Although he was powerful, the effect was not even the first drop. After the 3rd seal was released, Master Dragon's ancient dragon sword was too terrifying. What? It was destroyed with one slash. This was impossible. Everyone went crazy. Such a powerful demon blood, killing a peerless powerhouse was not a problem. The other party actually destroyed it so easily. Just what level had the power of this sword reached, they did not dare to imagine. Crack, on the other side, Xianxia was also in great danger. After the sword slashed down, the muscles on his arms suddenly split open. Blood burst out and dyed the surroundings red. He had no choice. With his current strength, forcefully unlocking the 3rd seal on the ancient dragon abyss sword was too much for him. As a matter of fact, his muscles couldn't withstand the pressure at all and directly split open. Xianxia's eyes shone with a sharp light. The secret art of longevity and the great dragon sword soul surged within his body. Then, he swung his ancient sword again and slashed forward. Pung, the second slash was equally earth-shattering. That power caused everyone's expression to change. The most frightened ones were the living fossils of the Ting family. Because this sword strike was aimed at him. No, the Ting family's living fossil roared madly. It was worth noting that he would not be able to block the demonic blood even if he was in his peak state. However, the sword chi from before was able to easily destroy the demonic blood. This was definitely enough to threaten his life. So in the next moment, he turned around and fled. Buzz, the demonic blood box in his hand kept enlarging. It was like a red mountain blocking in front of him. Not only did the demonic blood box contain terrifying demonic blood, but it was also a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was very tough. At this moment, Elder Zhang wanted to use the demonic blood box to block the sword chi. However, he was not very confident. Therefore, he fled frantically. The spiritual power in his body burned rapidly. The living fossil elder ran into the distance like a stream of light. Boom, even so, he still underestimated this sword. After unlocking the third seal, the ancient dragon origin sword's power was definitely beyond imagination. Not only was it powerful, but its speed was also shocking. When the sword slashed down, Elder Zhang was directly shattered into two halves. Not only that, but the terrifying sword light also enveloped the living fossil elder. Boom, in the distance, endless sword chi erupted and shot into the sky. No one dared to get close. As for Lin Xian, there were even more cracks on his body. His arms were almost broken, and the other parts of his body were also broken. Blood flowed and dyed his body red. However, he did not stop. The third sword slashed out. Seeing that the other party was about to attack, everyone went crazy. At this moment, countless people fled in all directions. Even the strong Shenying, Jiang family, and Hong Xinyang fled. They did not dare to resist such a terrifying sword chi. No, damn it. You can't attack me, Hong Xinyang screamed because she realized that the sword chi was actually directed at her. Why? Why was it directed at her? She wasn't the strongest one. This sword should have killed General Shenying, she could not understand. Boom, in the next moment, he was enveloped by the terrifying sword light. Heaven and earth rumbled. Countless sword chi circled in the distance as if it was about to destroy the world. The terrifying sword light slashed open the void, splitting it into large pieces. Everyone fled one after another. Those who were slow to flee were struck by the shockwaves and were directly cut in half at the waist. In an instant, the sky was dyed red with blood. Countless corpses fell. A large number of warriors were killed. Puff, General Shenying was also attacked by the aftershock. He immediately vomited blood and flew backward. But fortunately, he managed to keep his life. However, he still kept retreating, flying far away to avoid being affected again. Because he really did not know if the other party could make a fourth sword slash. Clang, in the distance, Lin Xian stood in the void, gasping for breath. His face was abnormally pale, and his body was completely covered in blood. The ancient dragon abyss sword also fell in the air, making a clanging sound. Lin Xian's body was bleeding profusely. In some places, one could even see the bones. The bones in his hands were all broken. The third seal had already caused a great burden on him. After 3 sword slashes, his entire body was about to fall apart. Especially his arms that suffered the most damage. They did not have any strength left. Whoosh, with a thought, countless treasures appeared in front of him from the Black Earth ship and then wrapped his entire body. Rapid recovery. The art of longevity was also crazily absorbing these medicinal effects. Now, Lin Xian was at his weakest. Basically, he did not have much combat power left. However, countless people were still fleeing in the distance. Because the 3 sword chi exploded, forming a strong storm that directly covered hundreds of thousands of miles. Ordinary warriors were running for their lives. Those who were weak were killed one after another. Now, who still had the mood to care about Lin Xian, even someone as strong as General Shenying did not dare to get close. However, while General Shenying did not dare to get close, someone dared to. On a spiritual ship, 4 figures suddenly appeared. Their bodies were pitch black like ghosts. They directly tore through the void and charged over. Whoosh! The 4 Taoists were very fierce. Their long swords were about to envelop Lin Xian. With Lin Xian's current state, it would be difficult for him to block them. Indeed, Lin Xian's entire body was in pain as if it was broken. However, he still had his soul power. In the next moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes and surrounded him. Buzz, floating light, the four Taoists in black were instantly affected by the illusion and stopped in midair. Then, Lin Xian used soul ignition and the souls of the four Taoists instantly burned. They screamed miserably, their bodies trembling as they fell from the sky. Seeing this, the people who wanted to kill Ting Qingshan all stopped. Heavens! It was too terrifying. Even if Ting Qingshan was seriously injured, he could still kill four experts in an instant. This method was heaven-defying. They did not dare to attack anymore and chose to attack from afar. Terrifying sword chi, fire, and lightning flew from afar, trying to kill Lin Xian. However, at this moment, a dragon tail blocked in front of Lin Xian. It directly shattered all the attacks. The dark red dragon appeared beside Lin Xian and roared in all directions. "Kid, are you okay?" it asked with concern. "I'm fine. I won't die yet." Lin Xian shook his head and continued to swallow treasures. "What's going on? Why is this dragon here? What about the soaring serpent?" Many people looked into the distance. In the next moment, they were extremely shocked. The peerless Taoist king summoned by the Ting family, the purple soaring serpent, was split in half. Its 1,000-meter-long body was split in the air and smashed to the ground, shattering mountains and rivers. It stirred up a lot of dust. Purple blood flowed out and gathered into a river. This purple blood was the blood of a Taoist king. It was extremely terrifying and had strong corrosive and poisonous properties. Therefore, wherever it passed, countless creatures and mountains were all corroded and melted. The purple soaring serpent was killed. Heavens! They did not dare to believe it. At this moment, the surrounding energy and the terrifying sword chi also slowly disappeared. More and more people saw this scene and cried out in surprise. Especially the surviving warriors of the Ting family, their scalps went numb. "No, damn it. This was impossible, it can't be like this." They screamed like they had gone mad. This was because the Ting family's losses were too severe. A living fossil elder had been killed, and their peerless beast, the purple vine snake, had also been killed. This was a huge blow to them. The others were also extremely frightened. Over at the city lord's mansion, there were also continuous screams. Because they discovered that Hong Xinyang was also killed by a single sword strike. To be able to kill two peerless almighties in 3 strikes, the other party's strength was absolutely heaven-defying. General Xianxia wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and looked forward with a cold glint in his eyes. The 3 shocking sword chis from before did not attack him, so he was only slightly affected and suffered light injuries. At this moment, he looked ahead and revealed a sinister smile. This was because he could tell that Lin Xian was severely injured and most likely did not have much combat strength left. How could such a person withstand his attacks? Therefore, in the next moment, he gathered the experts of the Taiyi dynasty and charged over. The 8 elders followed General Xianxia and flew forward together. Their bodies shone brightly like 8 suns, covering the sky. Thunderous sounds could be heard in the surroundings, and the world was trembling. General Xianxia held the halberd in his hand and was extremely powerful. He was like a peerless god of war. "Damn it! Do you really think I'm a pushover?" Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon was furious. The other party had killed them time and time again, and now he dared to attack again. He really could not tolerate it. In the next moment, he roared angrily. He waved his dragon claws, causing the sky to tremble and the ground to crack. 9 dragon roars flew up from the ground. They were formed from the earth's spiritual veins, and they were extremely terrifying. Each dragon's shadow was 1,000 meters long and pierced through the clouds. They flew from the ground to the sky and charged towards General Xianxia and the 8 powerhouses. The 8 elders roared angrily as they were entangled by the dragon chi, causing intense collisions. General Xianxia shouted and swatted away the dragon chi with his Fong Tian halberd. Then, he strode forward to kill. Humph! The dark red divine dragon snorted and was about to attack. At this moment, Lin Xian said, "Ruffian dragon, go and deal with the other 8 people. Don't let any of them escape alive. Leave Xianxia to me. Kid, don't force yourself. You're seriously injured now." The dark red divine dragon was worried. Lin Xian shook his head. Don't worry, I've already recovered 70% to 80%. So fast. The dark red divine dragon was shocked. Even if he had treasures and divine crystals, he would not be able to recover so quickly. It seemed that the other party's longevity art was indeed heaven-defying and had far exceeded his expectations. Indeed, not to mention the dark red divine dragon, even Lin Xian did not expect the longevity art to be so terrifying. His recovery ability was heaven-defying. In a short period of time, he had indeed recovered 70% of his strength. Although there was still some pain in his body, he should be able to endure it as long as he did not unlock the third seal. This time, Lin Xian did not unlock the seal. Instead, he summoned the great dragon sword soul. Now, it was time to use this trump card. Whoosh, the great dragon sword soul came out of Lin Xian's body and attached itself to the dragon source ancient sword, emitting a dazzling light. Terrifying sword chi shot up to the sky. Damn it, could it be that the other party still has combat strength? Seeing this scene, the martial artists in the distance exclaimed. General Xianxia also frowned. He knew that he could not delay any longer. The other party was too strange. Even a peerless mighty figure would not be able to recover from his previous injuries in a short period of time. However, the other party could still attack now, which was indeed beyond his expectations. In the next moment, General Xianxia waved the halberd in his hand and slashed forward. It was like a Milky Way that fell from the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Clang, Lin Xian moved the dragon source ancient sword. The two collided and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. At this moment, although the ancient sword was not unsealed, it contained the power of the great dragon sword soul, which made its power extremely terrifying. Therefore, this attack was evenly matched. The other party blocked it. General Xianxia frowned. The other party was clearly so severely injured. How could he still block his attack? Humph. His face darkened and he snorted coldly. Kid, I admit that you're very strong. But now, you're probably an arrow at the end of its flight. I wonder how many more moves you can block from me. 1 move, or 2 moves? Maybe the next move will kill you mercilessly. So, kneel down obediently and beg for mercy. As he spoke, General Xianxia moved the halberd. A terrifying light covered the entire sky. Boom. The sky fell and the earth cracked. General Xianxia's power was too terrifying. He was not injured much previously. Now that he attacked with his full strength, it was extremely terrifying. He was like a god of war. Lin Xian let out a long roar and waved the dragon source ancient sword. He pushed the great dragon sword soul and slashed forward. The long swords fell one after another, causing the light around General Xianxia to explode. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. A terrifying light enveloped the entire sky. Damn it, how is that possible? How can his attack be so powerful? General Xianxia collided with his opponent. His hands went numb, and the blood in his body churned. He felt as if he had collided with 100,000 mountains. It was extremely sturdy, and the force made him have the urge to vomit blood. Pfft, as expected, General Xianxia vomited blood and flew backward. Under the power of the dragon sword soul, he kept retreating. General Xianxia was injured. Heavens! How is that possible? The people in the distance were all stunned when they saw that. How powerful is that kid to be able to injure General Xianxia? More importantly, wasn't he already on the verge of death? How can he still have such terrifying power? They would have believed it if he had injured General Xianxia with those 3 sword moves. However, after using those 3 sword moves, he was obviously in a weakened state. He could even be killed at any time. However, in just a few minutes, he was full of energy again. He had injured General Xianxia again, they could not believe it. At that moment, everyone looked forward, and their scalps went numb. Especially those from the Taiyi dynasty. They thought that General Xianxia would be able to suppress his opponent in an instant. However, they did not expect it to be such a scene. Pfft, General Xianxia vomited blood and retreated. He stomped on the void, creating terrifying black holes one after another. He only stopped after creating 18 black holes in a row. Damn it! His face became abnormally gloomy, and even his handsome face became incomparably distorted. Damn it, how is that possible? General Xianxia was also extremely shocked. He did not believe that his opponent could injure him in one move. Buzz, he stared at the ancient sword in Lin Xian's hand, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. He was determined to snatch this sword away from her. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and quickly formed a seal with his palms. In the sky, the blood that he spat out did not disappear. Instead, it quickly condensed. They formed one blood sword after another, and they charged forward. In an instant, 10 blood swords filled the air and slashed forward with a monstrous murderous aura. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. This method was too terrifying. The blood he spat out could even turn into a blood sword to kill people, and from the looks of it, its power was even more terrifying than ordinary mystiques. This General Xianxia was also an extremely terrifying figure. A single drop of blood was enough to kill an expert. Humph, looking at the incoming blood swords, Lin Xian coldly harumphed. He waved the ancient sword in his hand, and with the power of the great dragon sword spirit, he slashed forward. He swung his sword dozens of times in a row. Those blood swords were cut in half and dissipated into the void. Kill, the Xianxia general roared angrily. He held his halberd with both hands and charged over again. A violent aura suddenly erupted from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. The Fengtian painting collection danced like a flood dragon, bringing with it a shocking killing intent, completely drowning out the sky in front. Boom! Boom! Another intense collision occurred, causing the world to rumble. This time, General Xianxia was sent flying once again. His arm was numb and the muscles on his arm were torn. Blood spurted out once more, dyeing the halberd red. Damn it, bloodthirsty true spirit, kill it, General Xianxia roared angrily. Blood stained the halberd. It didn't disappear. Instead, it used this chance to activate a powerful ability. The blood on the halberd trembled rapidly. Then, it turned into terrifying blood-colored beasts that charged out from the sky. These were blood crows, and every single one of them was like precious jade, sparkling and translucent. However, these blood crows contained an extremely terrifying killing intent. The moment they appeared, they pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Buzz, a blood crow flew out, spreading its wings and bringing with it a sea of blood. The entire sky was dyed red. Boom, the second blood crow flew out from the halberd. It brought with it a boundless killing intent, causing the entire sky to tremble. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, the third blood crow flew out. It was surrounded by mysterious blood-colored runes that made one's heart tremble. A total of 9 blood crows flew out. They flew in circles in the sky. Then, under the control of General Xianxia, they charged forward. Boom, boom. Boom, the 9 blood crows exploded together and flew forward. A terrifying blood-colored light filled the sky. At this moment, the sky was filled with a sea of blood. It was extremely terrifying. Collapse. However, Lin Xian roared angrily. On the Dragon Source Ancient Sword, the Dragon Soul Sword shadow exploded with a dazzling light. With a slash of the sword, the sky in front of him instantly collapsed. Countless cracks spread. Although the blood crows were powerful, they couldn't withstand this power at all. They instantly exploded into a bloody mist. This scene was too terrifying. General Xianxing's ultimate move was useless in front of Lin Xian. It couldn't be helped. After sending out the Dragon Soul Sword, Lin Xian's combat strength was extremely powerful. Damn it, this was impossible, General Xianxia roared crazily. He couldn't believe that Lin Xian could break his ultimate move so easily. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted because Lin Xian had already charged over with the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Another 3 shocking sword chi slashed forward. Instantly, General Xianxia was scared out of his wits. This was because when Lin Xian used this sword technique previously, he instantly killed the Ting family's living fossil and Hong Xinyong. Now that Lin Xian was using a similar move, how could he not be afraid? To be honest, the power of these 3 sword chi was about the same as the power of the Dragon Abyss Ancient Sword when the 3 seals were broken. It wasn't that the Dragon Soul Sword wasn't strong, but that Lin Xian could only use this power now. This was because the dragon's soul sword was vast and boundless like a bottomless pit. It could unleash as much power as one poured in. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could only unleash this level of combat strength. No matter how strong he was, the spiritual power in his body wouldn't be enough. However, these 3 sword chi were enough. One sword slashed the sky piercer away, while the other sword shattered more than 10 layers of defense. Boom, General Xianying's armor was shattered and a terrifying sword mark appeared, almost splitting him apart. This was only the damage caused by the aftermath of the sword chi. If the 3rd sword slashed down, it would definitely kill him. No, Brother Wuhan. Save me. Looking at the 3rd sword chi descending from the sky, General Xianying roared crazily. Deep fear appeared in his eyes. He knew that he couldn't dodge the sword chi at all, nor could he resist it. He could only cry for help. His miserable voice spread and shook the surroundings. Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked. What? Could it be that there's a peerless powerhouse here? Otherwise, why would General Xianying beg for help? One had to know that the strongest person present was General Xianying. Previously, the living fossil and Hong Xinyang had been killed, leaving only General Xianying. The rest of the people were not stronger than the general. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon had killed 8 peerless experts and retreated to the side. He did not attack again because he felt that this matter was very strange. Could it be that the other party wanted to confuse them? He could not understand. However, the sword chi was about to slash down and kill General Xianying. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly came from a spirit boat in the distance. Then, a golden ray of light flew over from afar like a bolt of lightning. That golden light quickly appeared in front of General Xianying. Then, it transformed into an imperial gold cauldron and blocked the shocking sword light. The two collided and emitted a resplendent light. What? It was blocked. How was that possible? When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all went crazy. Someone actually blocked such a terrifying sword chi. Who was it? Who was it? Indeed, there was a peerless expert hiding here, everyone exclaimed in surprise. They saw hope again. Because the sword chi that even General Xianying could not block was easily blocked by the other party. Needless to say, the other party's strength definitely surpassed General Xianying's. Thinking of this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Many people cheered. However, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon frowned. There was indeed someone. Moreover, it was a very terrifying expert. The other party did not show up at all. He only transformed into an aura and blocked the sword chi from the dragon sword soul. It had to be said that it really shocked Lin Xian. Who was it? Get out here. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon also roared. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out balls of dragon flame, blasting on the golden cauldron. Whoosh whoosh, the golden cauldron burned fiercely, but it did not melt. Instead, it became even more resplendent. In the next moment, tens of thousands of rays of light erupted from the cauldron, piercing through the dragon flames that filled the sky. General Xianying also took this opportunity to retreat far away. He quickly swallowed a pill. At the same time, his eyes were cold as he stared ahead. Humph, do you think that a mysterious expert will be able to save you? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He held his sword again and walked forward. The dragon sword's soul erupted. Another 2 shocking sword chi surged out and slashed forward. General Xianying's expression changed again. But soon, he snorted coldly. Since that person had already made a move, he wouldn't just watch him get killed. Sure enough, in the next moment, another beam of golden light shot out from the spirit ship in the distance. It turned into a golden continent that floated in the sky. Then, a figure appeared on the golden continent and quickly walked over. His speed was not very fast, but every step he took seemed to shrink the ground into an inch, instantly appearing in front of him. In just 2 or 3 steps, he arrived near General Xianying from tens of thousands of miles away. Boom, he raised his hand and clenched his fist. His fists transformed into 2 black suns and smashed onto the sword chi, producing a clanging sound. Then, the 2 disappeared into the sky at the same time. Who was this person? That was too terrifying. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes looked at that figure. The dark red divine dragon also frowned, and Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Because he felt that the black fist technique used by the other party was very familiar. In front of him was a middle-aged man. He was wearing battle armor and looked very valiant. He stood in the void, and his powerful aura suppressed everything. The void under his feet was even distorted, forming a strange arc. "Thank you, Brother Wuhan." General Xianxia looked at the other party with a solemn expression. "Go and rest at the side. Just leave the rest to me," the valiant man said in a deep voice. General Xianxia nodded and retreated into the distance. It seemed that he wanted to leave the battlefield. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he snorted coldly. "You want to leave? Did I say you could leave?" As he said that, he slashed out with his sword. Terrifying sword chi swept across the sky like a rain of swords. A large portion of it charged towards General Xianxia. Courting death, seeing this scene, the general roared. The valiant man also snorted coldly. He raised his large hand and slapped out. It was like a river of stars that filled the sky, cutting off all the sword chi. "You want to kill in front of me?" the valiant man said in a deep voice, his voice filled with killing intent. In the distance, General Xianxia snorted coldly. "Kid, you're overestimating yourself. Do you know? Who is Brother Wuhan? He's an expert from the war tribe, the Golden Lion King's uncle. This time, you're dead meat." "What? The other party is actually an expert from the war tribe?" Heavens, did the war tribe really come out? No wonder. No wonder the other party is so strong. It's the legendary war tribe. Exclamations could be heard. Everyone was shocked. The dark red divine dragon also sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect an expert from the war tribe to come. Moreover, from the looks of it, this was a true supreme expert. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. So it's someone from the war tribe. No wonder the other party's ability looked familiar. He didn't expect that the war tribe would still come. Moreover, they sent out such a terrifying expert. The other party was much stronger than the Golden Lion King. There was no choice. The Golden Lion King was from the younger generation. It could be said that he was very young. The person in front of him was probably a true supreme expert who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Such an expert from the war tribe was definitely terrifying and unfathomable. "You're the kid who killed the Golden Lion King?" Zhang Wuhan asked coldly. "That's right, I killed the Golden Lion King." Lin Xian replied. "That's because he deserved to die. He deserved to die." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Zhang Wuhan's face sank. A genius from the war tribe actually deserves to die? The surrounding people were also discussing. Is this kid crazy? He actually dares to say such words in front of an expert from the war tribe. Isn't this just trying to anger the other party? Lin Xian said loudly. He did deserve to die. He coveted my treasures and wanted to take them for himself. A genius from the war tribe actually dares to do such a thing. Doesn't he deserve to die? What? The Golden Lion King was killed because of this? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect there to be such a reason. Fancy your treasures? And you killed him? When Zhang Wuhan heard this, his body trembled. A terrifying killing intent surged out from his body. Then, his voice became sinister. If a genius from the war tribe wants a treasure, you have to obediently kneel down and give it to him. You actually dared to kill him? Your sin is unforgivable. I will capture you and make you kneel in front of his grave for 700 years. Every day, you will have to endure the punishment of the war tribe. Kneel down obediently? Hand it over with both hands? After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered. Your war tribe is really arrogant. Do you really think that your war tribe is invincible? Lin Xian was indeed incomparably furious. He originally thought that the Golden Lion King was overbearing and arrogant enough. He didn't expect that compared to the middle-aged man in front of him, the Golden Lion King paled in comparison. They originally thought that the Golden Lion King was already domineering and arrogant enough. Unexpectedly, compared to this middle-aged man in front of them, the Golden Lion King paled in comparison. Were all these people from the war race so unreasonable? The dark red divine dragon also screamed. F***ck, how can you say such shameless words? Are you sure you're not smearing the war race's reputation? To be honest, the dark red divine dragon had never seen such a shameless person. Humph. You're too shameless. You don't know what kind of existence our war race is. Back then, when our war race was at its peak, the world was respected. It was everyone's wish to be able to give us treasures. At that time, those who came to give us treasures could line up tens of thousands of miles away. How can an ant like you understand the strength of our war race? Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. But times have changed. Your war race was only powerful in the past. Now, it has long declined. The times are changing, and you've already been eliminated. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, shaking the 9 heavens. Hearing this, no one dared to speak and frantically retreated. Sure enough, when Zhang Wuhan heard this, he immediately became angry. He was like a demon, emitting monstrous killing intent, instantly shattering the surrounding void. Someone actually dared to look down on his war race. He couldn't tolerate it, he had to kill the other party. A terrifying fist surged out, carrying the sun, moon, and stars, wanting to destroy the entire world. This attack was too terrifying. Endless light flickered. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's expressions instantly changed. They discovered that the other party was very strong, unexpectedly strong. Even before the fist arrived, just the storm alone was enough to make their hair stand on end. This guy was at least a mid-stage 18-star expert. In addition, the war race's terrifying bloodline and powerful ability. Heavens, the power was unimaginable. The dark red divine dragon hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Kid, don't fight with him. The gap was too big. Don't worry, I still have a trump card. If the two of us join hands, we might be able to kill him. Even if we can't kill him, we have to seriously injure him, at least let him know that the war race wasn't an invincible existence, Lin Xian quickly replied. At the same time, he rapidly dodged and didn't resist at all. His body drew a streak of light in the sky, instantly pushing him far away. Humph, he was overestimating himself. He actually dared to fight against the war clan's experts. He was really courting death. Behind him, General Xianxia sneered. The other party was able to kill the Golden Lion King because the Golden Lion King was young. And this Zhang Wuhan in front of him was a true war race expert. How could the other party contend against such a person? However, as soon as he sneered, he screamed in the next moment. His entire being became incomparably crazy. This was because an indescribable power was surging toward him. His soul was severely injured in an instant. Damn it, Brother Wu Hen, save me, he screamed crazily. Courting death, seeing this, Zhang Wuhan was enraged. His opponent actually had the strength to attack others while he was fighting with him. Was he looking down on him? Boom, Wuhan Zhan roared angrily and destroyed 4 of them. The terrifying chi waves enveloped an area of 100,000 miles, forcing Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon to retreat frantically. 1 down. Lin Xian stepped back and sneered. This was because when he was dodging just now, he had directly used the secret soul-burning technique to forcefully attack General Xianxia. General Xianxia also had a soul defense artifact, but he did not expect Lin Xian to attack him while fighting with the war race expert. In a moment of carelessness, he was hit by the secret soul-burning technique. Sure enough, in the next moment, his soul burned, and the pain made him scream miserably. Brother Wu Hen, save me, General Xianxia rolled crazily in the sky. He did not suffer any injuries, but the pain made everyone's hair stand on end. When Zhang Wuhan saw this, he frowned. Soul attack, he snorted coldly and used his divine ability to save General Xianxia, but he realized that he could not do it at all. This made his face extremely gloomy. Save me, General Xianxia screamed again, then stopped struggling. His body floated in the void, his eyes wide open. This was because he could not believe that he was killed by a brat. What, General Xianxia was also dead? The people from the Taiyi dynasty felt their scalps go numb. General Xianxia was the Empress' younger brother. If he died like this, how would they explain it when they returned? The Empress would probably go crazy. Everyone spat out saliva, not daring to imagine. However, they quickly put away General Xianxing's body. What a terrifying soul secret technique. Zhang Wuhan's face was also solemn. He took out a jade pendant and protected his body. He had to admit that the other party's soul power attack had shocked him. On the spirit ship in the distance, a young man in white also frowned. Then, he pinched his fingers and calculated, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he turned around and left without saying anything. Kid, you will pay a painful price for your actions. Zhang Wuhan looked over again. His eyes bloomed like bolts of lightning. It was very dazzling. At this moment, he was like a god of war. Was that so? The war race's expert could not only be good at talking, right? Lin Xian sneered. Although he was mocking the other party, he was not careless at all. He quickly waved the Dragon Source Ancient Sword and used the Great Dragon Sword Soul with all his strength. The two combined and erupted with a terrifying sword light that slashed forward. Boom! Boom, boom! Zhang Wuhan waved his sleeve, and a red cauldron appeared in front of him. The cauldron was more than a meter tall and was very heavy. The moment it appeared, it collapsed the void. It was very old, and some parts were even covered in dust. It seemed that it had existed for countless years. However, at this moment, the red cauldron was emitting light, and the patterns on it were clearly visible. It was a phoenix that was born from fire. It was as if a real divine beast was bound to the cauldron. The moment the cauldron appeared, it brought with it a monstrous heat wave that seemed to be able to burn everything. Looking at the incoming sword chi, Zhang Wuhan slapped the red cauldron with his palm. Buzz! Instantly, the cauldron shone brightly, and the phoenix seemed to come alive as it spread its wings and soared. Endless light rushed out, and a fiery red phoenix appeared in the sky. Flames flickered on its body, and it was extremely sharp. It was as if a real divine beast was facing the terrifying sword chi. The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Dazzling light covered the entire sky. Flames were everywhere, and sword chi filled the sky. The two collided intensely and then dissipated in the sky at the same time. What? That kid actually blocked the attack of the war race's expert, heavens! How did he do it? Everyone exclaimed when they saw the scene. The war race's expert was a legendary existence, he was like a god of war, a young man was actually able to block it. This shocked them greatly. Zhang Wuhan also frowned. He had to admit that the other party was very strong, far beyond his expectations. Lin Xian blocked the attack, but he wasn't happy. He had used his full strength, and he had used the Great Dragon Sword Soul. He couldn't use this kind of power for long. He didn't have much spiritual power left. Even if he recovered quickly, he couldn't afford the crazy absorption of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. His opponent had already seen the heavenly secret god eyes, and he had used a defensive artifact. His sneak attack wouldn't succeed. Apart from that, there was the dragon-shaped sword Shadow and the 3 seals of the ancient dragon Abyss sword. These 2 attacks should be able to injure his opponent. Dark Red Dragon, prepare to attack and use your strongest killing move. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to Snowy White Marquis inside the Black Earth. Little White, prepare to attack. I'm on my side. Snowy White Marquis nodded and waited for an opportunity. Buzz! Lin Xian sent out a few rays of sword chi and rushed over. When he got close to Zhang Wuhan, the golden light in his eyes appeared again. Floating light. Humph! Zhang Wuhan activated the red furnace, and the terrifying phoenix shattered the surrounding sword chi. At the same time, a layer of ripples appeared on his body. He sneered. Another soul attack. It's useless. This is a treasure passed down from ancient times. Your soul power can't penetrate it. Indeed, if not for the incident with General Xianxia, Zhang Wuhan might have been careless. His opponent's sneak attack might have succeeded. But after that incident, Zhang Wuhan was very careful. He carefully protected his soul. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of his opponent's soul attack at all. But in the next moment, he made a sound. Because he still felt a wave of soul energy. Although it was much weaker, it still reached him. This made him even more shocked. One had to know that his jade pendant was an ancient jade. It was very precious. But his opponent's soul power could still reach him. This surprised him. What kind of soul attack was this? he didn't dare to imagine. But in the next moment, he snorted and activated his defensive jade pendant. At the same time, his soul power surged out to resist the attack. He was an expert of the battle tribe. His soul power was very strong. So he defended and attacked at the same time. Soon, he dispelled the illusion brought by floating light. However, although the illusion failed, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. That was because his true attack was not floating light. All of this was bait. Alright, now is the time. Let's do it, Lin Xian roared. Then, the little white monkey dashed out. In an instant, he was right in front of Zhang Wuhan. His furry little paw slapped Scarlet War's face. Zhang Wuhan felt dizzy. Although he knew he was in trouble, he couldn't react in time. Little White's attack succeeded, and it disappeared instantly. At this moment, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon made their move. Lin Xian roared. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his right hand and grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow formed by the great dragon sword soul with his left hand. Then, both swords slashed forward. The third seal of the ancient dragon abyss sword was released, and its power increased dramatically, causing Lin Xian's right arm to be severed in an instant. However, Lin Xian couldn't care less. He gritted his teeth and slashed forward. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in his left hand exploded with a dazzling light. It turned into a real dragon and slashed forward. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon also roared. Endless dragon blood aura surged from its body. It cooperated with the earth's spiritual energy and created 18 dragon blood shadows. It charged forward. At the same time, behind him, endless light gathered and turned into a long red saber. It slashed down from the sky. The two of them attacked with their 4 ultimate moves. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Everything in front of them was annihilated in an instant. Boom, Lin Xian's face was pale. He was blasted away by the energy. Fortunately, he summoned the dragon sword realm at the critical moment and blocked a lot of it. The dark red divine dragon beside him swung its tail and carried Lin Xian tens of thousands of miles away. The surrounding martial artists weren't so lucky. They were instantly affected and screamed. Before they could fly back, their bodies exploded and turned into blood mist. Only a few experts were able to escape. Those spiritual boats, birds, beasts, and the terrifying demon kings were all destroyed. This attack could be said to have killed most of the warriors. Less than 1,000 of them were left alive. At this moment, they were looking forward in bewilderment. Could the war tribe's experts survive after being hit by such a terrifying energy? They didn't dare to imagine. In addition, tens of thousands of miles away, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were also looking forward with flickering eyes. Lin Xian swallowed another treasure. However, this time, he could only recover half of his strength. There was no other way. Using the dragon source ancient sword too many times had caused the burden on his body to reach an extreme. Therefore, no matter how many treasures he had, he couldn't recover to his peak state. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The dragon-shaped sword shadow, the dragon source ancient sword's 3 seals, and the dark red divine dragon's 2 ultimate moves. Thinking about it, he should be able to kill his opponent. After waiting for a long time, the violent energy in front of them gradually disappeared. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Because the final result was finally about to be revealed. The sword chi that filled the sky disappeared, and a figure appeared. The armor on his body was shattered, and his hair was disheveled. It was Zhang Wuhan. At this moment, he was in an abnormally sorry state. There were many wounds on his body, and his body was on the verge of collapse. However, he didn't collapse in the end. He was fine. Seeing this scene, the cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon frowned. They were surprised that Zhang Wuhan didn't die after such a violent attack. One had to know that apart from the Black Earth and the Sage's Hand Bone, this was already the strongest power they could use. Even so, they still couldn't kill Zhang Wuhan. It had to be said that the war tribe's experts were too terrifying. Brat, how dare you injure me? I want you dead. Zhang Wuhan raised his head, and his eyes emitted a cold light. At that moment, he had indeed felt the threat of death. If he wasn't a war tribe expert and didn't have a treasure that could defend him, he would have died. That attack just now would have taken his life. He couldn't tolerate that a brat could threaten his life. In the next moment, he roared at the sky, took out a red pill the size of a longan, and swallowed it. Immediately, his body emitted crackling sounds. His damaged body and broken bones quickly healed. His originally heavily injured body recovered again, and he was heading towards his peak. What kind of pill was that? It was too heaven-defying, everyone was shocked. Damn it, if the other party recovered to his peak, they would not be able to fight him at all. Therefore, he would not allow such a thing to happen. The next moment, Lin Xian summoned the Black Earth and used its powerful attack power to kill the other party. At most, he would just have to waste some resources. He could always find more in the future. Buzz, the Black Earth appeared, exuding an ancient aura. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were about to enter. However, Zhang Wuhan suddenly raised his hand. 5 mysterious runes appeared in his hand and rushed forward. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the seal of the 5 elements, 5 types of energy rotated in the sky, exuding a mysterious aura and sealing the Black Earth in the sky. Boom boom, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were bounced back. What? Lin Xian was shocked. What was going on? The Black Earth was sealed, damn it, this old man was too fast. The dark red divine dragon was also hopping mad. The two of them were already fast enough. However, it did not expect the other party to be even faster. Moreover, it had already recognized that this was a terrifying seal of the 5 elements. It would be difficult to break it in a short time. Black Earth, attack, the dark red dragon roared. However, the Black Earth did not react at all. Damn it, the dark red dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. On the other side, Zhang Wuhan snorted coldly. Kid, do you think we don't know what trump card you have? Everything you did in General Xianying's residence has long been known to us. What, you know all of our trump cards? Lin Xian frowned. This was not good news. It could be said that it was terrible. Moreover, it did not look like it was fake. Otherwise, the other party would not have sealed the Black Earth as soon as they used it. Obviously, the other party knew the power of the Black Earth. Damn it. It was those people from the general's residence. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Back then, he had destroyed the general's residence, but there were still many warriors who survived. Those warriors must have told the other party the process of the battle. That was why his trump card was exposed. In that case, the saint's hand bone would be exposed as well. It was fortunate that the snow-white monkey had caught the other party off guard. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to injure the other party. Damn it, this is going to be difficult. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The Black Earth had been sealed, so it was unlikely that they would be able to break it in a short period of time. Then, the only thing that could be used was the saint's hand bone. However, from the looks of it, the other party seemed to have a way to deal with it. Brat, you don't have any more moves, right? Die obediently for me, Zhang Wuhan sneered and strode over. Murderous intent surged from his body. F***K. You have the nerve to say that. The dark red divine dragon cursed. How old are you? How old is he? A 1,000-year-old monster was beating up a 20-year-old boy. How could he have the cheek to say such words? Lin Xian also snorted coldly. If we're at the same level, I'll kill you like a dog. In your battle clan's younger generation, no one is my match, so what? Only geniuses who grow up are geniuses. Dead geniuses are nothing. Zhang Wuhan was completely unmoved. He admitted that the other party was indeed a genius, and he was even more terrifying than the battle clan's geniuses. However, he would not allow such a person to grow up. Especially when the other party was the battle clan's enemy. If he allowed the other party to leave, then in a few hundred or 1,000 years, the other party would definitely become an invincible king. He would not invite such a powerful enemy for his family. Therefore, he had to kill the other party today. Brat, you can only blame yourself for being reckless. How dare you provoke my battle clan? Now, you can die obediently. Zhang Wuhan activated the red furnace above his head, and the crazy beast pounced down again. The void instantly collapsed as if there was a great collapse. A terrifying wave of flames swept out in all directions. Lin Xian kept retreating. At the same time, sword energy surged out from his body, forming a sword screen. However, he was still forced back. At this moment, he only had half of his usual strength. Lin Xian spat out another mouthful of blood. He wiped the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth. Damn it, use the saint's hand bone. Use the black earth as a shield in front of me. I don't believe that guy can withstand it. Okay, I'll set up the formation now. The dark red divine dragon also nodded. He was also very displeased by the other party's arrogance. However, the other party was too powerful. Perhaps only the saint's hand bone could deal with him. In the next moment, Lin Xian took out the saint's hand bone without holding back. It was a very small bone that floated in the sky. However, the aura it emitted was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than Zhang Wuhan's aura. Damn it, what is that? The people in the distance felt their scalps go numb. Their faces were filled with horror. This brat actually has such a terrifying treasure? They were really shocked. If the brat used this treasure to deal with them, none of them would be able to escape. Thinking of this, they felt a chill down their backs. Heavens, what kind of existence did we provoke? The Ting family and the people from the governor's residence had ugly expressions. The people from the Taiyi dynasty also had grave expressions. Although they knew that the other party had a heaven-defying treasure, they had never seen it before. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, it was indeed very shocking. A saint's item. Zhang Wuhan also felt a great amount of pressure. However, the light in his eyes was indeed getting brighter. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. He had to admit that the other party was not only powerful, but also had too many treasures in his hands. That long sword, the saint's hand bone, and the black spirit ship were all top-grade treasures. This was also because he did not know about the great dragon sword soul and the heavenly secret divine eyes. If he had discovered the great dragon sword soul and the heavenly secret divine eyes like the golden lion king, he would probably go crazy immediately. Boom, Lin Xian tore open the seal on the saint's hand bone. Immediately, the terrifying aura of the saint swept through the 9 heavens as if it could suppress everything in the world. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon instantly pulled away from each other. At the same time, Lin Xian summoned the black earth again to block in front of him and defend. It could not be helped. The pressure of the saint was too terrifying. In addition to the black earth, he also used the dragon sword realm. The great dragon sword soul let out a loud dragon roar to resist the terrifying pressure. Puff! Puff! Lin Xian temporarily blocked the pressure of the saint. His eyes flickered. However, the people around him were not so lucky. Hundreds of cultivators were instantly crushed by the pressure of the saint. They turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The remaining people also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear as they quickly fled. It could not be helped. They could not resist the pressure of the saint at all. Buzz. On the other side, Zhang Wuhan also felt a great pressure. The flaming phoenix above his head instantly cracked, and it struggled on the ground. Then, it collapsed and turned into countless flames that scattered in all directions. The fiery red cauldron was also trembling non-stop, as if it was about to worship. Zhang Wuhan's expression was ferocious. Was this the pressure of a sage? It was indeed powerful. As expected, it was good stuff. Kid, I have to say that you have a lot of treasures in your hands. I'm going to take this sage's bone. Hearing Zhang Wuhan's voice, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Are you people from the battle tribe poor? Why do you want other people's things? The dark red dragon also spat. Shameless, Zhang Wuhan's face darkened. You sharp-tongued kid. When I catch you later, I'll knock your teeth out one by one, and you, stinky loach, I'll skin you and make you into a pair of battle boots later. F***ck. What a temper, come here, I'll slap you to death. The dark red dragon gritted its teeth in anger. The other party was really asking for a beating. Zhang Wuhan snorted coldly and did not say anything. In the next moment, his body shone brightly. Then, a golden armor appeared and covered his body. The golden armor was too valiant. It shone brightly and shot into the sky. Not only that, but mysterious patterns floated on it, emitting a terrifying aura. F*CK, an invincible armor, damn it, this guy actually has such a thing. When the golden armor appeared, the dark red dragon immediately screamed, and its expression became extremely ugly. What was an invincible armor? Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed to be related to invincible kings. That's right, it was indeed related to invincible kings. It was the armor worn by invincible kings. He did not expect this guy to have one. It seemed that the other party was indeed well prepared. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It was just an invincible king. Compared to a sage, it was slightly weaker. He should not be able to block it. No, not necessarily. Don't underestimate the armor of an invincible king. It was a complete armor, and it even had the consciousness of an invincible king. It was very terrifying. Although the sage's hand bone is powerful, we don't dare to unlock all the seals. In the past, we had the Black Earth, so we could unlock all the seals. Even if that guy had an invincible armor, he would not be able to block it. But now, let's wait and see. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon discussed quickly. Then, the two of them looked ahead. Ahead of them, Zhang Wuhan put on the invincible battle suit, and his body shone brightly. The ancient saint's aura immediately weakened significantly. As for the rest, he could rely on his own strength to resist them. In the next moment, he walked forward with his pulsing steps. He slowly approached the saint's hand bone. At the same time, he stretched out a palm. Above his 5 fingers, 5 balls of energy were spinning rapidly, representing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was the 5 elements seal from before. From the looks of it, Zhang Wuhan wanted to seal the saint's hand bone and take it for himself. But halfway through, he stopped again. Because Lin Xian tore open some more seals. Suddenly, the aura of a sage surged. Once this aura appeared, the people in the distance vomited blood again. Zhang Wuhan had no choice but to stop. The next moment, the energy in his body poured into the invincible armor, forming a dazzling light that enveloped him. Buzz, Zhang Wuhan reached out a hand and grabbed in front of him. The 5 elemental seal moved together. The light between heaven and earth trembled. The void shattered, and the sage's hand bone was completely enveloped. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's hearts were in their throats. However, the sage's hand bone was a sage's treasure. Sensing the danger of being sealed, it automatically counterattacked. A golden light shot out, piercing the 9 heavens. Boom, the 5 elemental seal was instantly shattered. Zhang Wuhan retracted his hand. His palm was bleeding profusely. How terrifying. It can't be a sage's bone, just a ray of light could pierce through my palm. Zhang Wuhan looked at his palm and muttered to himself. However, the light in his eyes was even more dazzling. He had to get his hands on this peerless treasure. Humph, you want to snatch the sage's hand bone? Dream on, the dark red dragon sneered disdainfully. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're wearing the invincible armor? Do you think you're too weak in front of a sage? Is that so? Zhang Wuhan was not angry. Instead, he smiled. Do you think you're the only ones who have a sage's treasure? What? Hearing this, the dark red dragon was stunned. Lin Xian also frowned. What did he mean? Did he also have a sage's treasure? In the distance, the people were even more shocked. What do a bunch of ants know? Today, I'll show you, Zhang Wuhan snorted. He waved his sleeve and took out an ancient mirror. The mirror was octagonal and green. As soon as it appeared, it floated in the sky and shone down thousands of rays of light. The aura on it was extremely terrifying. It carried the might of a sage. Seeing this scene, everyone was horrified. The people in the distance immediately knelt on the ground. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's eyelids were also twitching. A complete artifact, heavens, could it be a weapon that a sage had used before? If that was the case, there was no need to fight. No, it was not a sage's weapon. The dark red dragon realized that the mirror had been modified. Kid, did you notice? Only the centermost piece is a sage's weapon. The rest of the places were added later. So that was the case. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. he had indeed noticed it. Of the 8 ancient green mirrors, only the centermost piece was dark green. It was very ancient and desolate. It was completely different from the other parts of the mirror. Needless to say, that was a fragment of a sage's weapon. That fragment was only the size of a fingernail, even smaller than his sage's drum. After knowing this, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was only a fragment. As long as it was not a complete sage's weapon, it would not be a fatal blow to them. However, Zhang Wuhan snorted coldly. What do you know, although it's only a fragment, it was still refined by a supreme powerhouse of the battle tribe. Moreover, it formed a new artifact. Its power is definitely above your sage's drumbone. Just you wait, I'll show you its power soon. Zhang Wuhan snorted coldly. Buzz, he raised his hand and shot out countless rays of light into the ancient bronze mirror in front of him. Immediately, the ancient bronze mirror spun rapidly. The green light was like flowing water, sprinkling all over the world. A vast aura surged, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. The people in the distance could no longer hold on. Many of them had fainted. Only a few of the older generation were still bitterly holding on. There were still hundreds of thousands of miles between them. Zhang Wuhan had a solemn expression on his face. He was wearing the invincible king armor, which allowed him to use the 6 directions ancient mirror. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Monkey King were safe for the time being. This was because the sage's arm bone had blocked off the terrifying pressure. However, they still had no idea what would happen next. Kid, you can't use the sage's arm bone at all. You can only passively tear apart its power. If you do that, you will suffer immeasurable pain. Therefore, in front of me, you can't resist at all. Now, go to hell for me. Zhang Wuhan's cold voice rang out. The 6 directions ancient mirror above his head shone even brighter. It was like a green moon that spun in the sky. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Little White, use your ultimate move. The little white monkey did not enter the black earth. Instead, it sat on Lin Xian's shoulder and took down the small bowl above his head. Wu Ji, the treasure bowl shone brightly, forming a mysterious force that seemed to want to snatch the 6 directions ancient mirror. Of course, he couldn't really snatch it. After all, it was a fragment of a sage. However, he still affected the 6 directions ancient mirror. Wang, in the sky, the green mirror trembled. A ray of light shot down, piercing through the void and almost injuring Zhang Wuhan. Zhang Wuhan's face turned ugly. Damn it, what's going on? The other party could actually interfere with his 6 directions ancient mirror, he couldn't believe it. The dark red divine dragon had a smug look on its face when it saw this. Aren't the war tribe's experts powerful? What's wrong? You can't even control your own treasure, you'd better hold it tight. Don't get pierced and killed by your own family's treasure. That would be a huge joke. Damn it, I'm going to kill you guys. Hearing this, Zhang Wuhan's face darkened. Killing intent surged from his body. Boom boom boom, the 6 directions ancient mirror shot out a ray of light that turned into eternal light. It charged forward, wanting to pierce through Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Lin Xian, on the other hand, quickly manipulated the saint's hand bone to fight against it. One was the sage's arm bone, while the other was the sage's weapon fragment. When the two collided, terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. Boom, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragons retreated, and the black earth in front of them also retreated. On the other side, Zhang Wuhan also retreated. Although he was protected by the invincible battle armor, he did not dare to resist the pressure of a saint. Boom. Boom, terrifying cracks appeared in the sky one after another. They were tens of thousands of meters long and were extremely terrifying. Thunder and lightning struck down from the fissure, piercing through the earth. Tens of thousands of meters away, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon used the black soil to protect their bodies. There were countless array formations around them. The two of them looked ahead with pale faces. No, the most he could do now was to fight back. However, the other party probably wouldn't dare to resist this energy head-on. We're not in any danger yet, the dark red dragon quickly said. But in the next moment, he frowned because Zhang Wuhan had charged over again. Damn it, what's going on? The dark red divine dragon screamed. Lin Xian also frowned. How could the enemy pass through such a terrifying energy barrier? But soon, he understood. The Six Directions ancient mirror in the other party's hand had disappeared. The other party was charging over alone. Damn it, he had used the Six Directions ancient mirror to block the saint's hand bone. That's right, Zhang Wuhan had done that. He had directly abandoned the Six Directions ancient mirror and let the two saints' items confront each other in the sky. Meanwhile, he was wearing the invincible battle armor and charging over. Even without the saint's weapon, he was confident that he could kill the other party. Go to hell, brat. Zhang Wuhan's large hand slammed down. That palm was too terrifying. It carried a sky full of lightning and flashed incomparably. It was like a sea of lightning that directly enveloped Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Clang, Lin Xian directly grabbed the black earth and blocked in front of him. Countless lightning bolts struck the black earth, causing it to shake violently. Then, Lin Xian and the others were forced to retreat. This force was too strong, and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and spat out a sky full of flames. Lin Xian also roared angrily. He held the ancient sword again and charged forward. The little white monkey at the side also appeared from time to time, ready to attack at any time. But this time, Zhang Wuhan had the previous experience. His body was constantly filled with a golden light that blocked everything. Although Little White was fast, she could not get close to him now. Bang! Bang! After dozens of moves, Lin Xian vomited blood and was sent flying. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was also tumbling in the sky. Both of them were injured. It could not be helped. Zhang Wuhan was too strong, and what was worse was that he was wearing an invincible battle armor. The invincible battle armor's defense was terrifying. It was comparable to a heaven-grade weapon. This kind of defense was innately invincible. Humph, you two ants dare to attack me? Zhang Wuhan looked ahead and sneered. He once again slapped out two thunder palms and sent the two of them flying. Damn it, Lin Xian roared angrily. The dragon-shaped sword appeared again. He grabbed it and slashed forward. Buzz, the energy that he had recovered was instantly sucked away. Boom, the terrifying sword light was like a flying dragon. It slashed on Zhang Wuhan's body with a deafening sound. Zhang Wuhan was sent flying, vomiting blood. Although he was wearing the invincible battle armor and was not cut open, however, that terrifying power passed through the armor and struck his body, causing his insides to continue to churn. What was that sword energy? After flying for a few thousand meters, Zhang Wuhan stopped. His face was extremely gloomy. His opponent could actually hurt him through the invincible battle armor. He did not dare to believe it. What shocked him even more was that it was not caused by his opponent's sword, but a blurry sword shadow. What was that? His eyes were like lightning as he stared at the sword shadow. However, at that moment, dark clouds appeared in the sky. Then, thunder began to fall. Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to bully? The dark red dragon controlled the terrifying lightning and descended. The five-colored lightning was like a heavenly tribulation. It pierced through the void and sent Zhang Wuhan flying again. Zhang Wuhan's body was pitch black. His hair was standing on end. His face was also charred. His eyes were extremely ferocious. Damn it, what was going on? This snake was actually able to injure him? Zhang Wuhan flew out of the crack in the ground and returned to the sky. He looked at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Good, good, good. The two of you have completely infuriated me. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Clang, fearless lion seal. Zhang Wuhan formed a seal with his palms and attacked. Buzz, the golden light on his body shot into the sky. He turned into a golden lion and charged over. Boom, the dark red dragon swung its tail and slammed into the golden lion. Seal of the fearless lion, heavens, how could he withstand the seal of the fearless lion? The surrounding people were shocked. Wasn't that the battle tribe's mystique? How could he do it? Even Zhang Wuhan's pupils constricted. His face was filled with shock. Boom. Boom, boom. In the sky, the two giant golden lions collided, tearing the void apart. But soon, the golden lion that Lin Xian had unleashed dimmed and was torn apart. That was because Zhang Wuhan was too powerful. Moreover, Lin Xian was injured, and his strength was only half of what it was before. Therefore, there was no way he could fight back. Peng, Lin Xian was sent flying once again, coughing up blood. The dark red dragon flew out and exchanged blows with Zhang Wuhan. The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows. Then, the dragon flew back as well, grimacing in pain. Damn it, isn't this guy's strength too strong? There was nothing they could do. Although Zhang Wuhan did not have the sage artifact fragment, he was wearing the invincible armor. The two of them could not break through his defense. Humph, the two of you are no match for me, Zhang Wuhan sneered. Although he was also suspicious of how Zhang Wuhan could use the seal of the fearless lion, he thought that once he captured Zhang Wuhan, he would be able to find out all of his secrets. Wang, he stretched out a large palm and grabbed at Zhang Wuhan. The huge palm flashed with shocking power and enveloped Lin Xian. Wang, floating light, soul ignition. At this critical moment, Lin Xian quickly dodged. At the same time, he used the 2 killer moves of the heavenly secret god eyes. This time, he spared no effort in unleashing it. Because right now, his strongest attack was his soul force. Wang, the light on Zhang Wuhan's body fluctuated. Clearly, the 2 killer moves had triggered his soul defense artifact. Instantly, ripples appeared. The surrounding space was also strangely distorted. Zhang Wuhan snorted coldly and increased his defense. However, in the next moment, he still groaned. Because he felt as if his soul was about to split open. It was as if a sharp sword had pierced his soul. Damn it, Zhang Wuhan roared. His black hair danced wildly in the wind. His head seemed to have split open. He held his head with both hands and roared non-stop. Boom! Boom! Terrifying cracks appeared in the void one after another, and the huge palm of light in the sky also disappeared. Traceless War was in a state of madness. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon took this opportunity to retreat quickly. Not only that, but the two of them also launched an attack. Lin Xian once again summoned the great dragon sword soul. The dragon-shaped sword shadow floated in the air and he grabbed it. He gritted his teeth and roared. He quickly slashed out a dragon-shaped sword energy that danced in the air and viciously struck forward. Clang, the dark red divine dragon's body, which was 100 feet long, continued to dance. The scales on its body flew off and formed a long red saber that slashed down from the sky. The saber and the sword were extremely sharp as they enveloped Zhang Wuhan. Boom, an intense collision sounded. The invincible armor exploded with golden light, covering the entire sky. Violent energy erupted like a torrential flood. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were sent flying by this energy. The two of them kept retreating, but their eyes were incomparably bright as they stared straight ahead. After a long time, the energy in front of them gradually disappeared. A roar came from the void. Zhang Wuhan's hair was disheveled, his face pale, and there was blood on his body. The invincible armor also dimmed a little, but it did not crack. Even so, Zhang Wuhan was still affected. His internal organs were injured, and even a few of his ribs were broken. Zhang Wuhan could not accept this. After all, he was wearing the invincible armor. Ordinary almighties could not break his defense at all. But now, the man and the dragon had actually managed to injure him. Damn brat, you'll pay a painful price, Zhang Wuhan gritted his teeth, his expression unusually ferocious. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and charged forward again. His black fist was as dazzling as the sun, flashing in the sky. The terrifying light was like an ocean, illuminating tens of thousands of feet. Bam bam, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were sent flying. The two of them crashed into a few mountains. Humph, Zhang Wuhan charged again. In the sky, the blazing sun fist danced continuously, erupting with terrifying power. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon gritted their teeth and quickly dodged. Damn it, this can't go on. Let's wait a little longer. Lin Xian continued to swallow pills, preparing to recover his strength. But in the next moment, he roared. Angrily. Damn it, he did not care about his injuries anymore. Instead, he charged forward like a madman. In front of him, Zhang Wuhan had abandoned him and the dark red divine dragon to attack the saint's hand bone. It seemed like he wanted to take it. Lin Xian would not let him succeed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the demigods and semi-devils left after images in the air as he charged forward. At the same time, he formed seals and frantically tore open the seal on the saint's hand bone. Hum, hum, the saint's aura appeared again, sweeping through heaven and earth, forming a golden storm. The surrounding space trembled violently. Lin Xian was instantly sent flying. On the other side, Zhang Wuhan was also vomiting blood. His face was pale. As for the martial artists in the distance, they were affected by the golden light. Then, their eyes widened as they exploded into a bloody mist. Kid, the dark red divine dragon swung its tail and caught Lin Xian. At the same time, it dripped a few drops of dragon blood on him. Don't worry, I won't die. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Then, he asked, that guy didn't succeed, right? Don't worry, he didn't. That guy was also sent flying. The dark red divine dragon hurriedly said. That's good. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. After absorbing a few drops of dragon blood, he recovered a little. Crack, he stood up and looked forward. Opposite him, Zhang Wuhan was roaring crazily. His injuries had worsened. After all, he had been affected by the saint's energy. Even with the invincible armor, it was useless. But this time, he did not give up. He took out a golden pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. Then, he strode forward. This time, he must take the saint's hand bone for himself. It's not that easy to get the saint's hand bone. At most, we'll die together. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with madness. He once again tore open the saint's seal without any regard for his life. He and the dark red divine dragon blocked the saint's energy with the black earth. On the other side, Zhang Wuhan held the six harmonies mirror and fought. Boom, 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 Zhang Wuhan retreated, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were sent flying, vomiting blood again. Seeing this, Zhang Wuhan sneered. Kid, we're both injured. But you can't outlast me. I have the invincible armor. What do you have? In a few more times, I won't even have to do anything. You'll be killed by the saint's aura, ha 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 ha. Is that so? You can try. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold. In the next moment, he held the ancient sword and slashed at the sage's hand bone. Damned brat, how dare you! Seeing this, Zhang Wuhan's expression changed again. He controlled the six directions ancient mirror and unleashed a sky full of light that enveloped him. At the same time, he frantically retreated. He had no choice. The collision of auras and slashing were two completely different things. Although the previous impact was fierce, Zhang Wuhan was able to withstand it with the invincible armor and the six directions ancient mirror in his hand. However, it was different now. When the sword slashed at the sage's hand bone, it completely activated the power of the sage's hand bone. Even if he had the invincible armor, it would not work. After all, he was not a true invincible king. However, he could not care less now. The energy in his body surged out crazily and poured into the invincible armor and the ancient mirror in his hand. At this moment, he even activated the power of his bloodline. As soon as he moved, a violent energy surged toward him. It hit him. Boom, boom. Boom, the invincible armor shone brightly, forming a terrifying defense. The six directions ancient mirror in his hand also released tens of thousands of auras. Boom. Boom, the collision of the two was earth-shattering. However, Zhang Wuhan was still instantly engulfed. On the other side, Lin Xian was also affected. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged out and enveloped him. At the same time, the black earth blocked in front of him. It kept expanding until it turned into a black mountain. Crack! Crack! The dark red divine dragon used a secret technique and the dragon blood in his body surged. In a flash, he appeared beside Lin Xian and unleashed a sky full of arrays to resist the terrifying aura in front of him. In the next moment, he was also engulfed by the sage's light. The sage's light was too terrifying. It spread out in all directions. 100,000 miles, 200,000 miles, 500,000 miles. It was completely enveloped. Within a radius of 500,000 miles, the world changed drastically. Mountains and rivers collapsed in an instant. Cracks appeared in the sky and the earth were formed. A terrifying explosion rang out, and shockwaves filled the sky, spreading out in all directions. Everyone within a radius of 1,000,000 miles felt it. They all looked up in horror. When they saw the bright light in the distance and the terrifying aura emitted, everyone's scalps went numb. The almighties in the nearby cities all flew into the sky, their faces filled with horror. Damn it, who is fighting? What a terrifying aura! Some of the older generation figures also walked out one after another. Even the living fossil-level old men could no longer remain calm. At this moment, everyone was focused. However, no one dared to the front. That was because the aura in front of them made them tremble even though they were millions of miles away. Who dared to go forward? They only dared to watch from afar. After a long time, the terrifying light gradually disappeared, and the surrounding energy receded like a tide. The cracks in the sky, but the earth, however, the cracks on the ground could not be mended. The ground was overturned, and cracks that were hundreds of thousands of miles long appeared, forming a grand canyon. He was Zhang Wuhan. At this moment, the invincible armor on Zhang Wuhan's body was very dim. Many of the bones in his body were broken, and his internal organs were severely injured. His face was pale, and he kept vomiting blood. The six-direction ancient mirror floated beside him. Fortunately, the mirror had blocked the most terrifying impact and saved his life. Otherwise, he would have been killed. Damn it, damn it. Zhang Wuhan took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. He gritted his teeth. He did not expect that something like this would happen when he was trying to capture a brat. He almost lost his life. Even if he did not die, he was seriously injured. It would probably take a lot of effort to fully recover. His expression darkened. But fortunately, he survived. Thinking about it, that kid and that snake should have been killed, right? After all, those two did not have the invincible armor or the defense of a sage's weapon. He had to recover some of his strength before thinking of a way to find that brat's body. That brat must have countless secrets, especially that sword, the black earth, and the sage's hand bone in the sky. He had to get them all. Although he was seriously injured this time, those treasures were enough to drive him crazy. That was because he could tell that those treasures would cause everyone to go crazy if they were taken out. It was a great fortune for him to be able to obtain them all. Clang, he sat down cross-legged and wanted to recover. However, not long after, he frowned. That was because he sensed an aura fluctuation in the distance. Sure enough, in the next moment, he looked over and saw that a few huge rocks had been pushed away from the ruins in the distance. Then, a red ray of light rushed up. Ouch, it hurts so much. The dark red dragon grimaced and kept complaining. At that moment, he was also dispirited, and his head was drooping. There were many cracks on his body, and he grimaced in pain. Cough, cough. Next to him, Lin Xian also stretched out a hand and pushed away the rocks on his body. At the same time, he spat out too. Mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were more serious, but fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul to protect his body. In the end, he managed to block the pressure of the sage. Damn it, they're not dead. When Zhang Wuhan saw that, his face immediately darkened. He did not expect the two of them to survive. This really surprised him. How did they survive? He was too shocked. One had to know that he was able to survive because he was wearing the invincible armor and had the Six Directions ancient mirror in his hand. As for the other party, their black earth had been sealed, and the sage's hand bone had not helped them. Apart from an ancient sword, there was probably nothing else in it. But how did they survive? Damn it! What exactly is that sword's shadow on them? Zhang Wuhan's face was extremely gloomy. He did not suspect that it was the great dragon sword soul. After all, he did not think in that direction at all. Previously, the Golden Lion King had discovered it because Lin Xian had directly simulated many of the war tribe's grand theurgies, causing the Golden Lion King to be suspicious. In the previous battle with Zhang Wuhan, the two of them had directly used their trump cards, so Zhang Wuhan still did not know. Damn it, they're not dead. So what? I can kill them with my own hands. Zhang Wuhan gritted his teeth and crazily swallowed pills again. As a powerhouse of the war tribe, he had a lot of resources in his hands. At this moment, he wanted to recover as soon as possible and kill the other party with his own hands. Damn it! That guy is not dead. The dark red divine dragon looked around and immediately discovered Zhang Wuhan. It immediately screamed. Lin Xian's face also darkened. This was not good news. Damn it, he's swallowing pills. Damn it, he's swallowing pills. Damn it, should I attack now? The dark red dragon swung its tail, wanting to fly over. However, before it could fly, it fell to the ground with a thud. Damn it, my injuries are too serious. Wu Ji the little white monkey also lowered its head and laid on Lin Xian's shoulder, unwilling to move. Forget it, let's recover first. Lin Xian took out the remaining pills and swallowed them. Now that the black earth had been sealed, he didn't have many pills and treasures left in his possession. Most of them were inside the black earth. He could not take them now. He could only use the longevity art to swallow the remaining pills and absorb the surrounding spirit qi. However, his injuries were too serious. Moreover, Zhang Wuhan had the magical pills of the battle tribe. Therefore, before long, Zhang Wuhan stood up, pulled out a long golden saber, and walked over. Although he walked unsteadily, the killing intent on his body became more and more intense. Boom, however, after taking 2 steps, an explosion suddenly came from the sky. Immediately after, a ray of light descended from the sky. Damn it, someone's coming. Seeing this, Zhang Wuhan immediately stopped in his tracks. His eyes were cold as he looked in front of him in shock. He gripped the 6 directions ancient mirror in his hand tightly, and the golden armor on his body quickly covered him. What a joke. He was seriously injured now. He might not even be able to defeat an almighty. If the other party killed him and took his treasures, he would suffer a great loss. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon also became nervous. They were in the same state. The light in the sky quickly pressed down. It was also a spirit boat. At this moment, there were a few figures standing on it with cold expressions. There were quite a few of them. This scene made Zhang Wuhan and Lin Xian frown. Buzz, the spirit boat floated in the air. The people on it glanced at Zhang Wuhan, Lin Xian, and the dark red dragon. Then, they stared at the black earth. Buzz, among them, an elder walked out. With a wave of his hand, the black earth floated in the air and flew towards their spirit boat. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that they wanted to snatch the black earth? Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon was enraged. Lin Xian's face also darkened. On the other side, Zhang Wuhan also frowned. This was because he had already treated the black earth as his spoils of war. Now, someone actually wanted to interfere. This was something he couldn't tolerate. For a moment, all 3 of them looked up at the sky. However, the old man in the sky snorted coldly. He actually dared to seal it. He was really courting death. As he spoke, the old man's 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed forward. Instantly, the 5 elements seal was crushed. What? So powerful. Seeing this, the Crimson Divine Dragon, Lin Xian, and Zhang Wuhan were shocked. They didn't act rashly because the other party was able to break the 5 elements seal with a single grab. This was indeed beyond their expectations. This was especially so for the dark red divine dragon and Zhang Wuhan. The 2 of them knew very well how terrifying the 5 elements seal was. Who exactly was the other party? Once the 5 elements seal was broken, He Tu's voice could be heard. Kid, are you alright? At the same time, a figure flew out. The person who came out was naturally Xianxia. However, when the old man saw Xianxia, he was also excited. Young lady, I've finally found you. Why are you guys here? Xianxia looked at the old man and the people on the spirit boat behind him and said casually, don't worry. Her big eyes narrowed into crescents. D***it, they actually know each other. Seeing this, Zhang Wuhan's face darkened and he took a few steps back. Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. They could tell that these people were here to look for Xianxia. Thinking of this, they smiled. That's great. Young lady, where did you run off to? The old man asked worriedly. A few youths also walked out of the spirit boat behind them. They stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon and said coldly. Is it these two kids? How dare you capture our young lady? You're dead meat, with that said. Their bodies emitted a biting cold killing intent. No, it's not. Xianxia said, stop it, it's not them. I was captured by a few big baddies, and Big Brother Lin saved me. That kid saved you, then how did you get sealed? The few of them frowned. That was because the spirit boat from before had a powerful seal placed on it. Even ordinary almighties would not be able to open it. It was all because of that baddie. Xianxia pointed at Zhang Wuhan and said, this guy is a baddie. He's the one who sealed the spirit boat. Hearing this, the old man and the youths behind him looked away from Lin Xian and stared at Zhang Wuhan. Soon, their pupils constricted. Invincible armor. The youth's eyes burned with passion, but the old man frowned. Who are you? Humph, Zhang Wuhan snorted, and the invincible armor on his body shone brightly. At the same time, the Six Harmonies mirror floated above his head, emitting a sage's aura. Feeling this aura, the youths and the old man all frowned. Damn it, hurry up and protect Miss, they shielded Xianxia behind them. However, at this moment, another figure walked out of the spirit boat. This was an old man with a head full of white hair and beard. He was leaning on a walking stick. He didn't have a terrifying aura, just like an ordinary grandpa next door. However, the moment he came out, the pressure of the sage's aura disappeared instantly. Grandpa, you're here too. Seeing this old man, Xianxia flew over happily. You little girl, you always make people worry. The old man rubbed Xianxia's head lovingly. Then, he waved his sleeve, and countless runes flashed, completely sealing the sage's hand bone that was still floating in the air. What? Seeing this, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon god were shocked. As for Zhang Wuhan, his pupils constricted. Heavens, who is this person? He sealed the sage's hand bone with a raise of his hand. Needless to say, the other party must have surpassed an almighty and might even be an invincible king. Thinking of this, Zhang Wuhan tensed up as if he was facing a great enemy. However, the old man looked at him and said calmly, people of the battle tribe, you finally can't hold it in anymore and want to come out, you know my identity. Zhang Wuhan's eyelids twitched because the old man in front of him was too mysterious. However, in the next moment, he gritted his teeth and said, since you know my identity, there are some things you shouldn't care about. You can take your granddaughter away. I won't care about you. However, this kid has to stay. He killed an almighty prodigy of the battle tribe. I won't let him go. What? Killed an almighty prodigy of the battle tribe? Previously, when they looked around, they found that the other party's aura was very weak and he was covered in blood. But now, after hearing what he said, they knew that they had underestimated him. The war tribe was a legendary powerful race that lived for war. The prodigies of the war tribe were definitely terrifying. But he was killed by the other party. It was shocking. Moreover, it seemed that the sage's hand bone above his head was also his. A young man actually had a sage's item. It was indeed shocking. Humph, sensing Zhang Wuhan's killing intent, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand to recall the sage's hand bone. Then he said, you want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. At this moment, the old man with the walking stick also spoke. Alright, little guy, you should go back. The old man said to Zhang Wuhan. Hearing this, Zhang Wuhan snorted coldly, and a look of displeasure appeared in his eyes. The other party called him a little guy. Although he looked young, his actual age was more than 1,000 years old. How could someone like him be a little guy? However, in the next moment, Zhang Wuhan was stunned, and his eyes were filled with shock. Because the old man continued to speak. Zhang Lingtian is still alive, right? Send him my regards. Senior, you are? Zhang Wuhan was too shocked, or even terrified. Because Zhang Lingtian was one of the ancestors of the war tribe. Furthermore, this name was not something that just anyone could know. Apart from the internal members of the war tribe, very few people outside knew about it. However, the person in front of him actually knew about it, and there was even a hint of mockery in his tone. This shocked him greatly. What's going on? Could it be that the old man in front of him knew their ancestor? Zhang Wuhan did not dare to be presumptuous anymore. Coupled with the fact that the other party had sealed the sage's hand bone with a single move. Needless to say, the old man in front of him must be an extremely terrifying person. Since Senior has spoken, I'll spare him this time, Zhang Wuhan said in a deep voice. He knew that he couldn't succeed this time. Not to mention the old man, the people around him were also very powerful. If they really fought, he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. After saying that, Zhang Wuhan looked at Lin Xian again. Kid, you're very lucky this time. I'll spare your life. However, the next time they met, they wouldn't be so lucky. Humph, Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Don't worry, you don't have to hold back, because the next time we meet, I will personally kill you. Acting recklessly, Zhang Wuhan's eyes were cold. However, he quickly turned around and left. A pair of golden wings appeared on his back, and Scarlet's war disappeared. Damn it, that guy finally left. Seeing the other party leave, the dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he quickly looked towards the elder. Thank you, Senior, for your help. I am extremely grateful. Little girl, I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, my granddaughter would have suffered even more. That's right, big brother Lin, thank you so much this time. Kid, why don't we leave? This old man is too scary. My hair stands on end just by standing here. At the side, the dark red dragon felt uncomfortable all over. That was because although the old man had a benevolent appearance and did not emit any aura, he felt that his secret was completely exposed before the old man's eyes. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. Lin Xian also felt the same, let alone the dark red dragon. Although the old man's gaze was gentle, it was boundless. It was as if he could see through her body. He had never encountered such a situation before. Needless to say, the old man must be a super expert. Senior, I still have some matters to attend to. Lin Xian decided to leave. However, Xianxia was a little reluctant. Big brother Lin, don't go. Look, you're injured. You haven't recovered yet. What if that big bad guy is hiding nearby? I'm afraid you'll be in danger then. How about this, you come back with me, and I'll treat you well. There's no need for that. Lin Xian shook his head. Go back to where? Peach Blossom Island, that's above the East Sea, even further than Eastern Wilderness. He still had matters to attend to in Zhong State. Little girl, don't worry, we have some manners in Zhong State. You can rest there. The old man seemed to have seen through Lin Xian's thoughts, so he said with a smile. Lin Xian's face was a little pale. The feeling of being seen through at a glance was really terrible. However, the old man's smile deepened. He stared at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon and nodded slightly. He seemed to be very satisfied. Kid, don't be unappreciative. It's your fortune to be chosen by our master. The few young men beside him said coldly. Their eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. What kind of joke is this? This kid actually wants to refuse? Doesn't he know who his master is? To be honest, Lin Xian really didn't know. Humph, you guys, don't be rude to big brother Lin. Xianxia snorted. The few young men quickly responded, yes, miss, we were wrong. The old man in front of them smiled. My name is Xia Jiuyo. You can call me Elder Xia or Grandpa Xia like Xingchen. Hearing this, the old man and the few young men's eyelids twitched. What's going on? Why is our master acting like this? Heavens, who is this young man in front of us? How can he be so valued by our master? Lin Xian scratched his head and said, then I'll call you Elder Xia. At the side, the dark red dragon was also extremely shocked. Xia Jiuyo, where have I heard this name before? He was very confused because he felt like he had heard this name before. However, he couldn't recall it at the moment. Alright, I'll disturb you then. Lin Xian also felt that it wasn't good to delay any longer. Therefore, he decided to leave with the other party. After all, Xianxia was right. Who knew if Zhang Wuhan had left? If Zhang Wuhan was hiding here, then they would really be in danger. Then, the group boarded the spirit boat, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared into the sky. The spirit boat flew at an extremely fast speed. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and Snow White Little Ho stayed in the room. They were quickly recovering their bodies. After all, the previous battle had consumed too much of their energy. Especially Lin Xian, who had suffered serious internal injuries. Even if he had treasures, he probably wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. He had no choice. He had used the Great Dragon Sword Soul multiple times, unlocked the third level of the Ancient Dragon Abyss Sword's power, and even unlocked the seal on the Sage's hand bone. Every single one of them was a serious blow to his body. If it wasn't for his strong martial arts foundation and the fact that he had consumed a lot of treasures, he would have been dead by now. The dark red dragon said softly as he swallowed the treasures. "Kid, be careful. That old man is too scary." Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. Then, he lowered his voice and asked. "What realm do you think he has reached?" "I don't know, but ever since I broke the seal, there are only two people who can give me this feeling. One is him, and the other is that old drunkard who used to be by your side." "You're talking about Wine Lord?" Lin Xian was shocked. He had seen how mysterious and terrifying Wine Lord was. Moreover, Wine Lord was the owner of the Devouring Sword. He could be said to be a peerless expert. Lin Xian didn't expect the dark red dragon to have such a high opinion of this old man. Most likely, the other party must be a terrifying peerless expert. Fortunately, the only thing that made Lin Xian relax was that the other party hadn't shown any hostility, nor had they tried to pry into their treasures. In fact, the old man didn't even look at the sage's hand bone. Even so, Lin Xian didn't plan to expose the secret of the dragon sword soul and the Tianji godly eyes. After all, these two items were treasures of heaven and earth. Even an invincible expert would be tempted by them. Therefore, it was best not to expose them. Just as he was thinking, the door opened. Xianxia ran in. "Big brother Lin." "Xingqian, why are you here?" Lin Xian smiled and stood up. Xianxia, on the other hand, carried a box and skipped into the room. "Grandpa said that your injuries were too serious, so he asked me to bring you some medicine." Then, Xianxia opened the box in her arms. The dark red dragon was a little disdainful at first because there were many treasures in the black earth. These were all things that they had snatched from the hands of powerful experts. However, when he saw what was in the box, he was stunned and screamed. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Xian was confused. The dark red dragon pointed at the item in the box and said excitedly, "Heavens, this is the supreme heavenly vitality ointment. This is the 9 Suns soul refining pill. Damn, these are all good treasures." The dark red divine dragon was too shocked because these were all legendary spiritual herbs. "You know these things? Are they magical?" Lin Xian was puzzled. He had never heard of these people before. The dark red divine dragon snatched the box over and said, "Of course I recognize it. This is the highest heaven essence ointment. No matter how severe your injuries are, you'll recover immediately after applying it. And this?" The Jiuyang spirit refining pill was even more miraculous. Just one pill could heal an internal injury. "Brat, you're so heavily injured now. I reckon that even with the pills in our hands, you'll still need a long time to recover. But now, if you consume these two, you can instantly return to your peak." "What? So magical?" Lin Xian was also shocked. He didn't expect the ointment Xianxia was hugging to have such a miraculous effect. At the side, Xianxia was amazed. "Wow, Xiaolong, you know so much." "Hee, little Xingqian, you don't have any more of this medicine. Give us some more." The dark red divine dragon walked over and grinned as it ate. Although what was in the box was enough for them, the dark red dragon god wanted to collect some. If he suffered any injuries in the future, it would be easier for him to recover. Xianxia pouted and said, "No, Grandpa said that the dosage is more than enough for you guys." "Damn, is your grandpa an old monster? How can he calculate everything so accurately?" the dark red dragon god complained. Xianxia said, "Don't talk about my grandpa like that." Fine. I won't say it. The little girl is angry." The dark red dragon god shrugged and began to apply the ointment. He consumed the Jiuyang spirit refining pill. Lin Xian also applied the highest heaven essence ointment on his body. Instantly, he felt a cool and refreshing aura hit him in the face. All the bones and muscles in his body were instantly restored. How magical, Lin Xian was shocked. Beside him, the cracks on the dark red dragon god's body were also repaired. Seeing this magical ointment, Lin Xian consumed the Jiuyang spirit refining pill again. Instantly, the medicinal liquid turned into a warm energy that circled around his body. Big brother Lin, you should rest first. When the spirit boat lands, I'll come and play with you again. Xianxia left happily. After closing the door, Lin Xian continued to hover. The art of longevity circulated in his body and absorbed the medicinal power of the Jiuyang spirit refining pill. While Lin Xian was recovering, on the other side, there was a huge uproar in the Ninli dynasty. When the people in the nearby cities saw the golden light disappear, the terrifying energy also gradually dissipated. These people couldn't help but go to investigate. When they saw it, they were scared out of their wits. The area within a radius of 500,000 miles was destroyed beyond recognition. The ground was filled with corpses. Blood gathered into a river and surged in the air for a long time. Heavens, how many experts had died? They didn't know, because the aura of each and every one of those who died shocked them to the core. There were probably quite a number of peerless almighties. There were even more ordinary supreme experts. These people's faces changed drastically. What happened? Why did so many experts die? How terrifying! Someone saw the flying snake that was split in half on the ground. The corpse that was nearly 1,000 meters long lay there. It smashed the ground. What a terrifying demonic aura! This should be the flying snake. Isn't this the demonic beast of the Ting family? Why is it here? Heavens, could it be that the martial artists of the Ting family were killed here? These people should be from the city lord mansion of Xianxia City. Someone was shocked. These were all powerhouses of the big families. Exclamations sounded one after another. In the end, someone screamed that the people of the Taiyu dynasty were also killed here. Their scalps went numb in disbelief. Who was it that killed so many powerhouses? The news spread like a storm, and the entire Ninli dynasty was in an uproar. Ting Jiaozhen was shocked and couldn't believe it. The city lord mansion of Qianshan City was even more terrified. The other major clans were all stunned as well. Others didn't know what was going on, but they knew. This time, they had the city lord mansion of Qianshan City, the Ting family, and the Taiyu dynasty. They had joined forces with the powerhouses of dozens of big families to kill Lin Xian. Before this, they didn't take it to heart at all. Because with such a team, no one would be able to escape, let alone a young boy. However, the result was far beyond their expectations. They were all killed. The powerhouses of dozens of families and the powerhouses of the three big families were all killed. None of them returned alive. Was this something that a young boy could do? They couldn't believe it. Perhaps even a peerless mighty figure couldn't do it, unless an invincible king made a move. Could it be that there was an invincible king behind that young boy? These people discussed animatedly, not daring to believe it. However, when the news spread to the Taiyu dynasty, the imperial palace was shocked. Especially the people on the first prince's side, they were stunned and couldn't believe it. What was going on? All the people they sent were killed, even General Xianxia was killed. No. Damn it. This was impossible, the empress roared angrily, causing everyone to tremble and kneel on the ground. Even General Xianxia was killed? No. Damn it. This was impossible, the empress roared angrily. Everyone trembled in fear and knelt on the ground. These people were indeed afraid because General Xianxia was the empress's younger brother. How could the empress accept his death? Who was it? Damn it. Who was the one who did it? Just who was standing behind that kid? The empress roared crazily. To be honest, she could not believe it. The people she had sent out this time were all elites. More importantly, the war tribe's powerhouse, Zhang Wuhan, had also been dispatched. With Zhang Wuhan taking action, no matter how strong the enemy was, they would not be a match for him. However, General Xianxia was killed. The war tribe's powerhouse, Zhang Wuhan, was nowhere to be found. This made her extremely shocked. Do a thorough investigation. Send out 1,000,000 troops. I must capture that kid and tear him into pieces. The news could not be hidden. The empress and the first prince were shocked and furious. Meanwhile, there was an uproar elsewhere. Those who supported the first prince had gloomy expressions. Meanwhile, the 8th prince, who was the current crown prince, laughed heartily. The princes and elders who supported him were also very surprised. The reason for that was because this news was simply too shocking. They had seen Lin Xian before. He was once the 8th prince. Later on, when he was hunted down, they had secretly helped him. But who would have thought that the other party would make such a big news? Even General Xianying had been killed. Ha 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 ha. I knew that Brother Lin would be fine. The crown prince was very happy. The surrounding elders were also astonished. How did that kid do it? It was definitely not him. There must be a mysterious force behind him. But I heard that the war tribe's powerhouse, Zhang Wuhan, also went with him. He could not do anything to the other party. Heavens, could the force behind him be able to fight against the war tribe? Many people sucked in a cold breath. But no matter what, it was good news for them. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were on a spirit boat, flying quickly. After flying for a few days, the spirit boat slowed down and descended. They had arrived. Lin Xian, the Crimson Divine Dragon, and the others also stood up when they sensed this. Before long, the spirit boat landed. Lin Xian opened the hatch, and the group walked down. In front of him stood a towering mountain surrounded by clouds. Silver waterfalls hung from the mountain peaks in the distance, as if it was the Milky Way. He was surrounded by grasslands and spirit gardens in the distance. There were even a few spirit springs in the surroundings. Many rare beasts were also roaming around here. This place was simply like a paradise on earth. Big Brother Lin, we are here. This is the place. Xianxia also ran over and tugged on Lin Xian's arm. Next, Lin Xian and the others entered the fairyland ahead. They arrived at Xianxia Peak. The scenery there was beautiful, and there was a large waterfall below his feet. It was like an enormous silver dragon, releasing thunderous sounds. While Xianxia played with Lin Xian, Xia Jiuyo and the others entered the depths of the wonderland. Master, why did you bring him here? The old man behind him was puzzled. Although the little princess was indebted to him, it would have been enough to give him some cultivation technique manuals or treasures. There was no need to bring him here. We don't even know his identity. If he exits in the future and reveals our location, I'm afraid we will be in trouble. The old servant was very worried. However, Xia Jiuyo slowly turned around after hearing that. You don't know his identity, but I do. Master, could it be that this kid really has some background? After waiting for so many years, he is finally here. Xia Jiuyo's eyes lit up. I don't have much time left. It's time to make some arrangements. What, Master? Hearing this, the old man immediately panicked. Master, nothing will happen to you. You will definitely succeed. However, Xia Jiuyo shook his head. I know my own situation very well. That young man is incredible. Although he is young, his future is limitless. Is he really that powerful? Looks like I'm a little lacking compared to those saints and princes. He is not inferior. Believe me, it won't be long before he completely surpasses those people. Xia Jiuyo smiled. After all, he possessed the Great Dragon Sword Soul. What? The Great Dragon Sword Soul? You mean that the Great Dragon Sword Soul with the strongest attack is in the hands of that kid? The old servant was shocked and in disbelief. He did not expect that the kid would have such a trump card. That's right, it was the Great Dragon Sword Soul with the strongest attack. Xia Jiuyo smiled and nodded. The old servant was still a little worried. Even if he has enough talent and opportunities, we still don't know his character. Isn't it a little too rash to take him in so hastily? There is no need to test him. This is someone recommended by an old friend. There is nothing wrong with the person he recommended. Xia Jiuyo said. Moreover, I am not in a good state now. I am afraid that I can't continue to host. How about this? I plan to let him take over my position. What? Take over your position? This time, the old servant was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. This news was even more shocking than when he heard about the Great Dragon Sword Soul. That was because the old man's identity was terrifying. Not to mention his strength, the matter that he was hosting now was enough to rule the entire Middle State continent. But now, the old man wanted to let a kid take over. This was unbelievable. Go and inform them that I have something to announce. Yes. The old servant hurriedly left. However, he was extremely shocked because he knew that something extremely big was about to happen. After the old servant left, Xiaojiu's eyes shone with a cold light. His eyes were as deep as the universe. Soon, a super teleportation formation appeared under his feet. Runes flickered as he was teleported away. Xiaojiu appeared in the ancient hall. He walked slowly with his walking stick. Hearing the sound of footsteps, everyone in the hall turned their heads. There were 7 people standing in the hall. One of them was the old servant from before, while the other 6 were peerless experts. Some of them were old, some were young, and some were middle-aged. However, all of them had an unusually strong aura. They were unbelievably strong. Take a seat. Xiaojiu walked to the front and sat down. He waved his hand and said, "Phew." Only then did the 6 people dare to sit down. As for the old servant, he stood in front of Xiaojiu with his hands hanging down in a very respectful manner. "I called you here today because I have something to announce. I called you all here today because I have something to announce." Hearing that there was something to announce, the 6 of them straightened their bodies. But in the next moment, they were stunned. Because Xiaojiu said, "I plan to give up my current position." What? The 6 of them felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their reaction was the same as the old servant from before. Why did Palace Master do this? Yes, who else can take over your position? The 6 of them were shocked. Because this old man's status was too terrifying. No one could take over. They had already found a good candidate. "Old Hua!" Xiaojiu shouted. The old servant beside him stood up. He waved his sleeve, and runes flickered in the sky, condensing into a young appearance. It was Lin Xian's phantom. Then, the old servant said. His name was Lin Xian. He had saved the little princess and was currently resting on Xianxia Peak. What? Let him take over? The 6 of them looked at the young figure in the sky in shock. What kind of joke was this? Letting a brat take over the position of Palace Master? They didn't dare to believe it. They even felt like they were dreaming. Xiaojiu said, "Why? You don't believe my judgment?" "No." These people hurriedly shook their heads. "It's just that it's too sudden. We can't accept it for a while. Even if we can't accept it, we have to accept it." Xiaojiu's voice became low, carrying a supreme pressure. "From today onwards, this young man will be the palace master of our immortal palace. I won't interfere in immortal palaces matters in the future. I have to prepare for the immemorial war." Immemorial war, everyone was shocked again. Then, the 6 of them raised their heads. The 10,000 ancient races were about to appear. Soon, the nest of 10,000 dragons had been moving more and more frequently recently. They would probably appear soon. When the nest of 10,000 dragons appeared, the other 10,000 ancient races would probably appear as well. At that time, the 5 continents would definitely be filled with flames of war. It was still unknown whether or not the human race could withstand it. Therefore, you must assist that young man well. Yes, we know. The 6 of them stood up and knelt on one knee. Their expressions were very solemn. All right, you may leave. Xiaojiu waved his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 6 of them quickly left. Old Hua. Xiaojiu said, "Bring that kid over." Over here, Lin Xian was playing with Xiaojiu on Xianxia Peak. Suddenly, a white cloud descended from the sky and turned into an old servant. "Grandpa Hua, why are you here?" Xianxia asked curiously. The old servant smiled and said, "Master has some matters to discuss with Sir Lin." "Please, Sir Lin." "Looking for me?" Lin Xian was surprised, but he still followed the old servant. Xianxia sighed. "Big brother Lin has left. DeLong, Xiaobai, you two can play with me." The little white monkey nodded happily, but the dark red dragon was depressed. When did it become someone else's pet? Up ahead, the old servant led the way. He and Lin Xian flew into the distance, clouds rising beneath their feet. "Senior, why is Elder Xia looking for me?" Lin Xian asked doubtfully. "Young Master Lin, when you arrive, you will naturally know," the old servant said indifferently. "All right then." Lin Xian didn't ask any more questions, but he was extremely puzzled. This was also why he did not know about the conversation between the old servant and Xiaojiu. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. Because Xiaojiu had seen through his great dragon sword soul in an instant. This was Lin Xian's biggest secret. The two of them flew and soon landed. However, there was no one around. The old servant led Lin Xian and quickly activated an array. Seeing the surrounding runes flickering, Lin Xian was shocked. This was because he realized that this was actually a super teleportation array. This kind of super teleportation array could teleport people very far away, even across countries. It seemed that this fairyland-like place was not the main residence of Xiaojiu. Could it be that they were teleported to Peach Blossom Island? Lin Xian was puzzled because Xianxia had said that her family lived on Peach Blossom Island and that she had accidentally come to Xianxia when she came out to play. She probably accidentally activated the super teleportation array and was teleported here. Otherwise, there was no other way to go from Eastern Wilderness to Xianxia in such a short time. When the light flickered and disappeared again, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His surroundings had changed. There were ancient buildings all around, and there was a majestic palace in front of him that was filled with vicissitudes of life. Lin Xian did not know whether it was Peach Blossom Island or not, but he knew that it was definitely not Xianxia Peak. Lin Xian followed behind the old servant and the two of them walked towards the palace. Soon, the old servant opened the door. "Young Master Lin, please." Lin Xian nodded and strode in. The old servant followed beside him. When the two of them reached the center of the palace, the old servant said respectfully, "Master, young Master Lin has brought you here. You may leave and close the door." "Yes." The old servant left and closed the door. The light in the palace suddenly dimmed, leaving only Lin Xian and Xiaojiu. "May I know why Senior is looking for me?" Lin Xian took a deep breath. "How much do you know about Zhongzhou?" Xiaojiu asked. Hearing this question, Lin Xian was puzzled. He did not know what this had to do with him. However, he still thought about it and said, "I don't know much. I only know that the Zhongzhou continent is a continent in the true spirit world. There are 9 empires here, and they are the overlords of this continent. I'm not from the Zhongzhou continent, so I don't know the details." Hearing this, Xiaojiu nodded. Yes, the 9 empires dominated a region and occupied a large area of the Zhongzhou continent. There were even great emperors in a few of them. But do you know that they are not the real overlords? Not the real overlords? Then who are they? Lin Xian was surprised. Xiaojiu said. Countless years ago, there were no 9 empires in the Zhongzhou continent. There was only one empire. It was not an empire, but an immortal empire. An immortal empire. Lin Xian was shocked. Yes, the Yuhua Immortal Empire. They unified the entire Zhongzhou continent. At that time, they were extremely powerful. They unified the entire Zhongzhou continent. Lin Xian was too shocked because the Zhongzhou continent was vast and boundless. He did not know how vast it was. Now, even if these empires were powerful, they only occupied a part of it. Even if the 9 empires combined, they could not occupy the entire Zhongzhou continent. But before that, there was actually a country that unified the Zhongzhou continent. How powerful was that country? The Yuhua Immortal Empire. Lin Xian muttered. Then, he raised his head and asked, then why is this empire gone? It was destroyed. Even a powerful empire could not withstand the power of time. The Yuhua Immortal Empire made a shocking decision back then, but after it failed, it fell apart. The ancestors of the 9 empires were split from the Yuhua Immortal Empire. Even many families and forces in the Zhongzhou continent were once members of the Yuhua Immortal Empire. But in the end, they each established their own forces, empires, and countries. A portion of it remained in the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's name. However, they were no longer called the Immortal Dynasty, but changed to another name. What was it called? Lin Xian asked. Immortal Palace. Xiaojiu said in a deep voice. Because the vast territory was long gone, only a dilapidated palace was left, so it naturally couldn't be called the Immortal Dynasty, but Immortal Palace. Immortal Palace, Lin Xian was surprised. Then, he looked in all directions. He always felt that the other party seemed to have something that he didn't say. Regardless of whether it was the immortal dynasty or immortal palace, it was completely different from the current dynasty. It had the word immortal in it. One had to know that everyone cultivated to become an immortal, but whether there were immortals in the world or not, no one knew. Even the great emperors didn't know. It could be said that whether immortals existed or not was the greatest mystery. But now, someone actually used the word immortal to name a country and a faction. One could imagine how ambitious the other party was. Moreover, what made Lin Xian even more puzzled was why the other party would say such a thing. What did it have to do with him? Suddenly, his eyelids twitched. Could it be that the other party was from Immortal Palace? Senior, could it be? You guessed right, I am indeed from Immortal Palace. Moreover, I am the Palace Master of Immortal Palace. Xiaojiu said in a deep voice. After Lin Xian heard this, he felt like he was struck by lightning. What? Immortal Palace's Palace Master. He had guessed that this old man was from Immortal Palace, but he didn't expect that the other party's identity was even more noble than he imagined. Immortal Palace's Palace Master. This was definitely an extremely terrifying existence, not weaker than the emperors of the 9 great dynasties. However, Xiaojiu said that he didn't need to be surprised, because soon, he wouldn't be the palace Master of Immortal Palace, wouldn't be the Palace Master of Immortal Palace? What did that mean? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Because I plan to pass the position of Immortal Palace's Palace Master to you. What? Pass it to me? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. He didn't dare to believe it. What was going on? Immortal Palace had inherited the essence of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. It was an extremely terrifying existence. Now, the other party actually said that he would pass the position of Immortal Palace Master to him. What kind of joke was this? Lin Xian couldn't believe it. He even suspected that the other party was joking. Senior, this joke isn't funny. Xiaojiu stood up and said with a smile. Why? Do you think I'm joking? This is the first time I've met Senior, right? Why would Senior give me such an important position? Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't believe it. Just because I saved Xianxia? Lin Xian felt that it was impossible. Even if he had saved Xianxia, if the other party wanted to repay him, he would at most give him some treasures. But to give him the position of Immortal Palace Hall Master, what was going on? Could it be that there was some kind of conspiracy going on? Lin Xian couldn't understand. But in the next moment, his pupils shrank. He stood there in a daze. Xiaojiu said. Because you are very special. You have a boundless future. You have the great dragon sword spirit with unparalleled combat prowess. Lin Xian's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He was too shocked. How did the other party know that he had the great dragon sword soul? Or could it be that the other party had already set their sights on his dragon sword spirit? He didn't know. But at this moment, he was extremely nervous. The great dragon sword spirit in his body could erupt at any time. Lin Xian even decided to use the black earth at all costs. Although he knew that all of this wouldn't have much effect in front of the other party. But he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Don't be nervous, I don't have any ill intentions towards you. Seeing Lin Xian's nervous face, Xiaojiu smiled and sat down again. Actually, from the beginning, I knew that you had the great dragon sword spirit. I even knew it before I saw you. What's going on? How did you know that I have the great dragon sword spirit without seeing me? What's going on? Could it be that the other party had the ability to predict the unknown? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Xiaojiu smiled. Let me show you this and you'll understand. Xiaojiu waved his hand. Suddenly, countless rays of light condensed in the sky, forming a figure. It was a middle-aged man. He stood on a flying sword, his long hair fluttering in the wind. There was stubble on his handsome face, and a wine pot hung on his waist. Wine Lord, seeing this figure, Lin Xian immediately exclaimed. That's right, this figure was Wine Lord. Of course, it wasn't his actual body, but a spiritual imprint. When Lord Alcohol appeared, he looked down and said with a smile, Little guy, we meet again. You've grown faster than I imagined. Wine Lord, where are you? I miss you so much. Lin Xian's eyes were wet. After all, this was his first master. I have important things to do now, so we can't meet for the time being. But don't worry, we'll meet again one day. Wine Lord said with a smile. Then, he turned and pointed at Xiaojiu. This is an old friend of mine. Trust him, he won't harm you. You've accepted the immortal palace and made it shine. I hope that one day, we can fight side by side. The mental imprint wasn't long, so it didn't take long for Lord Alcohol's figure to slowly disappear. Lin Xian said quickly. Wine Lord, don't worry, I'll work hard to improve myself. One day, I'll stand side by side with you and look down on this land. Ha 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 ha, good, I'll wait for you. Lord Alcohol laughed loudly as he completely transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. Xiaojiu said again, how is it, little guy? Now you know that I don't have any ill intentions towards you. I was rude before. Lin Xian was extremely respectful towards Xiaojiu. Because this was Grandpa Jiu's friend. Old Xia, how did you and Grandpa Jiu meet? Can you tell me about Wine Lord's past? We've known each other for a long time. Xiaojiu said slowly. He couldn't remember exactly when they met. As for his past, I'll tell you when I have the chance in the future. Your mission isn't easy now. Kid, are you willing to take over the immortal palace and become its master? Yes. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Since even Wine Lord said so, he naturally had to accept. Although he didn't know what he would face in the future, he wouldn't be afraid no matter what it was. Good, seeing Lin Xian nod, Xiaojiu heaved a sigh of relief. He stroked his beard and smiled. Very good, from now on, you're the master of Immortal Palace. Senior, what do I need to do? Lin Xian asked. I won't care about the details. After all, you'll be the master of Immortal Palace in the future. But no matter what you do, you can't deviate from the goal of Immortal Palace. Xiaojiu's eyes became extremely deep. A supreme aura rose from his body. Our Immortal Palace exists to restore the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Actually, the ultimate goal of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was to ascend and become an immortal, so becoming an immortal is also our goal. Becoming an immortal, restoring the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, Lin Xian was shocked. This wasn't a simple matter. It wasn't as simple as becoming a great emperor. One had to know that the central continent had long been divided by the 9 great empires. If one wanted to establish a supreme country, it was tantamount to starting a war with the 9 great empires. Just how much strength and courage did one need to be able to do this? Moreover, the other goal was even more shocking. Becoming an immortal, what an elusive thing. Even becoming a great emperor might not be possible. However, since he had already agreed to do it and decided to do it, Lin Xian swore that he would advance towards these goals no matter what. After all, becoming a great emperor was his ultimate goal. Now, the two didn't conflict. In fact, becoming the master of Immortal Palace could provide him with great help on his path to becoming a great emperor. After all, Immortal Palace had endless resources for him to enjoy. From now on, he would no longer have to be a rogue cultivator like before. Lin Xian knew how important it was to have a powerful faction as a foundation. Looking at those princes, the Holy Sun knew that it was hundreds of times easier for them to cultivate than him. But now, Lin Xian finally had a powerful faction as a foundation. In addition, with the Great Dragon Sword Soul as a foundation, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds in the future. He just had to remember these 2 goals. Of course, there was another one, and that was to protect the human race. Protect the human race? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. What did that mean? If we want to restore the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, we will definitely have to contend with the other great factions. Battles with the 9 great dynasties are inevitable. In the future, in order to compete for resources, we will even have to fight with those peerless great sects and peerless holy lands. But these are all battles between the human race. However, the human race isn't the only one on the entire continent. The 10,000 ancient races are incomparably powerful. Although they haven't appeared yet, it doesn't mean that they have disappeared. Now that the nest of 10,000 dragons is about to make a move, once it appears, the other ancient races will probably appear one after another. At that time, they would definitely start a conflict with all the human forces. No. Matter how we fight, we won't allow other races to rule this land. 10,000 ancient races, Lin Xian was shocked. This wasn't the first time he had heard of this name. What shocked him even more was that the nest of 10,000 dragons was about to make a move. Could it be that it was about to appear soon? As for the specifics, you can ask the other elders in Immortal Palace in the future, Xiaojiu said. However, Lin Xian still had a doubt. He asked, Elder Xia, if you let me become Immortal Palace's master just like this, will the others be convinced? He indeed had this worry. That was Immortal Palace. There might be countless experts inside, geniuses emerging in large numbers. Letting a brat like him, moreover someone who appeared out of nowhere, become Immortal Palace's lord, those people would definitely not accept this. With me around, they won't be able to rebel, but they definitely won't be too convinced. How to convince them is up to you. This old man can't help you with everything. However, you have to promise me something. Senior, please speak your mind. Junior will definitely do it. This old man has lived for too long, and I don't have much lifespan left. I don't know how long I can last. Therefore, I hope that you can help me take good care of Xianxia. You must not let her come to any harm. Don't worry, Senior, I'll definitely protect Xianxia like a younger sister. You just have to protect her well, but I don't care if she's like my sister. Hearing this, Lin Xian's mouth twitched. What was the meaning of this? Hearing this, the other party seemed to have other intentions. However, Lin Xian already had Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Zhao Shui. Xiaojiu shook his head. This old man doesn't care about the matters of you youngsters. I'm handing Immortal Palace and Xianxia to you, so you can't make any mistakes. Don't worry, old Xia, this kid will definitely do his best. Lin Xian cupped his fists. However, he asked curiously, Senior, where are you going? There are still many things for me to do. The 10,000 ancient races are restless. I have to think of a way to intimidate them. Little guy, quickly grow up. We need you. The great dragon sword's power far surpasses your imagination. Only when you truly grow up can you truly help us. Meicham Lin Xian nodded. He knew that today's matter was only the tip of the iceberg. There were probably even bigger matters and secrets that the other party didn't mention. It wasn't that the other party was intentionally hiding things from him, but that he couldn't help with his current strength. Telling him would only add to his worries. When his strength reached that level, he would naturally know those things. This is the Immortal Palace seal, a symbol of status. You have to keep it well and not lose it. Xiaojiu took out a bronze square seal and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian received it carefully and then took a deep breath. This Immortal Palace seal was too mysterious. Although it was only a palm-sized bronze square seal, the power it contained made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Next, he gave an order to the entire Immortal Palace, stating that the position would be passed to Lin Xian. Logically speaking, such a huge matter would definitely have a huge ceremony. However, Xiaojiu didn't want to cause such a huge commotion. After all, the identity of Immortal Palace was a secret to begin with. Moreover, he did have more important things to do. Finally, Xiaojiu stood up and said in a deep voice, I'll give you another person. He can protect your safety. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask him. Xing Tian, come out. Wang, at the side of the hall, the space cracked open and a figure walked out. It was a tall figure with a youthful face. His true age was unknown. However, he had a heavy aura that made it hard for others to breathe. Xing Tian, he will be the master of Immortal Palace in the future. You have to protect him well. You have to listen to any orders he gives. Yes. Xing Tian knelt down on one knee and was very respectful. Then, he stood up and looked at Lin Xian, bowing slightly. Young master. No need to be so polite. Lin Xian quickly waved his hand and looked at the other party. Xing Tian was a very tall man. His bronze muscles were like a dragon. The power and pressure he gave off wasn't any weaker than Zhang Wuhan's. Needless to say, he was definitely an exceptional expert. With such an exceptional expert protecting him, Lin Xian was very assured. Lin Xian, make your preparations. 3 days later, meet the people of Immortal Palace. I'll give the order now. Xiaojiu said in a deep voice. Yes. Lin Xian left, and Xing Tian also left at the same time. Sure enough, not long after Lin Xian left, Xiaojiu issued an order that spread throughout the entire Immortal Palace. Their Immortal Palace's influence was very wide and spread throughout the entire central state. Not only that, but they also had bases in eastern wilderness and southern border. Of course, everything was in the dark. Ordinary people didn't even know that there was such a powerful organization like Immortal Palace in this world. However, when the members of Immortal Palace received the news, they were all stunned. What? Immortal Palace Master is giving up his position to a young man? Heavens, did you make a mistake? What's going on? Is Immortal Palace going to change? Everyone was shocked. This was especially true for those elders, who were in an uproar. Many of them shouted angrily. What right does a kid have to inherit the position of Immortal Palace Master? Moreover, it's a kid of unknown origin. That's right, he's not even a member of Immortal Palace. What right does he have? These people were really angry. Those young geniuses were also very unconvinced. Even if a young man was to be chosen, it should be from them. An outsider, what's the meaning of this? These people argued fiercely. None of them were convinced. On the other side, Lin Xian brought Xing Tian back to the Green Hornet. Mississippi. When Xing Tian saw Xianxia, he bowed slightly. Xianxia was also surprised. Brother Xing Tian, why are you here? By the way, Brother Lin, what did Grandpa say to you? Your grandpa passed the position of Immortal Palace Master to me. Lin Xian said helplessly. What? Is this true? Xiaoxingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. Her cherry lips formed an O shape. But then, she clapped her hands happily. That's great, Brother Lin. I was still thinking about what to do when you leave. Now that you've become the Immortal Palace Master, you can play with me often. Hearing this, Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. This little girl's thinking is really different from ordinary people. At the side, the dark red divine dragon was also confused. Kid, what's going on? What Immortal Palace Master? Thus, Lin Xian gave a simple account of what had happened. When the dark red dragon heard that Lin Xian's Palace Master was the Immortal Palace's Palace Master, it was shocked. When he heard that the Immortal Palace Master was inextricably linked to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, he screamed and jumped up. What the F***ck, kid, you've become the Immortal Palace Master, you know? Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon swallowed his saliva. Of course, how could he not know such a famous organization? Although it was no longer the real Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, it was still a huge monster. They weren't any weaker than the Peerless Holy Grounds and Peerless Great Sections. Furthermore, it was extremely mysterious. It could be said that it was comparable to heaven and hell. Brat, now that you've become a palace master, you're going to be rich in the future. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to be rich in the future. The dark red dragon god was very excited. With his relationship with Lin Xian, he was definitely going to be rich. However, Lin Xian shook his head. Don't be so happy. I'm afraid it won't be easy to become a palace master. Like this. That's true. The dark red divine dragon stopped jumping around. Then, he frowned and said, if I hand over such a huge organization to you, the experts inside will definitely not be convinced. Kid, what did that old man say? Elder Xia said that other than the two main goals, he wouldn't care about anything else and would leave everything to me. He didn't care? The dark red divine dragon was stupefied. This elder really was bold, truly not scared that Immortal Palace would suffer internal strife and split apart. No one dared to split. Right at this moment, Xing Tian spoke coldly. Alright, no one dared to split up, but what if those elders deliberately made things difficult for them? That old man didn't even show up. Lin Xian shook his head. They could only rely on themselves in the future. What the F***ck, how was this supposed to be fun? The dark red divine dragon felt a headache coming. Although joining Immortal Palace would allow them to enjoy endless treasures, the current situation wasn't good enough. Both of them didn't have any foundation. If they were to join out of nowhere, even if they became Immortal Palace's palace masters, those people wouldn't listen to them willingly. If they were to do something behind their backs, it would be difficult to manage them in the future. Xianxia, what would happen next? Lin Xian asked. There would be a simple ceremony. Although it wouldn't be that grand, it was still the handover of the palace master's position. Those elders would still come. How many elders would there be? Lin Xian asked. Those that were too far away wouldn't come. After all, they all had their own missions. There were probably a few hundred of them nearby. There would probably be even more young geniuses. In addition to the others, there would probably be a few thousand people. Those who would come were all elites. Normal members wouldn't be able to come at all. A few thousand people was already a lot. Lin Xian felt a headache coming. He was afraid that those people would definitely make things difficult for him during the ceremony. However, he wasn't afraid. Anyway, the position of palace master was handed to him personally by Xiaojiu. Those old guys wouldn't dare to be too presumptuous. As for the younger generation, he wasn't afraid at all. Since he was going to take over, Lin Xian wouldn't be lenient. He wanted to build an immortal palace that belonged to him. 3 days later? I'm looking forward to it. For the next 2 days, Lin Xian didn't come out. He cultivated silently and adjusted his body to the peak. He knew that there would definitely be people who were unhappy with the handover ceremony. Only by adjusting his combat strength to the peak would he be able to make a move. Fortunately, with the 2 spiritual liquids, his body had already recovered. Therefore, after 2 days of adjustment, he was completely at the peak. The ceremony wasn't held here. It was somewhere else. However, there was a super teleportation array on Xianxia Peak. The group quickly used the super teleportation array and left this place. Light flickered. When Lin Xian and the others came out, they frowned. Because they realized that the ceremony wasn't as simple as the legend said. In Lin Xian's opinion, the handover ceremony was probably just to announce orders and worship the heavens and earth. However, he realized that it was far more complicated than that. In front of them were countless palaces that looked like stars. In front of these palaces, there was a vast plaza. The plaza was filled with people, forming a dense black mass. Their expressions were solemn and their auras were strong. They were like 100,000 mountains that pressed down in front of them, making it hard for them to breathe. The entire void was distorted. These people stood in the east, and north of them was an ancient altar. It was very large and pitch black like black jade. There were 4 heavenly pillars around the altar that emitted a desolate aura. The 4 pillars were carved with the 4 divine beasts: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Not only that, the altar was even more desolate, as if it wasn't a dead object, but a living thing. On the ancient altar, countless experts were gathered together. The atmosphere was particularly solemn. Although those experts' auras were solemn, they were quiet and didn't make a sound. Lin Xian and the others came together and felt the solemn atmosphere. They immediately frowned. Xianxia was also very surprised. He didn't expect the ceremony to be so grand. Young master, be careful. Xianxia reminded him softly from behind. The situation was a little unexpected. Hearing that, Lin Xian nodded. However, he wasn't afraid. However, ordinary people might be frightened, but he had experienced many life and death situations. Therefore, although the commotion was frightening, it was not enough to scare him. Let's go. Lin Xian strode forward. Xianxia was surprised because Lin Xian's performance surprised him. Under normal circumstances, even peerless geniuses, saints, and princes would be worried when they saw such a scene. After all, the people in front were all peerless powerhouses. Moreover, they were coming menacingly. However, the young man in front of him was not afraid at all. He walked forward with large strides. He did not dare to delay and quickly follow behind. As Lin Xian walked, countless powerhouses in front of him also looked over. Each of them was like a lamp that pierced through the void. The wind and clouds in the sky changed, and there were even thunderbolts descending. Those people wanted to see what kind of person could take over the position of Immortal Palace's hall master. However, when they saw Lin Xian, they all shook their heads and sighed. Their faces were filled with disappointment. That was because he was too young. Previously, they thought that he would be at least a few hundred years old, but now it seemed that it was beyond their expectations. Those people were all peerless powerhouses. They could see the other party's bones and fate at a glance. He was at most in his 20s. Even if such a person had cultivated since he was in his mother's womb, he would only have been in his 20s. How could he be the hall master of a mortal palace? They did not believe it at all. A person in his 20s wanted to lead them? What a joke, that's right. Why would the hall master make such a decision? I can't accept it. I can't stand being commanded by a brat in his 20s, those people discussed animatedly, especially the elders. Their faces were gloomy. Those young geniuses were also displeased. His aura was not strong at all. He was not as strong as them. If he can take over, why can't they? That's right. They could not accept it. Let him try it out. Let him know how powerful they are. The young geniuses were even more dissatisfied. Why could he be the hall master, but they could not? They decided that they would teach the other party a lesson later. All of you, quiet down. At that moment, a cold snort sounded, and then everyone quieted down. That was because the voice was too terrifying. 6 figures walked out from the front. The auras of these 6 people gathered together, forming a world that suppressed the area. 6 protectors, these 6 people were the 6 people that Xianxia had specially summoned. At this moment, an old man among the 6 said, "This is the palace master's decision. Are you going to go against it?" He didn't dare. An elder shook his head. "How could we dare to go against the palace lord's decision? It's just that we're not convinced." "That's right, he's just a young man in his 20s. What ability does this kid have? He dared to control a mortal palace," the other person said coldly. Even if it was an order from the palace master, if this brat could not complete the ceremony, he would not be able to become the palace master. As soon as these words were spoken, Bouchara nodded and sneered. Indeed, the position of a mortal palace lord wasn't that easy. Lin Xian strode to the front, looked at the countless experts, and said in a clear voice, "My name is Lin Xian. I wasn't originally someone from a mortal palace, but after receiving Old Xia's favor, he had me take over a mortal palace. From today onwards, I hope that everyone will work together to achieve a mortal palace's goal." Lin Xian's voice was loud and clear. His aura was stable, and it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. His voice shocked many people, because in such a huge scene, the other party didn't panic at all. This was really surprising. However, there were some elders who sneered in disdain. One of them, Elder Lingxiu, snorted coldly. "Brat, it's a little too early to say that. It's not too late to say that after you pass the ceremony." "That's right. That's right." Many people were discussing. After hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. What? From the other party's words, could it be that there's danger in the ceremony? There's a chance of failure? "Brat, do you think the ceremony is so easy to complete? Do you think it's so easy to be the palace lord of a mortal palace? Let me tell you, even if you're strong and talented, you can't become the palace lord if you don't have the life." "What does this mean?" Lin Xian's frown deepened. Xing Tian's expression also changed as he said in a deep voice. "Elder Lingxiu, the position of palace lord has already been passed on to the young master. We only need to carry out a simple ceremony." "Why do you want to use the ancient ceremony from before?" There were 2 types of ceremonies. The first was a simple ceremony, which meant that the position had been given up. The second was when the position wasn't passed on. The ceremony depended on one's strength, talent, and luck. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would still get the position of palace lord, but these elders still chose the most dangerous ceremony. It was obvious that they didn't want Lin Xian to be the palace lord. However, Elder Lingxiu snorted coldly. "We're just doing things according to the rules. If he can't even pass these 3 stages, what qualifications does he have to be our palace lord? What qualifications does he have to lead us?" "That's right, that's right." The remaining elders and young geniuses were also discussing spiritedly. Xing Tian's expression was gloomy. "What? Do you want to rebel?" However, at this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand to stop them. Then, he stood out, glanced around, and asked coldly. If I complete the 3 stages of the ceremony, you'll be willing to acknowledge me as the palace lord, right? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The entire place was silent. They didn't expect him to ask this question. What did he want to do? Did he really want to try the 3 stages of the ceremony? Young master, you can't. This ancient ceremony is extremely dangerous. Xianxia, who was behind him, quickly reminded him. However, Xian shook his head. It didn't matter. It seemed that these elders were very concerned about the 3 stages of the ceremony. He was just worried about how to intimidate these people. If this was a simple ritual, and he was just the new palace master arranged by the old palace master, he was afraid that these people would not be obedient in the future. They might even not care about him. If he completed the 3 stages of the ceremony, he might be able to intimidate them completely. At least, he could intimidate most of them. In this way, it would be much more convenient for him to do things in the future. Furthermore, his position as the palace master could be considered to be justified. Therefore, Xian decided to give it a try. Humph. Who do you think you are? How dare you try the 3 stages of the ceremony? Many elders and geniuses sneered. On the other hand, Xian asked in return. Why? Now that I've dared to do it, you don't dare to let me participate. Are you afraid of something, you? These elders turned red with anger. However, at this moment, Elder Xianxia stood out and sneered. Good boy, you actually dare to participate in the 3 stages of the ceremony, you're too naive. You don't know how dangerous it is. Alright. If I fail, I'll leave completely and never return to Immortal Palace. Xian's voice was sonorous. Young master, you can't. Behind him, Xianxia exclaimed. Xian's words had already been spoken. After hearing it, the surrounding elders and geniuses all laughed out loud. Elder Xianxia even sneered. Because they didn't think that the other party could pass the 3 ancient sacrificial stages. Only the old palace master, Xianxia, had participated in this kind of sacrificial ceremony. Countless years ago, the previous palace master of Immortal Palace suddenly passed away. There was no new palace master, but the various experts of Immortal Palace fought for it. In the end, they had no choice but to use the 3 sacrificial stages. A total of 5 peerless experts and 3 top geniuses participated together. Those people were all extremely terrifying, far beyond the imagination of these people. However, in the end, only Xianxia passed. The others all failed. There were even 2 who were directly killed, and now, this young brat in front of them, an ordinary powerhouse, actually wanted to take this test. Wasn't this purely courting death? However, Xian was fearless. If he couldn't even do this, how could he be the palace master of Immortal Palace? How could he lead this group of experts, seeing that Xian was determined to pass the 3 stages? Elder Xianxia sneered. Brat, you're courting death. You can't blame us. 6 protectors, please open it. Elder Xianxia said to the 6 figures in front of him. The 6 protectors sighed and discussed with each other. Then, their figures flickered and appeared around the altar. One by one, they formed seals with their palms, striking out mysterious runes and slapping forward. The black altar bloomed with incomparable light. It shot straight into the sky. Then, a black waterfall cascaded down, slowly forming countless steps that led to the sky. The first stage was the stairway to heaven. The black stairway to heaven had a total of 99 levels. Only by reaching the top could one be considered to have passed. Among the 6 protectors, an old man said in a deep voice. At this moment, all of the elders and young geniuses cast their gazes forward. A hint of seriousness appeared in their eyes. Because just the aura alone was enough to shock them. They reckoned that even peerless experts couldn't reach it. Only an extremely terrifying person like the previous palace master would be able to ascend to the 99th floor. It could be said that the first stage of the 3 stages was incomparably difficult. Xian narrowed his eyes. His gaze flickered as he looked ahead. Then, he took a step forward and walked towards the black altar. Young master, Xianxia exclaimed from behind. The dark red divine dragon said from the side. Kid, be careful. This aura is very strange. Xian strode to the ancient altar and stepped onto the black altar. In the next moment, he walked up the black stairs. When he stepped onto the first step, a shocking light erupted, and countless black torrents rushed into the sky. A terrifying black ripple spread out. A strong gale swept across, causing their clothes to flutter. However, these people were all experts. Despite the intensity of the storm, no one dared to move. They stood as their eyes are Xianxia's take you. Then, he took a step forward and walked forward. With every step he took, he could feel the pressure in front of him getting heavier. The space around him condensed, trying to crush him. With this kid's strength, I dare say that he can only reach the 10th level at most. He won't be able to reach the 10th level. An elder snorted. But soon, he opened his mouth in disbelief. That was because Lin Xian had reached the 10th level in an instant. Damn it! How did he do it? Those people couldn't believe it. However, someone still said, just wait and see. The pressure will multiply after the 10th level. It would be the same for every 10th level. With his strength, the 20th level was the highest level. He would probably be seriously injured at the 30th level. If he continued to force his way up, he would probably be immediately eliminated. Lin Xian silently sensed the 99th level of the black stairs. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. In the next moment, he didn't move. Instead, he stood on the 10th step and turned his head to look down. Today, I'll let you see if I'm qualified to become the master of Immortal Palace. Don't be so arrogant. We'll talk after you get up there. Those young elites snorted coldly. They were very unhappy that the other party was so arrogant. Those elders' faces were also gloomy, and none of them said anything. Lin Xian ignored them and turned around. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body rumbled, and a dragon's roar sounded. A terrifying dragon shadow rushed out of his body. What is that? Behind him, those elders and prodigies were all stunned. They cried out in surprise. Dragon, it's a dragon. How could there be a dragon in his body? Roar, a loud dragon's roar sounded. The great dragon sword soul fought against the 99th level of the black stairs. Buzz, the great dragon sword soul continued to grow in size, covering the 99th level of the stairs. Lin Xian stepped on the divine dragon and quickly walked forward. The black stairs that looked like the stairs of gods and demons were incomparably sacred in the eyes of everyone. However, Lin Xian walked with ease. When he stepped onto the 99th level and looked down at his surroundings, the elders and prodigies below were all stunned. Their eyes widened, and their minds went blank. Damn it, how did he do it? What is that dragon shadow? Damn it! Could that be a secret ultimate move that the old temple master gave him? I don't believe it. How could that kid be so powerful? They were extremely shocked and could not believe it. Some of the prodigies even suspected that the ancient altar had existed for too long and was broken. Indeed, they did not believe it. In an instant, a few prodigies rushed over. They also wanted to give it a try. If they could reach the top, it meant that the 3 stages of the test were indeed broken. Bang! 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 However, when they reached the 10th level, they vomited blood and flew backward. The highest among them reached the 20th level, but most of the bones in his body were broken. Damn it, that was terrifying. When those people came down, their bodies were covered in blood, and their faces were filled with fear. The people around them were also shocked. The 3 prodigies were injured in an instant. It could be imagined that the ancient altar was not broken. However, the other party easily reached the 99th level. Moreover, he was unharmed. They were shocked. Could it be that the other party was destined to become the master of the Immortal Palace? Those people did not know, but they knew that the young man in front of them was definitely incomparably mysterious. Those elders were also silent. Elder Lingshu's face was dark, and he gritted his teeth. Don't be too proud. This is only the first stage. I don't believe that you can pass the 2nd and 3rd stages. The 6 guardians looked at the figure in the clouds, their eyelids twitching. Now, they seemed to understand why the old temple master insisted on passing the position to this young man. The other party's move was simply a miracle, they were completely stunned. The second stage, Jean Luan Hui. The second stage, Jean Luan Hui. The 6 guardians said coldly as they changed their hand seals again. Instantly, the 99% black staircase disappeared slowly. Lin Xian also came down from the clouds. He was still standing on the black altar. 6 paths of reincarnation, the 6 guardians quickly formed hand seals. The black altar shook, and 6 black holes appeared around it. They spun rapidly and emitted a mysterious aura, as if they were connected to 6 worlds. These 6 black holes instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding elders and prodigies waited patiently. This second stage was very magical. It could make one fall into an illusion and reincarnate 100 times. If one's consciousness wasn't strong enough, they would probably be trapped inside forever. So, the faster one came out, the stronger they were. He set a time limit of 1 incense stick. If the 6 black holes didn't disappear within that time, it meant that he had failed. Just wait and see. This kid will definitely not succeed. That's right. Even such a terrifying figure back then was lost in it. How could this kid succeed? Those elders sneered. Elder Lingshu snorted as well, his lips curling into a cold smile. But the next moment, they were stunned once again. Their eyeballs almost popped out. They couldn't help but be shocked. Because the 6 black holes on the black altar in front of them had disappeared. Disappeared without a trace. Damn it. What happened? Why did the 6 black holes disappear? The altar couldn't have been broken, right? Impossible. Could it be that he passed? Heavens! I don't believe it. Who could pass in such a short time? His soul probably hasn't entered yet, right? These people discussed fervently. Even the 6 guardians looked at each other. Because they had never encountered such a strange thing before. To be honest, this was also their first time activating the 3 views of the sacrificial ritual. All the scenes and reactions were performed according to the ancient books. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be wrong. But why did the black vortex disappear? The 6 elders were puzzled. They formed hand seals again and formed 6 black holes, enveloping Lin Xian. But not long later, the 6 black holes disappeared again. Lin Xian's figure appeared again. Seeing this scene, these people exclaimed. Oh no, it must be broken, there was nothing they could do about it. They didn't believe that the other party would be able to break through it in an instant. However, Lin Xian had a helpless look on his face. Because he had indeed succeeded. Of course, he had to thank his Tianji divine eyes. When the 6 black holes opened, Lin Xian felt as if 6 worlds were calling out to him. However, at this moment, his heavenly secret god eyes had also opened. The golden light quickly turned into mysterious runes, resisting the 6 mysterious worlds. It made him retreat in an instant. The faster one exited the second stage, the more powerful one was. Lin Xian exited the dungeon almost instantly. It could be said that he had successfully cleared the dungeon. However, this speed was too fast, so much so that it scared these people. Even these people believed that the ancient altar was broken. Damn it, I don't believe it. A few Zhangs clenched their teeth and stepped onto the black altar, ready to give it a try. When the 6 black holes appeared, the eyes of these elders went blank as they were pulled into 6 different worlds. The rest of the people waited patiently. Lin Xian also retreated to the side with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. After half an hour, the 6 black holes still hadn't disappeared. This shocked everyone. Half an hour was the limit. If the black holes didn't disappear after half an hour, it meant that they had failed. This meant that the black altar wasn't broken. The second stage wasn't broken either. However, what was going on with the other party? The 6 guardians made hand seals and removed the black vortex. Those few elders were still in a daze, and they were quickly carried away by people. The other party had successfully cleared the second stage. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that it was unreal. Elder Lingshu gritted his teeth and said. No, he had to try again. Otherwise, we won't agree. Left with no choice, Lin Xian went up and tried again. However, this time, the 6 of them made hand seals and the 6 black holes didn't appear. Instead, countless runes floated in the air and condensed to form 2 words. cleared. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Even the ancient black altar had directly cleared the dungeon. This kid was too heaven-defying, they had the urge to vomit blood. The 6 guardian elders' mouths also twitched. It seemed like there was no need to test again. The other party should have passed the second stage. Next up was the final stage, which was also the most important stage. That was the immortal commanding constellation. This stage was extremely difficult. What was tested wasn't strength, soul, or talent, but fate. Fate was something that was extremely ethereal. No one in this world could say for sure. Perhaps even the great emperor couldn't say for sure. However, it truly existed. As for the third test, it was a test of this illusory fate. The black altar quickly condensed, forming a pitch-black immortal throne, emitting an ancient aura. It floated in the air. Xianxia would sit on it. If he had the life to become the immortal palace lord, he would be safe. If he didn't have the life to become the immortal palace lord, he would be instantly injured. If it was light, he would be seriously injured and sent flying. If it was heavy, he would be directly squeezed by this power and turn into a bloody mist. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous. Back then, among the few experts who fought with Xianxia, 2 of them were directly killed. There was no chance at all. That was a genius, but he was killed just like that. One could imagine how dangerous the third stage was. At this moment, even the dark red divine dragon was nervous. Xianxia also took a deep breath. Elder Lingxiu sneered below. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Obediently admit defeat. This way, you can still save your life. Otherwise, you will probably lose your life. Why do you have to give up your life for the immortal palace lord? It's not worth it for you. I advise you to obediently give up. Not only him, but the other elders and young geniuses also advised him. They looked very friendly, but in fact, they didn't think that Xianxia could succeed. Xianxia took a deep breath and ignored these people. Instead, he turned to look at the pitch-black immortal throne in front of him. The first stage was the great dragon sword soul, the second stage was the heavenly secret divine eye, and what was the third stage? There probably wasn't anything that could help him. It seemed like he could only take a gamble on fate. Xianxia took a deep breath and walked forward. Soon, he arrived in front of the black immortal throne. Turning around, Xianxia slowly sat down. At this moment, his heart was in his throat. Needless to say, he was also very nervous. However, he had to do this step. Xianxia sat on the black immortal throne and felt a strange aura enveloping him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Everyone waited for 5 seconds and found that nothing happened. This was great, the dark red divine dragon was excited, and Xianxia was also extremely shocked. He didn't expect that the other party would actually pass all 3 of the dangerous tests. It seemed like the old palace master's decision was indeed wise and heroic. Could it be that this youth was destined to become Immortal Palace's master? Below, those elders and heavenly prides were also completely stunned. None of them dared to believe it. Damn it, he sat on it. He actually sat on it, peacefully, no. This was impossible. I'm dreaming, they screamed crazily. It was because they really didn't believe that someone who had never joined Immortal Palace would actually become Immortal Palace's master the first time he came here. What kind of joke was this? How could they endure this? The 6 great protectors also looked at each other in dismay, their eyelids twitching wildly. Then, they looked at each other, and all of them bowed forward. Greetings to the palace master. Greetings to the palace master, 6 people bowed. This scene really stunned the surrounding people. When Xianxia saw this, he also quickly called out to greet the palace master. When the others saw this, they were extremely shocked. They gritted their teeth, unwilling to accept this. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. What, could it be that you want to rebel against Immortal Palace? These elders' bodies trembled. Although the other party was only a young man, although the other party's strength was inferior to theirs. However, the old palace master personally gave up his position. Moreover, the other party had indeed passed the 3 tests. Logically speaking, he should be Immortal Palace's master. Therefore, although they were unwilling, at this moment, they still had to follow the rules. One elder after another, heavenly prides all respectfully called out to greet the palace master. Damn it, Elder Xianxia was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He could only cup his fists. Extremely unwillingly, he called out to greet the palace master. Seeing everyone greet him, Lin Xian sat on the black immortal throne, having a grand ambition that could devour mountains and rivers. He waved his palm and said in a clear voice, "Elders, you are too courteous. There is no need to be polite. I have just arrived. Although I have inherited the position of palace master, there are still many things that I do not understand. Immortal Palace's matters will be handled the same as before. You don't have to worry." Lin Xian said this naturally to make these people feel at ease. After all, these elders and heavenly prides had opposed him before. No, if he didn't promise these people something, they would probably feel uneasy. This would instead affect Immortal Palace. Since Lin Xian had already become the master of Immortal Palace, everything he did had to be done in consideration of Immortal Palace. "Thank you, Palace Master," the elders and geniuses below also understood. When they heard Lin Xian's words, they heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party did not hold it against him. Otherwise, they would have a hard time in the future. "Alright, there's no need to be so polite," Lin Xian said. "6 great protectors, what's next?" the 6 protectors replied. "Reporting to the Palace Lord, the banquet is coming up next." "Palace Lord, please come this way." Lin Xian nodded. He stood up from the black immortal throne and walked forward. There was a magnificent palace in front of him. Everyone walked towards the palace. After everyone had disappeared, an old figure appeared in the empty palace. It was Xianxia. He looked into the distance, his eyes flickering. Sure enough, this brat was destined to become Immortal Palace's lord. Who would have thought that other than the great dragon sword soul, he would also have the heavenly secret divine eyes? This was the will of the heavens. With a flash, Xianxia disappeared again. No one knew what had happened. On the other side, the banquet was going on in the huge palace. It took a long time for everyone to disperse. Looking at the back of everyone, Lin Xian came out of the palace. He had his hands behind his back, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. "Xing Tian!" Lin Xian shouted coldly. "Young master, you're looking for me?" Xing Tian appeared. "Bring me the information of Immortal Palace, including the information of the members, our sphere of influence, and the various rules of Immortal Palace. Give it all to me." "Yes." Xing Tian had already prepared it. He took out a storage ring, and the young master was inside. Lin Xian took the storage ring and nodded slightly. "Alright, go and rest. I'll call you if there's anything." "Yes." Xing Tian left. Lin Xian also returned to his room. Then, his soul entered the storage ring, took out a pile of jade scrolls, and quickly read them. When he understood the general information, he was extremely shocked. He had to admit that Immortal Palace's strength was too terrifying. Although they didn't have a vast territory like before. However, they were scattered all over the central state. They had people in all 9 empires. In fact, each of the 9 empires had a hall. There were peerless experts there to suppress and organize all kinds of missions. It could be said that those people all held real power and had countless experts under them. They were very powerful. Previously, Xianxia was unparalleled and could intimidate these experts. However, Lin Xian didn't know if he could intimidate them now. Lin Xian rubbed his head and exhaled. Although these people were unconvinced, they wouldn't rebel. After all, Xianxia only gave up his position and didn't die. Even if these people didn't fear him, they would fear Xianxia. Lin Xian didn't plan to touch these old guys. After all, these people were peerless experts, and there were even invincible kings. At present, they were too far away for him. Lin Xian planned to start with the young people. He couldn't order these old people at all. He had to establish his own foundation. Then, the best goal was to recruit new people. It wasn't possible to recruit from outside. Therefore, Lin Xian could only set his eyes on these young people in Immortal Palace. Although these young people were also young geniuses and were unruly. Compared to those older generation figures, they were still easier to deal with. At least Lin Xian was confident. In the same price, he wouldn't fear anyone. A night passed. The next morning, Lin Xian woke up from his cultivation. He first drank a mouthful of spirit tea, then stood up and walked outside. After washing up, Lin Xian went outside. Immortal Palace was such a huge organization, so they definitely wouldn't be too idle. After all, although they were powerful with many people. However, they also needed a lot of resources. Moreover, these people wouldn't wander around if they had nothing to do. They would rather cultivate than waste time. Young master, you're up. Xianxia was still waiting outside. Lin Xian nodded and said, give me an order. Give me an order. Have all of Immortal Palace's younger generation, unless there are special circumstances, within the remaining 3 days, all of them are to arrive. The young generation, hearing this, Xianxia frowned. It seemed that the young master was going to take action. He said, I'll go give the order now. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he said, young master, other than me, the 6 great protectors are also trustworthy. The 6 great protectors? I got it. If there are difficulties, I'll ask them for help. Lin Xian nodded. Xianxia strode away to pass on the order. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. On the side, the dark red divine dragon said, Kid, what are you sighing for? You're the master of Immortal Palace. You can do whatever you want when you go out in the future. It's not that simple. Although you're the palace master, you have too few people under you. Don't talk about doing whatever you want, you can't even send a message now. Lin Xian shook his head. Indeed, there was only Xianxia under him now. There was no one else. Xianxia was sent by Xiaojioyo to protect his safety. But now, he became an errand boy. There was no choice. Lin Xian had no one else, so he had to quickly gather the younger generation. He had to quickly establish his own foundation of power. Although Xianxia said that the 6 great protectors would do their best to help him, the 6 great protectors had their own missions after all. Moreover, although using the 6 great protectors could suppress for a while, it wasn't a long-term solution. Lin Xian's order was quickly passed down. Those young geniuses who hadn't left stopped their journey. Those who had already left also hurried back. There was no choice. Although they were unwilling, this was the new palace master's first order after all. They weren't willing to violate it. These people hurried back one after another. In the 9 great imperial dynasties, those young warriors in the halls also moved when they received this news. What new palace master? He was just a brat. What was he doing? Those hall masters were very disdainful and didn't care. They also ignored it. Among them, a few young men also sneered. Let me see what this palace master looks like. I want to see what qualifications he has to lead us. 3 days later. When Lin Xian came out of the main hall and looked at the square in front of him, he was also extremely shocked. Because there were countless figures standing in front of him. These were all young warriors of Immortal Palace. They had talent and strength. More importantly, they had Immortal Palace behind them. They had powerful resources and countless cultivation methods and abilities. It could be said that their future achievements were limitless. At the front, when the young martial practitioners saw Lin Xian come out, their eyes lit up as they looked over carefully. After all, this was the new palace master. Many young geniuses had seen Lin Xian before, but there were also many who hadn't. These people had all rushed over from other places. When they saw Lin Xian, who seemed to be even younger than them, they were all shocked. He couldn't even believe it. Too young, although they knew that the other party was a young man, they did not expect him to be so young. Could such a person really lead them? They didn't know and were extremely doubtful. However, rules still had to be followed. Thus, at this moment, everyone shouted in unison, paying their respects to the palace master. Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. Regardless of whether these people were sincere or not, the current scene had truly shocked him. My name is Lin Xian, Immortal Palace's new palace master. I believe some of you have already met me. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen me before. From now on, you will know me. As for how I became the palace master, you can ask your friends. I think they won't forget what happened that day. Upon hearing this, many young skyprides rolled their eyes. However, the other party was right. They would probably never forget the scene of that day for the rest of their lives. At this moment, Lin Xian said in a clear voice again. This time, I've gathered you here to select a group of elites from you and focus on nurturing them. Select the elites and focus on nurturing them. Hearing this, these people were in an uproar. To be honest, they didn't expect it either. Previously, they only thought that the new palace master wanted to meet them. And they also wanted to meet the so-called new palace master. Perhaps they didn't expect that the other party would actually choose the elites among them. How would they choose? Would they compete? Many people were excited. After all, if they were chosen, they would definitely receive more resources. However, some people sneered disdainfully. Among them, a few people had contempt in their eyes. They were originally curious about what kind of person the new palace master was, but now that they saw him, they were extremely disappointed. As for the selection, they didn't need it. Of course, those who made these disdainful sounds were the elites of the 9 great halls. They were originally valued by the halls. In fact, some of the sons of the halls were here. They could tell at a glance what Lin Xian wanted to do. He definitely wanted to rope them in and establish his own faction. They were not interested in such a thing. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes flickered as he looked down. He was looking at everyone's expression. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Now, let's begin the selection. There are a total of 2 stages. Do your best to break through. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he waved his hand. Immediately, the great dragon sword soul flew out and descended from the sky, forming a stairway with 99 steps. At the same time, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms. His heavenly secret divine eyes quickly rotated and emitted mysterious runes, forming a golden vortex. What, this is? When the young elites saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Why does it look similar to the 3 stages of the sacrificial ceremony? 99 steps, 6 paths of reincarnation. Although there was only one golden vortex, the terrifying aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. That move shocked everyone. That's the new palace master? Judging from his aura, he's not very strong, but I didn't expect him to be so clever. Humph. The 9 people at the entrance of the great hall also snorted lightly, then sneered disdainfully. What's so special about that? He must have used some secret technique after becoming the palace master. If I become the palace master, I'll definitely be stronger than him. Ruffian Dragon, I'll leave the selection to you. Xianxia, invite the sons of the 9 great halls over. They don't need to be selected. Don't worry, kid. The dark red divine dragon said with a smile. Xianxia also walked forward and invited the 9 palace masters over. Lin Xian turned around and entered the great hall to wait. Indeed, the 9 palace masters did not need to be selected because their identities were not ordinary. If nothing went wrong, they would be the future palace masters. They were different from the others. Lin Xian wanted to meet the 9 palace masters alone. However, only 7 of the 9 palace masters came because the other 2 palace masters had special missions and did not come at all. So be it. Lin Xian did not care about the 7 palace masters. Among the 7 palace masters, some were tall and some were short, but all of them had a look of arrogance and confidence on their faces. Lin Xian had seen that expression on the faces of countless peerless geniuses before. Therefore, he did not care about it. When the 7 palace masters saw Lin Xian, they did not pay any attention to any special etiquette. Instead, they looked at him unscrupulously. A few of them even had a trace of provocation in their eyes. Among them, a handsome young man looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Is this the new palace master you chose? I think he's not even as good as me. Why don't you let me be the palace master? I promise I'll make the immortal palace shine. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Xianxia, who was at the side, shouted angrily. Yang Jian, what do you mean? Are you thinking of rebelling? Alright, don't scare me. Xianxia, do you really think he can be the hall master? He's just a young kid who isn't as strong as us. Who can submit to him? This is a joke. I don't have time to play with you guys here. As he said that, Yang Jian snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and turned to leave. The other 6 people sneered. They wanted to see what the new hall master would do. He was slapped in the face as soon as he entered. He's probably mad. However, the 6 of them were soon stunned. They realized that he was still smiling and didn't look angry at all. What's going on? Could it be that he's not angry at all? Pretentious. He must be pretentious. He must be furious, but he didn't show it on his face. The few of them thought. Someone else snorted coldly. So he's just a fool. Sure enough, after that, 2 more people sneered. Since there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. As they said that, the 2 of them left. Now, there were only 4 people left. 1 pound. Xianxia's face was gloomy. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked at the 4 of them. Then, he asked, why? Aren't the 4 of you leaving? Hee, we don't want to leave yet. A young man said with a smile. He sat down on a chair and crossed his legs. His expression was very relaxed. The other 3 also sat down. Don't want to leave? Alright then. Lin Xian waved his hand and a cup of spirit tea appeared in his hand. Then, he flicked his finger and 4 teacups instantly appeared on the table of the 4 of them. Phew, Lin Xian raised the glass teacup and poured himself a cup. Then, he poured it into the air. The strange thing was that the tea seemed to be affected by magic in the air and instantly surged into the teacups of the 4 of them. Not a single drop leaked out. Lin Xian placed the teapot on the table and picked up the cup. Try it. This is a spirit tea that I specially made. It's very delicious. As he said that, he took a sip. The young man who had his legs crossed took the lead and took a sip. The other 3 took a sip and then put down their teacups. I'm a very easy person to get along with. Since we've drunk tea, we're friends. It was just that Kai didn't know how to address number 4. Hui Chen. The son of the 5th hall master. Chen Haoyu. The son of the 7th hall master. Lu Jia. The son of the 8th hall master. Du Xingwei. The son of the 4th hall master. Su Chen silently remembered their names and then said. Tomorrow, I'll invite everyone to go hunting. He hoped that all 4 of them would come. Since the 3 of them have left, I hope that the 4 of you will inform the others. Although they left today, I don't blame them. He hoped that they would come tomorrow as well. After saying this, Lin Xian stood up and left. At the side, Xianxia followed behind. After they came out, Xianxia took a deep breath. The first to leave was the 3rd hall master's son, Yang Jian. The 2 who walked behind him were the sons of Hall Master 6 and Hall Master 9. One was called Pei Yuan, and the other was called Xiaohui. The 3 of them were in cahoots. Among them, the 3rd hall master was very domineering. He was usually very arrogant. Now that the old hall master had abdicated and the young master had just ascended to the throne, he would probably not take you seriously. 3rd hall master, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Then, he came to the square again and looked into the distance. At this moment, those people were conducting the test in the square. After watching for a while, Lin Xian went back. There was no need for him to stay here. He just needed to let the dark red divine dragon report the results when the time came. As expected, when night fell, the dark red divine dragon came in. This kid took in a total of 500 people. Among them, more than 30 of them probably came with a purpose. They should be the spies of the various halls. As expected, they still made a move. Lin Xian frowned. Then, he asked, are the remaining people reliable? They were all reliable. They didn't have much of a relationship with the halls. Most of them were suppressed and couldn't survive in the first place. At this moment, we're providing him with an opportunity, so these people rushed over. That's good. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he said, don't touch those spies. Just alienate them so that they can't come into contact with our core members. That was easy. The dark red divine dragon said. Then, Lin Xian said, pick out the 200 strongest elites from the remaining 400 people. Carry out special training. As for the remaining 100 or so, let them train hard. Every month, they would undergo a challenge. Those who could defeat 200 elite members would directly enter the elite group. Good idea. I'll do it. Right away. The dark red divine dragon smiled. Lin Xian said again, oh right, find me a few smart ones from these people. I'm really short on manpower. Alright, wait for me. The dark red divine dragon left quickly. Actually, it was very troublesome for him to pick people. However, Lin Xian's 6 paths of reincarnation allowed him to see through all these people's experiences and characters. Therefore, he knew what these people were like and whether they were spies or not. Xing Tian, help me lead those 200 elite groups. You must give them the strictest training. Yes, young master. Xing Tian nodded. Not long after, the dark red divine dragon returned. This time, he brought back 5 people. These 5 people followed behind the dark red divine dragon. They were very excited and nervous. They came in front of Lin Xian and respectfully called out, greetings, Hallmaster. What are your names? Lin Xian asked. Zhang Chao. Jing Yan. Wang Bin. Lu Kai. Sun Xiao. Well, you guys can follow me for the time being. Yes. Young master. The 5 of them were excited. Lin Xian said, Ruffian Dragon, give them some instructions. Come with me. The dark red divine dragon waved his dragon claws excitedly. 1 pound. Xing Tian frowned slightly. Young master, although these people are very talented and loyal, they're still very weak. However, compared to the top geniuses, he was still a little lacking. Lin Xian nodded. Compared to the sons of the 9 hallmasters, they were indeed a bit weaker. As for those who had strength and talent, they had long been divided up by the 9 great halls. The remaining ones were usually suppressed. Lin Xian turned around and looked at Xing Tian. You know Immortal Palace well. Don't tell me that there aren't some people who come and go independently and are not restricted by any hallmasters? Young master, there really are people like that. There are quite a few of them. However, they are very difficult to subdue. Previously, they only listened to the old hallmaster. The 9 hallmasters couldn't order them around. They even tried to recruit them more than once, but they were all mercilessly rejected. There really are people like that. Give me a few of the younger generation. Xing Tian thought for a moment and said, Young master, why don't I give them an order and ask them to hurry back? Are they outside now? Lin Xian asked. These people don't have any missions. They're probably cultivating. Alright, there's no need to ask them to come over. I'll look for them personally. Soon, Lin Xian left. Whoosh, a black ray of light streaked across the sky and then disappeared. The full moon hung in the sky, illuminating the earth. At this moment, Lin Xian was walking through the forest like a ghost. There was a huge waterfall in front of him, making rumbling sounds. A figure was sitting cross-legged under the waterfall. He was like a statue, not moving at all. Beside him, there was a saber stuck in the ground. On the other side was a full moon scimitar. The surrounding space was strangely distorted, and even light couldn't pass through it. Buzz, suddenly, the figure opened his eyes and cut the waterfall in front of him. Who was it? Come out, whoosh, Lin Xian's figure appeared behind him. In front of him, the seated figure also stood up. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as it cut through the void. However, he was blocked 3 meters in front of Lin Xian. There was an invisible force around him that blocked his terrifying gaze. Seeing this, the figure frowned. Who are you? Lin Xian didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Are you Hui Dao? That's right, the figure in front of him answered coldly, and the light in his eyes became stronger. Because he realized that the other party didn't answer his question. After Lin Xian got the answer, a smile appeared on his face. Very well. From today onward, you'll follow me. You're courting death. Hui Dao was furious. No one had ever dared to say such words to him. He was a young expert of Immortal Palace. Clang, with a clang, the full moon scimitar beside him was pulled out. The surrounding clouds changed, and the sky lost its color. The terrifying blade light swept in all directions. A huge wave of energy slashed forward. Whoosh, when Hu Yidao moved, Lin Xian also moved. His figure swayed and disappeared on the spot. The moment he disappeared, the space where he was standing was split into two, and terrifying black cracks spread. Buzz, Hu Yidao's saber struck the air, and he frowned. The other party's speed was faster than he had expected. However, so what? Whoosh, his gaze was like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Soon, he locked onto his opponent on the left. In the next moment, the crescent blade in his hand slashed out again. It was as if a purple thunder had descended upon the world. Clang, the sound of an intense collision rang out, and the full moon scimitar was blocked in midair. An ancient sword swept across the sky, cutting through everything. Who are you? Hu Yidao furrowed his brows. His opponent was very strong. He was actually able to block two of his blades. This surprised him. One had to know that a casual slash of his saber could easily kill a mighty figure. Beat me and I'll tell you. If you lose, you have to come with me and become one of my people. He was overestimating himself. Hu Yidao coldly snorted. I only used half of my strength just now. Is that so? Then you should use your full strength. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Lin Xian smiled. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand exploded, emitting a biting cold light. He took the initiative to attack, chaotic heaven destroyer sword. In an instant, countless sword shadows appeared in the sky. They were like huge dragons as they swept across. Full moon blade technique. The scimitar in Hu Yidao's hand seemed to have turned into a cold moon. It constantly crushed the void and rapidly bombarded the sword chi that filled the sky. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Everything around them exploded. The tall mountain peak was split into several pieces. The huge waterfall spread out from the middle, and there was no more water flowing. The two of them fought fiercely, emitting a terrifying aura. Demon Seal, Lin Xian coldly shouted. A terrifying aura erupted from the ancient dragon abyss sword. The roar of a dragon and sword resounded. In the sky, countless sword chi appeared and spun non-stop. It was as if they were going to seal the entire world. Hu Yidao's pupils constricted. He felt a threat and immediately roared. Death Moon, with a slash, the blade chi from the full moon scimitar spun in the sky, forming a purple moon. The terrifying light swept across the surroundings like a real full moon. It carried a power that made one tremble as it resisted all the spinning sword chi. The two of them were evenly matched in this attack. Lin Xian was surprised. He was indeed one of the experts that Xing Tian had given him. He was indeed powerful. Hu Yidao frowned. Who on earth is this guy? Why can he block my killing move? He thought. Kill, he roared, and the aura on his body exploded again. Moonwheel. The full moon scimitar in his hand swept out. A huge moon pushed across the sky, shattering the sword chi that filled the sky. Battle Song, the ancient dragon abyss sword shone brightly. The sword hummed continuously, shaking the heavens and the earth. A terrifying demonic sound appeared, making everyone's hair stand on end. The moon that was pushed over also trembled. Then, countless cracks appeared on it. Sky shattering. With another sword, the heavens and the earth lost their color. The terrifying full moon directly collapsed, turning into countless spiritual chi and dissipating. A terrifying sword chi rose from the heavens and the earth. Buzz, feeling the terrifying sword chi, Hu Yidao roared. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His body shone with a terrifying blade light. It shot into the sky, resisting the shocking sword chi. As the blade and sword collided, countless large cracks appeared in the sky. The surrounding ground was covered with tens of thousands of meters wide canyons. The terrifying blade light and sword shadows enveloped everything within tens of thousands of miles. Ah, kid, you've completely infuriated me. Today, I'll let you see my true blade skills, demon slaying blade. At this moment, Hu Yidao's aura changed. It was also extremely sharp and terrifying. Dense black energy surged from his body. At this moment, it was as if he had turned into a demon king. His shocking murderous aura shot into the sky. As he slashed out, the black blade light was terrifying. It was as if a demon king had come out. Humph. Now this is interesting. Seeing the other party's violent and cold demonic blade, Xianxia laughed. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared. His eyes emitted a piercing light. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand swung wildly. Its power increased exponentially. The sword swept out in all directions. In the sky, countless blade light and sword shadows collided, making sonorous sounds. 18 demon-slaying slashes, Hu Yidao roared angrily. His body quickly rose into the sky. He quickly waved the full moon blade in his hand. 18 rays of blade light rolled out like deadly blade energy, rampaging in the sky. Kid, go to hell, he roared crazily, wanting to kill the strong enemy in front of him. Buzz, Xianxia held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. The great dragon sword soul in his body erupted again, becoming more and more powerful. In the end, the dragon's roar could be heard. The surrounding wind blew violently. Heaven and earth lost their color. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand suddenly expanded. It turned into a giant sword that was 1,000 meters long. Xianxia held it with both hands and slashed forward. Xianxia roared angrily. He waved the giant ancient sword and slashed forward. The whole world was split open by the sword. Air waves rolled and slapped in all directions. There was a huge crack in the sky. Along with the ancient sword, it kept appearing in the surroundings. Boom! Boom, boom! 18 rays of black blade light and the giant ancient sword collided in the sky, setting off a terrifying storm. Damn it, how could his sword chi be so powerful? Hu Yidao's expression changed, and he kept retreating. However, the ancient sword was too terrifying. It directly crushed the 18 demonic sabers and then pressed down on Hu Yidao. Hu Yidao roared and once again released a terrifying black saber light, forming a black moon in the sky to resist. 1, 2, 3. In the end, 9 moons rotated in the sky as if they were going to destroy the entire world. Boom! Boom, however, the sword was too terrifying. In the end, the 9 moons were shattered and turned into billowing demonic chi. Hu Yidao was once again enveloped. Phantom steps, at the critical moment, a black aura erupted from Hu Yidao's body, forming 2 black demonic wings that cut through the void. Relying on his superb speed, Hu Yidao finally dodged the sword by a hair's breadth. Phew, he panted heavily and his face was a little pale. Damn it, who is this person? His sword technique is so terrifying. His face was gloomy. He realized that he had encountered a powerful enemy. Not bad, you actually dodged my sword. You're very strong and have gained my approval. At that moment, a calm voice floated from behind Hu Yidao. Buzz, Hu Yidao's body stiffened, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Damn it, when did the other party get behind me? Whoosh, he did not turn his head and slashed with his saber. At the same time, the demonic wings on his back brought him forward. Clang, the full moon saber collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword and made a thunderous sound. Then, Hu Yidao flew forward. However, his arm was numb, and the huge force caused the blood in his body to freeze. The sword suppressed the heavens. A terrifying sword chi appeared in the sky, like a huge dragon that kept circling. The sword chi that filled the sky turned into a sword diagram and pressed down from the sky. Get lost! Hu Yidao roared and slashed out saber light crazily, tearing the sky apart. However, he could not shake the sword diagram at all. Demon-destroying palm. With a roar, he held the saber in his right hand and slapped out a huge black palm with his left hand. Heaven and earth lost their color. There seemed to be ghostly wails and howls on the black palm as if it had flown out from hell. Boom, the palm hit the sword diagram, shaking the void. Countless cracks appeared in the surroundings, and demonic chi spread in all directions. The sword diagram also trembled, and more sword light fell down and pierced through the black palm. Buzz, 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 not only that, 18 sword lights descended like 18 heavenly swords, surrounding Hu Yidao in an instant. Damn it! Hu Yidao roared angrily. The saber radiance on his body was swift and fierce. He wanted to break out. However, he was blocked by the terrifying sword. "You forced me." Trapped in the distance, Hu Yidao roared. Countless blades and flags rolled around his body, and a purple mark appeared between his eyebrows. The power in his body was also increasing rapidly. Lin Xian frowned when he saw that. He did not intend to fight a protracted battle with his opponent, so Lin Xian instantly rushed over like a divine dragon swinging its tail. "You want to stop me?" "Impossible." Hu Yidao sneered. The countless saber lights on his body formed a sphere that completely enveloped the space within a 10-meter radius. No one could break it. Buzz, soon, Hu Yidao's pupils constricted. That was because the defense formed by the saber light in front of him was cut open by the sword. An ancient sword was placed on his neck. Whoosh, the aura that erupted from his body instantly froze. A drop of cold sweat flowed down from his forehead. That sword was too fast and terrifying. If the other party had not stopped, his head would have been sent flying. "Why didn't you kill me?" Hu Yidao asked with a frown. "You want me to join you?" "Impossible. Kill me if you have the guts." Buzz, Lin Xian withdrew the ancient dragon abyss sword and said in a deep voice. "I am Lin Xian, the new immortal palace master." "What? You are Lin Xian, the new immortal palace master?" Hu Yidao was shocked. He had naturally seen the announcement from Immortal Palace. He also knew that the old palace master had abdicated and that a young man had inherited the position of Immortal Palace Master. He did not attend the enthronement ceremony because he did not think that the other party could lead him. In his eyes, the only person that he respected was the old palace master. But now, the other party's strength had truly shocked him. It seemed that he was wrong. The other party was completely different from the rumors. Although he was young, his strength was undoubtedly at the top of the younger generation. "Follow me. I am in need of people now," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "Good," Hu Yidao said in a sonorous voice. "Your strength has convinced me. I have decided to work for you. However, if I can defeat you one day, I will leave your side." "Sure." Lin Xian nodded and smiled confidently. That was because he did not think that day would come. "Let's go." Lin Xian turned around and rushed into the sky. Hu Yidao put away the full moon scimitar and followed behind. The two of them disappeared into the night sky one after the other. In the starry hall, the dark red divine dragon and Xianxia were waiting. Xianxia was a little worried. That was because he did not know how strong Lin Xian was. Could he defeat Hu Yidao? But soon, his brows twitched and he looked into the distance. Then, he was extremely shocked. That was because he saw two figures in the sky returning quickly and arriving at the hall in the blink of an eye. "Young master." Seeing that Lin Xian had returned, Xianxia walked up. When he saw Hu Yidao behind Lin Xian, he was also shocked. "You." Xianxia was shocked. Lin Xian smiled. "After you will be one of us." Hearing this, Xianxia gasped. It seemed that the young master should have defeated Hu Yidao. However, the battle was over in such a short time. He dared not imagine it. Because from the time Lin Xian left until now, excluding the time spent on the road, the battle probably took less than half an hour. He defeated Hu Yidao in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. That shocked Xianxia. After all, Hu Yidao was a top elite. It seemed that the young master's strength was far beyond his expectations. "Okay, let's take a rest. We still have important things to do tomorrow." Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Xianxia gave him 3 people, one of whom was Hu Yidao. Now, he had subdued him. As for the other 2, Lin Xian was not in a hurry to make a move. That was because he did have other things to do tomorrow. After settling tomorrow's matter, he would take the other 2 as his subordinates. The night passed. The next day, the sun rose. Lin Xian stood in the void, inhaling and exhaling purple clouds and qi while cultivating. When the purple clouds disappeared, he returned, washed up, and had breakfast. The breakfast he had was naturally not an ordinary one. The rice was made of top-grade spiritual herbs. It was hard to find even one outside. In the past, Lin Xian could not eat such a meal because it was too extravagant. After eating a bowl of rice, Lin Xian felt that the qi and blood in his body were surging like a furnace of heaven and earth, burning fiercely with endless power. How extravagant, Lin Xian also sighed. Previously, he knew that the people of these major forces and sects had powerful resources. However, when he really came in, he realized that they were even more extravagant than he imagined. He guessed that the disciples of the sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients were treated like this since they were young. Thinking about those things that he fought desperately for, Lin Xian really felt that cultivation was not easy. After Lin Xian finished eating, on the other side, Xing Tian and Hui Dao also arrived. "Young master, everyone is ready. They're all waiting outside," Xing Tian said. Let's go out." Lin Xian nodded. "Young master. It's fine if you bring those people to hunt, but why do you have to invite the sons of the 9 hall masters? They won't be able to rope them in." Hui Dao was puzzled. Indeed, the 9 people had different identities, and they would inherit the hall in the future. However, Lin Xian smiled. "Who said that I'm trying to rope them in? Then why did I invite them? It's very simple, to establish my authority," Lin Xian said indifferently and walked forward. Hearing this, Hui Dao and Xing Tian's pupils constricted. They seemed to have guessed what Lin Xian was going to do. However, their hearts were beating wildly. It was not easy to make an example of the sons of the hall masters. If they did not handle it well and caused the dissatisfaction of the 9 great halls, things would be difficult. However, the 2 of them were relieved that the old hall master was still there. They were afraid that no one would dare to rebel. At most, it would cause some dissatisfaction. Therefore, the 2 of them followed Lin Xian outside. Outside, the 500-year-old martial artists who were selected yesterday were standing there. Lin Xian looked at those people and waved his hand. "Let's go." Qixia Mountain. It was a continuous mountain range nearby. There was abundant spirit energy and many monsters, including ordinary small monsters and giant monster kings. It could be said that this was a very suitable place for hunting. Of course, only the strong could hunt. The weak martial artists would probably become lunch for these demonic beasts. Lin Xian and the others landed on the Western Gorge Mountain from the sky. More than 500 people gathered together, and the aura they exuded shocked all the demonic beasts. The ordinary demonic beasts immediately fled. In addition to the 500 people brought by Lin Xian, there were also many young martial artists at the 9 halls. 6 of the 9 hall masters' sons had also come. This surprised Lin Xian. It seemed that other than the 2 who couldn't come because they had a mission, only Yang Jian didn't come out of the 7 who came yesterday. At this moment, these people gathered together to chat and exchange information. Many people were even guessing what was going to happen next. That was because they didn't think that the other party had asked them to come here just for a simple hunting trip. Among them, Ho Yichan and the rest were also gathered together to chat and laugh. Their expressions were extremely relaxed. However, when they looked ahead and saw Hui Dao behind Lin Xian, they were also stunned. They didn't expect that Hui Dao would also come and stand behind the new temple master. It can't be. Isn't this guy very arrogant? He has always been a loner and doesn't even pay attention to the 9 halls. Why is he standing behind that kid today? Pay attention to your words. Don't let others hear you. You should call him temple master now. Alright, give him face and call him temple master. These people were chatting and laughing. It seemed that they still didn't take Lin Xian seriously. However, they were extremely surprised by Hui Dao's appearance. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. Behind him, Xing Tian whispered, "Young master, Yang Jian hasn't come yet. Don't worry about him. When it's about time, we'll start." After waiting for about half an hour, Lin Xian found that no one else came. He stood up and waved his hand. Everyone quieted down and turned their gazes over. "The main reason I called everyone here today is to hunt. Everyone is the young genius of Immortal Palace, the top elites. In the future, they will all be pillars of Immortal Palace. I just came to Immortal Palace and hope to have a chance to interact with everyone. Therefore, I held this hunt. I hope that we can work together in the future to build a mortal palace. If you have any requests or suggestions, you can tell me. If you have any difficulties, you can also tell me. Just treat me as your friend. Lin Xian's voice spread clearly in all directions. It seemed that he didn't treat himself as the master of a mortal palace at all. Instead, he spoke to these people with a very equal status. The people that Lin Xian called over were extremely excited. They were existences that had been suppressed before. When had they ever been valued so much? Moreover, this new temple master looked very amiable, which made them very excited. However, those people at the 9 halls didn't say anything. They naturally knew that the other party was doing this to win people's hearts. Among them, Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, who had a good relationship with Yang Jian, snorted disdainfully. A hint of disdain appeared in their eyes. What was the use of roping in those people? Those were people that their halls didn't want. Although they were elite geniuses outside, they were too ordinary in a mortal palace. These people couldn't compare to the geniuses and elites of their 9 halls at all. It seemed that this temple master was really trash. He could only pick up people that the 9 halls didn't want. In front, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He continued to speak in a clear voice. Although today is a hunt, let's have a little excitement. It was morning now, and the sunset was already the boundary. Before sunset, whoever hunted the most powerful demonic beasts and had the most numbers would be the winner. Then, whoever got first place would be the winner. As for the winner, there will be a reward. The reward will be a heaven-tier cultivation method and a sub-heaven-tier artifact. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. The eyes of those young martial artists blossomed with shocking light. Heaven-tier cultivation method. Sub-heaven-tier artifact, heavens, they were extremely shocked, although they were all members of a mortal palace and were geniuses. However, heaven-tier cultivation methods and sub-heaven-tier artifacts weren't cabbages. It wasn't something that anyone could cultivate. Immortal Palace had a complete system of ranks and contribution points. When your cultivation strength broke through and reached the corresponding rank, you could cultivate the corresponding cultivation method. You could obtain the corresponding medicinal pills and weapons. In addition, if you wanted to skip ranks to exchange, you would need to use contribution points. The various missions issued by Immortal Palace were used to obtain contribution points. Once you accumulated enough contribution points, even if your strength wasn't enough, you could still obtain a high-level cultivation method. Therefore, although these young geniuses and elites were powerful, they were only cultivating Earth-tier cultivation methods. The highest was also peak Earth-tier. As for Heaven-tier cultivation methods, perhaps only Ho Yi-chen and Pei Yuan, these kinds of hall children, were qualified to cultivate them. As for sub-heaven-tier artifacts, perhaps even Ho Yi-chen and Pei Yuan didn't have them. Even Xing Tian and Hui Dao at the back sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "One blade, you can also participate." "Young master, then I won't be polite." Hui Dao grinned. "Forget it, I won't join in the fun with them." Xing Tian shook his head. Don't look at how young he looked. In reality, he didn't belong to the younger generation. If he wanted to take action, he would definitely be the first. Probably Hui Dao couldn't compare to him either. But in that case, it would be useless. He knew that Lin Xian's goal was to stimulate these people through this hunt, this kind of top-notch reward. These few days, Lin Xian's behavior greatly shocked Xing Tian. Although this youth in front of him was young, his strength was valiant, and his methods were also impressive. He had just become Immortal Palace's lord, but he acted very close, without any airs. Now, the scene of the hunt even more displayed his forthrightness and magnanimity. A generous reward for his subordinates, this was the perfect image of the palace master in everyone's hearts. Just as everyone was excited, a burst of applause suddenly sounded in the distance. Worthy of being the new palace master, really a good method of roping people in. However, these people that you gathered are a bit of trash, all of them are not wanted by our 9 great halls. Our 9 great halls elite geniuses aren't what you can pull away with your little favors. When this voice came out, everyone's expressions changed. The 500 martial artists that Lin Xian recruited were immediately enraged, each and every one of them glaring, emitting biting cold killing intent from their bodies. The people at the 9 grade halls looked like they were watching a show. Hui Chen and the others even had a playful look on their faces. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, while Xing Tian and Hui Dao frowned, looking at the sky. Damn it, who was it? Daring to cause trouble here, the dark red divine dragon also gritted his teeth in anger. The next moment, they were stunned. The killing intent that those 500 people released previously instantly froze. Because they discovered that a figure walked over from the distance. The other party stepped in the air, abnormally tall, figure like a fiend god. Yang Jian, the son of the third hall master. Moreover, his strength was powerful, one of Immortal Palace's top heaven's prides. Therefore, those people below only dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak. Yang Jian, stop talking nonsense. Xing Tian shouted coldly. Nonsense? How am I talking nonsense? Every word I said is the truth. Yang Jian stood in the void, looking disdainfully in all directions, extremely domineering. The people from the 3 halls naturally sneered. Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui also harrumphed coldly. However, Hui Chen and the others did not agree. Although they were all part of the 9 grade halls, their relationship with Yang Jian was also just ordinary. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't have any ill intentions towards them. They felt that this new palace master's attitude was quite good. Therefore, at this moment, they did not help either of them and looked like they were watching a show. Yang Jian looked down from the sky. When he saw Lin Xian, his eyes were filled with disdain. However, when he saw Hui Dao behind Lin Xian, he was stunned. He didn't expect Hui Dao to show up and stand behind him. Damn it! What's going on? Yang Jian was puzzled because Hui Dao was an extremely arrogant person. He didn't even give face to the 9 grade halls. Why was he standing behind him? Of course, he didn't think that it was Lin Xian's ability. Instead, he thought that it was the old palace master's arrangement. Therefore, Yang Jian sneered. Hui Dao, why are you siding with him too? When did your eyesight become so bad? Humph, Hui Dao harrumphed coldly and ignored him. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the other party was still as arrogant as ever. However, it was just what he wanted. Today's hunt wasn't his real goal, and the reward was just a casual one. His real goal was to establish his authority. Originally, he was still thinking that if Yang Jian didn't come, who would be the best candidate for the remaining hall disciples. However, there was no need to think about it now. The other party was here. Yang Jian was powerful and had an extremely high status, but he was also incomparably arrogant. He was the best candidate to establish his authority. The other party was so arrogant and didn't put him, the palace master, in his eyes. It could be said that he was offending his superiors and had already violated the Immortal Palace's rules. Not only that, the other party even despised and humiliated the newly recruited martial artists, which could be said to have aroused the anger of the crowd. Among the other halls, probably only Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan supported Yang Jian. It could be said that they were in the minority. Therefore, even if Lin Xian took action later, there probably wouldn't be too many people supporting him. After all, whether it was in terms of numbers or rules, the other party didn't have the advantage. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. He didn't take action immediately. Because he felt that it wasn't the time yet. At this moment, in the sky, Yang Jian spoke again. How is it, new palace master? I'm not too late, right? It's not too late. Lin Xian nodded. Since you're here, come down and prepare to hunt together. If you can get first place, the reward is yours. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. Among them, Pei Yuan sneered. Would Brother Yang care about that little reward? Xiao Hui sneered. This palace master isn't very good. He's not even angry. It seems that Brother Yang is more dignified. I think Brother Yang is more suitable to be the new palace master. The others were also discussing. Because they felt that Lin Xian seemed to be a little too tolerant and didn't even have a trace of anger. This shouldn't be. Even Hui Chen and the others frowned. Young master, do you want me to teach him a lesson? At the back, Xing Tian quickly asked. At the side, Hui Dao was also puzzled. Because he had fought with Lin Xian before, he naturally knew that Lin Xian was very powerful. He was probably stronger than Yang Jian. But why does he have to swallow his anger? Lin Xian shook his head slightly. No need, I'll deal with him later. Let's start the hunt first. Yes, I know. Xing Tian retreated, while Lin Xian looked forward and said loudly. Now, the hunt begins. Buzz, hearing this, everyone was extremely excited and moved quickly. They even forgot about their previous displeasure. Those people rose into the air one after another and flew in all directions. Xianxia Mountain was very vast and the mountains were millions of miles long. At a glance, it was all dense forest. Towering trees rose one after another. There were also many monsters inside, but at this moment, they were like birds startled by the twang of a bow and fled quickly. After all, this was only the periphery and there were only some small monsters. Those people also quickly flew inside. Haha, let's go hunt. They won't be able to touch a single hair. Yang Jian laughed and left with the people of the 3 halls. Next to him were Xiaohui and Pei Yuan. The 2 of them also brought the people of their respective halls. The group of people moved in a grandiose manner, forming a sizable force, just like the kings of Buddha Mountain. Let's go too. Ho Yichen and the others also laughed. Among them, Ho Yichen took out a big black bow. I haven't used my Skyfrost bow for a long time. Damn. You even brought this treasure here? The few people next to him were surprised. This bow was made with the bones of an 8-star monster king. It could be said that it was a peerless treasure bow. You're cheating. Hee, I also brought my sky-splitting panther bow. The disciples of these halls took out their treasures one after another. Hee, I've also brought my flying leopard bow. The disciples of these halls took out their treasures one after another. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others also rose into the air. The dark red dragon followed them from the side, bored. From time to time, it would catch a few small beasts, spit out dragon flames, and roast them. Pfft. Damn it, why do rabbits smell like chicken? The dark red dragon spat its saliva wildly. With the stimulation of Lin Xian's reward, the warriors were abnormally excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. From tens of thousands of miles away, there were occasional rumbles, tremors, and lights that filled the sky. Of course, there were also countless roars. Those were the roars of the beasts. Buzz, in front of them, there was an earth-shattering roar that shattered the clouds in the sky. Obviously, it had alarmed a powerful demon king. Kill, everyone attacked, wanting to kill the powerful demon king. Boom. Boom, boom. The demon king was a giant python. Its body was a few thousand meters long when it stood up. Its huge head was extremely terrifying as it spewed poisonous gas all over the sky. However, in the next moment, it exploded. In the sky, Yang Jian held a large purple bow with both hands and shot an arrow. It killed the terrifying demon king directly. The scene was extremely shocking. The sky full of bloody mist exploded, turning into a rain of blood that sprinkled over the forest. Meanwhile, Yang Jian stood in the air like a god fiend, laughing at the sky. Young Master Yang is mighty. Young Master Yang is awesome. The martial artists at the entrance of the 3 halls congratulated him one after another. That's nothing. It's just a 7-star demon king. I can kill it easily. Yang Jian said disdainfully. Then, he looked at Lin Xian with a provocative gaze. However, to his disappointment, Lin Xian looked calm and did not show any signs of anger. Yang Jian should have been smug. That was because he had already crushed the new temple master, and the latter did not even dare to be angry. However, for some reason, when he saw Lin Xian's calm gaze and expression, Yang Jian felt as if he had punched cotton and could not exert any strength. Humph, pretentious brat. Let's see how long you can endure. Yang Jian snorted coldly in his heart. He decided to increase the intensity of his provocation. He did not believe that the other party could remain so calm. Therefore, in the next moment, Yang Jian did not set off again. Instead, he turned around and looked into the distance. At the same time, he gathered all his strength and said in a clear voice, "Palace Master, what's wrong? Are you just going to watch and not do anything? Our brothers still want to see how good your skills are. As soon as he said that, everyone turned to look at him. Hu Yidao had already left Lin Xian's side to hunt the powerful demon kings. At this moment, only the dark red dragon and Xing Tian were left beside Lin Xian. When the two heard this, their faces turned gloomy. This was especially so for the crimson divine dragon. It gnashed its teeth in anger, wanting nothing more than to grab the other party and roast him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. He smiled faintly. However, what's the point of just hunting demonic beasts? Why don't the two of us compete? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Yang Jian was also overjoyed. He was just thinking about how to provoke the other party, but he did not expect the other party to take the initiative to say such words. He was really dead, he did not know how strong the other party was. However, he was very confident in his own strength. He was one of the top prodigies in the Immortal Palace. There were not many among the younger generation who could defeat him. So what if the other party was the palace master? If the other party was not strong enough, it would still be useless. Today, he was going to suppress the new palace master in front of everyone. He was going to show everyone who was the true prodigy of the younger generation. Alright, since the palace master has spoken, how can I not obey? Yang Jian laughed out loud. Then, he flew forward with billowing smoke. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He naturally had his reasons for doing so. Because he felt that it was about time to make a move. When the other party was extremely arrogant, he would let the other party know what it meant by extreme joy begets sorrow. Lin Xian's figure swayed, and he also followed. He did not take out any weapon. Instead, he gathered all the spiritual power in his body and formed a large green bow. In terms of archery, Lin Xian did not think that he would lose to anyone. In fact, if he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, these people would not even be able to catch a hare. However, he was not here to show off his archery skills. Therefore, he was hiding most of his strength. His performance was ordinary, which was the standard of an ordinary prodigy. Buzz, in the distance, an angry roar sounded. Then, a black demonic shadow rushed out. Endless demonic aura surged, and a huge creature rose into the sky. It was at least a few thousand meters tall. It spread its wings and covered the entire sky like dark clouds. It was a huge black eagle. It was extremely terrifying. It had 2 heads, and its wings seemed to be made of black iron. It was extremely sharp. With a light shake, it shattered the void. The huge eagle was obviously enraged. At this moment, it spread its arms, bringing with it countless demonic winds that swept in all directions. Not good, run. Many warriors retreated, hiding in the distance, drew their bows, and attacked. In an instant, countless rays of light flew into the distance like shooting stars. However, they were directly blasted away by the black 2-headed demonic eagle's wings. The feathers on its body were abnormally sharp. Ordinary attacks could not penetrate it at all. It was a peak 7-star demon king. It was extremely terrifying. As a result, many people were flustered, and some were even injured. Good stuff. It's very nutritious after eating it. The dark red dragon looked at the black 2-headed demonic eagle in the sky and drooled. It swung its tail and was about to attack. However, it was stopped by Lin Xian. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission. Don't mess around. I'm planning. Don't ruin it. It's easy if you want to eat demonic beasts. I'll get you a few dozen later. Alright, kid, you said it yourself. You have to roast them for me personally. The dark red dragon was very interested in Lin Xian's cooking. Hearing that, Lin Xian was speechless. He shook his head but still said helplessly, Alright, you'd better stay here obediently. I'm going to reel in the net soon. It seemed that someone was going to be unlucky. The dark red dragon grinned and watched from the side. The two of them were transmitting their voices, so even Xing Tian, who was at the side, did not know that Lin Xian was going to make a big move. Lin Xian also raised his head and looked at the behemoth in the sky. Whoosh. He stopped and raised his hand to draw his bow. A green arrow flew out like a shooting star into the sky. Boom boom boom, the intense collision caused the colossal object to explode with a loud bang. Terrifying airwaves rolled, and thunder fell in all directions. Boom boom boom, this attack directly pierced through the two-headed demonic eagle's wings, bringing about a large amount of blood mist. Seeing this scene, the warriors of Immortal Palace in the distance all looked over. When they saw that it was Lin Xian who attacked, they were all shocked. Meanwhile, the 500 warriors exclaimed, "Temple Master is so powerful." Indeed, they could see that the longbow in Lin Xian's hand was not a treasure weapon, but one condensed with spiritual power. In other words, he could still injure the terrifying Demon King with one arrow even without the enhancement of a weapon. Indeed, it was surprising. Not far away, Pei Yuan sneered. "That's nothing. It's just average. He's worse than me. He's far worse than Brother Yang. Just wait and see. Brother Yang must have killed this Demon King." Xiao Hui also sneered at the side. Sure enough, Yang Jian narrowed his eyes when he saw that scene. "You have some strength, but it's nothing in front of me." He snorted coldly and drew the purple longbow in his hand. The purple longbow had an extraordinary origin. It was refined from the tendons of a purple flood dragon and was extremely terrifying. It could split mountains and rivers with a light wave. It even carried a strong pressure. It could be said to be a peerless treasure. Sure enough, as soon as he drew the bow, the surrounding wind and clouds changed, and the world lost its color. There was even the phantom of a flood dragon appearing in the surroundings, roaring ferociously and letting out waves of roars. As soon as this phenomenon appeared, everyone was shocked. Heavens, Yang Jian is too terrifying. He's actually a flood dragon. What kind of longbow is that? Why do I feel that he's even more powerful than the Temple Master? Many people discussed animatedly. The martial artists of the three halls were even more proud. That's because young Master Yang is a top expert. Not everyone could compare to him. That's the purple demon flood dragon bow, right? I didn't expect Yang Jian to be so well prepared. Hui Chen and the others also frowned. Even the light of the bows in their hands was somewhat dim. In the distance, Lin Xian's eyes flickered when he saw that scene. He did not expect Yang Jian to have a treasure in his hands. However, that was better. The higher the other party stood, the harder he would fall. The more intimidating it would be to everyone. However, he felt that it was not enough. The other party was arrogant, but he was not angry at all. He had to give the other party some anger. Impulse was the devil. Only by making the other party lose his mind could he do something outrageous. That way, it would be easier for him to make his move. Therefore, in the next moment, he also drew the green longbow in his hand, condensing countless green rays of light. The Temple Master was also about to make his move, many people exclaimed. At this moment, they all stopped hunting and looked over. That was because they wanted to see if it was Yang Jian who was more powerful, or the Hall Master who was more powerful. Yang Jian naturally saw this scene and immediately sneered disdainfully. Then, he released his hand. The purple light turned into a shocking bolt of lightning and rushed out, bringing with it the power of wind and thunder, as well as a terrifying roar. "You want to compete with me?" He was too inexperienced, Yang Jian coldly snorted. However, he soon frowned. Because the purple arrow he shot out was knocked away by someone in midair, deviating from its original trajectory. Originally, this arrow was aimed at the heart of the two-headed demon eagle in the sky. However, this time it only hit the other party's wings, causing a slight injury. "Damn it, it's that guy." Yang Jian looked at Lin Xian. That was because he realized that his opponent's arrow had hit him and deviated. "Oh, sorry, I bumped into you." Lin Xian shrugged, looking apologetic. However, in Yang Jian's eyes, this only made him even angrier. "Damned guy. How dare he go against me? He's courting death." He was really angry. He originally wanted to show off his skills. He wanted to show off in front of everyone. However, he did not expect that the other party would disrupt his plan. That was intolerable to him. At this moment, he did not care about Lin Xian's identity as the Hall Master. That was because his character was arrogant and unscrupulous. He did not take anyone of the younger generation seriously. Therefore, now, his eyes were bloodshot and his heart was burning with anger. Not far away, Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui also sneered when they saw this scene. Seriously, how dare he provoke Brother Yang? If he wasn't the hallmaster, I'm sure he would be lying on the ground now. Just wait and see. Even if he's the hallmaster, he'll be in trouble if he provokes Brother Yang. The two of them sneered. On the other side, Hui Chen and the others were also puzzled. What's going on? Is the new hallmaster going to fight back? That's interesting. As expected, Lin Xian acted as if he was going to fight back. He often fought with Yang Jian and even destroyed Yang Jian's attacks from time to time. This made Yang Jian's face turn red and his lungs were about to explode. Yang Jian roared crazily. His body was surrounded by a purple aura and the shadow of a dragon circled around him, making him look extraordinary. On the other side, the green light on Lin Xian's body dimmed a little, as if it was being suppressed. This scene was even more shocking. However, Lin Xian did not stop there. Instead, he continued attacking. The two of them kept attacking and attacked the two-headed demonic eagle together. There was even a small friction in the middle. After a few moves, the two of them. They both retreated. The two-headed demonic eagle was originally powerful, but under the joint attack of the two experts, it was riddled with wounds and bloody holes appeared one after another on its body. The blood dripped down and turned into a rain of blood, sprinkling over the forest. It's about time. Lin Xian looked at the dying two-headed demonic eagle and sneered in his heart. He did not attack again. Instead, he retreated. The hallmaster retreated, the crowd exclaimed. Pei Yuan, Xiao Hui, and the others also sneered. Sure enough, it was nothing in front of Brother Yang. Hui Chen and the others were also surprised. Could it be that they could not defeat Yang Jian? The surrounding young martial artists exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes were filled with shock. Yang Jian, on the other hand, laughed loudly and seemed to be very proud. He was indeed overjoyed because the other party dared to go against him and even destroyed his attacks. If the other party was not the hallmaster, he would have slapped the other party to the ground. How could he allow the other party to compete with him, however? So what if the other party was the hallmaster? Under his powerful pressure and energy, the other party was still forced to retreat. Thinking of this, he became even more proud. The purple demon Jiao dragon bow in his hand was constantly waving. Ray after ray of light flew out and bombarded the sky. It hit the demonic eagle's body, causing the other party's injuries to be even more terrifying. Boom, the last arrow directly hit the demonic eagle's head, causing the other party's head to explode, forming a storm in the sky. Boom, the huge corpse fell down and smashed hard on the ground. Large patches of forest collapsed. The nearby mountain peaks were shattered. The ground split open and countless cracks appeared, spreading in all directions. The dust in the surroundings turned into smoke and spread in all directions. It was killed. A peak 7-star demonic eagle king was killed by a single arrow. This Yang Jian was too terrifying. Could it be that he could already contend against an 8-star demonic eagle king, as expected of our immortal palace's top young expert? Everyone was discussing animatedly. Even Hui Dao frowned. He had to admit that Yang Jian was very strong. Brother Yang is mighty. That arrow just now was really too cool. Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan also flew over and came to Yang Jian's side. Haha. Yang Jian laughed complacently, his face filled with pride. He descended to the ground and stood on the mountain-like corpse. Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan also followed him. On the other side, Lin Xian's figure flashed and also came to the demonic eagle's corpse. The demonic eagle's corpse was very big, enough for a few thousand people to stand on, so it was not crowded at all. The surrounding people also stopped in mid-air, countless gazes looking forward. Temple Master, what do you think? Isn't Brother Yang more powerful? Xiao Hui sneered. On the other side, Pei Yuan also laughed and said, Yes, Temple Master, you lost the written test this time. Haha. Yang Jian was very proud, while Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. However, at this moment, Pei Yuan said again, Temple Master, I think you should give Brother Yang the title of Immortal Palace's #1 prodigy. Is there a need to give him that title? Pei Yuan said with a smile, How about this, Temple Master, you can make Brother Yang the Deputy Temple Master. In this way, we can do things that you can't do for Brother Yang. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and their hearts beat wildly. Hui Chen and the others' expressions also changed. These guys are too arrogant. However, the people of the three halls were very excited. If Yang Xiaohui became the deputy temple master, then they would also rise to the top. Lin Xian's 500 people gritted their teeth and their faces were gloomy. Because they felt that the other party was too much. This suggestion is not bad. After Yang Jian heard it, he was also very satisfied. Then, he walked forward and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. How about it? Agree. Let me be the deputy temple master, and I'll guarantee your safety for the rest of your life. You don't have to worry about anything. As soon as these words came out, the world changed color. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that Yang Jian's ambition was not small. He actually wanted to fight for the supreme position. Xing Tian's face was gloomy. The other party was too much. He was about to say something. However, he was stunned. This was because Lin Xian had also spoken. At this moment, Lin Xian's face was completely cold, and his eyes were filled with a biting cold light. He said coldly, "Take your hand away. Who told you to pat my shoulder? Do you have the right to film me?" What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Even Pei Yuan and Xiaohui were dumbfounded. Then, they screamed out loud. What did you say, Humph? What did I say? Lin Xian sneered. What do you think I said, brat? Don't go too far. Pei Yuan said coldly. Lin Xian shouted coldly, how dare you? As soon as this voice came out, it was like a clap of thunder that resounded in all directions. Pei Yuan and Xiaohui were shocked. They did not expect that the new hall master, who had always swallowed his anger and kept his silence, would explode with such power. Needless to say, this sound really scared the two of them. However, Yang Jian's face turned completely gloomy. Brat, you dare to scold me? His expression was cold. Lin Xian looked at him, and his eyes flickered. What did you call me? I'm the hall master of a mortal palace, and you're just a martial artist of a hall. When you see me, you have to respectfully call me hall master. Don't tell me you're so arrogant that you've forgotten the rules of a mortal palace, hall master? You're also called hall master? Yang Jian was really angry. When had he ever been scolded by a brat like this? Moreover, the other party's strength was clearly inferior to his. That was intolerable. How can someone like you be the hall master? You're so weak. If it weren't for the old hall master supporting you, you probably wouldn't even be able to enter a mortal palace. How dare you? Yang Jian, are you trying to rebel? Seeing this scene, everyone was in an uproar. At the back, Xing Tian also shouted coldly. I'm rebelling. What can you do to me? Yang Jian shouted angrily. He was really mad. As soon as those words came out, the surrounding people were also in an uproar. They were extremely shocked. The other party actually dared to say such disgraceful words. He was really insolent, Lin Xian sneered. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Buzz, the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated crazily. Then, it erupted with terrifying energy. Lin Xian stretched out a green dragon hand and slapped forward. Bang, Yang Jian was instantly slapped to the ground. The terrifying power shattered the void. The 1,000-meter-long beast carcass under their feet instantly split open, turning into countless blood qi that scattered in all directions. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Their eyes widened. They could not believe it, even Xing Tian was stunned. He did not expect Lin Xian to suddenly attack. Pei Yuan and Xiaohui, who were at the side, were stunned. Ah, damn brat, how dare you hit me? Yang Jian roared crazily, and his expression was abnormally cold. Murderous intent quickly emerged from his body. That was because he could not tolerate it at all. How dare the other party attack him? Moreover, the other party even injured him. To be honest, the palm just now was too sudden. He did not expect the other party to attack him. Therefore, he was completely unprepared and was slapped to the ground by the other party. Ah, I'm going to kill you. He roared crazily, and terrifying power surged out of his body. He wanted to counterattack. Bang, however, as soon as he stood up, he was slapped down. The terrifying green dragon palm slapped his body, directly shattering half of his bones. Blood spurted out crazily. Cracks that were thousands of meters long appeared on the ground and spread in all directions. Not only that, the green dragon palm did not disappear this time. Instead, it was like a green mountain that pressed down on Yang Jian's body, completely suppressing him. Countless sword chi flew out from the green dragon palm and entered Yang Jian's body to seal him. Brother Yang, Pei Yuan and Xiaohui cried out in alarm and kept retreating. Damn it, let go of our brother Yang, the people of the three halls also roared angrily. They all pulled out their swords and roared, how dare you touch our young master Yang? Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, Xianxia roared, who dares to attack, do you all want to rebel? He was a peerless expert. At this moment, his voice carried incomparable power, causing the blood in everyone's body to surge. In an instant, everyone was stunned in midair. Yes, the other party was the Immortal Palace Master. Regardless of whether he was strong or not, the other party was still the Immortal Palace Master. They actually dared to attack the Immortal Palace Master. Even if they succeeded, they would probably end up in a miserable state. At the thought of this, everyone retreated. Lin Xian sneered and ignored the people of the three halls. Then, he stared at Pei Yuan and Xiaohui. Why? Do the two of you want to attack me too? Being stared at by Lin Xian's cold eyes, the two of them were shocked. Then, they shook their heads and did not dare to do so. However, at this moment, Pei Yuan gritted his teeth and said, but Brother Yang is the son of the third hall master. After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered in disdain. Third hall master's son? So what, even if third hall master was here, he probably wouldn't dare to attack me. Brat, you're dead, let go of me, I definitely won't let you go. Below, Yang Jian roared crazily. The endless power in his body wanted to attack, but it was suppressed. He couldn't use any of his strength at all. I'm dead? You still dare to threaten me now, Lin Xian sneered. Reckless thing, do you know that you've committed a heinous crime? Insubordination, attacking a palace master, openly rebelling, every single one of them deserved to die 10,000 times. I can kill you right now, Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and powerful. It was like the hammer of a thunder god, fiercely smashing into everyone's hearts. Everyone's faces were filled with fear, and their hearts were beating wildly. The reason for that was because they discovered that what Lin Xian had said was the truth. If he really wanted to punish Yang Jian according to Immortal Palace's rules, he was really dead. However, everyone knew that Yang Jian's words were definitely said out of anger. He wouldn't really rebel. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yang Jian was so angry that he vomited blood. He was pressed to the ground and roared crazily. Damn brat, you dare to convict me? You dare to kill me, you dare to touch me? Do you believe that my father won't forgive you? People of Third Hall, come over here. Save me. Yes. Hearing this, the people of Third Hall came over one after another. Buzz, however, when they ran halfway, a huge blade light slashed down from the sky, splitting the ground in front of them. A large canyon appeared, blocking everyone's path. The remaining biting cold aura on the ground made everyone's scalp go numb. Whoever dared to take a step forward would die. Hu Yidao descended from the sky. He was already following Lin Xian now. How could he allow these people to rebel? Damn it! Our young master Yang didn't commit any crime. Why should he be arrested? No crime. Are you blind? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Xing Tian, read Immortal Palace's rules for me, yes. Xing Tian walked out and said loudly. Immortal Palace's rules. First, rebels and traitors, behead. Second, those who offend their superiors will be beheaded. Third, those who disregard the rules of the palace will be executed. After 3 consecutive slashes, countless large cracks appeared in the void as one black hole after another appeared behind Xing Tian. Very good. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Yang Jian had committed all 3 crimes, and his crimes were punishable by death. Unforgivable, now, it was time for the execution. His cold voice spread in all directions, shocking everyone. At this moment, these people were all stunned. They didn't expect that things would take such a huge turn. After all, it was Yang Jian who had been overbearing all this time. The new palace master was pressured to the point that he could not breathe. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the situation would change? The powerful and arrogant Yang Jian was pressed to the ground, unable to move at all. The new palace master, who had been silent all this while, now displayed an unparalleled domineering aura. He even wanted to kill Yang Jian. At the side, Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui's faces were filled with fear and anger. In the distance, Hui Chen and the others were also shocked. However, among them, someone said, "Just wait and see. At most, we'll just punish him. We won't really kill him." That was for sure. It seemed that the new palace master wanted to establish his authority, but killing Yang Jian was not worth it. After all, he was the son of the third hall master. If he killed him, the third hall master would definitely go crazy. Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, as well as the martial artists at the third hall, naturally knew this. Therefore, they pleaded for mercy. "Palace Master, young Master Yang was just playing with you." Yes, young Master Yang was muddle-headed and said those words in a moment of impulse. He had no intention of rebelling. "Palace Master, please let young Master Yang go." The people at the third hall were also shouting. As for the others, they were all stunned. "Playing with him?" Lin Xian sneered. "Who is he to play with me? What do you take me for? A toy for you to play with? Or do you not have me in your heart at all?" Lin Xian's cold voice sounded again. His eyes were like two sharp divine swords, sweeping across these people. Buzz, these people's hearts were beating wildly, and they felt a chill in their hearts. They did not dare to say anything else. Below, Yang Jian was roaring crazily. "Kid, you better let me go. I can pretend that this didn't happen. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Don't forget that my father is the third hall master. I said, execute him." What? In the distance, the 500 people were stunned. Even Hu Yidao and Xing Tian were stunned. What's going on? Are we really going to kill Yang Jian? Ha 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 ha. Kid, did you see that? No one dares to touch me. Seeing this, Xing Tian laughed arrogantly again, and his eyes were full of disdain. Indeed, his identity was extraordinary. The third hall master was an incomparably powerful expert among the 9 hall masters. As the son of the third hall master, no one dared to offend him. No one is going to do anything? I'll do it myself. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his body emitted a strong aura. He waved his hand, and the green dragon hand grabbed Yang Jian and suspended him in the air. The surrounding sword chi formed chains and nailed him to the ground. Ah! Damn it, open up! Yang Jian roared crazily. However, the sword chi formed by the great dragon sword soul had already sealed his body and suppressed all his strength, so Yang Jian could not break free. Insubordination. Rebellion. Disrespect. You will be punished by 3 knives and 6 lashes, and beheading. Lin Xian said coldly. Crack, he flipped his palm, and a blue treasured saber appeared in his hand. Then, he looked up and stared at Yang Jian. How dare you touch me? Try touching me. You're dead meat if you touch me. Yang Jian shouted crazily in the air. However, at the next moment, his voice stopped, and he even let out a miserable cry. That was because the blue long saber had directly penetrated his body and came out from his back. Poof. Ah. Blood spurted out and dyed the void red. Yang Jian screamed crazily in the air, and his face was distorted. Everyone was stunned by the scene. What? He really did it. How dare he do it? At that moment, Pei Yuan, Hui Chen, and the others were full of horror. Even Hu Yidao and Xing Tian were shocked. Damn it, are you trash? Kill him. Yang Jian roared crazily. Those people in the third hall recovered from the shock and gasped. Young Master Yang. At that moment, one of them could not help but rush forward. He was also a young genius in the third hall. His body swayed and rushed into the air. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed down in an attempt to save Yang Jian. Bang, poof, however, at the next moment, his body was split in half from the middle. His body fell to the ground. the long saber in. Lin Xian's hand slowly fell. His cold voice sounded. Whoever wants to be Yang Jian's accomplice, step forward. He was killed with a single slash. Everyone was stunned again. That's a young expert. He's very powerful. Although he's not as powerful as Yang Jian and the others, he's still terrifying. He was killed with a single slash. Heavens, why is the temple master so powerful? That slash had stunned the people from the 3 halls. Yang Jian's pupils constricted and he screamed. Damn brat, you've been hiding your strength. He realized that Lin Xian was much more powerful than when he had fought with him previously. This caused his heart to turn cold. He felt that it might be a trap for him. In the next moment, he screamed. Let me go if you dare. I want to fight you one-on-one. I can kill you with one slap. Poof, ah. However, Lin Xian ignored him. He took out another golden long saber and stabbed it into Yang Jian's body. The third purple long saber was stabbed into Yang Jian's body. There were 3 sabers stabbed into Yang Jian's body and his blood stained the ground. This scene shocked everyone. They didn't dare to believe it. Pei Yuan, Xiao Hui, Ho Yichen, and the others were also shocked. They did not expect the new temple master to be so ruthless. Ah. Damn brat. Kill me if you dare. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Humph. Lin Xian snorted. Now that the punishment of 3 slashes was over, it was time for the 6 slashes. At this point, he waved his hand and countless lightning bolts gathered in his hand, forming a lightning whip. Crack, the lightning whip lashed out, lashing out at Yang Jian's body. His skin and flesh were torn open and even his bones were exposed. Yang Jian's body was surrounded by lightning and the pain almost made him pass out. Ah. Kill him. Kill him. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Yang Jian roared crazily. However, Xiao Hui and Pei Yuan kept retreating and their faces were full of fear. Are you kidding me? I don't dare to move. Otherwise, they would end up like Yang Jian. However, the people from the 3 halls were furious. Their young master was actually being tortured like this. This was something they couldn't bear. In an instant, 3 experts rushed out. Let go of our young master. Although they were angry, they were not stupid. They did not dare to attack Lin Xian directly. After all, Lin Xian was the temple master. Thus, they directly charged forward with the intention of saving Yang Jian. As long as he could save Yang Jian, there was no need for them to worry about the rest. However, just as the 3 of them arrived in the air, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved the lightning whip in his hand, directly splitting the 3 of them apart. Poof, puff. Puff, the 3 of them were cut in half at the waist. Their bodies were surrounded by countless streaks of lightning. They were charred black and emitted white smoke. The corpse fell to the ground like a clap of thunder, fiercely striking everyone's hearts. If you're not afraid to die, then come at me. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, he waved his lightning whip again and lashed it at Yang Jian. Yang Jian's crazed screams were extremely miserable, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. However, no one dared to make a move. The sons of the great halls were extremely shocked. The other martial artists were even more stunned. Although the people from the 3 halls were furious, they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the 3 charred corpses were still there. Soon, the 6 slashes were finished. Yang Jian's entire body was charred black, and there was not a single spot on his body that was unharmed. White bones could be seen in many places. Not only that, but his internal organs were also seriously injured. It could be said that Yang Jian had never suffered such serious injuries since he was young. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Yang Jian's eyes were red, and his mind was a little unclear. He opened his mouth and roared angrily. Every time he spoke, endless black smoke would rise. His entire body was about to be roasted by the lightning. The 3 slashes and 6 lashes were all over. Next, it was time to behead him. As he said that, the lightning whip in Lin Xian's hand disappeared. He slowly pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword. A sharp aura surged out from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. What? Behead him? Was he really going to kill Yang Jian? Everyone's hearts were beating wildly, and they were extremely shocked. Because although the 3 slashes and 6 lashes had injured Yang Jian previously, his life was not in danger. With a genius like Yang Jian, coupled with the treasures in the hands of the third hall master, it could be said that he could recover very quickly. However, beheading him might not be the same. He had directly killed Yang Jian. In this world, who could bring bones back to life? Even the great emperors couldn't do it. If he died, there would be nothing left. Therefore, when everyone heard about beheading, they were all stunned. No way, he was really going to make a move. Hui Chen and the other hall disciples were shocked, not daring to believe it. As for Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, they were even trembling as if they had seen a devil. How dare he? Could it be that he was not afraid of the third hall master's rage? One had to know that the third hall master was ranked in the top 3 among the 9 great hall masters. Moreover, his personality was extremely violent. In addition, there were countless elite powerhouses in the 3 halls. If the third hall master was angry, it would definitely be an unimaginable nightmare. What? Kid, you dare to kill me? You actually dare to kill me? Yang Jian was also so angry that his entire body was trembling. What kind of joke was this? In the entire immortal palace, who dared to kill him? This time, Hui Dao was also stunned. Even Xing Tian couldn't remain calm. To be honest, he also didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually have the intention to kill. To be honest, he was very much in favor of establishing dominance. After all, everyone didn't care much about this new hall master. In fact, they even disdained him. Therefore, he felt that Lin Xian really needed to establish his dominance. Using Yang Jian's Li Wei, the effect was also the best. The previous 3 blades and 6 whips already had an effect. Didn't they see that even those hall's children had faces full of horror? But he didn't expect that Lin Xian actually wasn't willing to stop and still wanted to carry out the final execution. How could he know that this was long decided by Lin Xian? This Yang Jian was extremely arrogant, provoking him again, and even wanted to be the deputy hall master. He even wanted to replace him as the hall master. How could Lin Xian tolerate this? If he didn't kill Yang Jian today, he was afraid that no one would put him in their eyes in the future. Therefore, Yang Jian would undoubtedly die. Why, are you very surprised? Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Lin Xian snorted coldly. What you have committed is a capital crime. I have 100 legitimate reasons to kill you. Even if you are killed, the third hall master can't say a word. Everyone was terrified. This method was too terrifying, right? Indeed, if he was killed according to Immortal Palace's rules, no one would be able to find fault with it. However, with the third hall master's personality, even if there was nothing wrong with him, he would still go crazy. They didn't dare to imagine how chaotic Immortal Palace would be if Yang Jian really died. Whoosh, Lin Xian raised the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. No, in front. The martial artists at the third hall were stunned. Yang Jian's previous torture already made them angry and frightened. However, they could still tolerate it. But it was different now. Yang Jian was actually going to be killed. If Yang Jian really died, they probably wouldn't be able to live either. Therefore, they rushed over as if they had gone mad. Humph, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Offending your superiors and collaborating with Yang Jian to rebel, you all have committed a capital crime. Lin Xianxian did not hold back at all with this sword strike. The power of the great dragon sword soul was completely unleashed. Together with the power of the ancient sword, it slashed forward. All the martial artists from the 3 halls were shrouded. Boom, there was an earth-shattering roar, and the sky split open. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground, and countless sword chi pierced through the surroundings. The terrifying aura sent chills down everyone's spines. At this moment, the disciples of the halls and the surrounding young martial artists were all stunned. Wasn't this sword too terrifying? Although it was not aimed at them, the aftershock sent chills down their spines. Damn it, what level had the new temple master reached? They had an unfathomable feeling. After the sword slashed down and the sword chi disappeared, these people were even more stunned. Dozens of elite martial artists and young geniuses from the 3 halls were all killed. What a terrifying sword chi, everyone was horrified. Yang Jian's pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party's strength to far exceed his expectations. Thinking of this, fear appeared in his eyes. No. Damn it. You can't kill me, put me down, or my father will never forgive you. No one can save you, not even your father. Lin Xian's eyes were cold, and the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand slashed forward. No, Yang Jian was terrified, and he screamed crazily. Everyone's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Poof, blood spurted out, and a head flew up. The sword was out, and the person was dead. What? Killed. He was really killed. Yang Jian was really killed. At this moment, Ho Yichen and the other hall masters' hearts were beating wildly, and their faces were full of shock. Even Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui were trembling. Although the two of them were arrogant before, they were terrified now. The other geniuses in the distance were also shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with faces full of fear. Hui Dao was stunned. Even Xing Tian was in a daze. He could not believe it. Lin Xian killed Yang Jian. The third hall master would go crazy. Xing Tian opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, Lin Xian kept the ancient dragon abyss sword and shouted coldly. Xing Tian, yes, Xing Tian came to his senses and stepped forward. Lin Xian said with a heavy voice. Use my orders to inform Immortal Palace that Yang Jiani was plotting a rebellion and was killed by me on the spot, yes. Xing Tian said respectfully. The others continued to hunt, and the reward for the first place remained unchanged. Whoosh, the others hurriedly left and flew in all directions. They were not keen on hunting, but wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. The reason for that was because the atmosphere there was simply too oppressive. Lin Xian's terrifying aura and pressure made it hard for them to breathe. This was especially true for Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, who immediately ran away. What kind of joke was this? Even Yang Jian had been killed. If they dared to act presumptuously, they would most likely be killed with a single slash. The others were also terrified, but the 500 people that Lin Xian had subdued were incomparably excited. They clenched their fists. Great, originally, they were still feeling indignant for the hall master, thinking that he was too tolerant. Now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. The new palace master's strength and decisiveness had far exceeded their expectations. If they followed such a person, they would definitely become outstanding in the future. Hui Dao also walked over. He looked at Lin Xian with a hint of respect in his eyes. Young master, Yang Jian's corpse, what's the use of a traitor's corpse? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Leave it here. Lin Xian glanced at it, then no longer paid attention to it. Why? Don't you want to be the first place? Hurry up and hunt. Lin Xian waved his hand. Yes. Hu Yidao cupped his fists, then rose into the air and flew into the distance. This kid was too satisfying, damn it, he had long disliked this guy. Getting rid of him was really too satisfying. The dark red divine dragon at the side waved its dragon claws and said viciously. If you didn't do it, I would have done it long ago. Damn it, who does this guy think he is? How dare he behave so atrociously above us? Xing Tian's eyelids were also twitching wildly. However, he was still worried. Although they had shown their power, they had completely offended the third hall master. So what? Lin Xian said indifferently. He had offended the third hall master and completely subdued the entire immortal palace. It was not a loss for him. Moreover, he was the master of Immortal Palace. How could he be humiliated like this? Would the previous old palace master be provoked like this? Would he tolerate such a thing? Xing Tian stopped talking. What a joke, who dared to provoke him? Even the 6 great guardians had to be respectful. If they were to jump up and down like Yang Jian, they would have been slapped to death. Now, he did not say anything. Since things had already happened, he would think of a countermeasure. After all, he was sent by the old palace master to protect Lin Xian. Now, he could see that this new young master was very powerful. Not only was he powerful, but he was also one of the top existences in the younger generation. His temperament and methods were also extremely terrifying. To put it bluntly, he was also someone who would not be bullied. Thinking of this, Xing Tian felt a little excited. Lin Xian was still very young, but he was already so powerful. If he grew up in the future, he might be like the old palace master back then, dominating the world. Lin Xian did not participate in what happened next. He floated in the void and looked into the distance. Behind him followed the dark red divine dragon and Xianxia. Soon, the afterglow of the setting sun arrived. The one who won in the end was naturally Hui Dao. Hui Chen and the other hall master's sons were not interested at all. They were thinking about Yang Jian's matter, and a few of them even wanted to escape. They wished that time would pass faster. Therefore, they did not hunt at all. The people of the other halls were also preoccupied. Therefore, the ones who really hunted were the 500 people that Lin Xian took in, as well as Hui Dao. Among them, Hui Dao was of course the most powerful. Looking at the monster corpses that were piled up like a mountain, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the strength of these people was indeed very powerful. As expected of the young geniuses of Immortal Palace. What made him even more satisfied was the attitude of these people. These people looked at him with a trace of respect and fear in their eyes. This was the effect he wanted. Otherwise, as the palace master, how could he lead the heroes in the future? Ruffian dragon, pick a few that you like and bring them back for you to roast. Alright, I won't be polite. The dark red divine dragon grinned and glanced at the monster corpses. He picked a few tasty ones and carried them over. Alright, let's go back. Apart from the first place, the second and third place will also be rewarded. The rest of you should cultivate well. I won't treat you unfairly. Lin Xian's words were directed at the 500 people. Thank you, Palace Master. The 500 people were very excited. Next, Lin Xian and the others left Western Canyon Mountain and returned. Hui Dao and the 500 people followed him back. Hui Chen, Pei Yuan, and the others did not enter at all. Yang Jian's corpse was also taken away. After all, such a big thing had happened. They had to go back and report it quickly. Because they felt that the matter was definitely serious. It would probably cause a huge commotion in Immortal Palace. With the third hall master's personality, he would definitely be incomparably furious when his son was killed. On the other side, after Lin Xian and the others returned, Xing Tian issued a decree that spread throughout the entire Immortal Palace. When this news spread, the entire Immortal Palace was in an uproar. They didn't even dare to believe this news. What was going on? Yang Jian rebelled? He was killed, heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? Although Yang Jian was arrogant, he shouldn't have rebelled, right? Who dared to kill him? The new palace master, heavens, are they going to go against the third hall master? Why do I feel that this news isn't true? Discussions could be heard one after another. However, when the cultivators from the various halls and Hui Chen and the other hall master's sons returned from Xianxia Mountain and passed the news to each other, this matter was finally confirmed. Everyone was stunned. They knew that the matter was probably going to be serious. Sure enough, when the people from the third hall heard the news, they immediately went berserk. To be honest, they didn't believe it at first. What kind of joke was this? Yang Jian was their third hall master's son. Who dared to offend him, not to mention killing him? However, when Yang Jian's corpse was carried back, the people from the third hall were all stunned. Their eyeballs almost popped out. How was this possible? How could someone dare to kill Yang Jian? Could it be that they didn't want to live anymore? After the third hall master received the news, he even came out of the secret chamber. Originally, he was in seclusion, preparing to cultivate and break through. But now, he wasn't in the mood to cultivate at all. How could he accept the fact that his own son had been killed? Boom, speak, what happened? Who killed my son? The third hall master roared crazily like a lion. He was a tall man to begin with. At this moment, he was really like a demon king. Yes. The young cultivators under him trembled and began to narrate the entire incident. When the third hall master and the surrounding people heard that Yang Jian had been struck with 3 blades, 6 whips, and was beheaded, they were all shocked. Especially the third hall master. He roared angrily, and the entire hall directly exploded. Intolerable bullying. How dare he kill my son? I must kill him personally, no matter who he was. The third hall master had really gone crazy. A brat who had just been promoted actually dared to make a move on him? How reckless! The elders beside him hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Hall Master, although that brat is detestable, he is still the Hall Master. We cannot be impulsive. We must plan this carefully. They frantically tried to dissuade him. Indeed, Yang Jian was judged to have rebelled and was killed. If the three halls directly charged into the Stellar Hall, they would probably be taken down on the spot. I don't care what kind of palace master he is. How could a brat like him have the qualifications to be my immortal palace's master? I want to see what kind of monster he is. The third hall master completely ignored him. He swore that he would definitely kill the other party in order to vent the hatred in his heart. Everyone, listen to my orders. Yes, attack the Starry Hall. Kill, kill. Kill, an earth-shattering sound rang out as waves of murderous aura soared into the sky. From the looks of it, these people were really prepared to go all out. Boom, however, at this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. An enormous aura, like 100,000 mountains, pressed down. It shattered all of the murderous aura, enveloping everyone's hearts. Sensing this terrifying aura, the expressions of the people in the three halls changed, all of them raising their heads towards the sky. Even the third hall master's face sunk, coldly shouting. Who is it? You actually dare to behave atrociously in my territory? Yang Guang, receive the decree, an ice-cold voice sounded, carrying with it an unmatched pressure. Hearing this voice, the third hall master's expression finally changed. Great Law Protector. What was the Great Law Protector doing here at this time? It definitely wasn't something good. You want to defy the decree? The Great Law Protector descended in midair. He was an elder, currently holding a golden scroll in his hand, releasing 10,000 streaks of radiance. I don't dare, Yang Guang, receive the decree. The third hall master knelt on one knee, kneeling on the ground. The surrounding people in the three halls also knelt on one knee, looking extremely respectful. Under the old hall master's orders, Immortal Palace's members were not allowed to cause trouble, not allowed to disobey their superiors. Those who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. When he finished speaking, a terrifying aura rose from the Great Law Protector's body, engulfing the 9 heavens. The Great Law Protector was extremely terrifying, his cultivation reaching the invincible king level. At this moment, an invincible pressure was released, causing the people in the three halls below to tremble. What? Hearing this, the people below were shocked, but they didn't dare to raise their heads at all. Yang Guang, however, suddenly raised his head, his expression becoming incomparably ugly. They were not allowed to cause trouble, and they were not allowed to disobey their superiors. Although it said that they were Immortal Palace's members, it was clearly meant for him. Moreover, this was personally issued by the old hall master. He knew how powerful the old hall master was. Even invincible kings weren't enough in front of him. It could be said that he had reached a shocking level. If he dared to resist and angered the old hall master, he would probably be slapped to death. Therefore, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, Yang Guang received the decree. Seeing this scene, the Great Law Protector put away the golden decree, and then said in a deep voice, the new hall master was personally chosen by the old hall master. Don't make a mistake. I hope you can take care of yourself. After saying this, the Great Law Protector's figure flickered, disappearing into the void. Then, the unparalleled pressure disappeared as well. Feeling the disappearance of the pressure, the martial artists in the three halls below all heaved a sigh of relief. It couldn't be helped. The aura of an invincible king was too terrifying. They couldn't bear it at all. Yang Guang's expression was incomparably ugly. A few elders surrounded him and quickly said, Hall Master, what should we do? What should we do? What else can we do? Do you think we still have a chance to resist? The third hall master's face was ashen. However, soon after, he clenched his fists, and his square face became incomparably ferocious. Damn it, I can't take this lying down. Although the old hall master is protecting him, I don't believe that he can protect him forever. Seclusion, from now on, don't disturb me. I won't come out of seclusion until I become an invincible king. Yang Guang gritted his teeth. He was already an 8-star peak king, and he was very close to becoming an invincible king. However, it was also very difficult to break through. However, this time, he decided to enter seclusion. Because only by becoming an invincible king would he have a chance of revenge. Rumble, Yang Guan entered the ground and used the earth spirit vein to enter seclusion. Although the people in the three halls were also angry, they became incomparably low-key. There was no other way, this decree was obviously targeted at them. If they dared to cause trouble, they would probably be killed very soon. Therefore, everything could only wait for their hall master to come out of seclusion before making a new plan. The Great Law Protector's decree was not only issued to the third hall master, but also spread throughout the entire Immortal Palace. They didn't expect the old palace master to make a move at this time. Moreover, he stood firmly on Lin Xian's side. This let them know that the new palace master's position was probably unshakable. The other hall master's eyes were gloomy. Then, they quickly warned their subordinates not to cause trouble. They couldn't afford to offend him. They could still hide. At most, they would carry out their own mission and ignore him. Pei Yuan, Ho Yichen, and the other hall master's sons also felt their scalps go numb. Especially Pei Yuan and Xiao Hui, they felt as if they had walked through the gates of hell. A matter that shocked Immortal Palace quickly calmed down just like that. The speed at which it calmed down was shocking. They couldn't believe it. Starry Hall. Hui Dao, Xing Tian, and the others also took a deep breath after hearing the news. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This matter was similar to what he had guessed. It seemed that his position as palace master was stable. Of course, no one rebelled, but it didn't mean that he was free of trouble. Most likely, those people still obeyed his orders on the surface but disobeyed them on the surface. However, there was no rush. He could take it slow. He believed that one day, the entire Immortal Palace would submit to him. It was time to move on to the next step. Lin Xian stood up, his eyes flickering. Xing Tian gave him a list of 3 geniuses. One of them, Hui Dao, had already been subdued by him. As for the remaining 2, he was going to meet them now. Green mountains and clear waters. It was quiet everywhere. A beautiful figure strolled in the forest as if she had walked out of a painting. It was a woman with a beautiful face. She wore a long aqua-green dress. There were terrifying monster kings around, but they crawled on the ground, not daring to move forward at all. They seemed to be afraid of the aqua-green woman. However, after walking for a while, the beautiful woman stopped in her tracks. She frowned. That was because a figure appeared in front of her. "It's you," the beautiful woman frowned because she recognized the figure in front of her. It was the new palace master of Immortal Palace. She didn't care about the other party before, but after the incident with Yang Jian, she specially found information about the new palace master. There was a portrait of the other party in the information, so she could recognize him at a glance. "Peacock, come with me." The person in front of her was Lin Xian. He looked at the beautiful woman and said indifferently, "Go with you? Just based on the fact that you killed Yang Jian, this is not enough." Peacock shook her head. "Defeat me and I'll go with you." "Okay. Make your move," Lin Xian said calmly. Although he knew that Peacock was powerful, he was not afraid. Wang, Peacock waved her jade-like hands and the wind and clouds changed. A green palm slapped over, like the overturning sky seal, pressing down from the sky. The space around Lin Xian froze in an instant. Clearly, this was an ultimate technique. It seemed like the other party knew that he wasn't weak, so he used a powerful ultimate skill right from the start. Wang, facing the giant green palm, Lin Xian waved his sleeve. Black flame surged out and danced. Whoosh, the energy palm above was burned to ashes. "Show me your true strength. Let me see how powerful the legendary Peacock is," Lin Xian said coldly. "You'll see." Although the attack was broken, Peacock was not surprised. She knew that the other party was not weak since he was able to become the temple master. However, she had absolute confidence in herself. In the next moment, she formed a seal with her palms. A green light appeared behind her back and the shadow of a peacock appeared. The beautiful tail slowly spread out. It was like a fairy fan. It was exceptionally beautiful. Wang, however, this beauty contained an unparalleled killing intent. Peacock spreading its tail, with an angry roar, the huge tail swept. The black spots on it were like eyes. It was very dreamy. Wang. In the sky, countless black rays of light flew out like lightning. They charged towards where Lin Xian was. The void shattered in an instant. The terrifying aura between heaven and earth made people tremble. Lin Xian also frowned. He did not dare to be careless. He could naturally see that the attack was extremely terrifying. Therefore, in the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared rapidly. Whoosh, he swung his sword. Boom boom boom, the sound of an intense collision was heard. Soon, all the black lightning in the sky was shattered. Lin Xian's body flickered as he charged over with the ancient sword in his hand. On the other side, Peacock snorted coldly. A green fan appeared in her hand. She kept waving it as she fought. Both of them were young prodigies. At this moment, the battle was extremely terrifying. Everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was enveloped by the storm. Roars rang out, and those powerful demon kings all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. On the 100th move, Peacock's eyes suddenly burst out with a green light. It was extremely cold, as if it could pierce through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The shadow of the peacock behind him also spread its tail and swept over. The green light swept out, and a shocking murderous aura attacked. Lin Xian's heart beat wildly. He felt that his life was in danger. Therefore, in the next moment, his body flickered and instantly disappeared. As expected, as soon as he left, the void melted. Nothing could withstand the green light. How terrifying! The shadow of the peacock was strange. Lin Xian frowned. He realized that it was not just her king's domain. It also seemed to contain a trace of bloodline power. You guessed right. My ancestor is Mahamayuri, so I have Mahamayuri's bloodline power in my body. Peacock said in a delicate voice. So, it won't be that easy to defeat me. Mahamayuri. Legend has it that it was an extremely terrifying monster king. No wonder. Lin Xian came to a realization. No wonder he felt that the shadow of the peacock was so terrifying. Then, Peacock formed another hand seal. Boom. An even more violent force descended from the sky. It was obvious that she had activated her bloodline power. The shadow behind her seemed to have come alive as it spread its wings and flew. A green light swept through the entire world. Even the entire sky was dyed green. Peacock's divine light, this was a secret technique of the peacock race. It was activated with the power of the bloodline. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying when used at this moment. Even if a peerless almighty saw it, their heart would beat wildly and they would not dare to resist it. Lin Xian's expression also changed. He had to admit that the woman in front of him was too powerful. She was not inferior to Hui Dao at all. Moreover, she had the power of the bloodline, which was even more terrifying. Boom. Boom, boom. Those monster kings who were swept by the green light suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that surged in the sky. Nothing could withstand this light. Among them, more light swept toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body swayed as he quickly dodged. However, the light seemed to have locked onto him and followed him closely. Whoosh, the ancient dragon abyss sword was swung, and a shocking sound was heard. The long sword cut off a large piece of green light, but the entire world seemed to be completely covered. You can't escape, although you're the palace master, I won't show you any mercy. Peacock's face was unusually cold and emotionless. Her green eyes once again emitted a shocking light. Is that so? Can't escape? You're making a judgment too early, the show has just begun. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He smiled. Then, the sword aura on his body exploded and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The terrifying sword aura rushed out and slashed in all directions. It collided with the green light that filled the sky. Suddenly, heaven and earth boiled and huge cracks appeared in the sky. The sword aura was several times stronger than before. On the opposite side, Peacock frowned when she felt the biting cold sword aura. She didn't expect him to have hidden his strength. However, she didn't think that he could resist her bloodline power. After all, he had the bloodline of Mahamayuri. In front of her, the sword aura rolled like an ocean and swept across the sky. The green light scattered endlessly. Peacock's shadow fluttered in the wind and its terrifying tail kept swaying. Their attacks continued to collide in the sky, causing the entire sky to shatter. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The terrifying sword aura exploded again. Boom, the green light was cut in half by the sword and the sharp sword aura slashed towards Peacock. What? He became stronger again. Peacock's expression finally changed when she felt the change. Her body kept swaying and at the same time, the shadow behind her was also emitting light. Finally, it blocked the sword aura that filled the sky. However, her expression was extremely solemn. She didn't expect the opponent's attack to be stronger than hers. It seemed that she had to use that move. She knew that the opponent was very strong, so she had to use a stronger trump card. The shadow behind her swayed its tail and there were thousands of black spots on it that looked like eyes. At this moment, there were even more mysterious runes that were flickering non-stop like a mysterious eye. Thousand Demon Eye. Peacock's palm kept forming seals and the black spots turned into the Demon King's eye. It spun in the sky and emitted a mysterious power. This is a soul attack. You can't block it. Peacock's voice was cold. Indeed, this was one of her great divine abilities, an extremely powerful eye divination technique attack. Perhaps even a peerless almighty would not dare to resist this eye technique of his. You want to compete with me in ocular techniques? Lin Xian smiled. If he wanted to resist physical attacks, he would have to expend a lot of energy. After all, the other party's bloodline was extremely powerful. However, if they were to compete in eye techniques, he would be able to determine the victor in an instant. Sure enough, in the next moment, a golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Then, he quickly activated his heavenly secret god eyes, forming a golden vortex to resist the thousand demon eyes. Wang, what? How could this be? Seeing the other party's golden eyes, the peacock's eyelids twitched wildly. Then, a great fear rose in her heart. Not only that, but her soul was also trembling, as if it was being sucked into a strange space. Damn it, eye technique, he actually knew eye technique as well. In an instant, Peacock's face turned incomparably pale. She roared madly and activated the thousand demon eye with all her might to resist. However, the heavenly secret god eyes was an extremely terrifying eye technique. Although the thousand demon purple eye was terrifying, it was still unable to resist the heavenly secret god eyes. Peacock took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale. Her thousand demon purple eye also quickly disappeared. On the other side, the golden light in Lin Xian's eyes dimmed and then returned to normal. You've lost, he said in a deep voice. Peacock wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face filled with unwillingness. What is your eye technique, damn it? I can't accept this, you just happened to counter me. Very well, I'll give you another chance to attack. Lin Xian was not angry, nor did he care. Because even if he did not use his eye technique, he could still defeat the other party. Hearing this, Peacock quickly swallowed 2 black pills to stop the damage to her soul and heal it. Then, she took a deep breath and unleashed all the power in her body to the maximum. The shadow behind her became more solid, as if it was a real divine beast. Boom, then, the two of them launched a fierce attack, the terrifying light illuminating the entire sky. Boom, a loud dragon roar came from Lin Xian's body, the sword aura in the sky turned into a giant dragon, fighting with the shadow of Peacock. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Dragon, Peacock was shocked, she could not believe it. She felt an immense pressure from the dragon-shaped phantom. Even the shadow behind him began to tremble. In the end, the shadow of Peacock was suppressed by the real dragon, her face pale. I've lost. Peacock sighed, she realized that she could not defeat her opponent, be it soul attack or physical attack. However, she accepted her loss wholeheartedly. Because her opponent's strength was too strong, there was no luck at all. Don't worry, you won't regret following me. Lin Xian smiled. Finally, he had subdued another powerful fighter. Peacock's strength could be said to be very strong. Thinking of this, he smiled happily. Now, there was only one prodigy left. Ghostly. An extremely terrifying assassin king. Lin Xian brought Peacock back to the Starry Palace, then he adjusted his body to its peak, and set off again. This time, he must subdue the last prodigy. When Lin Xian arrived at the place given to him by the Star Pagoda, he frowned. Because he realized that there was no one around. However, he was not anxious, because Xing Tian had given him 3 places. These 3 places were the places where Ghostly often appeared. Since he was not here, he should be able to find him in the other 2 places. As expected, Lin Xian found him in the 3rd place. However, Lin Xian did not see him, but when he stepped into the 3rd place, goosebumps appeared all over his body. A faintly discernible killing intent locked onto him. Buzz, suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared behind Lin Xian, the sharp dagger in his hand slashed down quickly. Whoosh, Lin Xian's muscles all stiffened, and with a boom, the great dragon sword soul in his body began to operate wildly, a terrifying power surging out. There was an intense collision. Bam, the figure quickly retreated, and at the same time, disappeared into the sky. How terrifying, he was not weaker than the assassins of hell. As soon as they exchanged blows, Lin Xian felt that this malicious spirit was indeed terrifying. The other party's assassination and concealment skills were very impressive. However, he had a way to see the other party. Sure enough, in the next moment, the prodigy activated his ability, and golden light surrounded him in all directions. Soon, he saw a faint figure appear in front of him. Found him. In the next moment, Lin Xian decisively made his move. 1 slash. Countless rays of light shone, then turned into an earth-shattering force that spread forward. The sword chi formed a fan shape, completely sealing off the area where Ghostly was. Boom, Ghostly was also shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be able to lock onto him in an instant. He felt the space around him instantly solidify, as if there was an ancient demonic mountain pressing down on him from the sky. With an incomparably sharp aura. Whoosh, in the next moment, his body swayed, and he suddenly exploded, tearing the void apart. He quickly dodged and avoided this terrifying sword wave. However, Lin Xian's second slash still came. A large black crack appeared in the sky, as if thunder was descending, and the terrifying sword light once again enveloped him. Humph, Ghostly snorted coldly. He did not expect his opponent to be able to discover him again and again. This time, he was surprised again. But, so what, even if he did not hide, his strength was still very terrifying. Sure enough, in the next moment, he waved the black dagger in his hand, and shot out rays of black light that slid across the sky. Boom boom boom, the 2 collided. Like thunder from the 9th heaven, the sound pierced through the void, and the space around them was torn apart, and the entire ground was shaking rapidly. What a powerful attack! After that attack, Ghostly was even more shocked. Because he realized that his opponent's attack was too sharp, even more terrifying than him, the king of assassins. What a terrifying sword chi, what a terrifying sword Dao. Ghostly's expression was solemn, but he did not admit defeat. White bone banner. Whoosh, in an instant, the world changed, and the scenery around them changed instantly. The entire space was as dark as ink. White bones were everywhere, and a terrifying murderous aura shot into the sky. For a moment, it was as if they had come to the Ghost Dao world. Ghostly was not only a terrifying assassin, but also a terrifying ghost cultivator. At this moment, when his white bone banner appeared, it was earth-shattering. Countless evil spirits charged towards Lin Xian, and instantly enveloped him. Lin Xian's body exploded with an earth-shattering force, and the terrifying sword wave swept in all directions, destroying all the darkness. Whoosh, but at this moment, a sharp light pierced towards his back. The terrifying aura, even Lin Xian's expression changed. Assassination techniques. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect Ghostly to make a move at this time. Boom, a gigantic goddess of ice appeared on his body. The terrifying power of ice spread out in all directions, freezing everything. As expected, Ghostly's figure slowed down, and his body was covered in frost. He was about to be frozen. Seeing that his assassination had failed, Ghostly roared and retreated again. In the next moment, he waved the white bone banner again. Endless resentful spirits roared, and the terrifying ghostly shadows made people's souls tremble. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by an icy aura. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand slashed forward. At this moment, he erupted with unparalleled combat strength. With a sweep of his sword, a large number of vengeful spirits were annihilated. Not only that, Lin Xian also used the demigods and semi-devils, his speed reaching the extreme as he charged towards Ghostly. Ghostly relied on his movement technique to move, but the demigods and semi-devils were truly miraculous. Finally, Lin Xian found an opportunity. He stretched out his left hand, and endless ice condensed into an ice scepter that flickered in the sky. Instantly, thousands of miles were frozen. Ghostly was also frozen. Although it was only for an instant, it was fatal to him. Buzz, in the next moment, the ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down mercilessly. Pung, Ghostly raised the dagger in his hand and the white bone banner to block. With a clang, he was forced back a few thousand meters, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The blood in his body churned non-stop. This sword had directly injured him. "Do you still want to fight?" Lin Xian asked coldly. "Humph. I haven't lost yet." Ghostly gritted his teeth and waved the white bone banner again. At the same time, his king's domain rushed out, covering the entire sky. Buzz, cold winds blew in all directions, and countless vengeful spirits crawled out. The ground beneath their feet cracked open, and many white bone creatures emerged. Endless resentful spirits circled in the air, and it was all very terrifying. Puff, ghostly aura filled the sky, and the terrifying army of vengeful spirits quickly charged over. Some even spat out poisonous fog, and the entire space was dark. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if millions of resentful spirits were moving out, and they firmly locked onto Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and the destruction sword formation covered the surroundings. Streaks of blood-red sword chi rushed up, turning into a sea of blood in the air, roaring in all directions. Boom! Boom! The sea of blood and the mountain of corpses collided, and a shocking rainbow erupted. The scene between heaven and earth was tragic. At the same time, Lin Xian's fingers kept forming seals, and the Hell's Ice Lotus quickly flew out, spreading in all directions. At the same time, he also shot out black fire dragons, roaring in all directions. The flames roared, and the ice spread, slaughtering the millions of resentful spirits. "It's useless, my flames completely restrained you," Lin Xian said coldly. On the other side, Ghostly's face was gloomy. He could see that it was indeed so. If this continued, his white bone banner would probably be destroyed. Therefore, in the next moment, he snorted coldly and stopped attacking. The white bone banner also quickly entered his body. "Not fighting anymore?" Lin Xian asked. On the opposite side, Ghostly said coldly. "There's still one last attack. If you can take it, I'll admit defeat." As he said that, his domain rolled quickly, and endless black gas spread. Then, a black dagger appeared in midair, wrapped in endless black gas. The Shadow Blade. It wasn't a real weapon, but a strange world of death that Ghostly connected to through his own secret technique and domain. It was summoned from inside. Although it was an illusion, it was extremely terrifying. Buzz, in the next moment, Ghostly held the Shadow Blade. The murderous aura on his body suddenly erupted, and it was several times stronger than before. Buzz, with a swing of the blade, a terrifying light swept forward. This attack was too terrifying, especially the murderous aura contained in it. It could definitely make an almighty collapse in an instant. Even a peerless almighty would not dare to take it head-on. Not only that, as the shadow blade was swung, a terrifying crack appeared in the void. What was even more strange was that there was blood flowing out from this crack. It was extremely strange. An illusion attack, Lin Xian was surprised. He was very familiar with this. Because his great dragon sword soul was like this. It was just a sword shadow, but its power was much more terrifying than a real weapon. In the next moment, he waved his arm, and the great dragon sword soul in his body rushed out. In front of him, it condensed into a dragon-shaped sword shadow. He grabbed it with one hand. It slashed forward. The biting cold sword light roared like an angry dragon, colliding with the terrifying black light in the sky. Boom boom boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Energy exploded. The collision between the two was destructive. However, the black light wave emitted by the shadow blade cracked. Then, it cracked and turned into endless ghost chi. What? It was broken. How could it be? Ghostly was shocked when he saw the scene. Puff, he quickly retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. No, he couldn't believe it. This was a powerful attack summoned from the world of death. It was extremely terrifying. Even a peerless almighty might not be able to resist it. However, the opponent's sword shadow directly shattered his attack. What's that sword shadow? It doesn't seem to be a physical weapon. Could it be the same type as my shadow blade? He didn't expect that the other party would have a divine ability cultivation method similar to his. More importantly, the strength of the other party's phantom was much stronger than his. The aura it emitted made him feel suffocated. In the next moment, Ghostly took a deep breath and didn't attack again. Instead, he knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings, Temple Master." He had long recognized the other party. It was just that he wasn't convinced before. Now that he was defeated by Lin Xian, he was convinced of his loss and was naturally willing to submit. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian smiled. He knew that he had already subdued Ghostly. At this point, the three great experts that Xing Tian gave him had all been subdued. Of course, there were countless geniuses and experts in Immortal Palace. The rest still needed to be subdued slowly. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and left with Ghostly. In the following days, he lived in seclusion. In addition to continuing to understand Immortal Palace, he began to use Immortal Palace's resources to cultivate Immortal Palace's cultivation methods. As for Xing Tian, Hu Yidao, and the others, they were in charge of training the 500 young cultivators that he had subdued. Of course, there were also matters big and small in Immortal Palace that required Lin Xian's help. However, Lin Xian only needed to make a decision. As for the specific matters, of course, it was up to his subordinates to do it. Young Master, according to the news from below, the Great Xia dynasty has discovered an ancient tomb. It seems to be an ancient tomb passed down by a saint. It has caused a stir in the entire Zhongzhou. Not only that, but the eastern wilderness, western desert, southern ridge, and northern plains sacred grounds have also sent out experts. They're all here? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that a saint's tomb would appear in Zhongzhou. Indeed, many of them had come. Moreover, the recent news of the nest of 10,000 dragons in Zhongzhou had attracted those sacred grounds and peerless sections. Even the clan of the ancients had come. Young Master, should we go and take a look too? Xing Tian asked. Of course. The saint's tomb is full of good stuff. Also, I want to meet these sacred grounds and great sects. Go and prepare, gather some people. That's right, the black demon ship should be more or less repaired. Lin Xian asked. After he became the palace lord, he handed the black demon ship over to Immortal Palace and had the people inside repair it. After all, the black demon ship was a pseudo-heaven step artifact. It had already been repaired. Furthermore, its might had also been increased. Okay. It seemed that it was time to show off. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. In the next few days, Xing Tian began his preparations. He had to go. Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Ghostly were also tagging along. Out of the remaining 500 people, he picked out 100 elites. Apart from this, there were a few attendants and elders from Immortal Palace, all of them older generation figures. There weren't many deacons, only a few dozen, and only 3 elders. There were only 200 people in total, which was indeed not a lot. But every one of them was an elite. Moreover, they were only going to check out the situation first. If they were really going to enter the great saint's tomb or encounter other dangers, they would have to leave. They could transfer people at any time. After all, they also had branches in the Grand Xia Empire. Whoosh, Lin Xian stood in front of a treasure vault. There were 2 golden doors in front of him, exuding a barbaric aura. He pushed it open forcefully and entered. Rays of light were emitted from inside. It was very dazzling. It was full of treasures. This was Immortal Palace's treasure vault, and it was one of them. Lin Xian could use all the resources in there, but he wouldn't use all of them. After all the experts in Immortal Palace needed the resources in there. Lin Xian took some divine crystals and some materials. Among them, he took a few formations that had already been set up and handed the remaining materials to the dark red divine dragon. During this period, the dark red divine dragon had not been idle. It had been excited ever since it obtained Immortal Palace's treasure vault. It had read a lot of ancient books in there. They were all related to formations, which could be used to improve its attainments in formations. The formations that it created now were much more powerful than before. Lin Xian had not stopped cultivating during this period. Coupled with the resources from Immortal Palace, his cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. Now, he had reached the peak of early 7 stars. In addition to the materials and formations, he also took 2 spatial scrolls. This was equivalent to a small spatial teleportation formation. It could shatter the void and bring them out of danger. Finally, Lin Xian took a cultivation method and planned to study it when he was free. This was a heaven-rank cultivation method called the 5 Elements Sword. It could be cultivated with 5 types of sword qi, which could be converted at will. It could be said to be both offensive and defensive, and its power was also very terrifying. After receiving the 5 Elements Sword, Lin Xian left Immortal Palace's treasure vault. In addition, Hu Yidao, Peacock, Ghostly, and the 100 selected warriors also used their contribution points to exchange for resources in the treasure vault. 2 days later, they set off. In the sky, a black ship floated. It was incomparably dark, as if it had crossed time and space from the demon world. This was the Black Demon ship, and it was a modified one. Not only were the damaged parts repaired, but its power was also more terrifying than before. Its appearance had also changed. It was more majestic than before, and there were even runes of Immortal Palace on it. "Let's go," Lin Xian's body swayed, and he took the lead to soar into the sky. Behind him, Xianxia and the dark red divine dragon followed. Behind them were Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Ghostly. There were also 3 elders and a few dozen deacons. Apart from them, there were the 100 young warriors. They did not expect to be able to explore the ancient tomb with the palace master this time. They were extremely excited. As for the remaining 400 people who were not selected, they worked even harder in their cultivation so that they could be selected next time. The Black Demon ship was very big and luxurious. There were all kinds of palaces, secret cultivation rooms, and places for sightseeing. Therefore, even if they had to fly for a month or 2, they would not feel bored. Moreover, these people were prepared to go into seclusion almost as soon as they boarded, cultivating and increasing their cultivation strength. "Xing Tian, when we reach Ninli Dynasty, remind me that I have something to do," Lin Xian said in a deep voice, a hint of sharpness in his eyes. "Yes." Xing Tian nodded. Lin Xian entered the room, set up a formation, and then sat down with his legs crossed. He slowly opened the jade scroll and began to study the 5 Elements Sword. Lin Xian only had the 3 attributes of ice, fire, and lightning. He did not have the water, earth, or wood attributes. However, that was not a problem. His great dragon sword soul could instantly simulate the attributes of the 5 elements, so he did not have to worry about that. Next, he began to comprehend the 5 Elements Sword. On the other side, Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Ghostly were also cultivating in seclusion. The 100 people on the ship were assigned different tasks. Some were responsible for guarding, some were responsible for maintaining order, and some were responsible for scouting the surroundings. Apart from that, there were also some servants with low cultivation bases on the ship. They were responsible for cleaning, cooking, and so on. The 3 elders and the deacons began to study the various information they had obtained. After all, this time, not only the Immortal Palace, but many peerless sects and sacred grounds had also come. Moreover, not only Zhongzhou, but the powerhouses from the eastern wilderness, western desert, southern ridge, and northern plains had also come. It could be said that this was a flourishing period. However, the competition would probably be extremely intense. After about 10 days, Xing Tian came over and said in a deep voice, "Young master, we've arrived at the Ninli Dynasty." Hearing that, Lin Xian put away the jade slip, stood up, and walked out of the door. Then, he went to the deck and looked down. He was finally back. A few months ago, he was chased by countless people from here and engaged in an intense battle. If he did not have so many trump cards, he would have been killed long ago. Now that he was back, he naturally wanted to take revenge. The governor's mansion, the Ting family, the Tai dynasty, and the war tribe, he would not let any of them off. However, he had to deal with the Ting family and the people from the Ninli dynasty first. Go to the governor's mansion first, Lin Xian ordered. Soon, these people turned the ship around and sailed in the direction of the governor's mansion. Xianxia City. The incident last time had gradually subsided, and Xianxia City had returned to normal. However, on this day, a huge spirit ship appeared above Xianxia City. It slowly descended like a dark cloud, projecting below. Soon, countless people raised their heads and looked at the sky, exclaiming in surprise. That was because the aura on the black ship was so terrifying that they could not breathe. This scene naturally attracted the attention of the governor's mansion. Immediately, a few powerhouses from the governor's mansion rushed up. That was because they did not know who the other party was and why they had come to Xianxia City. Therefore, they had to find out. Because of the incident with young Master Xianxia, they did not dare to be careless anymore. Just as they were about to snort coldly, a black palm shadow descended from the sky. It was like a huge palm that covered the sky, slapping down fiercely. No, below, a few city lords' mansion cultivators roared crazily. They all fled. They didn't expect that the other party would launch a direct attack right from the start. What was he up to this time, starting a war with the city lord's mansion? Who was it? How could he be so bold? Boom, several martial artists wanted to escape, but they could not escape at all. Under this immense power, their bodies split apart and turned into a bloody mist. That enormous black palm blasted towards the city lord's mansion with an even more ferocious attitude. Heavens, what happened? Everyone in Xianxia City was shocked when they saw this. The weaker ones were directly pressed to the ground by this aura, while the stronger ones turned pale and their bodies trembled. Someone actually dared to make a move against the city lord's mansion? This was too shocking. The warriors in the city lord's mansion also came out one after another. They could feel a powerful aura descending towards them. Soon, they raised their heads, and when they saw the huge hand that covered the sky, their pupils shrank. Quick! Activate the defensive formation. The city lord's mansion's array formation lit up, and rays of light shot into the sky. The protective formation appeared, completely enveloping the entire city lord's mansion. This formation emitted a bright light, forming the most powerful defense. Clang, the black hand that covered the sky collided with the formation, causing a thunderous collision. The surrounding void cracked open, and lightning from the ninth heaven descended, bombarding all directions. All the warriors in the city were knocked to the ground. This scene was truly too terrifying. Damn it, who was it? Those warriors in the city lord's mansion also felt the world shaking, and their faces were gloomy. However, in the next moment, they screamed because cracks had appeared on their protective formation. And more. Ka ka ka, the sound of shattering rang out, and then more than half of the formation cracked and shattered. The terrifying palm slapped down again. Inside the city lord's mansion, the ground cracked open, and the buildings turned into ashes. Countless warriors turned into a bloody mist. This blow directly smashed half of the city lord's mansion. Ah, a series of screams sounded, and a huge roar rolled, and the airwaves rushed into the sky. Ah! Those elders roared crazily. Damn it, who was it? How dare you attack my city lord's mansion? In the deepest part of the city lord's mansion, the city lord and a few elders also rushed over. The city lord's face was gloomy, and he gnashed his teeth in anger. Half of his city lord's mansion was destroyed, and it was unforgivable. No matter who you are, you're dead meat. He was really mad. One had to know that he was not only a powerhouse, but he was also the city lord of Xianxia City. Moreover, his city lord was personally conferred by the Ninli dynasty. Whoever dared to make a move on him was ignoring the authority of the Ninli dynasty. This was declaring war on the dynasty. He couldn't understand who it was that was so audacious. But no matter who it was, the other party was dead meat. Humph, a cold laugh came from the black ship above. Who am I? Why, have you forgotten me in such a short time? This voice carried endless coldness. Hearing this voice, everyone's scalp went numb. The city lord and other warriors below also frowned, because they realized that this was a young voice. Had they offended anyone? Immediately, a chill rose in the hearts of several elders, seeming to have thought of something. They said tremblingly. Could it be that the kid came back? What, that kid? Are you talking about that little demon king? Impossible, right? Wasn't he being hunted down? These people discussed quickly. However, in the next moment, their eyeballs almost popped out. Because they saw a young figure descending from above, suspended in midair. It's really you. When they saw the other party, they cried out in surprise. Because they discovered that it was really that demon king. Not only did the other party not die, but he was also full of vigor. Even the aura on his body was stronger than before. God, the other party is here for revenge. Damn kid, I'm going to kill you. The city lord was furious. Killing intent surged from his body, his black hair fluttering, and his entire person was incomparably hideous. There was no choice, it was this kid in front of him who killed his son. Not only that, he even killed countless experts of his city lord's mansion. How could he tolerate this? In the next moment, he roared angrily and quickly rushed to the sky, his body erupting with endless light. A terrifying aura surged, turning into a surging river, directly rushing towards Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, all the warriors in Qianshan City cried out in surprise. Heavens, this is too terrifying. They knew that the city lord was a peerless almighty. At this moment, when he attacked with all his might, it was really terrifying. That vast aura made them feel like they were suffocating. Can that kid block it? Who knows? That kid is very terrifying. Back then, so many powerhouses chased after him, but he escaped. Now that he's still alive and kicking, it shouldn't be difficult for him to block it. Discussions sounded one after another. Above, Lin Xian looked at the city lord and narrowed his eyes. Then, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, and sword chi filled the sky. Puff, sword chi flashed, and the aura emitted from Lin Xian's body was like a divine rainbow, cutting through the void. The terrifying aura directly slashed forward. What a powerful sword chi! The city lord was also shocked, and his pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party's aura to be so strong. No wonder he could escape the pursuit of so many powerhouses. But so what? This time, I must kill him. Boom, the city lord's body erupted with a piercing cold light. On his glabella, there was an incomparably terrifying rune. It was like a small sword with peerless killing intent. With this small sword as the center, countless mysterious runes flickered around the city lord, covering heaven and earth. This is? When this terrifying scene appeared, many warriors in Qianshan City were shocked. They looked at this scene and widened their eyes. Is this a killing formation? Heavens, the city lord is actually using his body as a formation. This is too terrifying. Using his body as a formation. Hearing this, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, looking at the other party's appearance, he had indeed formed a terrifying formation. However, it was different from ordinary formations. Ordinary formations were controlled by warriors. But this time, the city lord directly turned into a formation. It could be said to be incomparably strange. Kid, be careful. That guy doesn't seem to be simple. Above, on the black demon ship, the dark red dragon also transmitted a voice. He was a formation master. If he said it was not simple, it naturally meant that the formation was incomparably dangerous. After Lin Xian heard, he snorted coldly. No matter what kind of killing formation it was, he was not afraid. In the next moment, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed out. The sword chi was like a rainbow as it flashed rapidly in the sky, forming countless sword lights that pressed forward. The sword chi that filled the sky seemed to have turned into a world of its own. It was extremely terrifying. Humph! You're no match for me, Scarlet Feather killing formation, destroy, the city lord roared, and the red rune on his forehead trembled rapidly. The Dao inscriptions in the surroundings spun rapidly, forming streaks of divine rainbows that shot into the sky. Boom! Boom! The collision between the two was extremely terrifying. A crack that was close to 10,000 meters wide appeared in the sky, as if the sky had been split in half. It was extremely terrifying. Large amounts of rain and lightning poured down from the crack. Wang, Lin Xian snorted coldly and exploded with an incomparably cold light. This time, he was here for revenge. He had no intention of wasting time with the other party. Therefore, he immediately activated his heavenly secret god eyes. Not only that, but the great dragon sword soul also emerged from his body, forming a sword shadow, which he grasped in his hand. Floating light, the left eye of the heavenly secret divine eyes turned into a floating light that surged forward. Wang, the soul energy passed through the formation and directly affected the city lord. The city lord's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with confusion. In the next moment, he bit his tongue and forced himself out of the illusion, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. However, it was too late. At this moment, Lin Xian waved the dragon sword in his hand. Boom! The sword slashed the city lord's body, and the terrifying scarlet feather killing formation was mercilessly torn apart. Damn it, block it for me. Seeing this, the city lord roared crazily, and the spiritual energy in his body quickly circulated. It even started to burn. The sky was filled with red light, and countless runes shone, forming a solid barrier. However, it was useless. Under this sword, everything was turned into ashes. The city lord was also sent flying. The 2 layers of armor on his body were directly broken, and his chest caved in. A large amount of blood spilled out like snow. His body landed heavily on the ground below the city lord's mansion, creating a terrifying crater on the ground. What? The city lord was defeated, everyone was stunned, including the martial artists in Xianxia City. The martial artists in the city lord's mansion were dumbfounded. How was this possible? The city lord used his ultimate move, the scarlet feather killing formation. He turned his body into a terrifying sword formation, which could be said to be extremely terrifying. He could also be invincible against a peerless almighty. However, he was easily injured by the other party's sword. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Damn it, how was this possible? The city lord crawled out of the crater, covered in blood. His expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect the other party to be so terrifying. Especially that sword shadow, which made his hair stand on end. Moreover, the other party was actually a soul power expert, and that eye technique was impossible to guard against. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly and looked below. He waved the dragon abyss ancient sword again, and a terrifying sword chi would be released. What? He still wants to fight. The expressions of the people in the city lord's mansion changed, and even the city lord was serious. He didn't expect the other party to still want to attack. Did he really want to kill him? But what a joke. If he killed him, would the Nine Li dynasty let him go? So in the next moment, he dodged and roared. Damn brat, stop, stop, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Give me a reason to stop. You can't kill me, I'm the city lord of Thousand Mountain City. I was personally conferred the title by the emperor of the Nine Li dynasty. If you kill me, you'll be ignoring the emperor's prestige and challenging the Nine Li dynasty's imperial power. The Nine Li dynasty won't let you go. So what? Lin Xian's voice was cold, and he wasn't moved at all. Not to mention that he was now the lord of a mortal palace. Even if he was alone in the past, he wouldn't be afraid of such a threat. One had to know that he dared to provoke the war race, and he dared to go against the Taiyu dynasty, let alone the Nine Li dynasty. So in the next moment, Lin Xian attacked mercilessly. The dragon-shaped sword chi shone in the sky, and then the dragon tail swayed and rushed down. Sky shattering. When the dragon-shaped sword chi came close to the city lord, it directly shattered the sky. The entire void shattered, forming a terrifying black hole that enveloped the city lord. Boom. Boom, boom. The black hole kept getting bigger and bigger, spreading rapidly like a giant beast. The surrounding people of the city lord's mansion fled frantically. However, most of them were directly swallowed up. Not only that, the surrounding buildings, land, and space were completely swallowed up. The entire city lord's mansion became a black hole that was extremely dark. After a long time, it slowly shrank. And there was nothing left in the original place, only a bottomless pit. The city lord's mansion was destroyed, the city lord was killed. The other martial artists in Thousand Mountain City looked at this scene, and their scalps went numb. They knew that this should be the end of the world. Because no one had ever dared to be so bold. Lin Xian put away the ancient sword, stepped into the air, and came to the black demon ship. Let's go to the Ting family. It was not until a long time after the black demon ship disappeared that the cultivators of Qianshan City dared to stand up. They looked at the deep pit in front of them in horror, not daring to speak for a long time. On the other side, the black demon ship flew at an extremely fast speed in the direction of the Ting family. A day later, the black demon ship stopped again. This was because they had arrived at the Ting family. The Ting family was not in any city. Instead, they occupied a spiritual mountain by themselves. After all, the Ting family was an invincible king clan. Their strength and status were much higher than the city lord's mansion. Therefore, they naturally occupied a better spiritual vein. In front of them, mountains were everywhere and surrounded by white fog. It was a fairyland. In the mountain range, there were countless palaces and pavilions. The surroundings seemed calm, but Lin Xian and the others could naturally feel that there was a terrifying formation inside. However, it was only the outer formation and could not trap Lin Xian and the others at all. Therefore, the black demon ship directly drove out and rampaged. When they arrived in front, a ray of light shot into the sky. However, it was difficult to resist the power of the black demon legacy. In an instant, the formation shattered and scattered in all directions like a mirror. Soon, the black demon ship flew into the depths of the mountains without restraint. Finally, they stopped. In front of them was a mountain gate. It was very majestic. Under the mountain gate, there were 4 disciples of the Ting family guarding it. At this moment, they felt this change and raised their heads one after another. Then, their expressions changed drastically. Not good, there were enemies, they were too shocked. To be honest, an important place like a mountain gate would usually be heavily guarded. However, in the Ting family, there were only 4 people. This was because they were very confident that no one would dare to behave atrociously in the Ting family. But now, the situation was beyond their expectations. One of them quickly soared into the sky and flew towards the mountains. It seemed that he was going to inform the others. The other 3 drew their sabers and swords and pointed upwards. One of them sneered. "Who are you? How dare you barge into the Ting family?" On the black demon ship, Lin Xian looked at this scene and shouted coldly. Whoosh, Hui Dao stood up. His figure flashed and he appeared in the sky. With a clang, the full moon saber at his waist slashed out. The saber light was hazy like a full moon, emitting a terrifying aura. In an instant, the majestic mountain gate below was split into 2 halves. Not only that, but the bodies of the 3 Ting family cultivators also split open in an instant, and they fell into a pool of blood. This saber strike was simply too astonishing. Not only was the mountain gate destroyed, but the ground was also split open. A huge crack appeared and extended inwards. It was as if a huge earthquake had occurred. Rumbling sounds could be heard. This finally caught the Ting family's attention. Suddenly, countless lights lit up in the mountains. One figure after another soared into the sky. It was accompanied by angry roars. Damn it, who is it? How dare you cause trouble in the Ting family? Countless silhouettes rushed out. There were at least a few hundred people. One could imagine how terrifying the Ting clan was. Damn it, the mountain gate was actually destroyed, these people soared into the air. When they saw the scene before them, their faces turned extremely ugly. Their mountain gate had actually been directly hacked apart by someone. This was a blatant provocation. In the Ninely dynasty, no one dared to provoke the Ting family like this. Damn it, who the hell are you? An old man shouted coldly. He looked at the pitch-black ship in front of him and frowned. This was because the aura it emitted was too terrifying. However, a cold snort sounded from the void. Where's your clan leader? Tell him to get over here and die. What? Tell our clan leader to get over here and die? Who in the world dares to say such a thing? These Ting family cultivators were so angry that their bodies trembled. The old man even shouted coldly, Go, catch him. Let's see what ability he has to say such a thing. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. 4 rays of light flew over quickly like a meteor shower. These were 4 mighty figures. At this moment, they attacked together. 4 sky-covering hands enveloped the sky, wanting to catch Hui Dao. However, Hu Yidao sneered. Streams of light flowed on his body, and the full moon scimitar in his hand emitted a terrifying light. Subsequently, he slashed out with his saber. The saber light flickered in the air, cutting through the void and slashing at the 4 sky-covering hands in the sky. Puff! 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 In an instant, the 4 sky-covering hands were slashed apart. Not only that, but the arms of the 4 powerhouses were also directly cut off. Ah! The 4 mighty figures held their broken arms and quickly retreated. Their faces were filled with horror. Behind them, the Ting family's cultivators were stunned. Heavens! Who exactly is this young man in front of me? He actually cut off the hands of 4 mighty figures with one slash. Isn't this too terrifying? He's definitely a peerless genius. But which faction is he from? How dare he behave atrociously in our territory? Humph. They did not attack again. The old man took a step forward and snorted coldly. I'll ask you again, who exactly are you? The other party only sent a young man. However, the strength that he displayed was too powerful. He had to be careful. I'm the one who'll kill you. Hu Yidao snorted coldly and said coldly, I've said it before, tell your clan leader to get over here and die. You're courting death. Brat, don't think that you can behave atrociously here just because you have some ability. The Ting family is not a place where you can come to. The old man was furious. He quickly attacked. A fist pierced through the void and blasted toward Hu Yidao. The air instantly exploded, and a terrifying airwave surged. It did not look like a fist at all. Instead, it was like an ancient demonic mountain. The sound that came from it was too terrifying. It shook the world, causing it to tremble rapidly. Hu Yidao did not resist it head-on. His body swayed as he quickly dodged. In the sky, the terrifying fist followed his movements and chased after him relentlessly. Seeing this, Hu Yidao frowned and stopped in his tracks. His body emitted a terrifying light, and the full moon scimitar in his hand also erupted. Waves of light were so bright that people could not open their eyes. Buzz, with a swing of his saber, the full moon scimitar slashed forward and collided with the huge fist in the sky. A shocking earth-shattering sound erupted. It was as if someone had shaken the entire space. The sound was too intense, causing the Ting family's cultivators behind to tremble. Many of them were bleeding from their ears. In the sky, the terrifying saber light and the huge fist disappeared at the same time. Hu Yidao stood proudly. On the other hand, the Ting family's elder's face changed drastically. How's that possible? The fact that the other party was actually able to contend against him was simply too surprising. The other party was only a young brat, whereas he was a figure who had lived for thousands of years. Could it be that the other party is already so powerful? He did not dare to imagine. Nevertheless, 3 middle-aged men rushed over from behind. Their auras were also unparalleled. The 3 of them said together, Elder, we're here to help you. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, they charged toward Hu Yidao with powerful forces. Elder, let us help you. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, they charged toward Hu Yidao with a powerful force. At the same time, the elder attacked again. For a time, the 4 of them suppressed Hu Yidao. However, it was difficult for them to hurt Hu Yidao. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort came from the black ship again. 4 against 1, what kind of ability is that? I'll accompany you if you dare. Whoosh, a green figure appeared in the sky. It was a beautiful woman wearing a long green dress. As soon as she appeared, a peacock appeared behind her and spread its beautiful feathers. Thousands of green divine lights shone like meteors, directly enveloping the front. Boom boom boom, the 3 middle-aged mighty figures were sent flying and vomited blood. The elder also kept retreating, but there was a huge shield in front of him that blocked the impact of the energy. Although he was not injured, his face was extremely ugly. Another young man has come. A young genius who is equally terrifying. Damn it, what kind of force is this? How can there be so many young geniuses? Could it be a peerless sect or a peerless sacred ground? Or perhaps some royal family? He could not think of any other family that could be so terrifying. However, the elder snorted coldly, and his face was extremely gloomy. Do you think you can beat the Ting family in terms of numbers? He was furious. Indeed, this was the Ting family's territory, and it was not that the Ting family did not have any powerhouses. Moreover, with so many powerhouses, he did not believe that he could not kill the other party. Soon, the Ting family's martial artists behind also rushed forward. Not only that, but there were even more powerhouses coming from all directions. They surrounded Hu Yidao and Peacock. How dare you act so atrociously in the Ting family? You're courting death. Kill him and let him know the power of the Ting family. Angry roars came one after another. Then, the purple-clothed elder waved his hand, and immediately, all the powerhouses around him attacked crazily. Humph. Hu Yidao snorted coldly, and his body emitted a terrifying saber light as he attacked crazily. The saber lights were like the Milky Way, slashing in all directions. On the other side, Peacock also used her bloodline power, and the shadow behind her became more and more powerful. The 1,000 devil eyes appeared, forming a terrifying soul attack. Many people were affected. Hee, I'll play with you guys too. Right at this moment, an icy cold voice sounded. Soon, a blurry shadow appeared behind the two old men. Puff, puff, black light flashed, and 2 heads flew up. The corpses of the 2 old men fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone went crazy, a chill running down their backs. As for the purple-clothed old man, he was also roaring madly. Damn it, be careful, there's an assassin. They didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying assassin among them. It really shocked them. Sure enough, no one dared to be careless. They quickly activated their battle armors, and the defensive light in front of them completely covered their bodies. Wang, the third to make a move, was naturally ghostly. After he ambushed a few experts, he waved his hand and shot out the white bone banner rice. The white bone banner waved, and a cold wind blew in the surroundings. The world darkened. Countless vengeful spirits quickly appeared. There were even mountains of skeletons and a terrifying army of death charging over. For a moment, the world collapsed. It was extremely terrifying. On the black demon ship above, Lin Xian and the others sneered as they looked down. They didn't need to do anything at all. Hu Yidao and the other 2 could handle it. Sure enough, about half an hour later, the world returned to normal. The Ting family's martial artists retreated one after another. Most of them were injured, and many of them were directly killed. Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Ghostly stood in the void, and the aura on their bodies became stronger. The Ting family was just SOSO. Peacock snorted coldly. Ghostly's eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. This time, I'll be able to absorb a lot of powerful vengeful spirits. Indeed, he waved the white bone banner and absorbed the souls and blood essence of those killed. On the opposite side, the Ting family's people had extremely ugly expressions. Especially the purple-clothed old man who was the leader. He was so angry that his body trembled. There was a saber mark on his body that almost cut off his arm. At this moment, he covered his wound and gritted his teeth as he asked. Damn it, who are you people? He was too shocked. 3 young men had beaten them to the point that they couldn't fight back. They didn't dare to imagine it at all. These 3 people are all top prodigies. What kind of force could produce so many terrifying young prodigies? I said, get your clan leader here to die. Hu Yidao pointed his saber forward and said coldly. Damn it. This is too much. The purple-clothed old man roared angrily. The surrounding Ting family's martial artists were also trembling with anger. A few of the old ones vomited blood. It was too sullen. The Ting family had never been provoked like this. However, they really couldn't win, therefore, they could only ask for help from the family. Whoosh, the purple-clothed old man waved his hand, and a black rune quickly flew to the family. Boom boom boom, in the next moment, countless powerful figures rushed out from the family. Each of them was like a demon god as they stepped on the air. This time, all of the people who came were of the elder rank. Their auras were terrifying. At this moment, it was as if 100,000 mountains had shattered the void. This time, 10 elders came, and each of them was unusually terrifying. Especially the 2 at the front, they were even more valiant. They had definitely reached the level of a peerless powerhouse. Great Elder, you're here. When the purple-clothed old man saw this, he was overjoyed. The other people smiled as well. They knew the Ting family was truly furious. This time, they sent 10 elders at once. They thought that they could definitely suppress the other party. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the Ting family? The 10 elders looked around. When they saw the scene around them, their faces were terrifyingly dark. Humph. This time, before Hui Dao and the others could speak, Lin Xian scoffed on the big black ship. Whoosh, his body swayed, and he quickly landed in front of them. The dark red divine dragon and Xing Tian were also with him. The others stood on the big black ship and did not come down. Nevertheless, as long as Lin Xian gave the order, these people would immediately make a move. Why? Have you forgotten about me so quickly? After Lin Xian arrived in front of them, he sneered. Hui Dao, Peacock, and Ghostly stood behind him respectfully. So this is our leader? Upon seeing this, the faces of the Ting family's martial artists changed. It seemed like the other party's leader had come out. Nonetheless, what shocked them was that the other party's leader was so young, they could not believe it. What? Damn brat. It's actually you, how could you still be alive? They were too shocked because they recognized each other. Wasn't he being hunted down by the war tribe and countless powerhouses of the Taiyi dynasty? How could he still be alive? Moreover, he has such powerful subordinates. Damn it, who exactly is this brat? They were extremely shocked. It seemed that the other party's identity was not simple. You recognize me? That's easy. Lin Xian sneered. Are you willing to kneel and die, or are you prepared to be cut into pieces? I'll give you a choice. Kneel down obediently, and I'll give you a quick death. What? You want to kill us? Hearing this, the cultivators of the Ting family were furious. The elders also snorted coldly. Brat, although I don't know how you survived, and I don't know what kind of power you have. However, you're too naive to attack the Ting family. Let me tell you, the Ting family is an invincible family. Do you think you can contend against the invincible kings of our family? The invincible kings are indeed very strong, but I don't need to contend against them. I just need to kill you. Where's your patriarch? Tell him to come and die. Lin Xian knew that the patriarch must have agreed to the pursuit of those powerhouses last time. Therefore, he wanted to kill the patriarch and the 10 elders in front of him, only then would it be considered revenge. What? You want to kill our patriarch? You're courting death. At this moment, an elder stood out. His body emitted a powerful aura. Terrifying energy surged in all directions. Brat, I'll kill you first. This was the third elder of the other party. His strength was terrifying, and he was almost a peerless powerhouse. At this moment, he stood out with a monstrous aura. In the next moment, he threw a punch. The terrifying power shattered the void and directly rushed towards Lin Xian, wanting to kill him. Sensing this power, the cultivators of the Ting family trembled, but their eyes were filled with excitement. This was because they felt that this power was not much different from that of a peerless powerhouse. He won't be able to resist. You're courting death. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian sneered and raised his palm. The azure dragon hand condensed in his hand, and countless sword chi surrounded his fingertips. In the next moment, he slapped it. Boom, this palm contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely powerful. Therefore, he was able to blast the terrifying fist away with a single slap. Not only that, the azure dragon palm enveloped the third elder and smashed him into a bloody mist. Boom, blood filled the air, splattering everywhere. Countless cracks appeared in the terrifying space as a black hole rapidly spread out. Upon seeing this, the Ting family's martial artists were dumbfounded. What? The third elder was killed? He was killed by a single palm strike. How could this be? An expert who was going to become a peerless almighty was killed with a single palm strike. Who was this kid? They trembled at the thought. How could this be? Why was the other party so powerful? Was the other party already a peerless almighty? Damn it, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, the other 2 elders also roared in anger. They pulled out their swords and sabers, and the light on their bodies quickly erupted. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Golden runes flickered as he activated the soul-burning secret technique. Immediately, the two of them screamed. Fifth Elder. Sixth Elder. When the Ting family's martial artists saw this, they roared crazily. What did the other party do? How did the other party make the two elders scream crazily with just a glance? What kind of technique was that? Nonetheless, what shocked them was yet to come. That was because the fifth elder and the sixth elder's bodies suddenly stopped trembling. Their eyes were blank and had lost their luster. Bang! In the next moment, the two of them fell from the sky and landed on the ground, creating two deep pits. Elders, they roared crazily. Countless Taoists flew down and saved the two of them. However, their scalps went numb in the next moment. This was because the two elders had long stopped breathing. They were dead. The two elders were killed by a single glance from the other party. Oh God, they retreated crazily. Some of the more timid ones' legs went weak, and they even wet their pants. This was because this technique was too terrifying. They had never seen it before. This was probably how an invincible king killed someone. The other elders were also shocked. They widened their eyes in disbelief. Who exactly was the other party? They did not know that although it was just a glance, Lin Xian had used all of his strength. In addition to the power of the heavenly secret god eyes, he could naturally kill the two elders. What he wanted was to strike like thunder and completely shock these people. What do you think? Now, do you think I'm qualified to fight against the Ting family? Lin Xian said indifferently. Now, the remaining elders, kneel down and ask your patriarch to come out and kneel to accept your death. I can spare the rest of the Ting family. His voice was like thunder, striking everyone's hearts. The Ting family's martial artists' mouths and tongues were dry, and their bodies were cold. Those who were weak directly lay on the ground with pale faces. As for the elders, their faces were hidden. Humph. At this moment, the first elder spoke. He scoffed coldly, and his voice spread in all directions like thunder. First, he calmed everyone's hearts, then he said, "Don't be frightened by him. This should be a secret pupil technique. It's nothing to fuss about directly killing the soul. As long as the soul is protected, there won't be a problem." Is that so? Looks like you're very confident in yourself. Lin Xian looked at the first elder and sneered. In the next moment, he raised his palm, and a chaotic sword chi flew out and slashed forward. This sword was too terrifying. The sky was directly cut in half, and the terrifying aura made everyone tremble. The first elder's pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party to be so decisive. He attacked without hesitation. Damn it, get lost. However, he was the first elder after all. He was a peerless powerhouse, and he even had the soaring serpent's bloodline power. Therefore, he would not admit defeat so easily. In the next moment, he roared and instantly activated his bloodline power. He knew that the other party was a great enemy, so he did not dare to be careless. Boom, he struck out with his palm, and the illusory image of a soaring serpent appeared in the sky. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It kept circling and emitting light that filled the sky. It blocked the shocking chaotic sword chi. Boom boom boom, energy exploded, and the surrounding space kept collapsing, but it was still blocked. Great! The first elder finally blocked it. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in alarm. The Ting family's martial artists were so excited that they cried. This was because they felt that there was hope for the Ting family. As strong as that young fellow was, he could not be a match for the first elder. On the other side, Hu Yidao and the other two elders who were next to Lin Xian sneered. This was because they knew their hall master was not only capable of this. Sure enough, at the next moment, the sword light on Lin Xian's body became even brighter. Countless sword lights lit up the sky. The sword seemed to be able to split heaven and earth apart. Boom! Boom, boom. The sky shook, the earth trembled, and the mountains in the distance rumbled. What? That sword technique is so fearsome, it can actually cause a phenomenon in heaven and earth. The faces of the Ting family's martial artists took on ghastly expressions when they saw this. The Ting family's great elder had a grave look on his face too. He roared furiously, and the energy in his body moved quickly. He did not dare to be careless at all. Next, endless lights gathered above him and formed a flying serpent that spiraled in the void. It rode on clouds and mists, and its fearsome aura enveloped the sky. Boom! 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 Its massive body pressed down on Lin Xian as if it wanted to crush him. At this moment, the Great Elder finally used his bloodline power and summoned the illusory image of the flying serpent. That power was so strong that it shocked everyone. Boom! 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 The flying serpent shrouded the surroundings. Fearsome poisonous mist spread, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. The martial artists in the distance also quickly retreated. They retreated to their clan's formation and watched quietly. "Young fella, go to hell!" The Great Elder roared, and the illusory image of the flying serpent above his head completely erupted. Lin Xian also frowned. He had to admit that the Great Elder was indeed formidable. The Great Elder's bloodline power had erupted at this moment, and he also felt a slight threat. Nevertheless, he sneered at the next moment, and a dragon's roar was heard coming from his body. In the sky, the cold aura was instantly extinguished, and the fearsome poisonous gases were also blown away by the strong wind. Buzz, the sword shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A shocking sword chi descended from the sky. It was as if an immortal light had collapsed the entire sky. The Great Elder was shocked because he realized that his opponent's sword chi was stronger than before. In a panic, he roared madly again and activated his bloodline power. Boom! 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 Intense collisions were heard in the sky. Fearsome lights lit up the sky, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes at all. After the first attack, the Great Elder quickly retreated. Even so, the illusory image of the flying serpent wrapped around him tightly, so that he didn't get hurt too badly. On the other side, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward. Weng, the ancient dragon abyss sword appeared in the sky, tearing the void apart. Demon ceiling, the sword soared into the sky. Even with the superb formation, the Ting family's martial artists still sensed bone-piercing chills. In the sky, countless clouds were directly pierced through, and huge cracks appeared. The terrifying sword light was like a mountain, soaring into the sky. Pong, countless sword chi turned into a huge seal, completely sealing off the sky. The soaring serpent roared madly and slammed into the gaps around it. However, each and every one of those sword chis was like a 5-fingered mountain. They were abnormally terrifying and could not be broken apart at all. Humph, collapsing heaven. Another sword appeared in the sky, and the sky in front of him instantly collapsed. The soaring serpent was torn apart by the terrifying power. Puff, the soaring serpent's phantom was destroyed, and the Great Elder was sent flying, vomiting blood. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. His opponent had destroyed his soaring serpent so easily. How was this possible? That was the power of his bloodline. Chaotic rebellion. Lin Xian shouted coldly, and a hazy sword shadow appeared on his body. Tens of millions of sword chi crisscrossed and charged forward. The sky was instantly annihilated, and the Great Elder was enveloped by countless sword lights. Bang, 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 a part of the world was pierced through. The elders roared madly and attacked with all their might, wanting to tear apart the storm. Save the Great Elder. As for the surrounding spirit formations, they began to tremble violently. In fact, cracks had even appeared in some places. Whoosh, when everything disappeared, the Great Elder was covered in blood. More than half of his body had been cut off. At this moment, he was on the verge of death. What? How could this be? Everyone was stunned when they saw this. They could not believe it at all. You're no match for me at all. Tell your patriarch to get out here, otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you. If you want our patriarch to come out, you'll have to kill me. The Great Elder roared madly. His face was ferocious, and the bloodline power in his body began to burn. It seemed like he wanted to risk his life to attack. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Do you think I don't dare to do it? Metal sword, Lin Xian shouted coldly. He waved the ancient sword in his hand, and a golden light flashed as fast as lightning, instantly slashing across. Poof, the Great Elder's head flew up. This sword was too fast, and it was so sharp that it was impossible to guard against it. Even a peerless almighty would not be able to dodge it. Moreover, the great elder was heavily injured, so he was killed in one strike. What sword technique is this? How could it be so terrifying? The Ting family's martial artists were horrified. The other elders also felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Hu Yidao and the others were shocked. This seems to be the metal sword of the Immortal Palace's 5 elements sword. This is a heaven-class cultivation technique. Heavens, how long has it been since the palace master came? Even if it's the first day of cultivation, it's probably only been a few months. To be able to use the metal sword to such an extent, his talent is too heaven-defying. At this moment, Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Ghostly were shocked. They discovered that their hall master was simply too terrifying. Even the elders and deacons on the Black Demon ship were shocked. The 100 elite martial artists were extremely excited. Too powerful. Their palace master is too powerful. This made their blood boil. After killing the great elder with one strike, the sword qi on Lin Xian's body did not weaken. Instead, it became even more violent. It covered the entire sky, and the terrifying sword qi whistled. The Ting family's martial artists were extremely pale. Damn it, kill him. Fight it out with him. Some people in the formation gritted their teeth. Boom boom boom, they quickly activated their killing formations. One by one, the shocking killing formations rushed over. As an invincible king family, the Ting family was very terrifying. They had a lot of killing formations. 5 of them were activated instantly. One was as red as blood, and it carried flames that filled the sky. The other was as black as ink, and it looked like rolling demonic clouds. There were also sword qi that filled the sky, terrifying saber lights, and violent lightning. The 5 killing formations shrouded Lin Xian in an instant, intending to kill him completely. The momentum was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the 5 of them attacked together, and they could kill an almighty. Therefore, the Ting family's martial artists who were in charge of killing revealed a sinister expression. Buzz, Lin Xian did not hesitate either. In an instant, he activated the dragon sword domain. The domain continued to expand, and instantly enveloped the 5 killing formations. Thousands of sword qi flew out quickly, and instantly pierced through the 5 killing formations. Not only that, the thousands of martial artists in the 5 killing formations were instantly annihilated. Boom boom boom, the sky split open, and black holes appeared one after another. Countless blood sprinkled down. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The elders of the Ting family roared crazily. No. Damn it. Stop it. Kill him, we must kill him. No matter what price we have to pay, we must kill him. At this moment, the second elder roared. His eyes were red and filled with madness. The other elders were also filled with killing intent. More cultivators from the Ting family rushed over. Humph. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted and pointed his sword to the sky. Beside him, Hu Yidao, Peacock, and Ghostly stood out and emitted a terrifying aura. Not only that, but Xing Tian also stepped out. The aura on his body was like that of an ancient demon mountain, pressing down. The dark red holy dragon transformed into 100 zhang long divine dragon and roared. The bloodline power of the Ting family cultivators trembled. What, you want to fight? Do you believe that I won't destroy the Ting family today? The sword intent on Lin Xian's body became even more dazzling. In the sky, the black demon ship slowly descended. 100 young cultivators jumped off the ship. They flew quickly and their auras suddenly burst out. They were too excited and couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, when they received Lin Xian's order, they quickly rushed out. Not only them, but dozens of deacons and elders also walked out. The auras on their bodies were even stronger. In an instant, the figures behind Lin Xian were densely packed, and each of them was incomparably powerful. Damn it, why does he have so many people? The people from the Ting family were truly dumbfounded. Each of them began to tremble. Even the elders' pupils shrunk. The aura of an almighty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Heavens, how is this possible? So many. They realized that there were several almighties on the other side. In addition, the auras of the young cultivators were also abnormally terrifying. This is a group of geniuses, a group of powerhouses. Damn it, who is this kid? How does he have such a terrifying force? The Ting family cultivators were stunned and their faces were filled with fear. They didn't dare to make a move anymore. Indeed, they had more people, but their overall strength was no match for the other side. Unless they let all the warriors of the Ting clan come out and use their so-called trump card. In that case, they might be able to kill him. However, for the other party to be able to send out so many cultivators in an instant, the power behind them must be even more terrifying. In fact, he had even surpassed them. If they really offended such a figure, the Ting family would not have a good time in the future, even if they killed those people. This was especially true when they saw the mysterious smile on Lin Xian's face. They were extremely frightened. You dare to attack us? You really don't know what's good for you. Ghostly sneered. The martial artists from the Ting family gulped. The Ting family's elder had a grim look on his face. Who knew? A cold voice was heard coming from the depths of the Ting family. Then, a terrifying force tore through the clouds, and a figure stepped through the air. Upon seeing this person, the Ting family's martial artists turned around and exclaimed. Patriarch! Greetings to the Patriarch. Welcome, Patriarch. It was great that the human race was here, the Ting family's martial artists roared madly. Even the elders heaved sighs of relief. This was because their patriarch was an incredibly fearsome being. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The other party had finally appeared. When he took a step forward, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a middle-aged man who wore a white robe and had black hair draped behind his back. His eyes were long and narrow, and they shone brightly. I'm surprised that you're still alive. Your strength is also beyond my expectations. Why don't we stop here? How about we each take a step back? The Ting family's patriarch looked at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice. Take a step back. Upon hearing this, the Ting family's elders were shocked. The martial artists were also in an uproar. Was the Ting family going to admit defeat? This was truly an earth-shattering event. The Ting family was an invincible king clan. They had never given in to anyone before. Now, they actually gave in to a young man. This made them in disbelief. However, when they saw the many fearsome powerhouses behind the young man, they fell silent. Take a step back? Lin Xian sneered when he heard this. When you sent the Ting family's powerhouses to kill me, did you ever think of taking a step back? Now that you've seen my strength, you're telling me to take a step back? Do you think there's such a good thing in the world? Today, you and these elders must die. What? As soon as he said that, all of the Ting family's martial artists were stunned. The other party was too arrogant. The Ting family had already given in, but the other party was still unyielding. He still wanted to kill them, he even wanted to kill their patriarch. This was too much, they roared angrily. The Ting family's patriarch's face darkened. Young fella, don't be too arrogant. Don't think that you can contend against the Ting family just because you can summon so many powerhouses. The Ting family's foundation isn't something you can imagine, is that so? Isn't he just an invincible king? Let him come out and see if I have a way to deal with him. Lin Xian did not care at all. Buzz, his eyes became incomparably cold, and the aura on his body suddenly burst out. He pointed his longsword forward. Cut the crap. Go to hell. When he slashed out with his sword, the vast sword light caused the entire sky to tremble. Stubborn, today, I'll suppress you. The Ting family's patriarch was also furious. Next, he waved his sleeve and slapped out. At once, a purple flying snake flew out. The snake's shadow kept growing in the sky like a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. Its enormous body filled the sky, crushed the space, and fiercely collided with the sword chi. Boom, an earth-shattering sound spread out in all directions. The Ting family's martial artists vomited large mouthfuls of blood and kept retreating. It was too terrifying. Just the aftermath of the energy was enough to make them unable to withstand it. Everyone retreated into the defense formation. A few elders shouted crazily, and they kept retreating. On the other side, Hu Dao and the others also retreated to the big black ship. In front of them, only the Ting family's patriarch and Lin Xian were left. Boom! Boom! Seeing that his clansmen had retreated, the Ting family's patriarch no longer had any scruples. The light on his body became more and more terrifying. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was like a god of swords. The two of them fought crazily like two gods that had descended into the mortal world. Boom! Lin Xian punched out, and the sky was filled with light. The terrifying fist turned into a black sun that pushed out in the sky. Burning sky scorching sun fist. This was the war tribe's divine ability. When it appeared in Lin Xian's hands, it was extremely terrifying. Humph, watch me swallow your son. The Ting family's patriarch stretched out his 10 fingers, which turned into 10 ferocious snakes that danced in the sky. Each snake was 3 kilometers long and crushed the void. At this moment, the 10 snakes moved together as if they were going to destroy the world. Each Ting snake was 1,000 feet long. Their huge bodies spun in the air and crushed the void. At this moment, the 10 Ting snakes moved together as if they were going to destroy the world. Roar! Roar, roar! The 10 purple Ting snakes waved in the sky, opened their bloody mouths and swallowed all the black suns in the sky. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if they were going to devour the world. The martial artists of the Ting family clapped and cheered. After Lin Xian saw this, he sneered. So what if they swallowed his fist technique? Watch me refine your Ting snakes. As he spoke, he stretched out a palm and grabbed. This palm was extremely terrifying. It kept growing bigger and bigger, covering the entire world. One couldn't see the end of it. Not only that, but the sun, moon, and stars revolved in his palm. It was very mysterious. Sun Moon Divine Palm, this was also a terrifying divine ability. At this moment, Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Soul again. Boom! Boom, boom! The Sun Moon Divine Palm fell mercilessly and enveloped the 10 Ting snakes in the sky. Whoosh, air waves rolled and light shone. The sun, moon, and stars revolved as if they could destroy everything. The 10 Ting snakes roared crazily and counterattacked crazily. However, their bodies started to rupture. Countless cracks appeared on their bodies. Then, they exploded with a boom. Between heaven and earth, countless spiritual chi appeared. The 10 Ting snakes had disappeared. What? They were destroyed. How was this possible? The martial artists of the Ting family couldn't believe it. However, in the next moment, they screamed. This was because they realized that after the palm destroyed the 10 Ting snakes, it once again grabbed towards their clan leader. Buzz, in an instant, the Sun Moon Divine Palm appeared in front of the Ting family's clan leader. The terrifying energy directly cracked the void. Ah! Damn it, get lost, the Ting family's clan leader roared crazily. Mysterious patterns appeared on his body and the power of his bloodline was also activated. At this moment, he was like a demon king, resisting the Sun Moon Divine Palm in the sky. Buzz! Buzz, buzz! The Sun Moon Divine Palm was boundless and mysterious. It completely grabbed the Ting family's clan leader and slowly closed its 5 fingers. Finally, it closed completely. Clan leader, when the Ting family warriors saw this scene, they roared crazily. The hearts of the Ting family's elders pounded wildly. They did not dare to imagine that their clan leader had been captured by the other party. The reason for that was because the power of the sun, moon, and stars was simply too frightening. Even a peerless expert would be injured. Boom! Just as they decided to take action and save the clan leader together, the situation in front of them changed again. The palm that was originally closed slowly opened at this moment, and a figure rushed out quickly. Damn brat! I'm going to kill you, I will definitely tear you to shreds. The person who rushed out was the Ting family's patriarch. His hair was disheveled at the moment, and his white robe was torn, revealing a blue armor. There was a black demonic tripod cauldron above his head, which gave rise to monstrous demonic flames. Not only that, but there was also a terrifying soaring serpent coiling around his body. Brat, I will never forgive you, the Ting clan patriarch's voice was cold as he clenched his fist. Suddenly, the shadow of the soaring serpent behind him flowed into his hand and transformed into a purple long spear. Brat, you will pay the price for your actions. The Ting family's patriarch waved the purple long spear in his hand, and the void in front of him was completely split apart. A terrifying power charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian wielded the Dragon Abyss ancient sword to resist it. The two of them fought again. On the 99th move, Lin Xian's ancient sword suddenly emitted a light, and two of the runes disappeared. As for that power, it instantly burst forth. Boom, the sword slashed down and collided with the purple long spear, causing cracks to appear on the purple long spear. Another 3 slashes were made, and the purple long spear was directly shattered. As for the Ting family's patriarch, he kept retreating. Damn it! How did this happen? The Ting family's patriarch's face was gloomy, and the others were all stunned. What's going on? How did the other party suppress their patriarch again? They could not believe it at all. Buzz, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in Lin Xian's left hand again, and he directly turned toward the black demonic tripod cauldron. The sword cut the black demonic tripod cauldron in half. Poof, the black demonic tripod cauldron was originally a defensive treasure, and it was very powerful. However, after it was cut in half, the Ting family's patriarch immediately suffered from the impact, and he vomited blood as he flew backward. Good chance. When Lin Xian saw this, his body flashed, and he charged toward the patriarch. Runes flickered in his left eye. The floating light phantom flew out and immediately pulled the patriarch's soul into an illusion. Then, he struck with both swords and slashed the patriarch's body. In an instant, the Ting family's patriarch's body caved in, and he was even cut in half at the waist. Blood spurted out, dyeing the sky red. The Ting family's martial artists went completely crazy. Their patriarch was cut in half by a sword. It was truly unbelievable. Ah! The Ting family's patriarch roared crazily in the sky, and soon, something shocking happened. Countless purple snake shadows suddenly appeared at the cut in half of his body, and they quickly intertwined. His severed body actually healed once again. Whoosh, in the next moment, the Ting family's patriarch's body appeared in the distance. He was panting heavily, and his face was abnormally pale. However, his eyes were extremely ferocious, and they shone with purple light. Damn it! The Ting family's patriarch was furious. If he did not have the Ting snake bloodline, he would have been killed by the sword. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned when he saw this. He's not dead, moreover, his body healed? What technique is this? It's so strange. Young fella, this is the Ting snake bloodline power, a kind of divine ability. As long as it's not a fatal injury, it can usually heal. Hei Tu explained through voice transmission. The Ting snake has such a divine ability. Lin Xian was surprised. This is equivalent to an immortal body. However, if it was a fatal blow, he would definitely be killed. Even if the patriarch could heal, it would probably be useless. Whoosh, in front of him, the Ting family's patriarch took out a few pills from his interspatial ring and quickly swallowed them. He also consumed a purple Ganoderma and a bottle of black liquid. Then, his exhausted physical strength and injuries were quickly healing. Healing? So what, this sword strike is enough to kill you? Seeing that the patriarch had recovered, Lin Xian did not go forward to stop him at all. He took a deep breath, and a piercing cold light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Then, the great dragon sword in his left hand and the ancient dragon abyss sword in his right hand merged together. Buzz, he held the sword with both hands and slashed. Snake swallows heaven and earth. On the other side, the Ting family's patriarch also launched his strongest attack. He twisted his body and turned into a giant purple snake in the sky. It was 50,000 meters tall, and then it swooped down. The snake opened its mouth and swallowed the entire world in an instant. The sky instantly darkened, and only endless sword lights flashed. Thank you for the tip. Everyone, including the Ting family's martial artists, exclaimed in shock. On the other side, Hu Yidao and the others frowned. Ting Jia's clan leader is so arrogant. How dare he swallow all of us? Isn't he afraid that he'll die from overeating? Sure enough, before they could make a move, the biting cold sword light in the sky collided with the giant python. Boom! Boom, boom. A sonorous sound resounded in all directions like a sudden clap of thunder. The darkness in the surroundings quickly faded away. The sky regained its clarity, and there was even a rain of blood falling from the sky. The Ting family's clan leader screamed in agony as his body split open. The giant flying serpent that he transformed into was slashed apart by the sword. Ah! The Ting family's clan leader screamed crazily. The two halves of his body rolled in the sky, forming countless snake shadows that circled around each other. It seemed like they were about to recombine. Humph! Lin Xian scoffed. How could he give the clan leader such a chance? Next, he activated the soul-burning secret technique in his right eye and burned the clan leader's soul. Ah! The Ting family's clan leader screamed in agony as his body rolled in the air. It was impossible for him to guard against this kind of soul attack. At the same time, Lin Xian's long sword emitted a dazzling light again. He slashed his sword at the clan leader's head. Boom! 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 Terrifying lights vibrated as the sword slashed off the clan leader's head. Moreover, the soul creation brought about by the soul-burning secret technique was also effective. The Ting family's clan leader's soul was completely burned. This time, even if he had an immortal body, he would not be able to survive. Sure enough, the Ting family's clan leader's body stiffened in the sky and fell to the ground. Clan leader, seeing this, the Ting family's martial artists were all stunned. The Ting family's elders were also stunned. What's going on? Their clan leader had the purest flying serpent bloodline and was known to have an immortal body. No matter how heavy his injuries were, he could still recover. However, their clan leader was motionless and did not react at all. Could it be that their clan leader was killed? Thinking of this, they gasped. How is this possible? Swoosh! Swoosh! In the sky, the elders moved quickly and arrived beside their clan leader in an instant. They quickly probed. Next, their scalps went numb. Patriarch, they roared out crazily, because they discovered that the clan chief's aura was already gone, his body ice cold. His life force was clearly extinguished. No. Damn it, I don't believe it, the patriarch had an immortal body. They roared crazily. In the distance, the Ting family's martial artists were dumbfounded. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. What immortal body? Under his great dragon sword spirit and heavenly secret god eyes, everything would be destroyed. Next, it's up to you old fellows. Kneel down obediently and I'll give you a quick death. Lin Xian's voice was cold, and the long sword in his hand flashed again. Ah, the elders roared madly. They had truly gone mad. They had gone too far. Fight it out with him. The remaining 7 or 8 elders roared at the sky and charged over. Boom! Boom! A great battle broke out. However, Lin Xian did not hold back. At this moment, the heavenly fate divine eyes, great dragon sword spirit, and ancient dragon abyss sword were fully utilized by him. His speed was as fast as a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 5 elders. The remaining 3 elders fled crazily. With another 2 slashes, the other 2 elders were split in half in the sky. In the end, only the second elder was left. He was also a peerless almighty. At this moment, his body was covered in blood, and his eyes were red like a demon. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful that he could kill so many elders in the blink of an eye. He could not believe it. He did not make a move. Instead, he roared crazily. Great Ancestor! Supreme Elder, he was really afraid. He knew that he was no match for the other party at all. However, the Ting family would not be so simple. They had their own foundation. Sure enough, as the voice sounded, a few powerful auras were covered. The auras were too terrifying. They were like prehistoric beasts that crushed the void. They were even more terrifying than the previous elders and the Ting family's patriarch. The living fossil elders had come out. Seeing this, the Ting family's martial artists exclaimed. They knew that the Ting family was fine. Each of these living fossil elders had lived for more than 3,000 years. It could be said that they were very terrifying. Normally, they would not come out. They would only make a move when the family was in danger. Now that they had come out, they could suppress everything. The 5 living fossil elders stood in the air. Their hair hung down to their heels, and their faces were full of vicissitudes of life. They leaned on crutches, and their bodies were trembling. Nevertheless, when they saw the scene in front of them and even the Ting family's patriarch who had been killed, they were all furious. They roared at the sky, and their bodies burst out with a biting cold aura. Their turbid eyes instantly became sharp and dazzling like divine lamps. "Who are you?" The 5 living fossils stared at Lin Xian and the martial artists behind Lin Xian. They frowned deeply. Buzz, all of a sudden, clouds and mist rolled in the sky. A huge human face appeared. The face was very demonic. It looked like a human, but it was covered in scales. In particular, its eyes were purple and flickered with a strange light. As soon as the face appeared, its aura was even more terrifying than the 5 living fossils combined. This was because it was the aura of an invincible king. "Greetings, great ancestor." At this moment, the tens of millions of martial artists of the Ting family respectfully bowed and congratulated him. Even the 5 living fossil elders in the sky bowed one after another. This was because the face was the projection of the Ting family's great ancestor. It was an invincible king. In the sky, as soon as the invincible king's face appeared, his purple eyes shot out 2 purple lightning bolts that struck Lin Xian. It contained the power and will of an invincible king. It was very terrifying. The surrounding people were shocked. Even Hui Dao and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and the saint's hand bone appeared above his head, emitting the aura of a saint. In an instant, the 2 purple lightning bolts were destroyed. In the next moment, his expression was incomparably cold. At the same time, Xing Tian, who was beside him, also shouted angrily and stood out. "Very well. How dare you attack my young master? Do you want to die?" His voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. It was the aura of a saint. In the sky, the demonic human face ignored Xing Tian. Instead, it stared at the saint's hand bone. In the next moment, its eyes shone brightly. It did not expect to encounter a saint's treasure. "Perhaps this is the opportunity for me to break through." Buzz, beside the human face, a terrifying hand appeared and grabbed downward as if it wanted to grab the saint's hand bone. "You're courting death." Seeing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. Whoosh, a black mirror appeared in the sky and floated above his head. Then, a black ray of light flew out. It blasted towards the terrifying palm in the sky. Boom, the palm was instantly pierced through. Then, it turned into spiritual qi and dissipated in the void. Seeing this scene, the Ting family's martial artists went crazy in disbelief. That was the palm of an invincible king. It was extremely terrifying. Even living fossils couldn't resist it. However, the other party destroyed it so easily. What exactly was that black mirror? In the sky, the demonic human face was also angry and shocked. "Damn it, how dare you destroy my attack? All of you must die." A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Not only was he stunned, but his demonic face was also filled with shock. This was because the second elder raised his hand and threw out a golden scroll. The aura of this scroll was too terrifying. Even the invincible king was terrified. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. He felt that the aura on the scroll was very similar to the aura of his saint's hand bone. Thinking about it, it should be something passed down by a saint. No wonder the invincible king was afraid. "Damn it, who exactly are you?" The demonic human face didn't attack. Instead, he gritted his teeth and asked. "Who are we? Don't you know now?" That elder shouted coldly. The golden scroll above his head shone even more brightly. It even formed mysterious runes that surrounded the surroundings. "What? It's actually you." When the demonic human face saw the shape of those runes, his pupils immediately constricted. His purple eyes were filled with shock. Obviously, he recognized what it was. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face when he saw the scene. Since they recognized him, things would be much easier. He didn't believe that the other party would dare to fight against Immortal Palace. So what if they were from an invincible king family? Immortal Palace had 6 protector elders, and all 6 of them were invincible kings. This was only the strength on the surface. Immortal Palace's foundation was probably terrifying. Sure enough, the demonic human face was no longer arrogant. Instead, it asked in a deep voice, "What do you want?" "You'll have to ask our palace master." Immortal Palace's elder said coldly. "What? Palace master?" The demonic face looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. However, in the next moment, he still asked, "May I ask, Hall Master, what are your plans?" "I've said before that I'll let the Ting family live if I kill your patriarch and the 10 great elders." Now that the Ting family's patriarch was dead, only one of the 10 great elders was left. Tell him to obediently roll over and accept his death. What? Did he really have to kill all 10 elders? The Ting family's martial artists were shocked. The demonic face in the sky was also silent. "Damn brat, you've gone too far." Second elder Zhang roared crazily. The 5 living fossil elders didn't expect the other party to still want to kill them. Their faces turned gloomy and their eyes emitted a biting killing intent. This was because they still didn't know what kind of power the other party was from. However, they did not dare to act rashly. They could tell that their patriarch was very wary of the other party. Otherwise, with their old ancestor's character, he would have killed everyone with a single slap. However, their old ancestor didn't do that. This meant that the other party's identity was definitely not simple. In the sky, the demonic face was silent for a moment, then it asked, "Is what you said true? Are you willing to let the Ting family go?" "Of course, as long as you issue an apology to the Ting family and spread it throughout the Ninely dynasty, I can let the Ting family go." "Okay, it's settled then." The demonic face nodded and said, "Do it then." "What?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They simply could not believe their ears. What did our great ancestor say? Do it? Are we really going to let the other party kill our only remaining second elder? God, what exactly is going on? At this moment, the Ting family's martial artists were all dizzy. The 5 living fossil elders were also dumbfounded. Why? Our great ancestor doesn't care? How's this possible? Who exactly is the other party? How can he make our great ancestor afraid? They dared not imagine. Second elder's vision turned black, and he almost fainted. He looked at the figure in front of him, and his body trembled. Next, he turned around and fled. Humph. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered in disdain, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, the demonic face in the sky once again sent down 2 purple lightning bolts, directly killing Second Elder. What? Second Elder was killed. Seeing this, all the Ting family's martial artists did not dare to say anything. The 5 living fossil elders' mouths twitched. In the sky, the demonic face said, "Don't worry, I will announce to the entire Ninely dynasty that I apologize to you." That would be best. Lin Xian said coldly, then he put away the ancient sword, turned around, and waved his hand. "Let's go." Behind him, the Immortal Palace's martial artists boarded the Black Demon ship one after another. Then, the Black Demon ship swayed, turned into a black light, and disappeared into the sky. Below, the Ting family's martial artists were dumbfounded. Today's scene would probably become a nightmare for them for the rest of their lives. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others left the Ting family and set off for the Great Xia dynasty again. Lin Xian returned to his room and went into seclusion to comprehend the 5 elements sword. Although he had only used one sword in the previous battle, the power of the metal sword was beyond his expectations. It seemed that if the 5 elements sword was mastered, it would definitely be terrifying. At this moment, the Great Xia dynasty could be said to be in turmoil. All the sacred grounds, peerless sects, and powerhouse families in the 5 continents had rushed over. This was because the ancient tomb of a saint had appeared here. Moreover, there was the legend of the nest of 10,000 dragons in Zhongzhou. Every piece of news moved them. Therefore, countless powerhouses would come to the Great Xia dynasty. The martial artists of the Great Xia dynasty were extremely nervous. Especially the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty, they had mobilized all their forces. However, they were not too worried. This was because they believed that even if those people came to look for treasures, they would not dare to touch the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty. They had this foundation. After all, the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty had produced a great emperor. Moreover, there were extreme weapons in the palace. With the suppression of extreme weapons, they believed that no one would dare to cause trouble in the imperial capital. They also sent powerhouses to the ancient tomb of the saint. Moreover, they were the closest, so they had already sent people when the ancient tomb was first discovered. Not only the royal family, but all the major families in the Great Xia dynasty had also sent people. However, the ancient tomb of the saint was extraordinary. Even though they had been deciphering it for 1 or 2 months, they had not been able to crack it at all. In fact, they had even triggered a trap, causing many powerhouses to fall. In the past few days, with the arrival of experts from all over the world, some of the restrictions outside the ancient tomb had been removed. Therefore, the ruins outside the ancient tomb had also appeared in front of everyone. Although they were dilapidated, there might be 1 or 2 treasures after so many years. Therefore, those experts were searching the surrounding ruins. At this moment, in one of the ruins, there were 2 groups of warriors confronting each other. Their auras were very heavy, and there were even countless cracks in the space between them, as if it would collapse at any time. Get lost, this is the territory of the Great Xia dynasty. The rest of you, leave, a middle-aged man shouted coldly, his body full of murderous intent. The people behind him also looked solemn. They were emitting a terrifying aura, and the weapons in their hands were shining with a cold light. It was as if they would start a fight if there was a disagreement. On the opposite side, there was also a group of people with powerful auras, and most of them were women. The leader was even more beautiful. Her appearance was like a fairy, and her purple dress was shining brightly. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens, descending to the mortal world. The woman in purple said lightly, "This is an ancient ruin, and it doesn't belong to anyone. You want to take over this place just because you're from the Great Xia dynasty? Aren't you a little too overbearing, humph? So what if you're overbearing?" At this moment, in the opposite group of people, a young man snorted coldly. Then, he held a long sword and stabbed it over. The sword flashed and turned into a long rainbow in the sky, quickly stabbing towards the woman in purple. Buzz, seeing this scene, the woman in purple didn't panic at all. The people behind her were also expressionless. When the long sword was close to her, the woman in purple slowly stretched out her jade-like hand and slapped it forward. With one slap, the wind and clouds changed. The long sword was shattered, and the young man vomited blood and flew out, landing in the distance. Those martial artists on the other side had faces full of terror. This woman was so powerful. The young man who attacked just now was also a genius of their family, but he couldn't even take one slap from her. "Who is she? Damn it, who are you?" a middle-aged man asked. "Jade Lake, Morong Qingqing." The woman in purple answered coldly. "What, she's from the Jade Lake sacred ground?" Hearing this, the faces of the people on the opposite side became extremely ugly. The Jade Lake sacred ground was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the royal clan of Grand Xia. However, it was nothing compared to the Jade Lake sacred ground. Therefore, in the next moment, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth. "Humph, let's go." Soon, these people left. A smile appeared on Morong Qingqing's face as she waved her hand and said. He searched the entire ancient ruins, not missing a single detail. "Yes, Saintess." The martial artists behind him moved quickly. Things like this often happened in the surrounding ruins. Not only the Jade Lake sacred ground, but all the great sage lands in the eastern wilderness had also come, and their leaders were all saints and saintesses. Of course, the princes of Xianxia state also came. The experts from the clans of the Western Desert, Northern Plains, and Southern Ridge had also arrived. In a short period of time, it could be said that heroes and geniuses rose together. There were more battles in the past few days than in the past 10 years. There were often people who directly attacked without saying a word. Or, if they were not convinced of each other's strength, they would also start fighting. Boom, 2 figures soared into the sky, exploding a part of the world. In the distance, everyone exclaimed. That was the 5th prince of the Ninely dynasty, right? Who was fighting with him? Looking at the lightning aura, it seemed to be the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground Saint. Haha, I've long heard that there are many outstanding people in Xianxia state. Today, I'll experience it for myself. A young man with a red giant sword on his back stood in the void and laughed loudly. Terrifying sword chi bloomed from his body, piercing through all. Directions. Who are you? Someone in the crowd shouted coldly. Seiko Dian, Xiang Wentian. What, it's actually him. No wonder his aura was so powerful. Many of the older generation looked at the sky in shock. Humph, I'll fight you. In the distance, a green stream of light spun quickly and instantly arrived nearby. Then, the green light that filled the sky disappeared, and a handsome young man appeared above everyone. Who are you? Xiang Wentian asked coldly. He was tall and looked like a demon king, looking down on everyone. Great Xia Dynasty, Marquis Qingyi. The person's voice was equally cold. What? It's actually Great Xia's Marquis Qingyi. The surrounding experts were shocked. They had heard that a very impressive young genius had appeared in Great Xia Dynasty. At such a young age, he had been conferred the title of Marquis. One had to know that was a status second only to the Marquis. Those marquises, which one of them hadn't lived for 1 to 2,000 years and were experts who shocked the ancient and modern times, there were very few people who were conferred the title of Marquis at such a young age like Marquis Qingyi. This was definitely a peerless genius. Good, you're worthy of my attack, Xiang Wentian laughed loudly, and his sword chi surged into the sky. Most of them slashed towards Marquis Qingyi. Marquis Qingyi snorted coldly, and his body bloomed with green light like a demon king. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. There were many young battles like this. At this moment, the saints of the great sage land, those princes, and the geniuses of the aristocratic families were all unconvinced after meeting. Therefore, there were many exchanges. Ha 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 ha, old man, where are you going? Suddenly, a voice came from the sky like thunder, shaking everyone below and making them unable to stand steadily. These people raised their heads and looked at the sky in horror. Heavens, who is this? Just the voice alone was so terrifying, needless to say, it must be a peerless expert. In the next moment, they saw an old man in front of them fleeing frantically. That old man's hair was disheveled, and his body was broken. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his body was burning with light as he fled quickly like a stream of light. What? It was a peerless mighty figure. A peerless mighty figure was actually fleeing. Who was it? Was he chasing after a peerless mighty figure? The surrounding experts were stunned. They didn't dare to believe it at all. From the current situation, although the major forces from all over the world had come, most of them were mighty figures, and the powerful ones were peerless powerhouses. The invincible king hadn't appeared yet. In other words, the strongest person now was a peerless mighty figure. But now, a peerless mighty figure was actually being hunted down. This made them unable to believe it. Humph, old man, you can't escape. In the sky, a sneer came again. Immediately after, 2 auras rolled over from afar. One of them was shining brightly like a Buddha. The other half of the sky was as black as ink, as if a demon king had come out. 2 completely opposite auras coexisted in the sky and rolled forward. Who was this person? What a terrifying aura! Sensing the phenomenon in the sky, everyone's scalps went numb. In the next moment, they were even more terrified because they saw a figure standing in the golden light and demonic sword. This person's body was very tall, at least 3 meters tall. What was even more strange was that he had 4 hands and 2 heads. It was as if 2 people were sharing the same body. That was the twin kings of Xianxia. They did not expect that they would come as well. Many people were terrified, and their scalps went numb. When the others heard that name, they were also extremely shocked. What? They were the twin kings of Xianxia? Legend had it that they were incomparably terrifying and were very strange coexisting entities. The elder brother, the virtuous one, had the aura of light. The younger brother, the evil one, had the aura of darkness. The 2 of them shared the same body, but they could cultivate separately. It could be said that it was very strange. There was probably no other person like them in the entire world. At this moment, not only the elders, but the saints and saintesses of the great sage land also raised their heads and looked at the sky. Their eyes flickered. Because they could feel that the aura of the twin kings of Xianxia was very terrifying. They were not weaker than them. Moreover, the other party was equivalent to 2 people. If they really fought, it would be 1 against 2. Probably not many people could really contend against them. "Old man, stay here for me." Above, the evil one sneered. Boundless demonic chi rolled and turned into 4 demonic pillars that rushed over. In an instant, the peerless powerhouse in the distance was trapped. He was trapped, all the martial artists below exclaimed, but the expression of the peerless powerhouse in the sky changed drastically. His palms moved, wanting to shatter the 4 demonic pillars. The red palm slapped out, instantly shattering the void in front of him. Endless red light swept through the 9 heavens like a wave. Boom, boom. Boom, intense collisions sounded in the sky. 2 of the 4 demonic pillars were shattered, and the old man was able to escape. However, at this time, the twin kings of Xianxia had already arrived near the old man. "Old man, you still want to run? Stay here for me," the evil one slapped out, and a large black palm descended from the sky. The peerless old man resisted, and the 2 of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. However, at this time, the virtuous one also made his move. "The sea of bitterness is boundless, repent and be saved. I really don't want to make a move, but you're better than me." Although he said that he was unwilling to make a move, the virtuous one's attack was not weak at all. There was a golden dharma wheel in his hand. With a wave of his hand, golden lights filled the sky. They were like sharp swords that pierced through the void. The evil child and the good child, both of them were equivalent to supreme almighties. At this moment, the 2 of them were attacking together and it was 2 against 1. Perhaps even peerless almighties would not be able to resist it. Sure enough, when the old man saw this scene, his face turned pale with fright. The next moment, he roared and waved his hand. Something appeared in his sleeve. That thing flickered with 5-colored radiance and floated in front of him as soon as it appeared. The 5-colored radiance blocked the virtuous child's golden dharma wheel. What was that? How terrifying, the martial artists below also exclaimed when they saw the 5-colored light. He didn't expect the old man to have such a precious treasure. The virtuous and evil children smiled when they saw this. "Old man, we found this in the ruins. I didn't expect that you would dare to snatch it. Now, kneel down obediently and hand over the treasure. I can give you a quick death, you'd better listen to him. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state." The virtuous son also said indifferently. "Hack, this was clearly found by me. You were jealous and wanted to snatch it away, you 2 monsters, kill me if you have the ability. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to get this ancient treasure in your lifetime." "Monsters, you called us monsters." The virtuous child's face was gloomy, while the evil child roared angrily. Half of the sky was filled with demonic aura. The 2 of them hated it when others called them monsters the most. Because it was unbearable for them. "Old man, you've angered me. Today, I will definitely kill you." The evil child roared angrily. Boundless demonic aura rolled in his hand, forming a death scythe. Black aura surrounded the scythe, emitting fluctuations that made one's heart tremble. On the virtuous child's side, there was also a golden dharma wheel in his hand. As it spun, heaven and earth shattered. "Die for me, you old bastard," the evil child roared angrily and quickly slashed out with the death scythe in his hand. A huge black blade light shone in the sky, forming a crack that was almost 10,000 meters long. Boom, the old man was instantly sent flying. The void behind him was completely shattered, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, the 5-colored radiance in front of him blocked this attack. He was only affected by the impact. However, just as he stopped, his expression changed again. That was because, at some point in time, a golden halo had appeared above his head. It was spinning nonstop like a sun. At that moment, it pressed down mercilessly. The heavenly Dharma wheel, it bloomed with tens of thousands of rays of light, and it even carried a trace of divine power. It directly descended like a golden mountain, shattering the void. Boom, in the vast expanse, the peerless old man used the 5-colored divine light above his head to defend himself. At the same time, countless shields and battle armors rushed out of his body. However, he was still sent flying, and the injuries in his body were even more serious. One had to admit that the virtuous child and the evil child were too terrifying. Each of them could contend against a peerless mighty figure individually. At that moment, the 2 of them attacked together, causing the old man to feel an unprecedented crisis. When the surrounding powerhouses from all over the world saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. Their scalps went numb. That was because they realized that the twin kings of Xianxia were too terrifying. They were simply invincible existences, perhaps only an extremely terrifying peerless mighty figure could suppress them. Ordinary peerless mighty figures would not be a match for them at all. At that moment, the saints and princes also had solemn expressions on their faces. They realized that they were definitely a peerless enemy. Below, everyone watched as the battle between the two sides continued. And it was getting more and more terrifying. The entire sky was completely shattered, and violent energy surged for 100,000 kilometers. However, the people who came this time were all powerhouses, so the aftermath of the energy was blocked by the light curtain that everyone had formed together. Therefore, those people did not retreat and continued to watch from a close distance. After 300 moves, the old man screamed in pain, and one of his arms was cut off by the death scythe. After 400 moves, he was hit by the heavenly treasure Dharma wheel, and half of the bones in his body were shattered. Finally, after 600 moves, the five-colored ancient treasure was snatched away by the twin kings of Xianxia. After 650 moves, the old man was killed. What? A peerless mighty figure was killed, many young martial artists exclaimed in surprise. Even the older generation figures felt their scalps go numb. They realized that the twin kings of Xianxia were too terrifying. Moreover, they seemed to be mentally unstable. In the future, they must not mention the word monster in front of them. Boom, the old man's corpse fell from the sky and pierced through the ground. The surrounding people retreated one after another, afraid that they would be stained by the blood. After all, that was the blood of a peerless mighty figure. A drop of it could kill an ordinary king. In the sky, Xianxia's twin kings held the five-colored light and laughed heartily. Only then did everyone see clearly that the colorless light was a fragment. It seemed to be left behind by a broken shield. Just a fragment was enough to block Xianxia's twin kings' attack. One could only imagine how terrifying an intact shield would be. Needless to say, this should be the ancient castle found in the nearby ruins. Hurry up and look for it again, the surrounding people were excited. If they could find such an ancient treasure, they would be rich. Therefore, many people were looking for it. In the sky, Xianxia's twin kings also snorted coldly. Their bodies flashed, and they disappeared into one of the ancient ruins. Seeing Xianxia's twin kings leave, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had no choice. Their auras were too powerful, like the combination of a demon and a Buddha. However, in less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the sky changed again. A terrifying aura came from afar. It was like a wave, crashing in all directions. The sound was very loud, as if 10,000 thunderbolts were surging. All the cultivators around the fish raised their heads and looked into the distance. Then, they cried out in alarm. That was because there was a sky full of light swaying in front of them. It was like a divine red light, flying over quickly. A large amount of clouds and mist rolled, and roars could be heard. A terrifying aura spread across the world. Those were demonic beasts, an old man cried out in alarm. The others felt their scalps go numb. Could it be that the demonic beasts had arrived? At this moment, everyone narrowed their eyes. Soon, someone snorted coldly. It's not the demonic beasts. Look, there are people sitting on those demonic beasts. They're humans. Heavens, which faction are they from? Why are they riding on such terrifying demonic beasts? Those people were stunned. In the sky, those demonic beasts rushed over quickly. They stepped on the void, and their bodies were covered in auspicious clouds. They were extremely terrifying. When they got closer, everyone realized that these demonic beasts were extremely huge. Each of them was like a mountain, and their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. Not only that, they were all wearing armor. Obviously, they were demonic beasts that had been tamed by humans. At the front was a gale beast. It was a demonic bird. It was extremely huge, and its entire body was green. A terrifying gale surrounded its body. It spread its wings and green light surrounded it. A young man in green armor sat on top of it. His aura was extremely sharp. Not only that, but there was also a large flag behind him that was fluttering in the wind. The flag was 1,000 meters long, and runes revolved around it. It was obvious that it was a terrifying treasure. "What is this?" Everyone's gaze followed the large flag. Soon, they saw two words written on the flag that was fluttering in the wind. Light-shaking realm. This was the wavering light holy land. Everyone's scalp went numb. They were all too familiar with the people from the Eastern Barren Territory. The faces of the people from the other continents also changed. They had all heard about the wavering light holy land. This was an extremely terrifying sacred ground. It was the only sacred ground that had never produced a great emperor but possessed an extreme weapon. Boom! Boom! After arriving in the vicinity, the hundreds of Yao kings in the sky quickly descended. The people below automatically dispersed, creating a large vacuum. Although there were only a few hundred demon kings, there were quite a number of people who came. This was because some demon kings could have hundreds of people standing on them. For example, there was a flying python that was nearly 10,000 meters long. It circled in the sky like a winged dragon. Among them, the most eye-catching one was a demon king that looked like a qilin. There was a young man sitting on it. He was surrounded by 108 halos like a god. He was very dazzling. "The wavering light saint," everyone exclaimed. That's right. The young man who looked like a god was a very famous peerless genius in the eastern wilderness, the wavering light saint. Beside the qilin, there was a green phoenix that was surrounded by multicolored light. There was also a woman sitting on it. She was extremely beautiful. She was the wavering light saint. As soon as the wavering light saint appeared, she attracted the attention of countless young geniuses. It couldn't be helped because the wavering light saint was too beautiful. They couldn't take their eyes off her. Boom! However, at this moment, the sound of thunder came from the distant sky again. Everyone's gaze shifted away from the wavering light saint and looked into the distance. "Is that a dragon?" many people exclaimed. Because in the distance, 9 huge black figures had appeared. Each of them was a few thousand meters long and shone with spiritual light. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were surrounded by auspicious clouds. This scene was like a giant dragon. No. Soon, an elder shook his head. It wasn't a dragon, but it was close. It was a flood dragon. 9 dragons pulling a chariot. Heavens, which family are these people from? Isn't it too terrifying? They're using flood dragons to pull their chariots. How extravagant, many people exclaimed. At this moment, the saints of the great sage land also turned their heads. The people of the wavering light sacred land who had just landed also looked into the sky. Behind the 9 serpents were mighty war chariots that were pulling them toward them. On the chariots, runes flashed and formed a mysterious ancient word. Yi. It's the Yi family of the ancients. They're here too, everyone exclaimed. The Yi family was a family that had produced a great emperor. It was an extremely terrifying family of the ancients. For a moment, everyone's heart sank. Roar, roar. Roar, the 9 flood dragons came close and stopped in mid-air. They roared into the sky, and their terrifying voices shook the 9 heavens, causing the blood of the people below to churn. What terrifying flood dragons, everyone's heart trembled. However, the terrifying monster kings of the wavering light sacred land who had just landed also roared as if they were demonstrating their power. Boom. Boom, it was as if thousands of beasts were roaring in the sky. Terrifying cracks even appeared. Wavering light, you're here early. At this moment, a majestic voice came from one of the chariots in the sky. The Yi family is not late either. Below, there was also a response from the savage beasts. Peerless figures. Although there were only 2 voices, it was more terrifying than the roar of the beasts. Everyone's heart trembled. Needless to say, those were 2 extremely terrifying figures. They did not expect that both the wavering light sacred land and the Yi family would send such terrifying figures. It seemed that they were determined to win this time's saint's tomb. However, it was not over yet. After the Yi family, countless rays of light flew over. One by one, the terrifying sacred lands, great sects, and aristocratic families arrived. The sky was filled with rays of light. Countless beasts roared, and divine lightning fell from the sky. The chariots were filled with a barbaric aura. It was really a grand occasion. However, those terrifying scenes lasted for a while before those people from the major forces began to descend. They explored the surrounding ancient ruins. Therefore, the sky gradually returned to its original tranquility. However, everyone's heart could not calm down. Almost all of them had arrived. A few young people heaved a sigh of relief. Although the battle had not yet begun, just this scene alone made their blood boil. This was only the saint's tomb. If the nest of 10,000 dragons appeared, the scene would probably be 100 times more spectacular. Is the nest of 10,000 dragons really there? Yes, it's rumored to be the land of dragons. Do dragons really exist? Many people exclaimed. It was as if another fluctuation appeared in the sky. Everyone raised their heads again. Someone else is coming. Indeed, someone else was coming. A large black ship was flying quickly in the sky. Endless dark light surrounded it, and demonic clouds rolled as if it had come from the underworld. Which faction are they from? Everyone frowned. The other party only had a large black ship. It could be said that it was much smaller than the remote antiquity families and the sacred ground. However, the aura emitted by this large black ship was incomparably terrifying. Therefore, for a moment, everyone was confused. The large black ship flew in the sky, and thousands of rays of light shone down. Its appearance attracted the attention of many people. For a moment, many people pointed and discussed. This ship was the black demon ship that Xianxia and the others were on. At this moment, the black demon ship gradually slowed down. The figures on it swayed and looked down, exclaiming one after another. There were so many people down there. How terrifying. That's a chariot pulled by 9 dragons. Heavens, that's the Yi family. Voices sounded one after another. Xianxia also stood up and came to Xianxia's door. He said respectfully, "Young master, we're here." Got it. Xianxia's voice came from the room. In the next moment, the door opened, and Xianxia walked out. This is the aura of the 5 elements power. Xianxia was surprised when he sensed the remaining aura on Xianxia's body. It seems that the young master has mastered the 5 elements sword. To be honest, he was too shocked. Although he knew that the young master was talented, this was too fast. After all, the 5 elements sword was a heaven-grade technique. It would probably take decades to master it. However, Xianxia actually mastered it in a month or 2. It was really shocking. After Xianxia came out, the dark red dragon beside him also came out. It laughed like an old monster. Haha, I've finally developed a few new formations, kid, I'll show you their power later. Damn, it's a flood dragon. Before Xianxia could reply, the dark red dragon exclaimed. Not only him, but many people on the black demon ship also looked over. After all, the sight of 9 dragons pulling a carriage was too spectacular. 9 huge Jiao dragons circled in the air. Their scales shone with a cold light as if they were made of divine iron. Which clan was this? Xianxia asked. Xianxia said. It was the Yi family. The runes on the chariot were exclusive to the Yi family. The Yi family, a family of the remote antiquity. Xianxia narrowed his eyes when he heard that. Previously, he had interacted with the Yi clan. He even had a friendly relationship with a genius from the Yi clan. Yangqi wondered if Leaf Dao Denier had come this time. In addition to Yi Wudao, there was also Gu Santong from the Gu clan. He was the one who had helped the All Beginnings Holy Maiden become the All Beginnings Holy Lands Holy Maiden. Other than that, there were also a few enemies. For example, the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun and the people from the other branches of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Tuoba family. Wait. Thinking of this, the corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a smile. I wonder if those old friends of mine are here. In the next moment, he asked, who else is here? Young master, there are quite a lot of people here this time. In addition to the Yi family, Alcade, Jade Lake, and other sacred grounds have also come. Not only that, but those peerless sects have also come. It could be said that all the heroes had gathered. Are the people from the Gu clan here? They are here. By the way, are the people from the Purple Dawn Holy Land here? Xianxia asked. He remembered Xianxia. She had entered the Purple Dawn Holy Land. It had been a long time since he had seen that little girl. I haven't seen her yet, but I think she will come, Xing Tian said. Lin Xian nodded, his eyes flickering. It seemed that the saint's tomb had really caused a big commotion this time. However, he knew that a large part of it was caused by the nest of 10,000 dragons. After all, the saint's tomb alone was not enough to alarm the entire world. He swept his gaze below, and the light in his eyes became sharper and sharper. It seemed that this trip to the ancient tomb would not be too simple. That was because there were too many powerhouses below. In fact, some of them were not weaker than the Immortal Palace. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The black demon ship floated in the void and did not descend. The people below were extremely puzzled. What's going on? What is this person doing? Indeed, they were very puzzled. That was because until now, they had not recognized the other party's identity. The other party did not send anyone out, nor did they descend. Instead, they floated in the sky. At this moment, a tall man rushed up and asked coldly, "May I know which sect you are from?" "Immortal Palace." Lin Xian looked down and said indifferently, "What? Immortal Palace?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Immortal Palace, what kind of organization is that? I've never heard of it. Immortal, it seems that their background is not simple. They discussed animatedly. It couldn't be helped. The Immortal Palace had been very low-key before. Although they were powerful, not many people knew about them. Therefore, at this moment, when the name came out, many people were puzzled. Originally, they thought that it would be some peerless sect or sacred ground. Unexpectedly, the other party was not one. Instead, it was an organization that they had never heard of. What Immortal Palace? At this moment, someone sneered. Even the clan of the ancients did not dare to use the name Immortal. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself Immortal Palace? That's right. I don't even know if there are immortals in this world. Isn't it too arrogant to use the name Immortal Palace? For a moment, many people sneered. Those who came here were all the top forces in the world. Naturally, they were not convinced. Why did the other party dare to use the name Immortal Palace when even the clan of the ancients did not dare to do so? Buzz. Hearing these words, the people of Immortal Palace on the black demon ship frowned. Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, Ghostly, who was behind him, suddenly disappeared. Several screams came from the crowd below. Ah, ah. Ah, pft. Several heads flew up, and blood spurted out. This scene caused panic on the ground below. Humph. At this moment, Ghostly's voice also sounded. Those who dared to provoke the Immortal Palace would be killed without mercy. What? There's an assassin. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were shocked. The others shouted angrily. Damn it, do you want to start a war with us? This scene attracted the attention of everyone in the surroundings. In an instant, the great sage land, the peerless sects, and the aristocratic families all looked over. Among them, some of the saints and saintesses frowned when they saw this scene. What is the background of the Immortal Palace? How dare they attack? Moreover, the other party's strength was not bad. He had killed several geniuses in an instant. This should be an incomparably terrifying assassin. However, the clans that had been killed were enraged. What kind of joke is this? How dare the other party attack us? He's courting death. If they did not fight back and kill the other party, how were they going to survive in the future? One had to know that the people here were all top forces, therefore, they could not swallow their pride, and they could not afford to lose face like this. Boom, the martial artists from these families shouted coldly, and a powerful aura swept out, causing everyone to retreat in fear. The terrifying airwave turned into a sharp sword, slashing in all directions. Ghostly sneered and quickly retreated. In an instant, he retreated to the black demon ship and looked down coldly. Damn it, go to hell. Immortal Palace? How dare you kill our people? You're dead meat. Among them, a young man roared. He formed a seal with both hands and spat out balls of flame from his mouth. The terrifying flames soared into the sky as if they could burn everything. the entire void was completely melted. The surrounding people also kept retreating, their faces full of fear. What a terrifying flame, humph. However, Ghostly sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, his pale hand reached out and grabbed in front of him. In an instant, the divine flames in the sky were extinguished. Not only that, the void split open, and a black claw crossed the space and appeared in front of the young man. In the next moment, it hit the young man. Bang! The young man vomited blood and flew backward, smashing into a mountain in the distance and shattering 2 peaks. What? How could this be? When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were shocked. The people from the other 2 forces had ugly expressions. Damn it, who are you? Do you know that we're from 5 Elements Palace? Below, the martial artists roared. 5 Elements Palace was a large sect in the eastern wilderness. They cultivated the 5 Elements technique and were a very terrifying sect. They did not expect that someone would dare to challenge them, and they did not know who the other party was. This made them extremely angry. The people on the other side also sneered. We're from the 9 Heavens Holy Ground. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize, otherwise, when the experts from our holy ground and the saint arrive, you're dead meat. 9 Heavens Holy Ground? They're from the holy ground. The surrounding people were in an uproar. They did not expect that the people who were killed would have such a powerful background. In fact, it made sense. Those who could stand here were all from holy grounds and large sections. Ordinary families would not dare to get close. I don't care about your 9 Heavens Holy Ground or 5 Elements Palace. Since you dare to provoke my immortal palace, there is only one outcome. At this moment, another cold snort came from the black ship. In the next moment, Hui Dao also flew down. He stood in the void and looked around. Those who refused to submit could come up and die, damn it. They had gone too far. The cultivators from 5 Elements Palace and 9 Heavens Holy Ground were enraged. When had they ever suffered such contempt? In the next moment, the people from the 2 forces quickly attacked. A middle-aged man from the 5 Stars Palace waved his hand and shot out black water that filled the sky. The water surged in the sky and turned into a black flood dragon that pounced over. On the other side, the people from the 9 Heavens Holy Ground snorted coldly and displayed a terrifying skill. An immortal palace condensed in the sky, descending from the sky, wanting to suppress Hui Dao and Ghostly humph. Hui Dao snorted coldly as he pulled out the full moon scimitar from his waist and slashed out. One blade slashed toward the sky, while the other slashed forward. The 2 saber lights seemed to have come from the sky, bringing with them an astonishing aura. Boom! As the saber fell, the black flood dragon in the sky was split into 2 halves. It wailed and scattered in all directions. With another slash, the 9 Heavens Immortal Palace above was split into pieces. Boom, boom. Boom! As for the 2 people who had attacked, they were retreating non-stop. Their faces were pale. They looked at this scene and were shocked. Damn it, impossible. How could the other party be so powerful? They were going crazy. Who was the other party? How could they have so many experts? When the other experts saw this scene, they frowned one after another. This immortal palace was not simple at all. On the Black Demon ship, Lin Xian and the others looked at this scene and smiled. Very good, such an appearance was very suitable for Immortal Palace. It was a good opportunity to intimidate these people. Anyway, Immortal Palace had changed their strategy and did not plan to continue hiding. Whoosh! At this moment, a white light flashed on Lin Xian's shoulder and the little white monkey jumped out. It looked forward with its big black eyes and blinked excitedly. Wooji wooji. The little white monkey pulled Lin Xian's head and pointed forward anxiously. When Lin Xian saw this, he asked softly, "Why? Is there a treasure in front?" The little white monkey nodded and seemed to be urging Lin Xian. Lin Xian said with a smile, "You little guy, don't you have a treasure bowl? Go get it yourself." Little White puffed up its cheeks and sat on Lin Xian's shoulder. It took off the little broken bowl on its head and mumbled. It looked like a little charlatan. Gradually, its body emitted a white light. Qianfeng's small bowl also emitted a mysterious energy. In the next moment, a light flashed and a treasure appeared in the little bowl. It was a jade pendant, but only half of it. The qilin engraved on it was also only half of it. However, there was a savage aura on it. It should be an ancient treasure. Seeing that it was really caught, Lin Xian was surprised. The surrounding people also exclaimed. The little white monkey was very happy and kept clapping its hands. What kind of method was this? Telekinesis, universe shift. The surrounding Immortal Palace martial artists were also stunned. They had seen the little white monkey before and thought that it was only used for cuteness. They didn't expect it to have such a method. It was simply a sharp weapon for snatching treasures. Lin Xian was also surprised because he realized that this treasure was not simple. It seemed that little white's strength had increased recently. However, it made sense. After eating so many treasures every day, it would be strange if it didn't grow. Ah, damn it. Who did this to him? Who dares to snatch my treasure? I'll definitely kill him. I don't want to do it. Obediently give me the treasure and kowtow 10 times, and I'll spare your life. 2 voices sounded. One was as crazy as a demon king, and the other was as deep as a god. The 2 voices exploded in the air, shattering the sky. What's going on? What happened? All the surrounding experts were stunned. That was because the voices were too terrifying. In the next moment, they looked around. Soon, they saw countless rays of light rushing out from the distance. Half of the sky turned into black demonic clouds, while the other half was golden as if a Buddha had descended. Those were the twin kings of Middle Ground. Heavens, who dared to oppose the twin kings of Middle Ground? Were they not afraid of death? Was it those saints and saintesses? Cries of surprise sounded one after another. It seemed that someone had snatched the twin kings' treasures. Those people were too shocked. This was because not long ago, the Central Continent's twin kings had killed a peerless almighty in front of everyone. That method was shocking. Golden waves and billowing demonic aura covered the entire sky. This scene attracted everyone's attention. Damn it, who was it that stole my treasure? Was it you? The twin kings were domineering, and they stared at a martial artist. This was also an old man, and he quickly shook his head. However, he was sent flying by the demonic aura in the sky. Was it you? They warned another young man. This young man snorted coldly and ignored them. You're courting death. You're not answering. You're suspicious. The twin kings were furious. The evil one waved his hand, and a black demonic aura appeared and shot forward. The demonic aura was fast and accurate, and it arrived in front of the young man in an instant. Whoosh, the crowd exclaimed. The twin kings of Middle Ground were too domineering, and they attacked without saying anything. Whoosh, the young man's body swayed, and he instantly dodged the terrifying attack. The next moment, he looked forward, and his aura suddenly erupted. A terrifying aura rushed out, and its power was no weaker than the twin kings of Middle Ground. Who are you? The twin kings frowned when they felt the other party's aura. Supreme Mystery Sect, Taishan Saint. A cold voice sounded. The crowd exclaimed. They did not expect the twin kings of Middle Ground to meet a young saint. Most likely, there would be a world-shaking battle. The crowd was excited. The twin kings of Middle Ground snorted coldly. So what if he was the Taishan Saint? Hurry up and tell me, did you steal my treasure? Humph, do you think I care about your treasure? The Taishan Saint snorted coldly. I'll know if you stole it or not when I see it. The evil one stretched out a black demonic claw and tried to grab him. Seeing this, the Taishan Saint was furious. How dare the other party attack him? The next moment, he waved his hand, and a shocking light lit up the sky. It was like a shocking divine light that rushed up. In an instant, the black demonic aura was split open. If you dare to be presumptuous again, don't blame me for being impolite. The Taishan Saint's cold voice sounded. You're courting death. The evil one was furious. The good one said solemnly, brother, stop. It's not him. He doesn't have the aura of that treasure. Then who was it? Was it you? The evil kid looked in another direction and stretched out his palm. However, in the next moment, a shocking sword chi rushed out and pressed down like a mountain. The two collided in the sky, releasing a shocking aura. What? Someone actually blocked the attack of the Central State Twin Kings. Who was this person? The next moment, everyone cried out in surprise. It was Seiko Dian. It's not him. The virtuous son shook his head. Hearing this, the evil son immediately gave up on his opponent. The next moment, he attacked again. In an instant, one figure after another appeared, and the crowd cried out in surprise. Their cries of surprise even shook the entire world. The 10,000th Thunder Holy Sun, Saintess of all beginnings, the 7th Prince of the Skyscraper, the 3rd Prince of Xianxia, one by one, the young geniuses appeared and stood in the void, causing the entire void to distort. These people's eyes were cold. They frowned as they looked at the Central State's twin kings. Even though the other party was strong, he was way too brazen, wasn't he? To think that he would dare to strike out at these supreme geniuses one after another. What was he trying to do? For a moment, the atmosphere was incomparably heavy. However, the twin kings did not pay any attention to these people. Among them, the virtuous son's eyes suddenly burst out with a piercing cold light. His eyes flickered as he turned his head to look into the distance. There was a large black ship there. Then, he said, "Brother, I've found him. He's on that large black ship." "What? A large black ship?" Hearing this, the evil son's eyes emitted a piercing cold light, like two black heavenly blades, directly piercing over. The void in front of him broke open, and the evil son's demonic aura surged into the sky. It was as if he had turned into a beautiful demon king. Whoosh, the twin kings of Xianxia's figure flashed and directly rushed over. Were they going to attack? The 1000th Thunder Saint was standing in that direction. Seeing this scene, his face turned gloomy. Although the twin kings of Xianxia were powerful, if the other party really wanted to attack, he would not hold back. Boom, an endless sea of lightning surged in his body, and he was about to attack. However, soon, he was stunned. Because he found that the twin kings were very fast and passed by him in an instant. It seemed that they were not going to attack him. So in the next moment, he suddenly turned around and looked behind him. He wanted to see who the other party was going to attack. He wasn't the only one. The other saints and princes also turned to look. The surrounding powerhouses were also staring intently. In the next moment, they exclaimed in surprise. It was that large black ship. They were attacking that large black ship. Was that the organization that called itself Immortal Palace? Everyone was shocked. However, the 9 Firmaments Divine Emperor and the people of the 5 Elements sect sneered. Let's see what Immortal Palace will do. They'll probably be beaten down in an instant. At that time, I'd like to see if they still have the face to call themselves Immortal Palace. For a moment, everyone was discussing animatedly. On the large black ship, Lin Xian frowned. In front of him, Ghostly and Hui Dao shouted coldly, and their auras suddenly erupted. "Damn you, stop right there." Ghostly waved his hand and took out the white bone banner. Boom, endless vengeful souls and malicious ghosts screamed miserably. The entire space turned into a ghost realm, and everyone's scalps went numb. Hui Dao, who was at the side, slashed out 3 times. The terrifying saber light tore through the void and formed a fan shape as it slashed forward. How dare you block my way? You're courting death." The evil son shouted coldly. He raised his hand and slashed forward with the death scythe. The virtuous son at the side also activated the heavenly treasure Dharma wheel in his hand. Thousands of rays of light shot out like a golden galaxy, dancing in the air. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the sound of an intense collision rang out. Terrifying energy exploded and swept out in all directions. After that attack, Ghostly and Hui Dao kept retreating. The blood in their bodies was boiling. Xianxia's twin kings had only slowed down a little, but they were still flying forward. The difference in strength between that attack was immediately obvious. Seeing that scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise. It had to be said that the twin kings were too powerful. That was because both Ghostly and Hui Dao had displayed powerful strength before. They were definitely the top young geniuses. But now, the two of them together were unable to stop the twin kings. One could only imagine how terrifying the twin kings were. Damn it! Seeing that, Ghostly's face darkened. In the next moment, a cold light appeared in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, the black robe on his body suddenly fluttered, and a powerful and terrifying force erupted from his body. It was as if he had turned into a ghost king. Feeling that aura, the evil son's face changed. However, he still snorted. You dare to compete with me in terms of aura? The virtuous son at the side shook his head slightly. No, brother, that's not demonic chi, but ghostly chi. He cultivates the ghost path. Be careful not to be entangled by those vengeful spirits, lest you have nightmares at night. Although it was a reminder, the virtuous son was not too worried. He even teased him a little. Humph, what ghost chi? Even if he's the ghost king, I can still tear him apart today. The evil son snorted coldly, his face full of malevolence. The death scythe in his hand became even more terrifying. It brought about a huge shadow as it slashed forward. Ghostly waved the white bone banner and fought with him. On the other side, Hui Dao was fighting against the virtuous son. The two of them were also very intense. The battle erupted. It was very terrifying. Everyone watched the battle and discussed animatedly. However, not long after, Ghostly and Hui Dao were forced back again. This time, blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. You two can't do it. Get the powerhouses on the ship to come down. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you. The evil son's voice was cold. The others felt their scalps go numb. The twin kings were too terrifying. Perhaps even the saints and saintesses might not be able to defeat them. Damn it, how dare you look down on us? Hearing that, Hui Dao and Ghostly were instantly enraged. The two of them still had ultimate moves and trump cards that they had yet to use. In the next moment, the two of them were furious and were about to attack. On the Black Demon ship, Peacock also snorted coldly and wanted to attack. However, she was stopped by Lin Xian. This guy is a little special. We just arrived, so we can't fight him head-on. We have to use some special methods. Let me do it. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, his figure flashed and he headed towards the corner below. Whoosh, soon, he arrived in front of Hui Dao and Ghostly. Seeing another figure come down from the Black Demon ship, everyone was surprised and discussed animatedly. Is Immortal Palace going to send more people? Previously, when they joined forces with Ghostly to attack the Twin Kings, no one thought much of it. After all, the Twin Kings could be dealt with as two people. But now that it was 3 against 2, it was different. Even if they won, it would be an unfair victory. Moreover, these people were all young geniuses and peerless powerhouses. Everyone was incomparably proud. They didn't like this kind of fighting style where they outnumbered their opponents. What Immortal Palace? They actually used despicable human wave tactics. The people from the 5 Elements sect sneered. The martial artists from the 9 Heavens Holy Ground also had a look of disdain on their faces. How dare they compare themselves to the 9 Heavens Holy Ground? The difference was too great. Discussions broke out one after another. However, there were a few people in the crowd who frowned. He didn't even make a sound. This was because they recognized the figure in front of them. Of course, this was only a small number. In the vast sea of martial artists, it was practically negligible. Seeing this scene, the Twin Kings of Xianxia were also stunned. Then, the evil one sneered disdainfully. What? You want to outnumber me? Come on. The 3 of you are not enough, let's start with 10. I'm going to kill you all today. He was extremely arrogant and did not put the 3 people in front of him in his eyes at all. I'll give you one last chance to live. Kneel down obediently and hand over our things. The virtuous one said in a deep voice. At this moment, his expression was like that of an enlightened monk, his face full of compassion. However, everyone knew that when the benevolent son took action, he was not merciful at all. Everyone thought that it would be 3 against 2. However, soon, they were stunned. This was because when Hui Dao and Ghostly saw Lin Xian coming down, they greeted him respectfully. Boss. We just arrived. There's no need to risk our lives. If you want to fight, you'll have plenty of chances in the future. Lin Xian said calmly. Yes. The 2 of them responded and did not attack again. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. What was going on? Wasn't it 3 against 2? Also, who was this young man? How could he make 2 young skyprites so obedient in an instant? For a moment, everyone was speculating about Lin Xian's identity. They were very curious. Could it be that he was another top expert from the Immortal Palace? Come on, hurry up and attack. I'm not afraid of you. The evil one said coldly. Alright, I'll play with you guys. Lin Xian took a step forward and the aura on his body became fierce. However, Ghostly and Hui Dao did not attack. The two of them retreated until they were near the Black Demon ship. What? He wants to fight one-on-one. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that it was not 3 against 2. It was a one-on-one. This young man actually wants to fight the Twin Kings one-on-one? Heavens, who exactly is he? I'm afraid that even the Saint and Saintess would not dare to do this, right, kid? Who are you? The Twin Kings of Xianxia's face darkened. They felt humiliated. No one had ever dared to challenge them one-on-one. I'm their boss. The thing you want is in my hands. As Lin Xian said that, he stretched out his hand and a half-jade pendant appeared. Seeing this, the twin monarchs were thoroughly enraged. Damn it, you really took our things, kid, you're dead meat. In your next life, be a sensible person. The benevolent son's expression was also cold. You want to kill me? Who do you think you are? How dare you kill me? Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. As soon as this voice came out, everyone around was stunned and could not believe their ears. Heavens, what is this kid saying? How can he be so arrogant? Could it be that he doesn't know the Twin Kings? That must be the case. Seeing that this kid was in that immortal palace, his status should not be low, but they did not expect him to be so arrogant. He did not even know the Twin Kings of Xianxia. It seemed that the so-called immortal palace was really nothing much. When the Twin Kings of Xianxia heard that, they were furious. Among them, the evil one said coldly, Kid, listen carefully, I'm the Twin Kings of Xianxia, we're invincible in Xianxia, and we're the strongest prodigies of the younger generation of Xianxia, how about it? Do you recognize us now? I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and accept your death, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll taste the pain of being devoured by 100 ghosts. Twin Kings of Xianxia? Hearing that, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had heard of that name before. However, he had his own plans. The next moment, he snorted coldly and looked very disdainful. What Twin Kings of Xianxia? In my opinion, you're just a two-headed monster. How dare a thing like you, who is neither human nor ghost, come here and make a fool of yourself? Get lost. What? His words were like a bolt from the blue, causing the surrounding people to feel dizzy. Even the saints and saintesses furrowed their brows. Who is this guy? Isn't he too arrogant? He doesn't know what's good for him. They thought that he was a genius, but he turned out to be an idiot. The saints and saintesses snorted coldly. They did not know Lin Xian, so they made that judgment at that moment. However, a few people did not think so. In the void, a woman's body was covered in light and a chaotic aura. She looked very mysterious. Her eyes flickered as she looked ahead and smiled bitterly. On another mountain peak, a beautiful woman in purple also had a trace of a smile in her eyes. Beside her, a few young women said, Saintess, do you really not need us to do anything? A black-haired woman beside them also shook her head with a helpless expression. Junior sister, I really don't understand. Why do you like him? This kid is so arrogant. Who knows when he will be killed by someone? In the sky, 9 flood dragons were circling, and there were chariots behind them. At this moment, the young geniuses of the Yi family who were standing in the chariots were also discussing. When they saw this scene, they also frowned. It was said that Immortal Palace was a very low-key and mysterious organization. The people in such an organization should be elites. They did not expect that such an idiot would appear, and it seemed that his status was not low either. What was going on? Could it be that he was not from Immortal Palace? A middle-aged man frowned. The other young disciples also sneered. How dare he provoke the Twin Kings like this? He would probably end up miserably. That might not be the case. At this moment, an opposing voice was heard. Hearing this voice, everyone turned around. When they saw the chariot, they secretly swallowed their saliva. That was because the person who spoke was the Yi family's saintess. However, what made them puzzled was why their saintess would say such a thing. Could it be that the two of them knew each other? Oh, how did they know? At this moment, the elders of the Yi family were also very puzzled. The Yi family saintess did not explain anything. Instead, he said with a smile, "Elders, you will know what I said next. I am definitely not wrong." Hearing the saintess's words, the elders were also interested. One had to know that the saintess was a very proud person. Moreover, his strength and talent were terrifying. If nothing unexpected happened, his future achievements could be said to be shocking. He could even be compared to the great emperor. Therefore, the elders were very curious about the person who was favored by the saintess. They wanted to know what the other party was capable of. Meanwhile, the people around them went crazy. They could not believe their ears at all. What did that kid say? He dared to say that the twin kings were monsters? Oh heavens, he was simply courting death. Just watch, he would be torn to pieces soon, everyone sneered. That was because they knew that the twin kings of Xianxia hated it when others called them monsters. Sure enough, when the Gemini king heard this, his face immediately twisted. The evil child roared, demonic clouds rolling around his body. The virtuous child's face also sank. His face was no longer full of benevolence. Instead, it was replaced with coldness. To make the virtuous one show such an expression, one could imagine how monstrous the killing intent in the hearts of the twin kings was. "Brat, you're dead meat. How dare you call us brothers monsters? I will let you know the feeling of living a life worse than death. You will be judged by the heavenly Tao and fall into the 18 levels of hell." The virtuous son's voice was also extremely cold. Behind them, Ghostly, Hui Dao, and the people on the black demon ship also paled. They could not understand what the hall master was doing. Why did he deliberately provoke the other party? Lin Xian sneered in his heart. Angered? That's great. He could proceed with his plan. In his opinion, the other party was powerful and stood at the peak of the younger generation. However, there were also fatal flaws. That was psychological distortion. Under normal circumstances, this kind of dark mentality would not cause any problems. However, under his heavenly secret god eyes, nothing could be hidden. If he wanted to destroy the other party, it would take no effort at all. Boom, in the sky, the death scythe turned into a terrifying light shadow and descended from the sky, directly cutting the void in half. Whoosh, Lin Xian's figure flashed and instantly dodged the terrifying light shadow. However, in the next moment, a golden Dharma wheel appeared above his head and pressed down like a golden mountain. Boom, boom. Boom, the void shattered as if it was directly obliterated. Terrifying energy enveloped Lin Xian. How terrifying. It seemed that the twin kings were really angry. Yes, the power of this technique was much stronger than before. That brat was definitely dead meat. Seeing this scene, the surrounding experts all began to discuss. However, in the next moment, their pupils suddenly shrank. Because they realized that the Dharma wheel had missed and did not hurt the other party. That brat was so fast. No wonder he dared to contend with the twin kings. It turned out that he had such an extreme speed technique. So what? Speed alone was not enough to contend with the twin kings. Just wait and see. He would soon regret it. The twin kings looked at this scene and sneered. So that's how it is. You're relying on speed. However, this bit of movement technique of yours is nothing in front of me, the evil one sneered. The virtuous one's eyes flickered. Like a Buddha, his body shone with boundless light. That's enough. A golden rune appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. An illusion attack was instantly launched. That was the heavenly secret divine eyes, and it was launched so suddenly. Therefore, the twin kings did not have time to react before they were hit by the illusion. Lin Xian did not use floating light to pull their souls into a strange space. Instead, he used a low-key illusion that no one would notice. He did not plan to do it himself. He wanted to let the two brothers kill each other. What twin kings of Xianxia? You're just a two-headed monster. You're just a little stronger than the others. However, that still doesn't change your identity as monsters. Ah, damn brat, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely tear you into pieces, the evil one roared crazily. The demonic chi in his body surged and instantly formed a huge black vortex in the sky. Countless black lightning bolts pierced through the void and enveloped the space where Lin Xian was. Buzz, Lin Xian's demonic ate was extremely fast and dodged in an instant. Do you think you can escape? The virtuous one's low voice sounded. Save all living beings. Golden light shone in the sky, forming a golden cage that completely sealed the entire space. It was also mercilessly squeezing. He wanted to completely crush Lin Xian. This method was extremely terrifying. There was nowhere to dodge. Lin Xian's dragon sword domain instantly appeared and turned into a defense to resist. For a moment, a sonorous sound rang out. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes became even more mysterious. In the next moment, he continued to speak coldly. Save all living beings? You can't even save yourself, and you want to save others? What a joke. However, I have a way for you to save yourself. Kill that black monster and you can monopolize the entire body. Of course, black monster, you can also do the same. Kill this blonde, this entire body will be yours. From now on, no one will say that you're a monster. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned and the corners of their mouths twitched. They originally thought that he had some powerful methods, but they did not expect him to sow discord. Who did he think he was? He was not the first person to use such a method, nor would he be the last. However, no one had ever succeeded. Central Continent's twin kings were peerless geniuses. Regardless of whether it was their temperament, will, or talent, they were all top-notch. How could a mere provocation make the two brothers turn against each other? Was that the genius of a mortal palace? How laughable, what a mortal palace. It was just trash. Cold laughter could be heard one after another. The elders of the Yi family also frowned. Indeed, what was the use of sowing discord? However, their holy physique was full of confidence because he knew that the other party must have his reasons for doing so. Sure enough, Central Continent's twin kings were stunned when they heard that. Then, they revealed disdain. A mere attempt to drive a wedge between the two of them was enough to turn the two brothers against each other. What a joke. However, they soon frowned. Especially the evil one, whose face was full of malevolence. At that moment, a mysterious rune appeared in Lin Xian's left eye. He quickly constructed an illusory space and guided the evil one's soul into it. Previously, he had already used an illusory technique as a foundation, so for a moment, the evil one did not realize that he had been pulled into a fantasy world. He felt as if there was a voice in the bottom of his heart. Then, a scene appeared in his mind. It was a scene of only one head. He occupied the entire body, invincible and respected by the world. No one would call him a monster anymore. He would reach the peak of martial arts. This kind of scene was what he had been dreaming of since he was a child. However, the reality of the past few years made him realize that he and his older brother could only coexist. It was impossible to kill him. However, for some reason, the dream that he had when he was young appeared again, and it was becoming more and more intense. In fact, it was not only the evil one. The good one was also slowly being guided to have such thoughts. At that moment, the evil one spoke. Brother, I think what he said is reasonable. Why don't you die? Return this body to me. The good one snorted coldly. I am the true owner of this body. You were just added later. Now, I want to return myself. What? Hearing that, everyone was dumbfounded. They did not dare to believe it. Their minds went blank. What was going on? Did the twin kings of Central State really turn against each other? Heavens, what kind of joke is this? If it was so easy to sow discord, how could the twin kings of the Central State live until today? Most likely, he would be killed the moment he debuted, right? Obviously, ordinary sowing discord was impossible. Damn it, what did this brat do? To think that the twin kings of the Central State would turn against each other. For a moment, everyone was shocked. However, the situation ahead had changed greatly. The evil kid's expression was ice cold, his face sinister like a demon king. Since you aren't willing, then don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, the death scythe in his hand slashed towards the virtuous one's head. What he wanted was the body, so he only wanted to get rid of the virtuous one's head. The virtuous one had the same idea. The celestial treasure in his hand smashed towards the evil one's head. In an instant, the two of them attacked, and the sound of intense collisions rang out. Half of the black demonic chi in the sky clashed with the other half of the golden light in the sky. This scene was not at all inferior to the confrontation between the two saints. Everyone's face was full of shock. This made them even more confused and frightened of Lin Xian. What kind of method did he use? Among them, the people of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground and Five Elements sect looked gloomy, as if they had eaten a dead rat. This was because they had mocked the other party before, thinking that he was an idiot and would never succeed. But now, they were quickly slapped in the face. The other party made the twin kings of the Central State fight with just a few words. This method was heaven-defying. The other people who had mocked him also felt their faces burning, as if they had been slapped. Now, they did not dare to speak carelessly, because the young man in front of them was too mysterious. Not only them, but the saints and saintesses, as well as the older generation experts, were also staring ahead with flickering eyes. It can't be, how did this guy do it? The 9 dragons pulled the chariot. On the Yi family's side, the disciples of the Yi family were also puzzled. An old man said in a deep voice. If he guessed correctly, it should be an illusion. The twin kings fell for the other party's illusion. Wu Dao, this friend of yours is not simple. Illusion? No wonder. After the other disciples of the Yi family heard this, they also understood. It must be a very high-level illusion that directly affected the twin kings of the Central State. After hearing this, Yi Wudao's eyes flickered. He had already guessed this result, but he did not expect the other party's illusion to be so terrifying. The saints and saintesses also guessed this situation. So for a while, they became more vigilant of Lin Xian in their hearts. They even put on their soul defense treasures and jade pendants. After all, no one knew when they would fight with the other party, so it was better to be prepared in advance. How did this guy do it? On another mountain peak, a woman looked stunned. The woman in purple next to her smiled. Senior sister, I told you not to worry about him. Qingqing, I feel that he is so strange. He subdued the twin kings so easily. The one who asked this question was none other than Zhao Zhirua. The woman in purple next to her was Murong Qingqing. Behind them were the people of Jade Lake. The others, like the saintess of all beginnings, were also surprised. However, the saint son of Thousand Thunder, the Tuoba family, and the saint son of all beginnings looked gloomy. Because they recognized the other party. Damn it, it's that kid. Not only them, but the people of the Tai dynasty were also here. At this moment, they also noticed the other party and immediately gnashed their teeth in anger. That kid is not dead yet? And he joined the Immortal Palace. No matter where he joined, this is his death date. He dared to kill General Xianing. He has committed an incomparably heinous crime. Go and inform Zhang Wuhan that the kid has come out again. I don't believe that the war tribe will spare him. They were the people of the Tai dynasty's eldest prince. This time, many princes came. Among them, the eldest prince and the third prince came. However, the 8th prince did not come. He was now the crown prince and was supervising the country in the palace, so naturally, he could not come here. In the sky, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking very calm. On the other side, there was a fierce battle. The twin kings of the Central State had completely fallen into madness, and the violent battle shocked everyone. Soon, the twin kings of the Central State retreated while fighting and went far away. Along the way, everyone who saw them made way for them and did not dare to get close at all. The incomparably terrifying twin kings were sent away just like that. It was really unexpected. For a time, everyone's eyes were on Lin Xian. Let's go. In the distance, Murong Qingqing's figure flashed and flew towards Lin Xian. Behind her, Zhao Zhirua and the young geniuses of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground quickly followed. Brother Xian. A delicate cry attracted Wanda's attention. So beautiful. Who is that woman? She is the saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Why is she here? Does she know this young man in front of her? Everyone was puzzled. After all, not many people knew about the relationship between Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. But from now on, the world would know. Allure. Seeing Murong Qingqing fly over, Lin Xian also smiled. In this kind of situation, although Murong Qingqing didn't jump into Lin Xian's arms, judging from the two's expressions, everyone could already guess what was going on. Heavens! The relationship between these two is too close. He actually dared to hold the Jade Lake Saintess' hand. No. My goddess, damn it, I must duel with him, exclamations and screams sounded. They didn't expect the two to have such a deep relationship. It was hard for them to believe. Because that was the Jade Lake Saintess. She was the goddess of heaven in the hearts of countless people. But now, she was taken. How could they bear this? However, this was only the beginning. What shocked them was yet to come. In the distance, another hazy figure floated over. Surrounded by terrifying chaotic light, it quickly stepped on the air. Young Master Lin, we meet again. This is someone from the All Beginnings sacred ground. Looking at this chaotic aura, could it be the Saintess of All Beginnings? Heavens, don't tell me that the Saintess of All Beginnings is also having an affair with this kid. Everyone was about to explode. When the Saintess of All Beginnings heard this, she almost fell from the sky. What do you mean by having an affair? Her face darkened. She coldly snorted and swept her cold gaze below. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged downwards. The people below shrunk their necks and didn't dare to speak anymore. Long time no see. Lin Xian looked at him and greeted him with a smile. Everyone below was extremely shocked. Heaven, they actually knew each other. Who was this kid? However, this was not the end. After that, a figure walked out of the chariot behind the 9 dragons. Suddenly, the world shook as if it was about to split apart. What a terrifying power! Everyone was shocked as they looked into the distance. Then, their pupils constricted. Some people even cried out in surprise. That seemed to be the Yi family's holy body. What? Holy body? That was an extremely terrifying existence. Perhaps not many people could suppress him. Sure enough, the Saint of All Beginnings, Seiko Dian, and the other great sage sons and saintesses felt the pressure as soon as the Yi family's saint physique appeared. The Alcade Saint also focused his gaze, forming 2 divine lamps. The halo around him became even brighter. Boom, in the next moment, it exploded with a loud bang, forming streaks of shocking light. A mysterious voice sounded between heaven and earth. What a terrifying aura. The Alcade Saint is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. In the sky, Yi Wudao felt a powerful battle intent. He looked at the Alcade Saint below and was also shocked. Unfathomable. That was his evaluation of the other party. However, he did not come to fight with the other party. He came to see Lin Xian. Brother Lin, long time no see. Yi Wudao walked over with a smile. Lin Xian also smiled and cupped his hands. Brother Yi, I didn't expect you to come too. What? This kid even knows the Yi family's saint physique? And it seems that they have a good relationship. Everyone's heads were about to split open. The other saints and saintesses were also shocked. Not to mention them, even the people on the Black Demon ship were stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to know so many saints and saintesses. He even knew the Yi family's saint physique. It really surprised them. In the sky, in addition to Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, the Saintess of All Beginnings, and Yi Wudao also greeted each other. They even chatted with each other. This scene naturally attracted the attention of everyone. For a time, many figures rushed over from afar. These people should have rushed over from the distant ruins. Or maybe they had just arrived. In short, they were all gathering here. Even the people of the 9 heavens sacred ground below exclaimed because they found that their saint had returned. Jiuxia Seiko, wearing a battle suit, had a cold face, and exuded a powerful aura like a sharp sword. After he landed and learned what had happened, his face suddenly darkened. The next moment, he looked up at the sky, and a touch of coldness appeared in his eyes. However, when he saw the other figures in the sky, he frowned. Especially when he saw the saint physique, his pupils shrank. Why is Yi Wudao here? On the other side, the people of the 5 Elements sect also exclaimed, Elder, you are here. Their holy son hadn't arrived yet, but their elders were already here. Therefore, the martial artists of the 5 Elements sect seemed to have found a pillar of support and told them what had happened. After the elders heard, they were furious. Who dared to be so bold? Did they have a death wish? How dare they attack the 5 Elements palace? However, when they saw the scene in the sky, they were also shocked. For a time, they did not immediately make a move. However, on the other side, Xianxia's figure flickered, and he flew directly into the sky. Soon, he arrived near Lin Xian and the others. Whoosh! Lin Xian turned his head and looked. Morong Qingqing, the saint of all beginnings, and Yu Wudao also looked at him. For a time, the space around Xianxia condensed, and he was under great pressure. But the next moment, he snorted, and a majestic power gushed out of his body, instantly dissolving the pressure. What do you want? Lin Xian looked at the other party and said coldly. He naturally knew that the other party was the saint of the Nine Heavens' sacred ground, and he must have come here for no good reason. Boy, you have mercilessly killed the people of the Nine Heavens' sacred ground. You have to give us an explanation. Do you really think that the Nine Heavens' sacred ground is easy to bully? Xianxia said coldly. Although the other party had a few friends of the saints and saintesses, and even knew Yu Wudao. But so what, he was also a saint, and he thought that he was not afraid of the other party. What's more, what happened just now happened in front of everyone. He must give the other party an explanation, otherwise, how could the Nine Heavens' sacred ground survive in the future? Xianxia, it seems that you have not figured things out. Why don't you ask your subordinates, who started the fight first, who insulted the people first? Do you think that with our status, we can endure being insulted in public? If you received merciless ridicule as soon as you arrived, what would you do? The one who spoke was naturally Morong Qingqing. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, the other party was the Jade Lake Saint. Her strength was terrifying. He did not want to fight with her. Therefore, he stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Brat, how about it? Do you dare to fight me alone? Don't stand behind a woman if you dare. Fight me alone? How do you want to fight me?" Lin Xian asked calmly. His expression was extremely calm. It was just a saint of the nine firmaments. He did not take him seriously. Simple. A life for a life. Tell your subordinates to kill themselves and this matter will be over. Upon hearing this, the martial artists below were in an uproar. Those from the Nine Heavens sacred ground and Five Elements palace sneered. Behind them, Ghostly and Hu Yidao were infuriated. How dare he tell them to kill themselves? He must be tired of living. In the next moment, the two of them snorted and emitted a terrifying aura again. Boss, leave this matter to us. We can deal with it ourselves. Hu Yidao said quickly. By the side, Guili also coldly snorted as a ghost aura spread out from his body. Lin Xian waved his hand to stop them. He looked at Xianxia again. A life for a life? Are you sure? What's there to be uncertain about? Xianxia snorted. He had to kill those two today, otherwise, everyone would think that the Nine Heavens sacred ground was a pushover. Alright, that's what you said. Lin Xian revealed a cold smile as he quickly called out, Ruffian Long. Got it. On the Black Demon ship, Ruffian Long also smiled. Not only did Lin Xian call him, but he also sent him a voice transmission to tell him the plan. In the next moment, the dark red divine dragon's dragon aura surged and transformed into a person. This was a body of pure energy. It was illusory, but it looked exactly like a real person. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell. After that, the dark red divine dragon waved its claw and the red-robed young man flew forward quickly. Soon, he arrived near Lin Xian. Seeing another person disembark from the black demonic ship, the surrounding cultivators discussed animatedly, their faces full of doubt. Even Morong Qingqing, Leaf Dao Denier, and the saintess of all beginnings were puzzled. Hu Yidao and Li Tianlan were even more stunned. Xianxia was also taken aback, but soon after, he said coldly. What, you want your trash to die in place of those two? That won't do. Whoever killed him would have to commit suicide to atone for their crimes. Alright, whoever killed him will have to commit suicide to atone for their crimes. That's what I like about you. Lin Xian's smile deepened. Just as Lin Xian finished speaking, the eyes of the red-clothed young man nearby flashed with a cold light. Then, he lifted his hand and pointed to the front. What's going on? Do you want to fight? Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. Even Hu Yidao and Ghostly were stunned. Who was this young man? Why hadn't they seen him before? They didn't know that he was condensed by dragon chi, let alone Xianxia. He thought that the other party was going to attack, so his aura surged out and he was about to attack. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Because the red-clothed young man didn't attack. Instead, he pointed at him and spoke. You're Xianxia? You're nothing special. How dare a trash like you behave atrociously in front of our immortal palace? The 9 heavens' sacred ground is nothing in our eyes. If you dare to be presumptuous again, believe it or not, I'll slap you to death. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even Hui Dao and Ghostly were stunned. On the other hand, Morong Qingqing and the Saintess of All Beginnings' mouth twitched. Leaf Dao Denier's eyes flickered because he had figured out what Lin Xian was going to do. However, Xianxia didn't understand. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. What's going on? Someone dared to point at his nose and scold him? Don't you want to live anymore? Damn it, you're courting death. Xianxia took a step forward. The aura on his body suddenly erupted, and a terrifying phantom appeared behind him. A huge pressure pressed down on the area ahead of them. However, the red-clothed young man didn't react at all because he was condensed by dragon chi and could ignore any pressure. Unless the other party attacked. However, if the other party attacked, he would have a bigger surprise waiting for the other party. After ignoring the pressure, the red-clothed young man continued to curse. I advise you to get lost quickly and don't make a fool of yourself in front of me. By the way, don't call yourself Xianxia. Just call yourself Gigi and be our little brother. What do you think? I think your talent is not bad. Why don't you be my little brother? In 2 years, I'll take you to be promoted and rich. The more the red-clothed young man spoke, the more arrogant he became. Everyone's scalp tingled and they were terrified. Who was this? Were the people of Immortal Palace all so arrogant? First, it was Lin Xian who scolded the twin kings of Middle Ground as monsters. Now, someone dared to point at Xianxia's nose and even wanted to take him as his little brother. This made them feel dizzy. Ah, this is too much. Xianxia was really angry. Ordinary skyprides couldn't take it, let alone him. Therefore, in the next moment, 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. Like a heavenly blade, they cut through the void and struck forward. Boom, the red-clothed young man didn't defend at all, nor did he dodge. He was directly hit by the 2 rays of light. Then, he exploded and turned into a cloud of snow. He was killed. The surrounding people were shocked. Below, the people of 5 Elements Palace and 9 Heavens Sacred Ground sneered. Especially the people of 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, they cheered happily. This is great. This brat is so arrogant. How dare he insult our 9 Heavens Sacred Ground? He's dead for sure now. That's right, let him know the power of our 9 Heavens Sacred Ground. On the Black Demon ship, the people of Immortal Palace were also stunned. What kind of show was this? They didn't understand, so they asked the Dark Red Divine Dragon. The Dark Red Divine Dragon said, just wait, the show is about to start. Clap, clap, clap. In the sky, Lin Xian clapped his hands and gave a thumbs up. Xianxia, you're really strong. Even your gaze can kill. You're just a piece of trash. You can't even block one of my attacks. Xianxia snorted. Brat, don't play tricks. Now, let's talk about our business. Indeed, it's our business. Lin Xian retracted his palm. His eyes were extremely cold. Xianxia, how dare you? How dare you kill someone of Immortal Palace in front of everyone? Do you really think that Immortal Palace is easy to bully? This voice was like a clap of thunder, piercing through the void. In addition, it came out of nowhere, so everyone was shocked. Everyone shivered and looked up at the sky. Lin Xian continued, earlier, you were the one who said in front of everyone that a life for a life. Now that you've killed a martial artist of Immortal Palace, you should kill yourself to atone for your sins. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. They were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that the other party was actually waiting for Xianxia. Here, the people of 9 Heavens Sacred Ground were ashen. Damn brat, how dare you plot against us? They were crazy, really crazy. Xianxia's face also became extremely ugly. Now he naturally understood what the other party meant. damn it, I was fooled. So that's how it is. Morong Qingqing and the saintess of all beginnings suddenly smiled. Yu Wudao's lips curled up. He had already guessed this plan. In the rear, Ghostly and Hui Dao were also surprised. However, they did not know that the person who was killed was a fake, but a mass of energy. Fortunately, Peacock was on the Black Demon ship and quickly transmitted her voice. Soon, Adao and Ghostly's eyes lit up. The Temple Master was really a good strategist. Without the slightest effort, without even sacrificing a single person, they were able to counterattack. Now, the unlucky ones were not them, but Jiu Xiaoseiko. They wanted to see what Jiu Xiaoseiko could do. On the Black Demon ship, the warriors of Immortal Palace also clapped their hands happily, their faces full of excitement. The dark red dragon snorted proudly. You dare to fight with us? Let's kill you. Damn boy, you dare to frame me. Jiu Xiaoseiko roared. Of course, he now knew that he was fooled, so he was furious. However, on the other side, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. Frame you? Humph, if I don't slap your face swollen today, my surname is not Lin. So the next moment, Lin Xian sneered. What, you don't want to admit what you just said? Who said in front of the world that the murderer must pay with his life? Who was it that said in front of the world that they couldn't replace him, that they had to kill him, and that he had to be punished for his crimes? It's only been a minute, and you've forgotten what you said? Are you a pig? You. Jiu Xiaoseiko was so angry that he vomited blood. His lungs were about to explode. The other party dared to scold him, he couldn't stand it. Damn it, you deliberately provoked me. Of course, I have a reason to kill you. Really? Deliberately provoking you is a reason to kill? Well then. We, the Immortal Palace, have just arrived here. We haven't offended anyone, nor have we said anything. Yet, you guys from the Nine Heavens Holy Land are already scolding us. Does that count as a deliberate provocation? Since you guys from the Nine Heavens Holy Ground are deliberately provoking me, why can't I just kill all of you? It's over. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads and sighed. Originally, they had planned to take revenge and slap his face, but Jiu Xiaoseiko had completely ruined it. Now that Jiu Xiaoseiko had fallen into his opponent's trap, there was no way he could turn the tables around. No matter what he said, he would be slapped in the face. The people of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground were even more enraged. Each of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They could not wait to rush up and fight with the other party. Jiu Xiaoseiko was so angry that he vomited blood again. He didn't expect that the words he had said before would be used by the other party. His face was slapped swollen. What was he supposed to do? Since your Nine Heavens Holy Ground is deliberately looking for trouble, then you deserve to be killed. What right do you have to seek revenge from me? Lin Xian's sonorous voice shook the Nine Heavens. Jiu Xiaoseiko, you'd better get out of here. We don't welcome you here. After that, Morong Qingqing and the Saintess of all beginnings also laughed. On the Black Demon ship, everyone cheered. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that the crisis of the Immortal Palace would be resolved so easily. Those saints and saintesses also stared at Lin Xian with flickering eyes. It seemed that the other party was not only powerful, but also resourceful. It could be said that he was a very terrifying opponent. However, Jiu Xiaoseiko was obviously mad. He had never been so humiliated in front of so many people. So the next moment, he roared, "Boy, I don't care what you say. Today, those two people must die, is that so? What's the reason?" Seeing the murderous look on the other party's face, Lin Xian did not care at all. Instead, he asked with a sneer. I don't need a reason to kill people. Jiu Xiaoseiko's voice was cold. He strode over like a killing god. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You don't need a reason. If you don't need a reason, why did you say so much before? It seems that you are not only an idiot, but also a shameless and hypocritical person. The Nine Heavens Sacred Ground chose a person like you to be the saint. Did your elders have water in their heads, or is it that the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground was originally a despicable gathering place, and the people inside are all despicable? It's just that you are even more despicable and shameless, so you became the saint. This set of face slaps could be said to have slapped Jiu Xiaoseiko so hard that he could not fight back at all. At this moment, except for the people of Five Elements Palace and Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, the people of the other forces and clans all laughed. They looked like they were watching a show. Oh, the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground is in trouble this time. Yes, they were in the right at first, but now they have become shameless and despicable people. Xianxia's face was probably swollen from the slap. That guy from Immortal Palace was really powerful. First, he made the Twin Kings go crazy with just a few words. Now, with just a few words, he made Xianxia's face swollen and even stepped on the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground. This method was really powerful, however, not everyone agreed. There were some who sneered. His sharp tongue and a little scheming weren't much at all. In this world, strength was still the most important thing. If he was not strong enough, he would probably be killed by Xianxia on the spot. At that time, face slapping would not be important. Yes, who would care about a dead person? Ah! In the sky, Xianxia roared crazily. The aura in his body was like a wave, instantly sweeping in all directions, and the whole sky trembled. A terrifying and frightening power surged out. Kid, no matter what you say, you will die today. You have completely angered me. With that, Xianxia shouted coldly, and his big palm directly slapped out. The void shattered. This palm was so fierce that it directly shattered the whole world. The terrible power enveloped Lin Xian. Humph! Yi Wudao snorted coldly, and the golden sacred domain in his body protected him. The saintess of all beginnings was surrounded by chaotic qi, like a goddess. A lotus flower appeared under Murong Qingqing's feet, and the huge petals wrapped around her. Lin Xian's figure changed and disappeared in an instant. Whoosh, he dodged the terrible fist. Kid, no matter how you dodge, you will die today. After missing his attack, Xianxia's murderous aura became even colder. His eyes were like lightning, staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face also darkened. Why are you so angry? You want to kill someone because your face hurts? But do you think you can beat me? I just didn't want to fight with you before, but since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The sword qi on Lin Xian's body flashed rapidly and went straight into the sky. The terrible aura made everyone tremble. Swordsman, he is a swordsman. Many people exclaimed because it was the first time they had seen Lin Xian fight. Buzz. You want to kill me? Who do you think you are? Today, I'll let you know the power of my Nine Heavens Sacred Ground. Xianxia roared and punched out like a divine king, wanting to shatter the whole world. Boom. Boom, boom. The two attacks collided in the sky, bursting into bright light, and then the two retreated 5 kilometers each. Then, they quickly attacked again. Everyone was shocked by the scene. He blocked it, he could actually block the attack of the holy Sun, God, this kid is too scary. Needless to say, he was also a holy son. Unexpectedly, he was so strong. Exclamations came one after another. Indeed, when Lin Xian fought with the Twin Kings before, he didn't use any terrible attack at all, and the Twin Kings went crazy. Everyone didn't think that Lin Xian was strong, but now it seemed that was not the case at all. The other party was definitely a holy son, otherwise it would be impossible to compete with Xianxia. The two exchanged dozens of moves, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Damn it, how could he block it? Xianxia roared wildly. He didn't expect the other party's strength to be so strong, on par with him. Humph, today I'll kill you. Lin Xian shouted coldly. The aura on his body became even more terrifying. The invisible sword qi rushed quickly, and a golden sword light fell from the sky like a golden wave. It covered the whole space. A trace of golden light came out and scattered around, suddenly causing the surrounding mountains to collapse directly. One could imagine how terrible this sword was. This sword qi was so terrifying, everyone was stunned. It couldn't be helped. The golden sword was originally an offensive sword qi, and Lin Xian had a heaven stage treasure in his hand. Coupled with the great dragon sword soul, it could be said to be incomparably terrifying. Not many people could block it. At this moment, even the holy maiden of all beginnings exclaimed. Yi Wudao's eyes flickered, and his expression was dignified. Below, the Alcade Holy Sun burst out a terrible halo again. The other holy sons and holy maidens also exclaimed. Because this sword was indeed beyond their expectations. Damn it, how could this kid be so strong? The 10,000 Thunder Saint's son gnashed his teeth, while the members of the Mophead family looked gloomy. The warriors of the Taiyi dynasty and the first prince were even more shocked. Who would have thought that the other party's strength would actually increase again? He was so strong that they were trembling. Ah, damn it, go to hell, Xianxia roared madly. Naturally, he could feel how terrifying this sword was. Therefore, he also unleashed his power without regard for anything else. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and the power in his body exploded. His palms danced quickly. 9 Heaven's divine palm, a terrifying palm blasted out. 9 giant palm imprints appeared in the sky, like 9 ancient demonic mountains. Their auras were overflowing, wanting to suppress everything. Boom! Boom! The 9 giant handprints collided with the golden sword light, producing a shocking sound. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless bolts of lightning circled the area. The surrounding mountains were instantly shattered into fine powder and vanished into thin air. Not good, this attack is too strong, hurry up and defend together. An old man roared angrily. Those experts all made their moves. A terrifying light curtain flickered. Countless experts made their moves, forming a strong defense, blocking the aftermath of this energy. In the sky, Morong Qingqing, the holy maiden of all beginnings, Yi Wudao, and the others also retreated into the distance. Ghostly and Hui Dao's figures flickered, and they came to the black demon ship. The black demon ship shone brightly, resisting the attack. At this moment, everyone was watching the battle with rapt attention. Boom! 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 The terrible roar was still ringing out, and the golden light became fainter and fainter. That's great, seeing this scene, the warriors of the 9 Heavens Holy Land cheered. It seemed that their bodies had suppressed the other party. However, halfway through their exclamations, 4 of the 9 giant palms in the sky were directly split apart. The remaining 5 were bitterly holding on, but they were also cut off in an instant. What? The 9 Heavens divine palm was broken. How could this be? The warriors of the 9 Heavens Holy Land went crazy, and the others also exclaimed. Xiaoxiao's pupils shrank. His figure was like lightning, retreating instantly. Want to leave, Sword of Earth? Lin Xian snorted coldly, waving his long sword. The earth trembled, and pieces of rocks condensed, forming swords of earth. They protruded from the earth and slashed into the sky. 5 swords of earth surrounded Xiaoxiao. Whoosh! Lin Xian used the sword of fire again. The terrible black flame sword slashed down again. 1 sword, and the sky was broken. The terrible sword chi was unimaginable. Ah, Xiaoxiao roared, and the sun, moon, and stars appeared around him, as if turning into the universe, resisting the swords of earth around him and the swords of fire in the sky. This was the 9th heaven. Seeing this scene, many saints exclaimed. Because they knew that the 9 Heavens Holy Land was very terrifying. It was said that there was a kind of magic called the 9th heaven, which was very terrifying. It seemed that now Xiaoxiao was using this kind of magic. Sure enough, there were 3 light shadows around Xiaoxiao, like the sky, superimposed around him, blocking the terrible attack. 3rd heaven, Xiaoxiao used 3 skies to block all the attacks. Then, his eyes lit up. Kid, you've completely angered me. Today, I'll show you the ultimate skill of the 9 Heavens Holy Land. With that said, 3 superimposed skies appeared above him. It was very terrifying. Another 3rd heaven. At this moment, Xiaoxiao used the 6th heaven. 3 layers of defense and 3 layers of attack. It was really terrifying. This scene was too terrifying. Could you imagine someone using 3 skies to fight? The current Xiaoxiao was like that. He was like a god, waving 3 skies and pressing down. Such a terrible attack made everyone's scalp tingle. No one could withstand it. Perhaps he would have to use his super speed to dodge it. This kid is definitely dead. The martial artists of the 9 Heavens Holy Land clenched their fists. The 1,000 Thunder Saints sneered, and the people of the Mophead family looked ferocious. On the Taiyi dynasty's side, the Crown Prince's people were even more nervous. It was best to let Xiaoxiao kill the other party. This way, they could save themselves the trouble. In the distance, Yu Wudao's eyes flickered. The ninth heaven was indeed terrifying. Although Jiu Xiaoseiko had only used the sixth heaven. But it was not something that could be resisted by ordinary skills. I wonder what kind of divine ability Brother Lin will use to resist. It should be no problem. Morong Qingqing was also very nervous. On the Black Demon ship, the people of Immortal Palace were also very serious. Because this battle was related to the reputation of Immortal Palace. The dark red divine dragon Quan Man was panting. He knew that Lin Xian's trump card was definitely beyond imagination. So, he waved his dragon claws and said fiercely, "Kid, kill him for me." No, no, no. Whitey stood on the dark red divine dragon, cheering. In front. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as well. This type of cultivation technique was truly frightening beyond compare. It was as if 3 universes were falling from the sky. Whoosh, he did not take it head-on. Instead, he used the demigods and dodged to the distance. The space where he was originally standing was shattered. He had no choice. The power of the third heaven was too terrifying. Humph, let's see how long you can hide. Jiu Xiaoseiko sneered. After displaying the sixth layer of heaven, he became incomparably confident. At this moment, he looked forward with killing intent in his eyes. Kid, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me and the 9 heavens holy ground. What Immortal Palace. In my eyes, it's nothing. You can't compare to my 9 heavens holy ground. Now, you can die. Jiu Xiaoseiko seized an opportunity. He used the third heaven to completely seal off the area. This time, Lin Xian could not escape. Hee, you can't escape. I'll let you know what a true peerless superpower is. Seeing this, Jiu Xiaoseiko's face was extremely ferocious. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palms. The third heaven quickly pressed down, completely shattering the sky. Everyone exclaimed. They knew that Lin Xian would not be able to block it. Lin Xian was also shocked. He realized that the third heaven was indeed terrifying. It was far beyond his imagination. However, he was not afraid. He had just cultivated the 5 elements sword. It was just the right time to use it. He swung his sword, sweeping in all directions. Whoosh! Blue sword light shone. Suddenly, seawater surged around Lin Xian and spread in all directions. More and more, as if it was going to cover the entire sky. This is? Ocean. No, this is sword chi. Heavens, his sword technique has reached such a level, many experts below exclaimed. On the Black Demon ship, the elders of the Immortal Palace also looked serious. This seemed to be the sword of water of the 5 elements sword. In such a short time, the palace master could cultivate to such a level. His talent was too heaven-defying. Yes, this was indeed the sword of water. The terrifying heaven sword technique combined with the great dragon sword soul was unparalleled. It was as if there were 10,000 beasts galloping in the sky, making rumbling sounds. This was the sound of the seawater colliding with the 3 heavens. The seawater continued to gush out, enveloping Lin Xian and spreading in all directions, resisting the terrifying third layer of heaven. The 3 layers of heaven were extremely terrifying. They formed a triangle and resembled 3 heavenly blades as they slashed towards Lin Xian. However, at this moment, it encountered great resistance from the seawater. They cut through the seawater, but they were surrounded by seawater instead. For a moment, there was a stalemate in the air. In the end, the speed of the 3 heavens became slower and slower. Finally, they came to a complete stop, surrounded by the endless sea water. It was blocked. He actually managed to block it. At this moment, the holy sons and holy daughters cried out in surprise. They didn't expect that the terrifying third heaven would be blocked by the sea water. Seeing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that the sword of water was indeed powerful. It contained an incomparably soft power that could dissolve everything. Damn it, how is this possible? When the people of 9 heavens holy ground saw this, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was a great divine ability of their holy land. How could it be broken so easily? On the other side, the 5 elements palace snorted. What's the use of blocking it? He can't fight back anyway. In the end, he would still be killed by Jiu Xiaoseiko. Yes, that's right. He can only protect himself. Compared to our bodies, he's too weak. The people of 9 Heaven's holy ground gritted their teeth. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. They were wrong. In the sky, Xianxia's face darkened when he saw that his attack was blocked. However, he soon increased the intensity of his attack. Kid, I don't believe that you can last forever. As long as I cut through your seawater, let's see what you can do to resist. Xianxia's voice was cold as the light on his body became even brighter. Lin Xian was surrounded by the endless sea water, but the corners of his lips curled into a smile. In the next moment, he waved his sword again and slashed out. Whoosh, the sea water rippled as an invisible force spread out. However, it didn't have any effect. This scene stunned Xianxia. He then laughed out loud. Is this your attack? It seems that you don't have much strength left to fight back. If that's the case, go to hell. Speaking of this, the 3rd heaven in front of him launched another fierce attack. The sea water in the sky surged and splashed as if the Milky Way from the 9 heavens was pouring down. However, while he was attacking, the 3rd heaven beside Xianxia changed. In the 3rd heaven, countless green lights suddenly appeared and turned into trees and vines, spreading out in all directions. Soon, a forest was formed and spread to the other 2 heavens. What's going on? What is this? Why is there a forest in the 3rd heaven? Shouldn't it be the starry sky? The martial artists who were watching the battle were all stunned. They knew that the 9th heaven's superpower was a kind of superpower that simulated the starry sky. It was extremely terrifying. But now, there was a forest growing on it. They couldn't believe it. The people from the 9 heavens holy ground also screamed. Xianxia's pupils shrank. Damn it, what's going on? He was more frightened than these people because he realized that these trees were absorbing the power of the 3rd heaven. The light of the 3rd heaven became dimmer and dimmer. The power in his body was also rapidly draining away. Damn it, it's the opponent's superpower. Seeing this, Xianxia roared, destroy. The 3rd heaven beside him exploded with endless light, cutting off all the forest. However, the broken forest trees grew again and turned into towering trees, absorbing the energy crazily. In an instant, the space around Xianxia was completely surrounded by the forest. It's the kid's superpower. At this moment, everyone understood what was going on, and they all cried out in surprise. The other saints and saintesses were also shocked. The people from the 5 Elements Palace looked even worse. Is this the power of wood? This kid can already use the power of the 5 elements. Could it be that he was a martial artist of the 5 elements system? This stunned them. Because the 5 Elements Palace cultivated the superpower of the 5 elements. They didn't expect the other party to know a similar superpower of the 5 Elements Palace. Damn it, our saint isn't here. Otherwise, we would definitely be able to restrain him. In terms of superpower of the 5 elements, our saint is definitely the best. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that there were so many people, we would have asked our elders to take action. We would have killed him with one slap. These people gritted their teeth, but the people around them exclaimed. Xianxia was even more furious. He naturally also realized that this was the power of wood. In the next moment, he coldly snorted and waved his hand. A sky full of flames rushed out from her body and swept in all directions. They formed a flaming divine eagle. Sure enough, when the rain of the forest met the fire, it burned fiercely. The sky was dyed red by the fire. When the green trees turned to ashes, the flaming godly eagle also disappeared. Seeing this, Xianxia laughed loudly. Did you see that? Your attack is nothing in front of me. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. Damn it, what's with that expression? Seeing the other party's mockery, Xianxia's face darkened. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. That was because he felt that the surrounding trees that had turned to ashes were once again fluctuating with green light. Then, they quickly turned into towering trees, and the vines grew again. My power of wood is endless. You've underestimated it. Now, go to hell. At this point, Lin Xian shouted coldly and increased his strength. Sure enough, the trees grew crazily. Countless trees grew from a few meters to a few hundred meters, a few thousand meters, and even 10,000 meters. It was a terrifying scene. It was as if a forest had appeared in the sky. Moreover, it was still growing. Of course, the energy needed for this growth was collected from the third heaven. Therefore, the third heaven around Xianxia became incomparably dim. What was even more terrifying was that Xianxia felt that the power in his body was quickly draining away. Ah, damn it! He roared and removed the third heaven around him to prevent the energy from draining away. Boom, a set of armor appeared on his body and supported his defense. He did not believe that these trees could still grow on his body. A flaming armor appeared on Xianxia's body. It burned fiercely and blocked all the trees that rushed over. Seeing that the power of wood was suppressed, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he turned his head and stared at the front again. His body flashed and he rushed over. At the same time, the third heaven in front of him was like a heavenly blade, mercilessly cutting the sea water apart. Great! Xianxia was going to counterattack. Below, the people of 5 Elements Palace and 9 Heavens Sacred Ground cheered. However, at this moment, everyone exclaimed again. Because in the sky, among the countless forests, a golden light suddenly appeared. Boom, a golden sword suddenly flew out. Like a golden lightning, it streaked across the sky and hit Xianxia fiercely. Not good. Feeling the terrifying power behind him, Xianxia's face changed. In the next moment, the light on his body suddenly erupted, forming 9 light shields that surrounded him. Clang, the golden sword collided with one of the light shields and made a shocking sound. Crack, the light shield shattered, and the golden sword slammed into the Saint of the 9 Firmament. However, the 9th Firmament Saint was wearing armor, so he was not pierced. His body, Xianxia with the sword. He even vomited a mouthful of blood. Not good. Xianxia is injured. Everything happened too quickly. Before anyone could exclaim, Xianxia had fallen into the sea. In the next moment, he was surrounded by the merciless sea water. Humph. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. The ancient dragon abyss sword instantly exploded. The unparalleled power turned into a giant dragon and slashed down. Sky shattering, the sword hit Xianxia's body, creating a deafening sound. The surrounding space and endless seawater were shattered, forming a vacuum zone. Xianxia was like a meteor, plunging into the ground. The space he was in immediately collapsed. Whoosh! Boom, the ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Damn it, how did this happen? The people of 5 Elements Palace were gloomy. The martial artists of 9 Heavens Sacred Ground screamed. Holy Sun! They could not believe that their holy son had actually been chopped down by someone with a single sword strike. Ah, damn brat, I'm going to kill you. In front of them, countless rays of light surged. Xianxia rushed out from the deep pit. His face was ferocious. The armor on his body was shattered, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was about to explode in anger. However, in the next moment, what welcomed him was a terrifying giant foot. In the sky, Lin Xian snorted and stomped his foot. Boom, a giant rock foot pressed down from the sky. It was like an ancient demon mountain, shattering the void and completely enveloping Xianxia. Boom, Xianxia flew into the air and was stomped down. Boom, his body landed on the ground again. Not only that, but the giant foot had also turned into a giant mountain and pressed down heavily. At this moment, everyone's eyelids twitched violently. Many people even touched their faces unconsciously. If they were to be stomped by that foot, they would definitely be severely injured. More importantly, they would be embarrassed. A holy son was stomped down in front of everyone. This was definitely a great humiliation. At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. The holy sons and holy daughters also looked serious. On the Black Demon ship, the immortal palace martial artist cheered. Great, the palace master is mighty. Xianxia? Now you know how powerful we are. That's right, the 9 Heavens holy ground wants to fight against the immortal palace? You're too far away. Voices came from the Black Demon ship, making everyone's scalp tingle. The people of the 9 Heavens holy ground were ashen-faced. They rushed up crazily. However, just as they moved, the giant rock foot shattered. Then, Xianxia flew into the air with disheveled hair. He opened his eyes and formed a few hundred meters of light, shattering the rock in front of him. The aura on his body was monstrous. He turned into the nine heavens' immortal king, standing in the void. Damn brat, I want you dead. He was crazy. Because he had never been humiliated like this before. He was actually stomped down. How was he going to show his face in the future? He had to kill Lin Xian to wash away his humiliation. Kill. In the next moment, he rushed out like a madman. A blue bead appeared in his hand, emitting a mysterious power. Feeling the power, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He naturally felt a terrifying power from it. It seemed that his opponent had used his trump card. However, he would not continue to fight with his opponent. Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes, Soul Ignition. Ah! Xianxia screamed as he flew halfway. His entire body rolled in the air, looking very miserable. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Damn it, what happened? Soul attack, it's definitely a soul attack. This brat is a soul expert. At this moment, the holy sons and holy daughters' eyelids twitched wildly. Fortunately, they had seen the Twin Kings battle earlier, so they put on their jade pendants in advance. However, Xianxia had just arrived and did not know the Twin Kings' situation. Therefore, his soul was directly hit. Boom, at this moment, Lin Xian slashed out a sky full of sword light. All of them landed on Xianxia's body, sending him flying and vomiting blood. Holy Sun! Saint, this time, the people of Nine Heavens' sacred ground could not take it anymore. They rushed into the sky and caught Xianxia. Damn it, let's go. Xianxia's face was pale as he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists of Nine Heavens' sacred ground were shocked. They did not expect that their bodies were about to leave. It seemed that they were severely injured. In the next moment, they gritted their teeth and roared, "Damn kid, I'll remember you, Immortal Palace, right? Nine Heavens' sacred ground will never let this go." With that, they gathered around the saint of the Jiao clouds and quickly rose into the air and flew into the distance. They ran away. These people actually ran away. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. It seemed that Xianxia had been defeated. In the next moment, they looked at Lin Xian and gasped. This person had actually defeated the Saint of the Nine Firmament. It was truly unbelievable. Because they did not expect this result at all. For a moment, many people looked at Lin Xian with horror. The saints and saintesses were facing a formidable enemy. This was definitely a powerful enemy. However, at this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. A large palm glowing with 5-colored light slammed down viciously. This palm appeared very suddenly. There was no warning at all. When it appeared, it was less than 200 meters away from Lin Xian. The space around Lin Xian shattered in an instant. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as well. He could feel a powerful aura. In the next moment, the dragon sword realm instantly enveloped him. At the same time, rays of sword chi rushed into the sky and collided with the 5-colored palm. However, it was useless. The sword chi that filled the sky was shattered by the palm. The 5-colored palm carried the 5 types of energy of wood, water, fire, and earth. It completely merged together and slammed down. This was definitely a terrifying palm strike from a terrifying expert. Lin Xian's face was grave. He roared and was about to use his trump card to resist. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the black demon ship. One of the elders instantly took out a black ancient mirror, which emitted a black light. Whoosh, the black light was like a bolt of black lightning. It tore through the void and struck the 5-colored palm, piercing through it. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the 5-colored palm disappeared, leaving behind only a trace of blood in the sky. Below, among the people from the 5 Elements Palace, an old man let out a muffled groan and withdrew his palm. His palm had been pierced through and was dripping with blood. His aged eyes looked to the sky, his face filled with fear. There was actually someone who could injure him with a single strike. Who was it? This happened so quickly that they didn't even have time to react. By the time they reacted, the 5-colored hand in the sky had already disappeared. Then they cried out in surprise. Someone actually wanted to kill him. Furthermore, looking at the 5 colored palms, could it be that the 5 Elements Palace was about to make a move? In the next moment, countless gazes looked in the direction of the 5 Elements Palace. Sure enough, they saw an old man with bleeding palms in the crowd. It's him. That seemed to be the elder of the 5 Elements Palace. That was an expert of the older generation. He was extremely terrifying. If that slap landed, even a saint would be severely injured. Yes, they didn't expect the elder of the 5 Elements Palace to actually make a move, and he was even injured. What was that black light? It seemed like there were also exceptional experts in Immortal Palace. Sounds of discussion rang out one after another. On the black ship, the elder rose into the air and snorted coldly. 5 Elements Palace, you guys sure have guts. You actually dare to make a move against my Immortal Palace's master. Do you not want to live anymore? This elder's aura was extremely powerful. There was even a black mirror floating above his head. That mirror was very simple and unadorned. It was hexagonal, and one could tell at a glance that it was an antique. At this moment, tens of thousands of black rays of light descended, shattering the void. This scene was extremely terrifying and shocking. However, what made everyone even more shocked was the elder's words. What did he say? Immortal Palace's master? Heavens, that youth was actually Immortal Palace's master? They didn't dare believe it. From the looks of it, although they had never heard of Immortal Palace, their strength was definitely not weak. They were at least at the level of a peerless sect. Such a force had a young man as its master. They were dumbfounded. However, it seemed like it was true. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and exclaimed. Among them, many people had envy in their eyes. His identity had probably surpassed that of a saint or a saintess. No wonder he could win Murong Qingqing's heart. This kid had a great background. The faces of the people of the 5 Elements Palace were extremely gloomy. They didn't expect their sneak attack to fail, and they were caught red-handed. For a moment, they fell silent. On the other side, the 10,000 Thunder Saints' face was gloomy, and the people of the Tuoba family were even more solemn. On the other hand, the crown prince of the Tai dynasty was screaming crazily. Palace Master? Damn it, when did this kid become the Palace Master? Wasn't he a rogue cultivator? These people were indeed stunned. Previously, when they joined forces with countless experts to hunt down the other party, no powerful figure jumped out from behind the other party. However, only a few months had passed, and the other party already had a force comparable to an unparalleled sect behind him. This caught the crown prince and the others off guard. Damn it, this won't do. We have to quickly contact the people of the war tribe and kill him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to kill him in the future. Everyone was shocked by Lin Xian's identity and strength. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Damn the 5 Elements Palace, how dare they sneak attack him? It was unforgivable. The next moment, he snorted coldly and waved his hand. Attack. Order received. On the Black Demon ship, the dark red divine dragon swung its tail and instantly controlled the Black Demon ship. Buzz, a shocking black beam of light flew down from the sky, and its target was the people of the 5 Elements Palace. What? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the other party to attack so decisively. Hurry up and leave. Countless people rose into the air and flew quickly to both sides. They wanted to leave the 5 Elements Palace. The faces of the people of the 5 Elements Palace turned green. F*CK, isn't it just a sneak attack? Damn it, how dare you launch such a fierce attack? The next moment, they also fled frantically. The elders' faces were also gloomy. They shouted loudly, hurry up and defend. The next moment, they opened their mouths and spat out shields, bronze pagodas, and formations to form countless defenses. At the same time, they retreated frantically. Boom, the black beam of light collided with these defenses, causing a shocking collision. A huge energy wave spread out in all directions. The ground cracked, the sky shattered, and the mountain peaks were instantly flattened. Everyone retreated in fear until they were tens of thousands of miles away. In front of them, the black light exploded, forming a black mushroom cloud that shot into the sky. Bang! Bang, bang! In the storm that filled the sky, countless figures were sent flying backward, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Some even exploded into blood mist. End of chapter 24:19. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.